My name is Shun Rufeng. Though my name resounds with an air of elegance, my appearance does little to match such a lofty title. Now at the tender age of 13, I wish to recount a most extraordinary experience from 4 decades ago. Indeed, you heard correctly, I speak no falsehood. Allow me to gradually unveil the enigmatic tale of the life-lending man. 40 years past, I was born in a place known as Shenwei. It is said that our ancestors were once servants of the illustrious Shun Wansan. During the reign of the Ming Dynasty's founding Emperor Zhu Yuanzong, a brutal massacre ensued, and none of Shun Wansan's kin were spared. However, our forebear, through cunning and intellect, managed to escape and ultimately settled in this secluded valley of central China. Due to its remote location, this village remained unscathed by the ravages of war, allowing the villagers to thrive in this idyllic haven. Yet, since my birth, strange occurrences have plagued the village. Chickens went missing, dogs vanished, causing my parents endless worry. Furthermore, my appearance at birth was rather wrinkled, resembling a diminutive pug, which led the villagers to whisper behind my back, claiming I was a disruptive spirit, a literary star who brought misfortune. In such an environment, the village children shunned my company, but I paid them little mind, for I found solace in the company of the one-eyed carpenter, Zheng Xuei, as I listened enthralled to his tales of Sun Wukong's havoc in heaven and Zhu Beiji's escapades. On a particularly dreary day, after school, I arrived at the village entrance when suddenly my body convulsed, my eyes rolled back, and I collapsed into a nearby field, frothing at the mouth. At that moment, a 3-month-old yellow puppy, adopted by Zheng Xuei, dashed towards me, barking frantically until the villagers came to carry me home. When I regained consciousness, it was deep into the night, and darkness enveloped the outside world, with my mother dozing by my bedside. I stirred my stiffened legs, letting out a soft groan that roused her. Upon seeing me awake, tears cascaded down her cheeks as she embraced me, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death. You wretched child, what would I do without you?" Her anguished cries drew the attention of our neighbors. Since my father's passing, they had been particularly attentive to our family. Upon hearing my mother's distress, they rushed into our home, fearing the worst. My second aunt, hastily dressed, rushed in, asking, "What's the matter, Feng's mother? Don't frighten me." But as her gaze fell upon me, she sighed in relief. "Oh my Buddha, you nearly sent me to my grave. What a fright you gave me this late at night." My second uncle quickly intervened, covering her mouth and scolding, "You foolish woman, what nonsense are you spouting at this hour?" Realizing her blunder, my second aunt blushed deeply, chastising herself, "Oh dear Feng's mother, forgive my haste. Now that the child is awake, calm yourself." Feeling an inexplicable fatigue wash over me, I longed for rest and drifted back into slumber. In my dreams, I repeatedly saw the silhouette of Zheng Xuei, standing before a dilapidated temple, his back turned to me, neither entering the temple nor turning around, as if waiting solely for my arrival. Yet, every time I approached him, a chilling wind swept through the temple, blinding me. When I finally regained my senses and attempted to rush towards him, I noticed 2 tall figures clad in black and white, adorned with high hats, who ushered Zheng Xuei into the temple. The next day at noon, the sun beat down upon my forehead, leaving me flushed and sticky with sweat. My mother, seeing my color improve, summoned my second uncle to prepare hot water to bathe me. As he scrubbed me down, he inquired, "Child, what happened to you? Why did you collapse at the village entrance?" I shook my head, suddenly recalling Zheng Xuei, and asked, "Uncle, where is Zheng Xuei? Who is this Zheng Xuei?" My uncle paused, confusion etched across his face. "The one-eyed carpenter, the very one who made our wooden basin," I exclaimed. With a puzzled look, my uncle rubbed my forehead, muttering, "The child doesn't seem feverish, he appears well enough. What nonsense is he talking?" Seeing my uncle feign ignorance, I hastily dressed and rushed to Zheng Xuei's home, only to find myself utterly bewildered. I collapsed onto the ground, for Zheng Xuei's abode was now overgrown with weeds, leaving no trace of any dwelling. My mother, worried I had come to harm, followed me and pulled me back home, scolding, "You disobedient child, running out after your bath. Don't you fear catching a cold? Coming to this eerie place, you must be asking for trouble." I broke free from her grasp, urging, "Mother, why do you pretend not to understand? This was once Zheng Xuei's home. Don't you recall? He crafted furniture for us, made our bathing basin. And he had a little dog that saved my life just days ago. You little rascal. What are you babbling about? It was your second aunt who carried you home when you collapsed at the village entrance. Not any dog. Stunned by her words, I fell silent. The kind-hearted, toy-making, one-eyed carpenter seemed to have vanished from my mother's, my uncle's, and my aunt's lives as if he had never existed. On the way back, I relentlessly inquired of anyone I met about Zheng Shui. Eventually, my mother had no choice but to summon the village's most respected elder to perform a divination. Amidst the eerie chants, I, exhausted from the day's events, fell asleep once more. In my dreams, I returned to the threshold of that dilapidated temple. This time, both Zheng Shui and the spectral figures were absent. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a Guandi temple. On a pillar beside the entrance hung a couplet, holding the azure dragon, conquering waves and tides, observing the red-faced, Blackbeard. How adept is he? The inner door bore a horizontal inscription, mighty throughout China. As I stood in bewilderment, a resounding voice emanated from within, enter. As if entranced, I stepped into the Guandi temple. When I regained my senses, I found myself before a seated statue of Guangong, engrossed in reading the spring and autumn annals. Step forward, the statue commanded. Guangong can speak, I exclaimed, instinctively wanting to flee, but my legs refused to obey. Shen Rufeng, deceased at the age of 7, has been granted a life extension by the life-lending man, Zheng Shui, for an additional 20 years. This is recorded. Though I was unfamiliar with such terms, I grasped the essence. Zheng Shui had exchanged his life for 20 years of mine. Guangong, do you know Zheng Shui? I mustered the courage to inquire. Zheng Shui is the life-lending man of my Guandi temple. Naturally, I am acquainted with him, Guangong replied. My parents and teachers have always taught me never to accept gifts from others, and I could never accept Zheng Zui's life, I declared resolutely. The temple fell into a profound silence. As I gazed up at the towering statue of Guangong, I felt not a trace of fear, only an extraordinary calm that belied my years. Traditionally, life-lending men lend without expectation of return. The years Zheng Shui has lent cannot be reclaimed. However, your arrival here is fated, and thus I shall grant his wish and accept you as a life-lending man. From this day until you turn 16, I shall protect you from all evil and ensure your safety. We shall meet again once you reach that age, Guangong proclaimed. As soon as his words faded, the temple vanished without a trace. When I opened my eyes again, it was morning. Strangely enough, since that day, I have not fallen ill, and our family's fortunes have continued to improve. My name is Shen Rufeng, a name that evokes the image of a graceful and elegant figure, yet I do not quite live up to it in appearance. This year marks my 13th birthday, but what I wish to share with you today is an account of an experience from 4 decades ago. You heard me correctly. I am not speaking falsely. Allow me to recount the tale of the one who lent me life. 40 years ago, I was born in a place called Shenwei. Legend has it that our ancestors were servants of the renowned Shen Wansan. When the Ming dynasty's founder, Zhu Yuanzhang, executed Shen Wansan's kin, our forebear was the sole survivor, exiled to the wilderness. Through cunning, he escaped calamity and eventually settled in a secluded valley in this central region. Due to its remoteness, the village remained untouched by the ravages of war, and its inhabitants relished a life akin to paradise. However, since my birth, strange occurrences have plagued the village. One day, a lost chicken, the next a missing dog, much to the distress of my parents. Moreover, I was born wrinkled and unkempt, resembling a scruffy dog, which led the villagers to whisper behind my back, claiming I was a mischievous spirit disrupting the household. Influenced by the adults, the village children kept their distance from me, though I paid it no mind, for I was enamored with a one-eyed carpenter named Zheng Shui, delighting in his tales of the Monkey King wreaking havoc in heaven and Zhu Beiji's adventures. I recall a particularly gloomy day when I returned home from my literacy class. As I reached the village entrance, I suddenly convulsed, my eyes rolled back, and I collapsed into a nearby field. Just before losing consciousness, I spotted a small dog rushing towards me. It was a 3-month-old stray that Zheng Shui had taken in. The pup barked frantically, summoning help, and soon I was carried home. When I awoke, the world outside was pitch black, and my mother dozed beside my bed. With a gentle groan, I stirred my stiffened legs. The commotion roused my mother, who, upon seeing me awake, burst into tears, exclaiming, "You nearly scared me to death, you little rascal. What would I do without you?" Her cries drew neighbors to our home. Since my father's passing, they had been particularly attentive to us. Fearing the worst from my mother's anguished wails, a group rushed in, led by my aunt, who rushed in with her clothes hastily put on, asking, "Feng's mother, what has happened? Don't frighten us." As her words left her lips, she caught sight of me and sighed with relief. "Oh my Buddha, you nearly gave me a heart attack. It's the middle of the night, and you look like a ghost." And my uncle quickly intervened, covering her mouth and chastising her. "You old hag, what nonsense are you spouting in the dead of night?" Realizing her blunder, my aunt blushed furiously, muttering apologies. "Forgive me, Feng's mother. I was just too anxious. It's good the child is awake. Calm your heart." Overwhelmed with inexplicable fatigue, I longed to rest, and before I knew it, I had drifted back to sleep. In my dreams, I repeatedly saw the silhouette of Zheng Shuai, standing at the entrance of a dilapidated temple, his back turned to me, as if waiting for my arrival. Yet, each time I approached, a sinister wind would rise from within the temple, blinding me. When I finally regained my senses and attempted to move closer, two tall figures in black and white attire seized Zheng Shuai and dragged him inside. The following afternoon, the sun bore down upon my forehead, causing me to sweat profusely. Noticing my improved condition, my mother summoned my uncle, who had prepared a pot of hot water. He placed me in a wooden basin and washed me from head to toe. "Child, what happened? How did you end up at the village entrance?" he inquired while scrubbing me down. I shook my head, suddenly recalling Zheng Shuai, and asked, "Uncle, where is Zheng Shuai? Who is this Zheng Shuai you speak of?" My uncle paused, looking at me with confusion. "The one-eyed carpenter, the one who made this basin for us," I exclaimed. My uncle appeared bewildered, touching my forehead and muttering to himself, "This child has no fever. He seems well. What nonsense is he spouting?" Seeing my uncle feign ignorance, I hurried out, determined to seek Zheng Shuai's home. Upon arrival, I was struck dumb, collapsing to the ground in disbelief. His home was now overgrown with weeds. Devoid of any trace of a dwelling, my mother, worried I had gone astray, followed me and promptly pulled me away, scolding, "You disobedient child. You just had a bath and now you're out here? Don't you fear catching a cold? This place is eerie. You need a good beating." I broke free from her grasp, pleading, "Mother, why are you pretending? This was once Zheng Shuai's home. Don't you remember? He made our furniture and crafted our bathing basin. He even saved my life a few days ago." "That little brat is speaking nonsense. You collapsed at the village entrance. Your aunt carried you home when she returned from the fields. What dog are you talking about?" My mother replied. Stunned, I realized that the kind, stooped old carpenter who had always helped me seemed to have vanished from the memories of my mother, uncle, and aunt on our way back to the village. I questioned everyone I encountered about Zheng Shuai. Eventually, my mother, out of desperation, summoned the village's most revered elder to perform a spiritual ritual on my behalf. Amidst the eerie chants, I was exhausted and fell asleep once more. In my dreams, I found myself once again at the entrance of the dilapidated temple. This time, Zheng Shuai was absent, and the figures in black and white were nowhere to be seen. As I drew closer, I realized this was a Guandi temple. A couplet adorned the pillars. "With the azure dragon's crescent blade, calm the waves. Witness the red-faced, black-bearded prowess." An inscription above the inner door read, "Awe-inspiring throughout China." As I stood there, bewildered, a powerful voice echoed from within the temple. "Enter." Under a spell, I stepped into the Guandi temple. Upon regaining my senses, I found myself before a seated statue of Guangong, who was reading the spring and autumn annals. "Come forth," commanded the statue. To my astonishment, the statue spoke. "Guangong can speak?" I was filled with terror and attempted to flee, but my legs refused to obey. Shen Rufeng, deceased at the age of 7, has now received 20 years of life, lent by the one named Zheng Shuai. While I had only heard such eloquent expressions at storytelling booths, I grasped the essence. Zheng Shuai had traded his life for 20 years for me. "Guangong, do you know Zheng Shuai? He is the one who lent you life at my Guandi temple's Azure Dragon Gate." "Of course, I know him. My parents and teachers had always instructed me not to accept gifts from others, and I certainly could not take the carpenter's life. I cannot accept it. Zheng Shuai's life is not mine to claim." Upon finishing my plea, an extended silence enveloped the temple. Are you listening, Guangong? I gazed at the towering statue, feeling no fear, only a profound calm that belied my age. Traditionally, those who lend life do so without the expectation of repayment. Zhang Xue's life has been borrowed, and I cannot reclaim it. Yet, your arrival here today signifies destiny. I shall grant Zhang Xue's wish and accept you as a borrower of life. From this day until you reach 16, I shall protect you from all malevolent forces and ensure your safety. We shall meet again at that time. As soon as he finished speaking, the Guandi temple vanished without a trace. When I opened my eyes again, it was morning. Strangely, since that day, I have not fallen ill. And our family's fortunes have steadily improved. Chapter 2. The annoying old Taoist. A few years later, my mother began working as a cook in a hotel in the city, later opening her own restaurant, which flourished into a 2-story establishment. I continued to live with my uncle and aunt in Shenwei until I was accepted into high school, at which point my mother brought me to the city to live with her once more. On the day of my 17th birthday, which also marked the first day after the college entrance examination, my mother ordered a cake for me to pick up. Distracted by my surroundings on the way home, I accidentally collided with a telephone pole, causing the cake to fly from my hands and land beside a fortune-telling stall. To my surprise, the cake remained unscathed despite the fall. The fortune teller, a middle-aged man in his 40s, spoke up, "Remarkable. The cake is intact after such a tumble." I hurriedly retrieved the cake, expressing my gratitude profusely. However, just as I was about to leave, the fortune teller grabbed my arm and grinned. "Since you are so sincere in your thanks, how about treating me to a meal? I haven't eaten or drunk anything all day." "Who are you to demand such a thing? Why are you so shameless?" My good mood on my birthday was instantly ruined by this old Taoist's antics. "That's not fair. You just thanked me, and a genuine thank you requires sincerity. I do not ask for gold or silver. Just a meal." Our exchange on the street attracted a crowd of onlookers. With no choice but to save face, I led the old Taoist back to my home. After recounting the incident to my mother, I expected her to dismiss him, yet she warmly invited him to join us for dinner. After a hearty meal, the old Taoist wiped his mouth and patted my shoulder, assuring me, "Don't worry, young man. I won't take advantage of your hospitality. Since fate has brought us together today, I shall help you overcome your tribulations." Bah, bah, bah. You speak nonsense, eating my food yet spouting absurdities like overcoming tribulations? I see you need to face your own tribulations. As the wind whispers, how should I engage in conversation with the Taoist priest? It would be impolite. I must apologize quickly. "Oh, it's quite all right. Those who have transcended the mundane should not hold grudges against those still bound to the earthly realm. Here's a proposition. Since you wish for me to depart, would you kindly escort me to the nearest intersection?" With a sullen expression, I dragged my feet to accompany the old Taoist to the crossroads. Ready to turn back, but he called out to me, "Hey, once your 17th birthday passes, Lord Guan can no longer protect you. Exercise caution." The gravity of his words struck me like a bolt from the blue. Leaving me momentarily stunned, I turned back to see the old priest wearing a cheeky, half-smirking expression. "How much do you know about life debt, people?" I stepped forward, blocking his path as he attempted to cross the road. The old Taoist leisurely replied, "Young man, don't rush. Once you've navigated your tribulations and survive, I will naturally enlighten you." "What does that mean?" Before I could finish my query, the old priest seized my arm and yanked me back with surprising strength. Despite his frail appearance, his grip was formidable, sending me flying to the ground. Before I could even register the pain, a deafening roar resonated in my ears as a massive truck laden with timber barreled past the very spot where I had just been standing, narrowly missing my feet. The logs crashed down beside me, halting mere inches away. Frozen in shock from this sudden near accident, I could only stand there, immobile, as onlookers scattered in fear. "Back again?" the old Taoist boomed, pulling me back to his side. Just then, a power line snapped, crashing down where I had just been seated, crackling with sparks. "So, do you believe me now?" he asked, lifting me up and brushing the dust from his Taoist robe. What I stammered, unable to articulate my thoughts. Noticing my bewilderment, the old priest hurriedly led me away from the scene of the accident to a quiet park bench by a pond. "Let me explain. The moment I laid eyes on you today, I perceived your fate, a trifecta of misfortunes and 7 failures. a ceaseless string of bad luck, hence your collision with the pole. Yet, that cake remained unscathed at my feet, indicating that you possess a protective aura that shields you from malevolence and ensures smooth sailing. Thus, I followed you home. After your birthday, I distinctly sensed that your protective aura had suddenly vanished. When your mother mentioned your 17th birthday, I realized you are one of the life debt people. What about the accident I pressed, forcing down the tremor in my hands? While I am unaware of which sect you belong to among the life debt people, the protective aura that has kept you safe for over a decade is undoubtedly extraordinary. However, do not forget that yin and yang complement each other, and fortune and misfortune are intertwined. The calamities it has shielded you from will eventually befall you once your aura dissipates. The 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, will sequentially bring their respective disasters. Are you implying that I will face more calamities? How can I avert them? I asked, unwilling to accept this fate. The old priest's demeanor shifted from playful to solemn as he gazed pensively at the pond. The disasters of a life debt person are inescapable. His words left me at a loss for how to proceed. I pressed on. What exactly does being a life debt person entail? He explained. The term traces back to the Zhou dynasty. King Wen of Zhou derived the I Ching, creating 64 hexagrams. Due to his audacity to seize the forces of heaven and earth, half were destroyed by divine retribution, leaving 32. Yet, through profound understanding of all things, he again lost half, resulting in only 16 remaining. But how does this relate to life debt people? My impatience grew. The old Taoist patted my back. Do not rush. We are getting there. The merit of King Wen in harnessing the forces of heaven and earth should have warranted divine punishment. Yet he lived to the age of 96. Why is that? Could it be that life debt people extended his life? A memory stirred within me, recalling the voice in the Guanyu temple that had mentioned a life exchange for my lifespan. Naturally, I deduced that if King Wen defied the cosmic order and survived to such an age, it must be due to life debt individuals. The old priest nodded in affirmation. Indeed, during his imprisonment, he befriended a group of fortune-tellers who had offended King Zhou. Some among them, for reasons unknown, possessed the ability to exchange their lives to assist in overthrowing King Zhou. They willingly sacrificed themselves to prolong King Wen's life. The subsequent Zhou dynasty honored these individuals by granting them and their disciples great privileges. Throughout history, many rulers and noblemen have also employed this method to gain longevity. Why would they choose to be life debt people? I questioned, having pondered this since my visit to the Guanyu temple. The old Taoist, sensing my curiosity, continued, because life debt people are fated to endure a trifecta of misfortunes and 7 failures throughout their lives. Only through self-sacrifice can they hope to alter their fate in their next existence. Seemingly reading my apprehension, the old priest added, but do not worry. Despite the ominous title of life debt person, they need not always endure such a fate. They traverse the world, vanquishing evil, aiding the impoverished, and upholding justice, thus accumulating great virtue and goodwill. In a sense, we are akin to each other. Consequently, life debt individuals have diversified into numerous sects over time, each typically having its own patron deity. For instance, your strong protective aura suggests a renowned martial figure. The branch of life debt individuals to which you belong likely specializes in exorcising demons and subduing malevolence. Some branches have patron deities who are celebrated scholars, adept in talismanic healing and feng shui. I nodded, still somewhat confused, but I have not learned any such arts, nor has anyone taught me about these patron deities. What? The old priest exclaimed in astonishment. Then who is your patron deity? I was chosen as a life debt person in a dream at the Guanyu temple. He mentioned that we would meet again after my 16th year. Then you must wait. However, I am not one to turn a blind eye to death. Here's the deal. I will help you navigate the remaining elemental tribulations if you agree to one condition. What condition? I haven't decided yet. I will inform you when I do. With that, he urged me to pack my belongings and stay with him for a couple of days, suggesting we contemplate how to assist me in overcoming my tribulations. After idle chatter, the old priest proposed that I practice cultivation with him. I felt a surge of amusement. Clearly, he was trying to recruit me. I flatly refused. I am a university student, and you are merely a penniless Taoist. Do you expect me to suffer alongside you? I am not that naive. With a nonchalant expression, he casually tossed 2 stones into the eye in the darkness. The stones vanished from sight. Then, an extraordinary event unfolded. altering the course of my life. The old Taoist formed a hand gesture with his right hand while casting a yellow talisman into the air. Chanting an incantation, he commanded, "The three pure ones reign supreme. Heavenly principles are my anchored eye in the face of treacherous mountains and perilous waters. Ignite." With a decisive shout, the yellow talisman ignited spontaneously. But it did not end there. His right index finger, still poised in gesture, touched the flames of the talisman, drawing a fiery symbol in the air. I stood there, awestruck, oblivious to the gleam of triumph in the old Taoist's eyes. "Listen well, Shen Rufin. I have just cast your fortune. Do not take it lightly. You will not succeed in the college entrance examination, which means you are bound to follow me." Wah! His words infuriated me, prompting me to storm home without a backward glance. The matter of his assistance in navigating my tribulations fading from my mind, I was confident that I had performed exceptionally well on the examination, and even if I didn't qualify for Tsinghua or Peking University, I could still gain admission to the University of Science and Technology of China. Clearly, the old Taoist was just a charlatan, and in the days that followed, the old Taoist did not seek me out. And initially, I felt a sense of pride, believing he had been bluffing, fearing I would see through his tricks. However, soon peculiar incidents began to unfold, catching me off guard. First, my mother's restaurant experienced a food poisoning incident, resulting in significant financial losses and a mandate for closure and rectification. Shortly thereafter, while on her way to handle matters, she was preoccupied with a conversation and failed to notice the steps, resulting in a broken right leg and rib that I found myself constantly shuttling between the restaurant and the hospital, and as time passed, my stays at the hospital grew longer. One afternoon, my mother finally inquired, "What is going on? Did something happen at the restaurant?" Having never been adept at lying, I had no choice but to reveal the truth. "Mom, the inspector came yesterday and today issued a notice stating that the restaurant's rectification is inadequate, requiring a 30-day closure for further adjustments." What? Those greedy vultures still have the audacity to pick at my bones during this time. Get me discharged. I will confront them. I understood my mother's temperament. As a woman in business, she had to be assertive. However, given her injuries, I had to persuade her to refrain from acting rashly. On the way back to the restaurant, I was lost in thought and, when I finally looked up, found myself in front of the familiar stall once again. Oddly enough, it was entirely deserted, and the disarray of the ground suggested it had been closed for several days. The old Taoist had vanished, that rascal had fled the scene, realizing his deception had failed. Thankfully, I had been cautious as I approached my home. A familiar voice called out to me. It was my high school teacher. "Zhang Huan. Ms. Zhang, what brings you here?" I warmly invited her inside. Though she forced a smile, her demeanor was notably awkward. Sensing something amiss, I tentatively asked, "Ms. Zhang, has the college entrance examination results been released?" Teacher Zhang grasped my hand and said, "Xiao Shun, please speak honestly with me. Did you perhaps fill in the wrong examination number on your admission card?" "Admission card? No, I meticulously double-checked everything before submitting my paper." However, what Teacher Zhang said next left me utterly dumbfounded. "The examination results are uniformly distributed by the city to the schools, which then relay them to the respective homeroom teachers, in the issued report card. My name and score were conspicuously absent." Teacher Zhang, perplexed, proceeded to inquire with the school. Given my outstanding performance, as a promising candidate for prestigious universities like Tsinghua and Beida, the school took immediate action and submitted a request to the city for a re-evaluation. Yet, the city's response was that all grading is anonymous, meaning only the examination number is recorded, devoid of any names. Upon further investigation, it was confirmed that there were neither examination papers nor scores corresponding to my examination number. Ultimately, Teacher Zhang informed me that this issue extended beyond just one subject. It was a universal anomaly. I felt as though all vitality had been siphoned from my being, and I sat despondently in my chair. By the time I regained my senses, the sky had turned a dusky yellow, signaling the arrival of evening. No examination number. No examination number. No examination number. I found myself muttering these words like a mantra. Convinced that there was something amiss. "Little brother, am I arriving at the right moment?" The voice of the old Taoist rang out from outside the door. Seeing my lack of reaction, he took a seat across from me, casually slapping his hands on the table, startling me into awareness. "What brings you here? Who allowed you entry?" The old Taoist, unfazed by my aggressive demeanor, replied leisurely, I'm here to take you away, of course. Since you didn't pass the college entrance examination, what do you intend to do if you don't come with me? I abruptly stood, knocking my chair over, and seizing the Taoist by his collar, shouted in anger. You deceitful old fraud! Ever since you appeared, my family has faced nothing but misfortune. I care not who you are. Should I see you again, I will strike you each time. Depart, before I could finish my sentence. He found himself unceremoniously thrown out the door. To my surprise, he remained with that insufferable grin, leaning against the doorframe and gazing at me. Shen Rufeng, oh Shen Rufeng, when will you come to realize that since you turned 17, you and your family have lost the protection of the divine? Do you think I am unaware of what you imply? Let me tell you, I would rather repeat a year and take the exam again than fill in the wrong examination number again. I refuse to believe I will have no results. Hearing my stubborn declaration, the old Taoist chuckled. You are truly obstinate. Very well, let me speak plainly. You, Shen Rufeng, are registered on the list of those who owe their lives. For anyone on that list, there is but one path to take, becoming a life debtor. If you don't believe me, just look at this college entrance examination as an example. You are clever. Ponder this carefully. I will be at the stall waiting for you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. I genuinely believed his words, for I had seen the revered Guanxing Dijuan in my dreams, and everything he said had come to pass. Most importantly, the carpenter, Zhang, had sacrificed his entire lifespan for me. My very existence was a debt to him. Resolute in my decision, an extraordinary calm descended upon my thoughts. Before I knew it, I found myself back in the familiar Guandi temple from my dream. Navigating the temple with ease, I noticed that, unlike before, the main hall no longer housed the golden statue of Guangong reading the spring and autumn annals. Instead, it featured a dignified statue of Guangong. Flanked by the human-shaped knife rack of Zhouzong and Guanping, I pay my respects to Guanxing Dijuan. Overwhelmed by Guangong's imposing aura, I instinctively knelt on one knee. Rise, the authoritative voice commanded once more. Shen Rufeng, I guarantee your safety and prosperity until the end of your 16th year. Now, the time has come. Step forward to receive your command. Receive a command? Is there something you require of me? You were not meant to be my life debtor, but upon another's request, you shall temporarily reside under my Qinglong sect. Should there be any karmic ties in the future, you may claim your fate then. As soon as the words left his lips, a sharp pain coursed through my right arm. Hastily rolling up my sleeve, I discovered the character for debt had appeared on my arm, only to vanish without a trace moments later. This was the mark of a life debtor, the essence of their soul. As the lifespan of the debtor diminishes, the mark becomes ever more pronounced, and the day the complete character reappears signifies the debtor's end of life. Do you understand? I understand that I looked at the location of the character on my arm, as though I had been fitted with a countdown timer for my life. Now, I grant you the spells of the Qinglong sect. To bear the spells is to abide by the sect's rules. Do you accept? I accept. Listen closely. Since ancient times, life debtors have evolved into many sects, yet few still exist today. Each sect specializes in different arts. For instance, the Chancellor governs the Wulong sect, excelling in profound Taoist techniques, capable of summoning clouds and rain. The Chancellor? Zhuge Liang? I could not help but exclaim, as Zhuge Liang was my idol, and I had a small pendant of him hanging from my backpack. Indeed. What other sects do you have? The sects of life debtors do not interfere with one another, and the deities of the sects do not mingle, unless the relationships are extraordinary. Otherwise, we remain strangers to each other. I mused inwardly about the fierce factional struggles among life debtors. Our Qinglong sect specializes in harnessing fierce energy to subdue demons, banish evil, and uphold justice. Thus, the spells I impart to you are all forms of domineering magic. You must practice diligently and use them cautiously. After I bowed in reverence, a sudden beam of golden light shot from the statue of Guangong, piercing my brow, and intense searing pain engulfed me. And I awoke drenched in sweat from my bed. Glancing around the familiar surroundings, I felt utterly disheartened. Wasn't it promised that I would be taught spells? Had I truly been awakened by the incessant barking of ergo downstairs? Chapter 4. A flea-ridden eatery with immortals. Oh no. It's already 12:30. I glanced at the clock on the wall of the old Taoist stall, which was indeed stuck at 12:30. Remembering my appointment with the old Taoist, I hurriedly dressed and washed my face before rushing out the door. By the time I arrived at the old Taoist stall, I was utterly exhausted, my throat parched, yet that insufferable old man was busy flirting with a girl. I observed him holding a young lady's hand, stroking it gently as he leisurely said, "My dear, you seem to be burdened with emotional debts lately. That's not a good sign. Would you like me to help you resolve it?" The girl blushed, retracting her hand and attempting to leave. "Wait, miss. If you don't resolve your entanglements, I have other services. Feng shui consultations, birth charts. Miss, I also sell phone cards. Genuine DVDs of major films from the West. Would you like to buy one? Hey, old Taoist, your business seems quite thriving with such a wide range of services. Tell me, who permitted you to set up shop here?" I had yet to finish my amusement when a group of 5 young men with colorful, flamboyant hairstyles and eccentric attire approached the old Taoist stall. The old Taoist smiled and said, "Gentlemen, care for a fortune-telling? Palm readings, face readings, no charge if it's inaccurate." The leader, a rotund fellow with a face full of blubber, plopped down in front of the stall and rudely declared, "What is the matter? You don't understand the rules. You need to check in to set up shop here. Pay up, $50 with that." He slammed his hand down. Both the old Taoist and I understood immediately. These were thugs here to collect protection money. I expected the old Taoist to falter, yet he remained unfazed, leaning closer to the rotund man and said slowly, "Sir, I don't have any money on me, but I can offer you a free fortune-telling. You'll encounter a calamity soon, one that involves bloodshed." Everyone burst into laughter, and the rotund man doubled over in mirth, guffawing for quite some time. Finally, he scowled and retorted, "Seems you're spot on, but unfortunately, you've misjudged the person. Today, it's you who will see blood. Boys, teach him a lesson." With a shout from the rotund man, his lackeys surged forward. "Stop!" The old Taoist suddenly bellowed. I thought he was about to unleash some sort of spell, but instead, he pointed at me with a triumphant grin and declared, "This area is under the protection of this esteemed gentleman. If you wish to collect protection money, shouldn't you consult him first? Well, we have a territorial dispute here. Damn it, brothers, grab him. Stinking Taoist, you've ruined me." I silently cursed the old Taoist's ancestors countless times, preparing to turn and flee, but I found myself surrounded by the rotund man and his thugs. Realizing the precariousness of my situation, I had no choice but to explain helplessly, "Everyone, I don't know him. I am just passing through. I'm not here to pay protection money. Hey, Brother Shin, just a few days ago, you invited me to your home for a meal. You said I was under your protection. Now that trouble has arisen, you're abandoning me? Shut your mouth." I could tear that old Taoist's mouth apart. A few thuggish ruffians closed in, and the rotund man asked, "Is your surname Shin?" I nodded. "A few days ago, you dined with this old fool?" I nodded again. "Then it's settled. Beat him up." I was truly exasperated by these dim-witted fools. How could their thought processes be so short? Their brains must have turned to fat. As the thugs surged toward me, I snatched a brick from the side and swung it wildly. They were equally unyielding, each pulling out a butterfly knife from their pockets. "Kid, if you don't bleed today, it seems you don't know what pain is," the rotund man said, lunging at my stomach with a knife. It was evident he had a history of violence. This thrust aimed directly at my intestines. If he struck true, it would not only avoid causing a fatality but also inflict excruciating pain, making future bathroom visits a potential ordeal. The most crucial part was that such a wound healed quickly, at most resulting in a minor injury in a moment of critical danger. I suddenly noticed that the rotund man's movements had slowed considerably. My right hand instinctively recoiled, and before I knew it, I had formed an unfamiliar gesture. Clenching my fist, it felt as though I wielded the strength of 1,000 pounds, and I struck out with a punch, landing squarely on the rotund man's ample belly. An unexpected scene unfolded before me. The rotund individual was sent flying 2 meters by a single punch, and he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground, retching incessantly with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. This spectacle left his underlings in a state of shock. Hey, run for your lives. If you don't, you'll be waiting for the new year." At that moment, the old Taoist beside me was urging us on in a voice no louder than a mouse's squeak. I had no time to comprehend the situation, so I took off, following the old Taoist in flight. We darted through alleyways for nearly 20 minutes, finally managing to shake off that group. The old Taoist, coughing, gave me a thumbs up, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Brother, impressive. Truly worthy of the Qinglong sect. So domineering. How can you even say that? If it weren't for you, would I have found myself in this predicament?" I shot a glare at the old Taoist, clutching my pounding heart, panting heavily. I knew that fat man was destined for misfortune. He didn't believe me, did he? Just look, was I right? I glared at the Taoist, wanting to chastise him but unsure how to begin, so I merely rolled my eyes. But honestly, that spell you just cast, the Lion Seal for subduing demons, was quite formidable. The Lion Seal for subduing demons? Yes, that was the hand gesture you just made with your right hand. You weren't aware? I shook my head in confusion. Well then, let's go. You're treating, and I'll enlighten you on the relevant knowledge. I'm treating? The old Taoist, with a mischievous grin, had already pulled me into a shabby eatery tucked away in a narrow alley. The establishment had no name, its interior cluttered with 7 tables, and there was no kitchen. The owner stood in a corner managing 2 stoves. It was just past mealtime, and they were in a lull, the big spoon, the usual, with a bit of spice. It appeared the old Taoist was well acquainted with the owner. I smirked, teasing him, "Hey, you're not the shill for this place, are you? Just so you know, my family runs a restaurant, and I know the ins and outs of this place." The old Taoist, drinking water, nearly choked on my words. This eatery? I won't say anything else, but I avoid it during peak hours. Do you know why? No seats. Plus, old Lou doesn't fire up the stove until mealtime, so if you arrive early, there's nothing to eat, no matter how much you offer. Just as we were chatting, old Lou approached with a plate of stir-fried shredded potatoes. The aroma wafted through the air, rich and enticing, with each shred distinct, resembling silver threads. What skill! I couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Old Lou, however, paid me no mind and glared at the old Taoist, asking, "Who is this?" To mask my embarrassment, I hastily grabbed some food. Unexpectedly, my hand cramped, causing my chopsticks to clatter to the floor. "Who said this was for you?" Old Lou glared menacingly at me. That was a challenge even a 17-year-old, brimming with youthful vigor, could hardly endure. I sprang to my feet, slammed the table, and shouted, "What is wrong with you? I complimented you, and you take offense? What kind of behavior is that?" Lou, the big spoon, let out a cold laugh, a barely perceptible malice flickering across his dark face. I shivered as the temperature around me plummeted, my breath turning into mist. My limbs gradually lost sensation, and in my rising panic, a voice echoed in my mind. Water is formless, dispelling cold through transformation. Fire is formless, dispelling wind through vibrancy. Just as that voice faded, I recalled a spell from the Qinglong sect, wind and fire conflagration. With great effort, I formed the Lion Seal for subduing demons with my nearly numb right hand. Feeling a surge of raw power fill my palm, I let out a soft exclamation, raising my right hand to strike Lou's face. Lou, taken aback by my sudden movement, quickly stepped back. This played right into my hands. Seizing the moment he was distracted, I cast a fire spell with my left hand, swiftly transitioning my right hand to form a wind-summoning seal. Combining both hands, I thrust them forward, unleashing a gust of wind intermingled with blue flames that surged toward Lou. "Stop!" The old Taoist, sensing the situation spiraling out of control, hurriedly tried to intervene, but the wind and fire conflagration had already transformed into a fiery tornado heading straight for Lou, leaving him with no retreat. He raised his left hand and bellowed, "Vajra descends." His left hand morphed into a golden-skinned arhat, encircled by the fiery tornado yet untouched. The old Taoist, taken aback, could only retreat to a safe distance. Time seemed to stretch as I withdrew my hands, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. Lou, too, seemed in no better shape. Though unscathed, he slumped onto a chair, panting heavily. The old Taoist, who had been hiding under the table, emerged with his singed hair resembling a mess of instant noodles, grumbling, "You two are lacking in wit. I just spent $3 on a haircut. Who's going to pay for it? Shenrufin, you're covering the cost." Upon hearing this, I, disregarding my aching body, pointed at Lou. He made the first move. "Why are you coming after me? I have no grievances with him. He is the one with issues." The old Taoist glanced at Lou. Exasperated Lou, "You too. While it's true he is a life debtor, this one is different. When will you learn to temper your temper? Enough, you'll pay for my haircut." Lu closed his eyes for a minute, and when he reopened them, they sparkled with renewed vigor. Such profound skill. I marveled silently. Chapter 5. Miaojianggu Woman. The little nurse. I was secretly astonished, observing his defiant demeanor, and I could only clasp the lion seal for subduing demons under the table to prevent any further trouble. Lu picked up a new set of disposable chopsticks and slapped them down in front of me before turning his back and heading outside to smoke. What is wrong with this person? I don't even know him. Why is he targeting me? The old Taoist, having effortlessly retrieved half a bottle of erguotu from beneath the stove, poured himself a glass and gulped it down, saying, Lu's father was like you. He was also a life debtor. Then why is he so unreasonable? This matter is complicated. Lu's lineage belongs to the Divine Arrow Sect's life debt bearers, a long-standing protector of our village. Your village? You and him are from the same hometown? The old Taoist nodded. Then why does he treat me like this? I was bewildered, watching Lu smoke alone outside, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy. His parents, wife, and children had all perished at the hands of life debt bearers. What? I widened my eyes in disbelief. You life debt bearers owe my family a debt of life. While I conversed with the old Taoist, Lu had already approached, still staring intently at me. Master Lu, I apologize. I was unaware of these matters before. Upon learning of Lu's bitter history, I suddenly felt more empathy for him. Hypocrite. Lu left those two words behind before returning to work at the stove. The old Taoist, however, was chuckling incessantly. What are you laughing at? It's all your fault. Facing my displeasure, the old Taoist became more cheerful. I told you. I knew you were capable of pushing him to manifest the Vajra descends. You re among the few who could do that. Come on, Lu, stop your work. Let me introduce you. This is Shen Rufin, a life debtor, from the Qinglong sect. Upon hearing the name of the Qinglong sect, Lu's hands froze mid-action, and he turned to scrutinize me with curiosity. I felt a chill run down my spine under his gaze and awkwardly said, Master Lu, please don't look at me like that. If you have something to say, just say it. Your Qinglong sect hasn't he been completely eradicated yet? What do you mean by that? I hadn't expected the young man to be so protective of his sect, don't get me wrong. If we're talking about life debt bearers among the sects, the one I admire most is your Qinglong sect. His words intensified my curiosity about Lu's background. Come, Shen Rufin, let me introduce you. This is Lu Yan, a disciple of the Pure Land sect, an exceptional master. After all this, what about you? It seems we've known each other for quite a while, yet you haven't told me your name. The old Taoist feigned mystery, shushing me and whispering, I am but a wanderer from afar. Once our fates intertwine, I shall reveal my name. All right, Lu, I came here because I need your assistance. Lu's gaze darted between the old Taoist and me, muttering, is this kid facing the 5 elements tribulation? The old Taoist nodded. Indeed, true masters don't reveal their true selves. The old Taoist merely needed to glance to understand. However, what he said next left me uncertain whether it was a blessing or a curse. This kid's skill still requires my help to overcome tribulations? He should just tough it out. If he can withstand it, then so be it. If he can't, then it's only fitting that your Qinglong sect face extinction. Old Lu, you shouldn't say that. This kid is the last hope of the Qinglong sect, and besides, the innate chi of the second master has protected him until he turned 17. Oh? Such importance. Lu seemed to take an interest in me. Well then, since it's for the sake of the second master, I'll help you once. Now tell me, what tribulations have you faced? That stumped me. I couldn't possibly tell him I had faced the tribulations of a car accident and a falling utility pole. Or else I might end up being likened to a utility pole myself. Thankfully, the old Taoist picked up the conversation. If I'm not mistaken, you've likely faced the metal and fire tribulations. That leaves wood, water, and earth. Water tribulation is easy to resolve. For wood and earth, there's only one method. When the time comes, I'll help him through the earth tribulation, and you'll handle the wood tribulation. Additionally, these next few days, teach him some self-defense spells. With his capabilities, he'll learn quickly. What exactly are these tribulations you're talking about, and how do I resolve them? I felt increasingly anxious. The previous car crash and the utility pole collapsing were utterly unexpected. If the upcoming tribulations were similar, I might as well be dead if I kept living in such a state of constant anxiety. Perhaps sensing my worry, the old Taoist tapped the table, reassuring me, don't fret. You are a life debtor. It's not so easy for you to die. Each time a tribulation approaches, you will have a sense of impending doom. What's urgent now is to develop your sense of perception as quickly as possible. You may dine first. I must make a trip to the hospital. I have lost all appetite, and my mother remains in the hospital. Given the current circumstances, I surmise that only by distancing myself from my loved ones can I ensure their safety. After bidding farewell to Lu Daxiao and Lao Dao, I hurriedly made my way to the hospital. Upon my arrival, I found my mother in her ward, engaged in conversation with a nurse. As soon as she saw me, she began to scold. "Where on earth have you been, you little rascal? Look at you, covered in dirt and grime." It was then that I noticed the aftermath of 2 altercations had left my clothes in a disheveled state. My hands likewise coated in dust. "Auntie, this must be Brother Shen, right?" The nurse, who had been chatting with my mother, cheerfully handed me a towel, saying, "Quick, wipe yourself off." The moment I took the towel, a wave of inexplicable dread washed over me, as if an imminent danger was lurking nearby. Fearing the calamity of the 5 elements, I hastily cleaned my face, bid my mother a hurried farewell, and informed her that I would be going out with classmates for a few days before departing. The nurse accompanied me to the stairwell, gently patting my shoulder. "Brother Shin, do come visit Auntie more often. She is all alone in her ward and can get quite lonely, I understand." "Thank you." Yet, that feeling of peril intensified. As the nurse patted me, I sensed a sinister energy emanating from her, transferring through her touch. Without a moment to ponder, I dashed back to the restaurant, where Lao Dao, upon seeing my pale countenance, assisted me to a seat. Lu Daxiao shot me a glance, his expression darkening. "This is bad." "What's so bad?" Lao Dao was pouring me a drink to calm my nerves and ignored Lu Daxiao. Lu Daxiao remained silent, swiftly moving to the stove, where he smeared his hand with soot from the bottom of the pot, then abruptly yanked open my shirt and pinned me to the table. "What are you doing?" Lu Daxiao replied sternly. "You've been cursed." "What? Cursed? How could that be, after such a brief outing?" Lao Dao found it hard to believe. Suddenly, I recalled the nurse. Could it have been her? The moment she approached me, I felt uneasy, and when she patted my back before I left, an aura of malevolence enveloped me. "We must extract the poison first." Lu Daxiao pressed his grimy hand firmly against my back. An overwhelming surge of pure yang energy coursing through me. "Lao Dao, pry his mouth open," Lu Daxiao commanded loudly. Despite the strangeness of the situation, I complied with Lao Dao and opened my mouth. Suddenly, a wave of nausea erupted from my stomach, followed by an intense bout of vomiting. Just as I was heaving, I felt something round and slippery, resembling an icy egg, emerge from my mouth. "Step back." Lu Daxiao withdrew his hand, and Lao Dao swiftly pulled me aside. The egg-shaped object, upon landing on the table, burst like a water balloon, emitting a sizzling sound as it quickly disintegrated into a greasy black liquid. "What on earth is this foul substance?" Seeing the writhing mass of black matter that had originated from my own mouth filled me with revulsion. "Lao Dao, bring me that bowl of chicken blood." Lu Daxiao's right hand transformed into a powerful golden arm, firmly holding down the black substance while his other hand gestured towards a cutting board in the room. Lao Dao hastily retrieved the chicken blood. And Lu Daxiao instructed, "When I let go, you pour this bowl of chicken blood over it." Once they were ready, Lu Daxiao shouted, "Pour." A bowl of chicken blood drenched the black liquid, causing it to rapidly deflate like a punctured balloon, releasing the acrid scent of burnt protein. "All right, my brother, although the Miao curse is formidable, it is not insurmountable. You hold on. I will fetch some medicine to dispel the lingering toxins. Lao Lu, take care of him." After Lao Dao left, Lu Daxiao expressionlessly cleaned the table, but he carefully stored the now deflated curse in a small iron box. "What is this? These sorcerers have been committing their nefarious deeds for far too long. I've longed to deal with them. Just wait and see." While I conversed with Lu Daxiao, Lao Dao returned with a bowl of vividly colorful medicine. Indeed, it was a strikingly vibrant concoction. Upon closer inspection, I nearly fainted. The soup was adorned with red dates, goji berries, scorpions, and the most repulsive of all, a white-haired spider. "Are you sure this is safe for human consumption?" I cowered behind Lu Daxiao, for aside from the red dates and goji berries, the other ingredients were enough to make me regurgitate the very first sip of milk from my mother's breast. "Ah, I will filter it for you. This is a secret remedy for dispelling curses." One I do not divulge to just anyone. I will not drink it. Be obedient and drink up. Shen Rufeng is the most well-behaved. Lao Dao approached with a sinister grin, resembling a scheming femme fatale preparing to poison a hapless victim. I will not drink it. Despite my vehement protests, I was no match for Lu Daxiao's iron grip. Once he had me subdued, Lao Dao swiftly poured the medicine down my throat. The moment the concoction hit my stomach, an indescribable discomfort engulfed me, and moments later, a wave of icy dread surged from my back to my throat. Ugh! Another puddle of dark liquid splattered onto the floor. Lu Daxiao crouched down to examine it closely, his expression resolute. Let us go to the hospital now and confront those sorcerers. The hospital? This is terrible. My mother is still there. Chapter 6. Blood Curse. As a lily I dashed outside, having momentarily forgotten about my mother amidst the vomiting. Since these individuals were aware of my background and had placed a curse on me, they undoubtedly bore hostile intentions, and I could not rule out the possibility of them using my mother as leverage against me. I led Lu Daxiao and Lao Dao to the hospital, where the afternoon crowd was particularly dense. Upon arriving at the orthopedic ward, I pushed open the door to find a nurse preparing to administer medication to my mother. Lao Dao, quick-witted, called out, "Now!" as he deftly shattered the bowl in the nurse's hand with a juju pit. You wretched creature, there's nowhere to run. Lu Daxiao, broad and imposing, blocked the doorway. The nurse, taken aback by our sudden appearance, wore a panicked expression. Shen Rufeng, keep an eye on your mother. Today, Lu Daxiao and I shall deal with these scoundrels who feast on the innocent. Upon finishing his words, Lao Dao began reciting the Five Thunder incantation. While Lu Daxiao lunged forward to seize the nurse, to our surprise, she demonstrated remarkable agility, performing a split and slipping beneath the bed to the other side. Lu Daxiao, despite his immense strength, resembled a clumsy bear, inadvertently knocking over all the pots and pans on the bedside table as he turned. The nurse's initial panic had vanished. She swiftly approached Lao Dao. Lao Dao had only recited half of the incantation, and a faint rumble of thunder echoed above us. If we interrupted it recklessly, it could inflict severe backlash on the caster. However, Lao Dao found himself utterly defenseless. Realizing the peril, he abruptly halted the spell to dodge the nurse's incoming punch. Pooh! Lao Dao spat out a mouthful of blood. This is bad. I've been backfired. Shen Rufeng, we cannot let her escape. I nodded, entrusting my mother to Lao Dao as I pursued the fleeing nurse. The young woman adeptly maneuvered through the crowd, swiftly vanishing from sight. Faced with the throngs of patients in the corridor, an idea struck me. I shouted, whose 100 yuan bill just fell on the ground? Hurry and pick it up. The moment my words fell, everyone bent down to search for the money, except for a nurse with a headscarf, who had nowhere to hide and shot me a furious glare. Well done. Lu Daxiao had just arrived. We pushed through the crowd, cornering the frantic nurse at the stairwell of the emergency exit. You beasts, born killers. Tell us how many of you are here and what you intend to do. Lu Daxiao's aura radiated menace as golden light began to flicker from his arms, inching closer. The young nurse was clearly outmatched. Her face turned pale with fear, trembling uncontrollably if you refused to speak. I shall make you taste your own curse with that. He brandished the iron box containing the unknown black substance. Hearing this, the nurse panicked, her voice rising in desperation. No. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. Master Lu, let her speak, I urged, stepping closer to the nurse and adopting a conciliatory tone. Come now, little sister. It's filthy down there. But unexpectedly, she launched a counterattack, executing a swift kick that sent me sprawling. Fortunately, I had anticipated her move. Just as her hand reached for the curse, I seized it, twisting her wrist and forcing the black substance from the iron box and the poison from her palm into her own mouth. The nurse looked at me in disbelief. Taking a moment to comprehend my actions, I watched as she flailed in panic like an ant on a hot pan, unfazed as I exchanged glances with Lu Daxiao. Lu Daxiao hesitated for a moment before breaking into laughter. Little girl, now that you've been afflicted by your own curse, how about sharing the antidote? What antidote? What curse? I don't understand. Don't understand? I raised an eyebrow. If you don't understand, I'll just wait here and relish the sight of you writhing in agony later. Master Lu, do you have a cigarette? Let us enjoy the show. I deliberately turned my back to fetch a cigarette, and Lu Daxiao, understanding my intent, pulled one out while discreetly watching. Just then, I noticed the nurse stealthily reaching for something at her waist. Without hesitation, Lu Dashao flicked a lit match onto her hand. Aha! Found it. Hand it over. Having located the antidote to the curse, Lu Dashao restrained the nurse as I took the medicine back to the ward. Upon our return, Lao Dao anxiously exclaimed, "Thank goodness you're back. Come quickly. Look at this." My mother lay unconscious on the bed, black liquid continuously oozing from her mouth. "Master Lu, it's your turn." Lu Dashao first pried open the mouth of the young nurse, administering the antidote to her. Only after confirming that there were no adverse effects did he proceed to apply the medication to my mother, demonstrating his seasoned expertise. After a considerable struggle and an unknown volume of vomit was expelled, my mother's breathing finally steadied. It was indeed a close call. I couldn't help but wonder if anyone else felt that something was amiss. As the old Taoist spoke, both Lu Dashao and I sensed an indescribable strangeness in the air. "Why are you trembling?" the old Taoist inquired, observing the young nurse shivering incessantly, a look of confusion etched on his face. The nurse stammered, "They're coming, they're here." "Who is coming?" I asked, puzzled. "Where have all the hospital staff vanished to?" At some point, the once bustling floor was now devoid of any people. "And my master. It's my master. He has arrived." The nurse, trembling uncontrollably, collapsed to the ground. "Why are you so frightened by your master's arrival?" I found it rather odd. With tears glistening in her eyes, the nurse lamented, "It's not just you. If he is displeased, whether it be his disciples or his enemies, they will meet a gruesome fate, neither human nor ghost. I beg you, do not abandon me. I do not wish to be taken back." Her reaction left us bewildered. However, before we could ponder further, a rustling sound erupted from outside the ward. Good heavens, how disgusting. I pushed aside the curtains to peer into the corridor, my scalp prickling and goosebumps rising all over my body. The floor of the corridor was infested with a mass of black bugs, their shiny black exoskeletons reflecting eerie hues in the light. Lifestealers, Pure Landau, and Maoshan techniques. "This time, I shall claim you all." Lu Dashao and I exchanged glances, while the old Taoist responded with his signature sly grin. "Ah, it seems we have the esteemed Master Azalili from Miaojiang's Gu Doctor sect. Long time no see. I wonder how your half-face has been faring. Hee. I must thank you for sparing my life all those years ago. Otherwise, how would I have the opportunity to seek my revenge today? In the name of the god of Wuzoxi, you shall be fortunate enough to become his sacrifices. Your blood and fat will transform into a Wuzoxi's eternal divine power." I scoffed disdainfully. What a madman. "Please, old fool, refrain from uttering such absurd lines." Roar. Just as my words fell, a thunderous roar echoed from outside the ward. "Old Taoist, did your 5-day thunder spell take effect?" Lu Dashao inquired. The old Taoist shook his head in confusion, contemplating for a moment before exclaiming in terror, "This is bad. That old wretch is using lethal force. This is their clan's blood curse. It is the most sinister of all." Chapter 7. The Beginning of Destiny, the Confrontation of Innate Qi and Blood Curse. Blood Curse. I was about to inquire further when a sharp object scraped against the ward door, producing a screeching sound. We instinctively covered our ears, and Lu Dashao shouted, "You old Taoist, haven't you dealt with him before? Go for it." Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's nose nearly crinkled in anger. "You didn't see that the 5-day thunder spell was interrupted by that little girl, causing me to spit blood, and you want me to fight? Forget it. Let us run. We can't escape. We are surrounded." I glanced out the window and felt a chill run down my spine. The entire corridor was now crawling with a multitude of spiders and scorpions, their movements producing a cacophony that echoed throughout the building. Kunjian Xianhou, Tianshi borrow the law. Although the old Taoist verbally refused, he nevertheless invoked the Tianshi law, biting his middle finger and quickly painting talismans on the walls of the ward with a small brush mixed with vermilion and blood. "It's coming." The old Taoist, without time to rest, handed each of us a stack of talismans and presented me with a sachet. "These are the Fire Restraining Order and Insect Avoidance Pill. Channel your inner strength into the talismans. Then throw them. The talismans will unleash thunder and fire. Those bugs are most afraid of it. We will follow closely behind Shun Rufeng and carve a bloody path." Me? Upon hearing that I was to take the lead, I felt momentarily dazed. "Indeed, old Lu has to carry your mother, and I am injured and must watch over this girl. leaving you as our sole main force. Don't worry. You have the insect avoidance pill. This is a superb item for repelling insects, and I'm giving you my only one. Reluctantly, I accepted the old Taoist's insistence. After all, I was the only idle one among us. Thus, I took out a fire restraining order and tried it out. The moment my mental energy transferred to the talisman, it ignited violently, a pure blue flame nearly scorching my fingers. Well done, you're fantastic. Let us move, the old Taoist urged me to lead the way. He pushed the young girl along, while Lu Dashao, robust as ever, hoisted my mother onto his back with everything in place. I cautiously opened the door, only to be met by a swarm of venomous insects surging in. Bang! I immediately hurled a fire restraining order. As the poisonous insects touched the blue flame, they rapidly shrank, followed by a loud explosion. Bang, bang, bang. I tossed several more fire restraining orders, incinerating all the poisonous insects that had breached the room. However, the number of bugs outside the ward was staggering, continuing to crawl slowly toward us. This is untenable. There are too many insects. We don't have enough talismans. I have a plan. The old Taoist grabbed the blankets and bedsheets from the hospital bed and said, "Set this on fire and throw it out. We'll fan it from behind on a blanket." "You want to set the hospital ablaze?" I immediately protested. Once ignited, coupled with a gust of wind, the sparks would scatter uncontrollably, sticking wherever they landed, and this material was exceptionally light, easily drifting far away with the slightest breeze. During the Ming Dynasty, a general stationed in Jinzhou, northeast, used this tactic to decimate Nurhasai's troops. In that era of scarce medical resources, any burn could lead to infection, and the outcome was invariably death. But now we were in a hospital. If we set it ablaze, it would mean an inferno. Stop dawdling. What is more important now, the hospital or our lives? The old Taoist shouted, bracing against the door. The previously silent nurse finally spoke up. The old Taoist is right. My master's blood curse insects are all raised on a mixture of human blood and the venom of 7 insects and 7 flowers. Encountering them means certain death. They cannot be drowned, buried, or burned away. Only this rootless fire can restrain them. Look, this girl wants to survive too. We can trust her in this moment. Resolute, I declared, step aside, gritting my teeth. I decided to confront them. If worst came to worst, I would end up in prison, but at least it would be safer. I carried the blanket to the door and signaled the old Taoist. He opened a crack, and I shoved the blanket outside, quickly tossing a fire restraining order onto it before slamming the door shut. Through the window, I watched as the blanket, propelled by the airflow, disintegrated into a flurry of blue sparks, scattering everywhere. Wherever they landed, the poisonous insects were reduced to charred remains. Ugh, how disgusting. The stench of burnt insects soon filled the room. Rest assured, these insects won't be toxic once burned by rootless fire. Now, let us hurry and leave, the nurse urged. Without time to think, I noticed the floor was littered with the remains of the burnt insects, so I grabbed another blanket and led the way. Just as we made it halfway, a horde of poisonous insects crawled up the stairs ahead. Mimicking my earlier actions, I ignited the blanket with a fire restraining order and tossed it out. We followed closely behind, sprinting along the path cleared by the burning blanket until we reached the stairwell. Why are there no insects here? Upon entering the safe passage, the old Taoist noticed something amiss. This is bad. My master is nearby. The nurse screamed, "Isn't that obvious? Didn't he just converse with me?" It was evident that the old Taoist harbored an intense hatred for the Gu Doctor sect and a deep disdain for the young nurse. No, this scent originates from my master. We Gu Doctors raise venomous insects, and to avoid being harmed by them, we concoct our own unique insect-repelling medicines, taking them regularly. Since each person raises different insects, the formulas vary, and thus the scent of the repellent differs from person to person. This scent, it's unmistakably my master's. Her words resonated with clarity, prompting us to heighten our vigilance as we cautiously descended the safe passage. Glancing back every few steps, I still had a cotton pillow in hand, ready to use it against any blood curse insects we might encounter, prepared to barbecue them again. Gradually, we made our way to the entrance of the inpatient department. I pushed open the door to find the outside eerily silent. The sky had darkened without my noticing. You've displayed some skill. Since you've made it this far, I shall personally extract your blood to offer as a sacrifice to the god Uzaxi. Following the voice, I saw a figure slowly approaching through the deepening shadows. "Master!" the nurse exclaimed suddenly, yet she retreated behind us. "This is Master Azalili, Shun Rufeng. You must be cautious. He is notorious for hunting the life-stealers, specifically targeting your kind," the old Taoist warned, and no sooner had he spoken than the figure named Azalili halted a mere dozen meters away from us. This master donned bizarre attire, adorned with various silver ornaments depicting poisonous snakes and spiders. His robe was black, intricately patterned with red lines. "Xianger, well done in luring them out for your master. You've done well. This time, I want to punish you." "You?" Lu Dashao, the old Taoist, and I all instinctively turned to the young nurse. But she shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes, pleading, "It wasn't me. I genuinely wanted to save you all, and to save myself. Please, don't let my master take me away. I beg you. Trust me." Lu Dashao leaned closer to me and whispered, "We can discuss this later. Right now, our priority is to capture this ambiguous old wretch." As we pondered, Azalili drew a serpentine dagger from his waist and deeply sliced his palm from top to bottom, then clenched his fist tightly, letting the crimson droplets fall to the ground. "Be cautious. He intends to feed the blood curse." The young woman interjected, "Don't speak of the feudal. Just tell us how to deal with him." The old priest had encircled my mother with the binding fire order, temporarily safeguarding her. Growing impatient at the young woman's words, he remarked, "When I first crossed paths with this old rascal, his blood curse was still in its infancy and thus manageable. Now that it has matured, I find myself at a loss. Apart from the heavenly thunder's rootless fire and my master's own talisman for repelling evil and exorcising pests, only the innate vital energy can contend with him." "Are you certain?" The old priest and Lu Dashao stared wide-eyed at the young nurse, then turned back to me. "Absolutely certain. However, very few possess innate vital energy in this day and age. Could it be?" I nodded, and the young nurse, as if finding a glimmer of hope, exclaimed, "That's splendid. If you possess innate vital energy, the blood curse will not dare to approach you. Just be careful." Before she could finish her sentence, a centipede, as thick as an arm, crawled toward us. "Stand back to back and tighten your stance. I'll handle this." I strained to recall the techniques learned at the Guandi Temple, feeling a surge of heat coursing through my body. My skin turning as red as a boiled shrimp, the centipede reached my feet. Having grown up in the Central Plains, I had seen my share of centipedes, as villagers often caught them to sell to herbalists. Yet, this one before me was as thick as my arm, its bristles glinting ominously. As I assumed a defensive stance, the centipede opened its pincers and lunged at my ankle. The pincers appeared to be the size of an infant's hand, oozing a dark, viscous liquid. "Take that." I lightly tapped my toes and retreated. The centipede missed its bite, quickly recovering for a second attack. As I dodged left and right, my stamina began to wane. "Come on. Strike," the old priest urged. "Dodging will only wear you down." With determination, I clenched my teeth, gathering vital energy in my right hand. As the centipede lunged again, I seized the opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to its body. The impact resonated with a clang, sending a jolt of soreness through my right hand, as if I had struck an iron plate. "What is this beast?" I realized too late that my blow had enraged the centipede, which now reared back, preparing to pounce. While I grappled with the centipede, the old priest faced his own challenges, protecting my mother and repelling the swarm of pests with the binding fire order. Lu Dashao had retrieved an iron rod at some point. In that moment of distraction, I was knocked to the ground by the centipede, feeling a sharp pain in my right leg. "Ha! You call this a fight? You deserve to be cut down," Azalili cackled maniacally. The centipede seemed to respond to his madness, raising its pincers, poised to sever my head from my body. At that moment, an extraordinary sensation coursed through my mind. "Through the deepest hell, you shall reach heaven." Was that the voice of Carpenter Zhang? No, it was the voice of Guan Yu. Before I could dwell on it, I noticed that the centipede had not yet bitten down, and my hands, which were gripping its squirming body, had actually created cracks in its iron-hard shell. What an opportunity! I summoned all my strength, my fingers infused with unyielding power, and crushed the shell of the centipede. Greenish-white, viscous substance oozing out like matcha milkshake. "What, you little rascal, seeking death!" Azalili bellowed in rage as he witnessed his carefully nurtured blood curse being harmed. He hurled another clay jar, which shattered to reveal a similarly pitch-black scorpion. Faced with both the blood-cursed centipede and the scorpion, I dared not lose focus. Just then, the young nurse's voice rang out, "From the centipede's belly, sever its pericardium, at the third joint. You ungrateful disciple." Azalili's reaction confirmed the truth of the young nurse's words. Without hesitation, I lunged beneath the centipede, timing my move to stab my fingers into the joint between its second and third segments. The centipede writhed in agony, and I held on tightly, refusing to let go despite being flung about. Finally, seizing the moment while the centipede rested, I thrust my entire hand into its body, feeling something round within. Without a second thought, I squeezed it until it burst. I seemed to hear the centipede's anguished wail as it fell limp, no longer moving. The scorpion, also a blood curse, appeared reluctant to engage in battle. "You ungrateful disciple! Very well. I shall cleanse the door on behalf of a Wazaxi." Azalili snarled as he advanced menacingly towards the young nurse. Lu Dashao brandished the iron rod, shouting, "Step back." He then swiftly rubbed the rod against his now reinforced left arm, igniting it in a purplish-red flame. "The Arhat fire scythe?" the young nurse exclaimed. Lu Dashao then thrust the iron rod forcefully into the ground while chanting a rapid incantation in a language I could not decipher. As the incantation progressed, the purple-red flames of the Arhat fire scythe twisted and danced as if alive, with one tendril relentlessly pursuing Azalili. Stumbling, Azalili's right hand was engulfed by the flames. Those burned by the Arhat fire scythe are destined to be consumed entirely. Lu Dashao appeared to be expending tremendous energy. Sweat beaded on his forehead. "Leave it to me. This time, you old wretch won't escape." I was about to rush forward to seize Azalili when, without a hint of hesitation, he whistled at the scorpion. The scorpion swiftly scurried over, clamping down on his burning right arm, severing it. The scorpion, having touched his flaming limb, was instantly consumed by the Arhat fire scythe. Azalili, embodying treachery and cruelty, was willing to sacrifice his own arm and the blood curse he had nurtured for years to save himself. He was an exceedingly formidable foe. With a loud bang, Azalili detonated a cloud of black smoke beneath his feet, leaving behind a chilling declaration. "You will come to regret this," and vanished. Chapter 8. A new beginning. The old priest had already dispatched all the venomous pests. I approached Lu Dashao, sensing he had suffered significant depletion, likely injuring his foundation. Yet, despite the sweat streaming down his brow and his lips pale, Lu Dashao forced a grim smile, saying, "It's nothing, Shen Rufin. I didn't expect you to hold your own. The second master did not misjudge you." After gathering ourselves, we realized it was nearly dusk, and the once bustling hospital was once again filled with people, having seemingly reappeared from Azalili's illusions. "Quickly, let's tidy up and find a place to recuperate. My home is probably under surveillance. Do any of you have somewhere to stay?" Lu Dashao scratched his head. "My restaurant usually has only me sleeping in the kitchen. There's no extra space." We turned to the old priest, whose response was even more outrageous. He shrugged nonchalantly, adopting a "who's afraid of whom" demeanor, and said, "Don't look at me. I'm just a fortune teller, a monk, you understand. We don't hoard wealth, let alone property." This old fellow was as slippery with his words as ever, blurring the lines between truth and deception. As we exchanged thoughts, the young nurse spoke up, "I have a place. Why don't you all come with me? You're home. Aren't you afraid that old beast, that old man will retaliate against you? Don't forget, you're his ungrateful disciple," the old priest cautioned, his concerns not unfounded. The young nurse shook her head. "It's fine. That place is one I found on the sly, and no one knows about it." After some discussion, we decided to seek refuge at the young nurse's house on the outskirts of the city. This city was not large, consisting of only 2 streets with distinctly modern names, Happiness Road and Worker Road. At the intersection of these roads lay the bus station, a hospital, and a farmer's market, making it the most crowded and complex area in the city. Given the commotion we had stirred in the hospital, the police had already begun to enter in waves. Utilizing the flow of people, we managed to slip out the main entrance and found a van, paying the driver 10 yuan to take us to our destination. The young nurse's home was on the outskirts. Not many people lived there. Her house was on the ground floor and had a small courtyard. After settling my mother, Lu Dashao, exhausted from his energy depletion, had already fallen asleep. The old priest summoned the young nurse and me to the courtyard, saying, Today's events were perilous. That Azalili has been a thorn in my side for many years. Under my master's orders, I descended the mountain to vanquish evil, battling him for 3 days in the jungles of the southwestern gorges. In the end, I used the 5 days thunder curse to destroy half his face and inflict severe injuries. His methods are insidiously ruthless, and today, before I could hear the rest of the old priest's words, my vision began to blur and the world spun around me. Just before I collapsed into unconsciousness, I heard the young nurse's anxious voice. "Oh no! His right leg has been poisoned by my master's blood curse." My eyelids grew heavy, and a searing sensation coursed through my right leg. The king returns to his rightful place. The seas align in allegiance. The king returns to his rightful place. The seas align in allegiance. The chants of jubilation grew louder in my ears. Where was this? I looked down to find myself standing atop a high platform, receiving reverent bows from a throng of ministers below. "My king, please follow me," a white-haired elder suddenly called out to me, following the elder down from the platform into the inner hall. He dismissed the guards and turned to say, "Shin Rufin, why have you come here? You recognize me?" The elder's eyes gleamed with an intense light, as if he could see through everything. He stroked his beard thoughtfully and said, "I am Jiang Shang, a loyal minister to King Wu. Just now, after swearing an oath to vanquish Zhou, I noticed that suddenly, one of your souls had joined the 3 souls and 7 spirits of His Majesty the King. Upon further contemplation, it seems you have arrived here. Jiang Zia, surely, this cannot be a mere dream. Have I perished? Between life and death, there are no boundaries. It appears you too have encountered trouble. Since you are fated to be connected with the king, it is only fitting that I assist you in overcoming this predicament. Come forth, Shen Rufeng, the life borrower." I was taken aback. How did he know I was a life borrower? Do not be alarmed, Shen Rufeng. You currently dwell in the realm between life and death, poisoned beyond cure, with no remedy in sight. Only by transferring your soul can you be saved. Yet, I cannot guarantee success. Are you willing to accept this? After pondering for a moment, I nodded. It seemed there was no better option. Since becoming a life borrower, having met Guan Eryi and Shang Yi, encountering Jiang Zia was hardly surprising. Jiang Zia began to chant an ancient incantation, and I felt as though I were enveloped in the warm embrace of spring sunlight, surrounded by a luminous aura of pearlescent light. Truly, this is real. The king's efforts were not in vain. Tears glistened in Jiang Zia's eyes, as if he were finally fulfilling a long-held wish. "Very well, Shen Rufeng, we shall meet again. Your fate is sealed. It is only a matter of time before we cross paths again. I gift you a book, which you may peruse frequently in the days to come." As his words echoed, I felt as though I were plummeting into an abyss. I jolted awake, startling the nurse, Xiang'er, who was changing my bandages. Upon seeing me awake, she exclaimed with excitement, "You've finally awakened." "Finally?" I replied. "Indeed. You have been in a high fever and unconscious for 7 days. It reached 40 degrees. I feared you might become a vegetable." From Xiang'er, I learned that the poison afflicting my mother had long been neutralized, and Lu Dashao and the old Taoist had informed her of my situation. After discussing it, they decided, to ensure my mother's safety, to send her to a temple that the old Taoist was familiar with. My mother settled nearby to avoid the disturbances from the Miao doctors. "Do you know where they sent my mother?" I asked anxiously. Xiang'er shook her head. "I don't know, and Auntie specifically instructed us not to tell you where she is. She said that only if you, her own son, are unaware of her whereabouts, will she be safest." "What does this mean?" Pressing further, Xiang'er had no additional details. I would have to wait for the old Taoist's return to inquire. That evening, after dinner, while Xiang'er was changing my bandages, she suddenly gasped. "What's wrong?" I lifted my leg to take a look and understood. The wound from the blood curse had healed, leaving behind a strangely shaped scar. "Little brother, you're awake." The old Taoist and Lu Dashao entered, laden with packages. "Where did you send my mother?" I confronted the old Taoist, who was setting down his baggage. "Well, Lu, please make sure to place my belongings carefully. Don T crush my talismans." The old Taoist avoided my gaze, but his evasion only heightened my anxiety. Finally, I could bear it no longer and shouted, "You filthy Taoist! Where did you send my mother? Speak, or I shall kill you." This outburst caused everyone in the bustling room to cease their activities in unison. Though the old Taoist paused, he still refused to turn to face me, desperate to know my mother's whereabouts. A surge of primal energy coursed through me, creating a tempest in the small room. Your energy? No, this isn't just energy. What has happened to your abilities? The old Taoist slowly turned, and I noticed he had discreetly grasped a talisman. Yet, in my urgency to uncover my mother's location, I was inexplicably unable to control the tumultuous power within me. My agitation escalated. I caught sight of Xiang'er, who was overwhelmed and unsure of what to do, and the old Taoist, whose demeanor was calm yet occasionally flickered with a hint of malice, alongside Lu Daxiao, who appeared poised to restrain me. The cramped space was suddenly alive with tension. "Brother, calm yourself," Lu Daxiao said, his rough hand gently resting on my shoulder. This was uncharacteristic of him. I shook my head and took several deep breaths, finally managing to quell my inner turmoil. The old Taoist let out a sigh of relief and resumed his nonchalant demeanor. "Little brother, you frightened me just now. Your burst of energy was something I could not contend with. How did you manage to dispel the poison? That nurse has quite the skill. Enough of that. Let us address the matter at hand. Your mother has entrusted me with a message. She says you have your own life to lead, and she has hers. The path ahead is one you must walk alone." What does that mean? After all these years, she suddenly wants nothing to do with me? I could hardly accept such absurdity, tears welling in my eyes. But the old Taoist's next words forced me to confront the truth. "You have witnessed the methods of those doctors. If your mother remained by your side, do you truly believe they would spare her? Now she is with my master, where she is safe. You have your own affairs to attend to. Do not forget, you are a life borrower. Indeed, I had long been meant to perish, and the old Taoist reminder jolted my memory of my responsibilities as a life borrower, to assist Guan Eryi in expelling demons. All right, brother, do not fret. Your mother has assured me that she will call you every year during the new year, so you can rest easy." After such a commotion, we were all feeling rather hungry, so we decided to head to Lu Daxiao's restaurant for a meal. The establishment had been closed for several days, and many regular customers had left notes inquiring about its reopening. Upon our arrival, several familiar patrons approached. One particularly rotund man, with a voice like a duck's quack, shouted, "Hey, Lu Daxiao, where have you been? Hurry, bring out the usual 3 dishes. Fried tofu, shredded potatoes, and cucumber strips, and don't forget a bottle of wine." Lu Daxiao looked at us with an exasperated shrug, and we nodded in agreement, indicating he should tend to the customers first. Chapter 9. The ominous warning of the black and white impermanence. Xiang'er took out several rice dumplings from her bag and shared them with us. I tasted one. It was sweet and refreshing, with a hint of spiciness. Despite its remote location, the southwestern region boasted picturesque landscapes and abundant fruits, and Xiang'er proceeded to share tales of the local delicacies. Just as the restaurant buzzed with patrons, I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine, reminiscent of the sensation I had when the Miao doctor, Master Azali, appeared. Noticing my unnatural expression, the old Taoist leaned in and asked quietly, "Little brother, is something amiss?" I glanced around the restaurant. Since Lu Daxiao's establishment was quite small, with only 4 or 5 tables occupied by familiar faces chatting animatedly, I saw nothing unusual and shook my head. Just as I was about to continue enjoying my rice dumpling, a community worker, adorned with a red armband, burst into the restaurant, grabbing the rotund man's arm and pulling him outside. "Hey, Su Fatty, you still have the mind to drink? Your old man is unwell. They called from my family's shop, and your wife is currently searching for you." Upon hearing this, the rotund man's face paled instantly. His wine glass shattered on the floor, and he hastily bid farewell to his friends before rushing out to tea. That very moment, I thought I caught a glimpse of a hazy gray mist swirling around his back. Old Taoist, I just saw a vague gray mist around that middle-aged man's back. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist raised an eyebrow and patted my head. "Well done. I didn't expect your misfortunes would lead to you awakening your spiritual sensitivity. Just wait." The old Taoist approached Lu Daxiao, whispering a few words to him. Lu Daxiao appeared contemplative for a moment before retrieving a small cloth pouch and a gourd from beneath the table and handing them to the old Taoist. Just then, a few new customers entered the restaurant, and Lu Daxiao busied himself attending to them. While the old Taoist had already pulled me out of the door, Xiang'er had intended to follow but was left behind to help Lu Daxiao. I trailed behind the old Taoist, utterly bewildered. "Where are you taking me?" With a mysterious smile, the old Taoist replied, "I'm taking you to practice. On the way." The old Taoist recounted what he knew. That short, stout man was named Su Daju, hailing from a lineage of farmers residing in a village near the city. Su had been pampered since childhood, shunning farm work, and often faced his father's wrath for his idleness. However, he remained unrepentant, and in his teenage years, he followed a group of village friends to the city in search of a livelihood. Remarkably, after the reform and opening up, he proved to be quite resourceful. Leasing a barren plot of land to start a courier and logistics business, he quickly monopolized the city's commercial logistics, and soon his wealth swelled. As the saying goes, a man becomes corrupt with wealth. A woman becomes wealthy with corruption. When Su's father fell ill, he initially wished to take him to Beijing for treatment, but his wife, concerned about expenses, adamantly refused to allow him to spend money on his father's care, leading to a prolonged delay. Although Su was somewhat filial, his wife was notoriously domineering, and being the submissive type, he dared not cross her. After hearing the old Taoist's account, I couldn't help but wonder, given such a situation, why doesn't he just divorce her? The old Taoist chuckled. The story is quite amusing. You see, his wife is the daughter of a local ruffian. I don't know what flowery words he used to win her over. But his initial capital for business came from her father. If he divorced her, he would be kicked out of his own business, so how could he leave? As we spoke, we arrived at the entrance of a small community in the city. The old Taoist took out a compass, surveyed the surroundings, and shook his head repeatedly. "What's wrong? Are you having toothache?" The old Taoist gazed intently at me and said earnestly, "This community's orientation is such that it faces south while being situated to the north. I just recited an oracle, and the signs indicate great misfortune for you, us?" I inquired, to which the old Taoist nodded. The hexagram Zhen represents thunder. Despite its outward appearance of prosperity, there lurks an undercurrent of turmoil. Being overly self-assured is of no benefit, and there are signs of upheaval and fear. Growing impatient, my voice involuntarily rose. "Speak plainly." In plain terms, he continued, "Zidizu appears to have been doing well in business lately. Yet, ominously, disaster is brewing. Do you understand? But what does this have to do with me? Because this hexagram connects two entities, one being you and the other Zidizu. Presently, Zidizu resides just downstairs. Will you go or not?" The old Taoist urged, putting away his compass. Fine. Let's go." As we took a couple of steps, a sudden chill breeze swept past me from behind. I involuntarily shivered, only to discover two figures, one black and one white, standing at the entrance of Zidizu's home. Are those the black and white impermanents? I realized they were not just two ordinary individuals, but rather two specters I had encountered at the Guandi Temple. Upon hearing my voice, they slowly turned to face me and glided forward. Indeed, they floated without touching the ground, approaching me directly. My hair stood on end, cold sweat trickling down as I stared at them, ready to flee at any moment. However, their subsequent actions perplexed me. They both bent slightly and bowed to me. "We, the collectors of souls, have been commanded by the revered Guanxing Emperor to retrieve the 5 souls of Xushi. We were unaware that the esteemed collector of souls was present. Please forgive our impudence." I was momentarily stunned, unable to respond, while the black and white impermanents awaited my reply. Finally, they straightened up and said, "Since the collector of souls is displeased, we shall take our leave." In the blink of an eye, they vanished. Hey, what's wrong with you? Why are you standing there in a daze?" The old Taoist's voice approached. Snapping me back to reality, trembling, I recounted the extraordinary events that had just transpired. After a moment of contemplation, the old Taoist said, "Typically, tasks involving the collection of souls are carried out by the likes of Bullhead and Horseface. When did the black and white impermanents take it upon themselves to come personally? Could it be that Xushi is a collector of souls?" With the situation unclear, the old Taoist himself was uncertain. I had a nagging feeling that the affairs of the Zus were somehow intertwined with my fate, and my encounter with them was no mere coincidence. "Let us go take a look." I boldly led the old Taoist to Zidizu's doorstep. Upon arrival, I sensed an eerie fluctuation of energy. Though the old Taoist was not a collector of souls, his profound cultivation allowed him to perceive this strange power as well. "This family indeed harbors a collector of souls," he gasped. "Brother, perhaps we should leave," the old Taoist suggested, clearly shaken for the first time since I had known him. Yet, he did not care for his own reputation at that moment. To be frank, as you have just entered the realm of collectors of souls, there are many rules you do not yet comprehend. Collectors of souls have been numerous throughout history, forming various sections. Do you recall my previous warning? Each sect generally does not interfere with one another. Even internal matters are resolved internally, and it is highly taboo for outsiders to meddle. If you provoke someone under their wing today, tomorrow you may face divine retribution. Taoist, do not forget that your divination indicated that today's events connect us both. Enough talk. Either you wait here or I shall enter alone. With that, I knocked on the door of Zadizu's home. After a considerable wait, the portly Zadizu, with his swollen eyes, opened the door. Strangely, the interior was eerily silent. "Who are you looking for?" he asked, scanning me and the old Taoist with a weary expression. With his vast experience, the old Taoist stepped forward with a pained expression and fabricated a tale. "To be honest, I am an old friend of the esteemed Mr. Shusher. Hearing of his grave illness, I specially traveled from Wufang Mountain to bring him some talismans for peace and safety. May I inquire who you are?" Upon hearing talismans, tears immediately streamed down Zadizu's chubby face. "And my father is not well." "What?" The old Taoist feigned shock and immediately pulled me inside to pay a visit. Zadizu, believing us to be old friends, did not obstruct our entry. Inside, we found his wife leisurely eating fruit in the outer room. After exchanging glances, we proceeded to the inner room. "Stop. Who are these two? Why are you letting anyone into the house?" The woman's voice revealed her unfriendly disposition. The old Taoist replied, "I am an old friend of Mr. Shusher, here to deliver talismans for his health." I thought this would suffice for entry, but the woman shot him a disdainful glance and snorted, "The old man is inside, barely hanging on. What good are your talismans now?" "Oh? Then why not take him to the hospital? There may still be hope for the elderly gentleman." To my words, the woman sprang towards me, the stench of cheap perfume overwhelming my senses, her bulging eyes and gaping mouth, akin to a grotesque caricature. "Spat out to the hospital? Are you paying for it? This is my family's affair. What do you have to do with it? Zadizu, get these two out of here, or if anyone dies here, it will bring me misfortune." I discerned her veiled threats and felt a cold sneer rise within me. It seemed time to teach such scum a lesson. I concentrated my energy in my chest and with a powerful shove, sent the woman reeling back into her chair. This startled both Zadizu and his wife. The old Taoist, seizing the moment, stepped forward to support me. "My brother here is a master from Wufang Mountain. Do not be fooled by his youth. He possesses remarkable skills. If you provoke him, your future days will be fraught with difficulty." My energy inherently suppressed malice. The wicked woman, whose intentions were foul, found herself immobilized by my power. Upon hearing the old Taoist's words, Zadizu promptly led us into a small room, explaining, "My father used to live in our hometown. He suddenly fell ill tonight, and a few villagers brought him to the city, hoping to get him admitted to a hospital. Yet, my wife stubbornly refused to take him, and with both sides at an impasse, we could only temporarily keep him here." At that moment, the elderly Shusher, lying on the bed, slowly opened his eyes and pointed a finger at us. "Father, what is it you wish to say?" I asked. Shusher shook his head and pointed at me. "Are you referring to me, Elder?" I inquired, glancing around and then back at him. He nodded slowly, saying to Zadizu, "You all leave. I have something to discuss privately with this young master." Chapter 10. Seizing Souls for Life? I looked at the elder, then turned to the old Taoist, signaling for him to exit first. Once we were alone in the room, Shusher suddenly grasped my hand tightly, exerting all his strength to say, "Young master, there's no need for pretense. You are a collector of souls, and it was you who shielded me from the black and white impermanence. Thank you." "Elder, are you also a collector of souls?" Shusher nodded laboriously, still gripping my hand tightly. Though his grip grew increasingly firm, as collectors of souls, we have borrowed life without the ability to repay. We are fated to a life of decay and misfortune, serving the deities for a lifetime, seeking only a better fate in the next life. You are still young and have become a collector of souls. In due time, you too will be taken away. Young man, you are quite foolish." Shusher seemed deeply troubled by the notion of being a collector of souls, becoming more agitated with each word, his grip tightening further. "Elder, please lie down. I will find a way to get you to the hospital." "No need. It is fate that has led me to meet you today." The heavens have not forsaken me. Young man, as a collector of souls, we borrow without repayment. Tell me, if the day comes when you must lend your life, would you? Shusher's question mirrored the very answers I had been seeking, yet my mind grew increasingly chaotic, and I felt my strength waning. No. Only then did I realize that this small room had been ensnared in a formation that was gradually siphoning my essence. Its power was so subtle that I had not noticed it earlier. In that moment, clarity struck me. I had walked into a trap, and Shusher had deliberately lured me here to ensnare me within this formation. But what was his true intention? The unfolding events provided the answer. Shusher rose from his bed, stretched languidly, and smiled at me, saying, "There are not many collectors of souls left. Had it not been for the commotion you caused at the city hospital, I would not have realized that collectors of souls still walk among us. Since you too share the fate of decay and misfortune, why not show some kindness and lend your life to me? I will use your life to sustain my own, and in return, you will have done a good deed, ensuring a better reincarnation in your next life." I could hardly believe how treacherous Shusher was. His malevolence unfathomable. I wanted to cry for help, but the formation's power was too strong, and my strength dwindled rapidly, leaving me able to emit only faint sounds. Rest assured, young friend, you may never have the chance to witness this soul-devouring formation again. It is a mystical spell from the southwest, designed to gradually drain your vitality, blood, and consciousness. Everything that is you, leaving you with no escape, so I advise you to surrender and lend your life willingly. Thus, you can avoid the agony of being drained, while I, during the festivals, will even share a portion of the paper money burnt in your honor. With great difficulty, I opened my mouth to call for the old Taoist, but no sound would escape my lips as the incantation of the formation unfolded. My body gradually succumbed to paralysis, while Su Sherwu appeared increasingly spirited, his white hair slowly darkening. Just as I prepared to succumb to my fate, I suddenly noticed that a corner of the high cabinet beside me was missing, precariously propped up by a small wooden wedge. Summoning every ounce of strength, I painstakingly pried the wedge out. Occasionally glancing back at Su Sherwu, he was deeply engrossed in his task, utterly oblivious to my subtle movements. I successfully extracted the wedge bit by bit. Only a fragment remained stubbornly lodged in place. Gritting my teeth and steeling my resolve, I wedged my fingernail into the crack and exerted a forceful tug, causing half of my nail to break off and blood to flow freely. While the wedge finally slipped away, the cabinet began to teeter dangerously, and I instinctively curled up, shielding my head with my arms. With a resounding crash, half of the cabinet fell upon me, the other half crashing to the ground with a deafening roar. The noise startled Su Sherwu, prompting him to halt his incantation and rise to investigate, only to collide with the elderly Taoist who had rushed in, frightened by the commotion. Upon seeing me pinned beneath the cabinet, the Taoist comprehended the situation in an instant. Swiftly, he conjured a talisman from his sleeve, hurling it at Su Sherwu, the lightning from the spell striking him and sending him reeling, with deft fingers. The Taoist formed a series of gestures, his hands emanating a silvery glow, and proceeded to scatter a stack of talismans around the room. These talismans hovered in midair at various corners, suspended without any apparent support. After dispersing the talismans, the Taoist struck the ground forcefully, bellowing, "Break!" Instantly, the talismans erupted in a burst of indigo lightning, filling the room with a pungent, acrid smell. "You old wretch, daring to employ the soul-eating formation. Today, I shall rid the world of you, a scourge that endangers the living." It turned out that the Taoist had recognized the soul-eating formation the moment he entered. Su Sherwu, in a fit of rage, resorted to his most formidable skills. With a swift motion, he released a crimson arrow that whistled through the air towards the Taoist's face. Despite the Taoist's agility, the cramped space hindered him, and he barely managed to evade it, sustaining a gash on his right cheek. The arrow struck the wall with a loud bang, exploding into a burst of red sparks like a firework before vanishing. "Are you a shimming person from the Divine Arrow sect?" The Taoist's words left me incredulous as well. In my first encounter with Lu Dashao, the Taoist had mentioned that Lu Dashao's father was also a shimming person, implying a fraternal bond within their sect. "Father, what has happened to you?" Before Su Dezhu could finish his sentence, Su Sherwu pointed at him, and several indentations abruptly appeared on his throat. The Taoist lunged to save him, but it was too late. I sensed a wisp of blue-gray spirit flying towards Su Shiwu. When I glanced back at Su Daju, his eyes were vacant, devoid of life. As he slumped to the ground, he was dead. Killed by his own father, I gazed in disbelief at the unfolding tragedy, rendered speechless. The Taoist quickly pulled me, still recovering, and fled from Su Daju's home. Just as we paused to catch our breath, I felt another gray spirit dissipate into nothingness. This was dire. Su Shiwu had gone mad, murdering his son and daughter-in-law. I informed the Taoist, who was already emerging slowly from within as he walked. He spoke in a voice that fluctuated between masculine and feminine. I have toiled for so long, hiding and evading. Why can't any of you understand me? I merely wish to live a little longer. I asked that's so wrong. The Taoist stepped in front of me. Sneering, it is commonly said that the Divine Arrow sect was annihilated overnight. Yet here you are, a cowardly traitor surviving in this world. You have shamelessly sold your soul to the Gu physicians of southwest Miaojiang, practicing dark sorcery in a futile attempt to defy fate. How laughable, to murder your own son and daughter-in-law. Truly, you are less than a beast. Silence. Upon hearing the Taoist's words, Su Shiwu erupted with a tremendous surge of malevolent energy, conjuring a tempest of wind and dust, accompanied by the faint wails of restless spirits. This was troublesome. Both Su Daju and his wife were wronged souls who had died prematurely, their resentment palpable. Su Shiwu, having extracted their life force through dark sorcery, was now amplifying his malevolence, making him even more formidable. The soul-eating nails of the Divine Arrow sect were notoriously ruthless. I might not be able to contend with them. The soul-eating nails, this is your calamity. The Taoist's words chilled me to the bone. Was this to be my trial in the 5 elements today? Before I could ponder further, Su Shiwu, having consumed the souls of his own son and daughter-in-law, approached us, exuding a palpable aura of darkness. The soul-eating nails belong to the earth element. They represent your earthly tribulation. Brother, it seems today I must unleash a killing spree. I saw the Taoist retrieve a small cloth bag given by Lu Dashao, containing a neatly folded Taoist robe. He donned the robe and took out a gourd, sitting cross-legged while muttering incantations. Ancestral master above, disciple below. Today I encounter this vile creature, who defies the heavenly order and disrupts human relations. I beseech the ancestral master to bestow your divine power to eradicate evil and uphold the righteous path. The robe radiated a brilliant light. After a brief moment of rest, I managed to regain some mobility and approached the Taoist. Inquiring, old Taoist, you aren't planning to kill him, are you? Have you consulted the ancestral master regarding the legality of such an act? The Taoist shot me a glare, pointing at Su Shiwu. He has committed murder, taking the lives of his own son and absorbing souls. He has already disrupted the moral fabric and heavenly order. At this moment, clad in the soul garment, do you know what a soul garment is? It is a robe composed of the resentful spirits he has tormented, a most insidious dark air. Though you understand? Hearing this, I was drenched in cold sweat, without affording us further opportunity for idle chatter. Su Shiwu had already leapt before us, his right hand beckoning, sending the soul garment crashing into us, propelling both me and the Taoist 3 meters away. The soul garment, filled with vengeful spirits, emanated a profound malevolence, slamming into us like a steel wall. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its power. Golden gourd, rise. The Taoist hurled the gourd into the air, where it spun several times, its mouth directed at Su Shiwu. Beginning to rotate slowly, the soul garment on Su Shiwu was gradually drawn into the gourd, and a flicker of panic crossed his ashen face. Suddenly, a soul-eating nail shot toward the gourd, knocking it to the ground, barely sparing the soul garment. Watch out! The Taoist, preoccupied with the gourd, failed to notice another soul-eating nail arcing towards his forehead. In a moment of desperation, I summoned my remaining innate energy and lunged in front of the Taoist, stopping the nail just before it could pierce my chest. Su Shiwu's eyes lit up with malevolent delight. Oh, I didn't expect you to be from the Qinglong sect. Excellent. This innate energy of yours is wasted on you. It would be better served under my command. As he spoke, he summoned 3 more soul-eating nails, aiming them at my forehead and both eyes. The nail at my chest continued to struggle, forcing me to muster more innate energy. In that instant, I inadvertently tapped into a vast reservoir of energy from my Dantian. With no time to contemplate, I enveloped myself in innate energy, just as the three nails lunged toward me. In that moment, I caught sight of the Taoist, still pretending to manipulate the gourd, who discreetly winked at me, revealing a small vial hidden in his sleeve. Having fought alongside the Taoist several times, a tacit understanding had developed between us. I maintained my confrontation with Su Shiwu, generating whirlwinds with my innate energy to stir up clouds of dust. By time for the Taoist, I deliberately provoked Su Shiwu. Since you have become a shimming person, how can you bear to witness your entire clan meet such a fate, cowering like a turtle? Because of you, the Divine Arrow sect was annihilated. If I were your founding deity, I would never let you off the hook, naive. You shimming people, always bowing before the founding deity, exorcising demons and upholding the righteous path. Have you ever considered who the true demon is? Whose path are you really protecting? I am not as hypocritical as you. I simply wish to live. As long as I can live, I am a deity. I do not care who I ally with. What does it matter if I am a shimming person? What does it matter if I am with the Gu physicians of Miaojiang? As long as I can attain immortality, to hell with exorcising demons and upholding the righteous path. Prepare to die. The Taoist, having circled behind Su Shiwu, suddenly struck, shattering the vial onto the soul garment. The soul garment emitted a chorus of anguished wails as the tormented spirits within struggled to escape its confines. Su Shiwu, now kneeling on the ground, writhed in agony, his back scorched and raw, revealing fresh, bloody flesh. You old wretch, how dare you call yourself a shimming person? Today, I shall act on behalf of heaven to execute you. How do you like the taste of black dog blood and chicken blood? Prepare for the final blow. Have you heard of the 5 celestial thunder incantation? Wait, I interjected, halting the Taoist who was about to invoke the thunder. I approached Su Shiwu, who was on the brink of death. How do you know? His spirit was faltering, and the 2 leaders from the office, whom he claimed seldom appeared, had arrived. Upon hearing this, the Taoist quickly covered his mouth. The leaders, black and white impermanents, have come? I nodded. The pair stood beside Su Shiwu, and although the Taoist could not see them, Su Shiwu and I, as shimming persons, could perceive them clearly. Su Shiwu collapsed on the ground. Contorted in agony, reached out to me, his voice hoarse with desperation. Little brother, save me. I beg you. Don't let them take me away. After signaling to black and white impermanents to step back a few paces, I squatted beside Su Shiwu and asked, what truly transpired within the Divine Arrow sect all those years ago? How have you managed to remain hidden for so long? Su Shiwu shook his head, still pleading with me, gazing at the soul-pledged man of the Divine Arrow sect, who was prostrate at my feet. I slowly retreated 2 steps and addressed the 2 emissaries of the underworld. Esteemed sirs, according to the customs of the soul-pledged, how shall this man be dealt with? The Black Wuchang produced a peepa lock, piercing Su Shiwu's peepa bone, ensnaring his soul without uttering a word. The White Wuchang, with a courteous bow, remarked, young Master Shun, my brother is not one for words. This man, being a soul-pledged of the Divine Arrow sect, has committed a grave transgression against the heavens and is deserving of the punishment of having his soul fried in oil. Upon hearing this, Su Shiwu, in fear, disregarded his wounds and attempted to flee. The Black Wuchang yanked on the peepa lock, drawing Su Shiwu's spirit out and binding it to the lock, as his life force departed. Su Shiwu's body crumpled to the ground like a heap of mud. The old Taoist stepped forward, sighed, and said, alas, I find myself at a loss for words regarding today's events. Brother, what shall we do now? I stood in a daze, suddenly asking the old Taoist, do you think Su Shiwu was wrong in what he said? What do you mean? Who wishes to be born as a soul-pledged? A life marked by 3 declines and 7 defeats is already tragic enough. He merely yearned for a longer existence, did he not? The old Taoist took out a purple gold gourd and struck me lightly on the head, declaring with righteous fervor, his fault lies not in his desires, but in his actions. A gentleman judges by deeds, not by intentions. For a man such as he, regardless of his reasons or motives, only his actions are scrutinized. He has taken lives and deserves his fate, do you understand? The old Taoist's words rang true. Fearing my wavering resolve, he hastily led me back to the tavern. Chapter 11. A body missing. a younger brother gained Lu Daxiao's fly-infested tavern was nearing closing time. With only a couple of old patrons lingering by the long table outside, nursing their drinks, upon our disheveled return, Lu Daxiao quickly offered us 2 cups of liquor. I waved my hand. Having never tasted alcohol, I had no intention of indulging in it. However, Lu Daxiao insisted I drink a cup, saying, "You've encountered that thing, haven't you? Drink this to ward off evil." Faced with Lu Daxiao's rare enthusiasm, I pinched my nose and gulped it down. The warm liquor coursed through my stomach, igniting a surge of courage that dispelled the lingering malaise. "You're back. How did you get so dusty?" Xiang'er emerged from the kitchen, having just finished clearing the dishes. Noticing the dirt on me and the old Taoist, she handed us 2 cloths to wipe ourselves. Lu Daxiao leaned in and whispered to the old Taoist, "Did you face tribulations?" "Indeed," came the reply. "How was it?" The old Taoist placed the purple gold gourd on the table, downed another cup of liquor in one go, and furiously said, "I nearly found myself at the gates of the underworld again today. I never expected that Su Daju's father." Glancing around to ensure no one was listening, the old Taoist lowered his voice, "that Su Daju's father is also a soul-pledged man, and he has connections with the Gu masters of Miaojiang. Old Lu, I must tell you something. Do not be alarmed. Look at this purple gold gourd." Lu Daxiao picked up the gourd and inspected it, unable to discern its significance. He then gently bit his tongue, letting a drop of blood spatter onto the gourd while reciting the revealing incantation. Moments later, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible, impossible. How could there still be a soul-snatching nail? Old Taoist, what on earth is going on?" Under the influence of the revealing incantation, an indistinct shadow of a soul-snatching nail appeared on the gourd's surface. The old Taoist shook his head vigorously. "Don't ask me. I'm not a soul-pledged Shun Rufeng. You explain." The ball was kicked to me, and I had no choice but to recount the entire affair regarding Su Daju's family to Lu Daxiao. Lu Daxiao cautiously inquired, "Is this soul-snatching nail truly used by Su Shiwu?" I nodded, originally intending to let the old Taoist continue, but he had already slipped away to chat with Xiang'er and Master Lu. "I heard the old Taoist mention that your father was also from the Divine Arrow sect. He said that the sect was annihilated back then. What happened?" Although these were old wounds for Lu Daxiao, the revelation of a traitor from the Divine Arrow sect was crucial. Lu Daxiao lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag until it was reduced to ash. "Not just my father, my grandfather, even my ancestors were all soul-pledged, and they all served under the Divine Arrow sect. It can be said that our family is among the few that have passed down the legacy of the soul-pledged. This soul-snatching nail, much like your Qinglong sect's innate vigor, is a unique skill of the Divine Arrow sect. It gathers soul power at the fingertips and fires it like a bullet, capable of severely injuring any spiritual entity." Soul power? Spiritual entity? Hearing these terms for the first time, I felt utterly bewildered. "Oh, with all the recent events, I haven't had the chance to explain the soul pledge to you. Soul power is essentially the fundamental form of strength for soul-pledged individuals. You can think of it as the internal power described in martial arts novels. Different sects express this power in various forms. For example, in your Qinglong sect, this power transforms into innate vigor, which is incredibly domineering. The Divine Arrow sect, however, meticulously regulates this power, manifesting it in forms such as the soul-snatching nail and other concealed weapons. As for other sects, like the Wulong sect, they excel in extending soul power along the surfaces of objects to probe their internal structures, thus having extensive research in feng shui probing, so it's grave robbing." The old Taoist mumbled with a chicken leg stuffed in his mouth. "And what of spiritual entities?" Lu Daxiao finished his cigarette and replied, "Any being with a spirit is referred to as a spiritual entity. All life forms in this world, including treasures refined into spirits, such as this purple gold gourd. Well, it's been a long day. Let's get some rest. Tomorrow, we shall visit the entrance of that neighborhood to assess the situation." Upon returning to Xiang'er's home, the old Taoist, having eaten his fill, patted his backside and reclined in the rocking chair in the courtyard. Quickly dozing off, Lu Daxiao, burdened with worries, opted to stay at the tavern. I glanced at the old Taoist and sat alone in the living room, lost in thought. At that moment, Xiang'er sat down across from me. Ever since the incident at the city hospital, where we became allies against her master, Azali, I had yet to converse with her. Seeing me lost in contemplation, Xiang'er smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Has it all become too overwhelming lately? Would you like me to prepare a calming sachet for you to help you relax? No, I fear it may be poisonous. Only after the words left my mouth did I realize my blunder. Please don't misunderstand. That's not what I meant. Xiang'er looked at the cup in her hands with disappointment, murmuring, though I have followed my master since childhood, he deemed me too dull-witted to teach me anything beyond the simplest of sorcery. As I grew older, he continually sent me to infiltrate difficult opponents, using my beauty as a guise to execute his schemes. Then how did you learn to concoct these calming remedies? To mask my embarrassment, I deliberately changed the subject. I learned these skills from an herbalist in the garrison, and I picked them up quickly. She said I was gifted, and following my master was a waste. Despite her age, she is the only one aside from my master capable of dispelling all his poisons. I asked, that so? That's impressive. Where is she now? I asked, my curiosity piqued. After the incident at the city hospital, if I could join forces with this herbalist against Azali, it would surely make things easier. But then Xiang'er's words chilled my heart. Aunt Buyun passed away last year. My master ordered her execution. Xiang'er explained that her master, the old sorcerer Azali, had always been wary of Aunt Buyun, who could counter his blood curses. His paranoia led him to monitor her closely, and ultimately, he decided to eliminate this potential threat, destroying all of Aunt Buyun's manuscripts and records in the process. All right, get some rest. Here, take this sachet. It will help calm your mind. Xiang'er tossed me a sachet and returned to her bedroom without looking back. Before closing the door, she muttered, if you're afraid of poisoning, just toss it in the trash. I kept that sachet on my waist until my 23rd birthday. The next morning, I was jolted awake by a series of loud knocks. Initially, I intended to pull the covers over my head and continue sleeping, but the incessant noise prevented me from doing so, forcing me to rise and open the door, as the old saying goes. Better to go 3 years without a mother than to leave bed before dawn. Upon opening the door, Lu Dashao rushed in, setting 2 insulated containers on the table before tossing a stack of newspapers my way. Where's the old Taoist? Lu Dashao panted heavily. I shook my head and pointed toward the courtyard. Upon entering, he heard a couple of loud thuds. Shortly after, Lu Dashao returned, dragging the old Taoist to the dining table. With this commotion, Xiang'er emerged, still rubbing the sleep from her eyes. With everyone present, Lu Dashao opened the insulated containers, and the aroma of hot soybean milk and meat buns invigorated me. Come, eat first, and while you eat, I'll share some news. All right, speak quickly. Don't delay our meal. I gestured for him to hurry up. Lu Dashao glanced at the old Taoist before continuing. Last night, I tossed and turned, unable to sleep, so I decided to check out the area near Su Deju's house. You won't believe what I found. This Lu Dashao, usually so straightforward, seemed unusually hesitant today. I took a sip of the soybean milk, my mouth stuffed with bun, and pointed at him. Lu Dashao feigned mystery. I arrived at Su Deju's neighborhood at 3 in the morning. Su Shiwu's body was in the courtyard, nothing out of the ordinary. But this morning, I saw the police had cordoned off the area. Upon inquiring, I discovered there were only 2 bodies at the scene. Su Shiwu and his son Su Dezu. As for his daughter-in-law's body, it was missing. Missing? At this revelation, I nearly choked. After a laborious effort of drinking water and patting my back, I finally regained my composure and widened my eyes in astonishment at Lu Dashao. Master Lu, you must be mistaken, right? That night, his daughter-in-law and son were clearly both ensnared by him. How could they possibly be alive? Xiang'er, being a young girl, spoke with a slight tremor in her voice. Master Lu, do you mean to say it's haunted? Nonsense. Who would dare to haunt us here? As for me, you need not mention my case. Just consider this brother Shen. What ghost would dare to provoke him? He is a person whom even the 7th and 8th lords would regard with deference. The old Taoist, carefree and unconcerned, was preoccupied with his meal. The 7th and 8th lords, Xiang'er, having grown up in the southwest, was unfamiliar with the folk tales of the Central Plains. I explained to Xiang'er. The 7th lord refers to the white impermanence, Xiebian, while the 8th lord pertains to the black impermanence, Fan Wujiao. Now, let us return to the matter at hand. What are your thoughts on this? The old Taoist, having gulped down 2 large bowls of soybean milk and devoured 4 meat buns, let out a couple of satisfied burps, stretched lazily, and said, You are all overthinking this. When a person dies, their soul departs. Without a soul, death is inevitable. I see only one possibility. Lu Dashao's inquiry lacks authenticity. It's a fabrication. Upon hearing the old Taoist's words, Lu Daxiao's eyes bulged in defiance as he retorted, "Impossible. Do you know whom I was asking about? Whom were you inquiring about? Were you asking the chief of public security? The officer in charge of vigilance, Xiao Chong from the police, is an old patron of mine. I asked him. He said that preliminary scene assessments suggest that both the father and son died of cardiac arrest. The daughter-in-law is missing. No one has seen her alive or dead." Lu Daxiao spoke earnestly, leaving the rest of us uncertain about how to respond. The old Taoist pulled out a handful of tea leaves, brewed himself a cup, savored the aged tea's flavor, and mused. "This is quite strange. Brother Shun, you witnessed Su Shiwu's daughter-in-law being soul-snatched last night, did you not?" Now, I was uncertain about this as well. Replying, "I suppose so. After all, there was no one else around at the time, I think." We engaged in a back-and-forth conversation, when suddenly the old Taoist slapped his forehead. "Oh dear, how could I be so foolish? Worrying here is of no use. Someone else must be more anxious than us. Shouldn't we seek that person? What are you talking about?" "Who?" Lu Daxiao and Xianger were both confused. I began to understand and inquired, "Are you referring to Su Daju's father-in-law?" "Precisely," Lu Daxiao exclaimed, realization dawning on him. "If we are anxious, he must be even more so. Moreover, even if Brother Shen truly made a mistake, if that woman is alive, she will surely contact her father." "But how do we find her father?" The old Taoist sipped his tea with a self-satisfied smile, remaining silent. "Oh, you have an idea?" I observed the old Taoist's demeanor and understood about 70% of his intention. The old Taoist nodded. In crucial moments, one must rely on this humble priest. Su Daju's father-in-law, as I mentioned before, is the head of the local underworld. Su Daju struck it rich by marrying his daughter. Otherwise, with his meager capital, could he possibly run such a large courier company? I know this, but we are not affiliated with the underworld. How do we approach him? Are we to go to the police to seek him out? That would be utter madness. The old Taoist slapped my head. Why have you wasted so many years of study with such a simple mind? I thought you were clever. Let me tell you. Those in the underworld, once they acquire a bit of wealth and commit unspeakable acts, seek psychological solace. Hence, they place great importance on feng shui and divination. And then, I still did not comprehend. Xianger chuckled. "Oh, how can you not understand? The old Taoist is essentially a fortune-teller," I scoffed. "Oh, I thought you were suggesting something significant. IT1T work. Those people hire renowned individuals with genuine skills, feng shui masters. How could they possibly seek out a street-side fortune-teller?" Xianger's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "I've got it. As long as we can make the old Taoist present a reputable image, they won't have trouble finding him. Thus, we conspired together and devised a plan to enhance the old Taoist's image. To maximize the effect, we decided to return to the location where the old Taoist previously set up his stall, preferably creating a spectacle right on the street to ensure rapid dissemination of information. On that day, the old Taoist resumed his stall in the area where conflicts with the local ruffians had occurred, while Xianger and I kept watch nearby. Lu Daxiao continued to cook, generating funds for our activities. In the morning, everything proceeded as usual, but by the afternoon, the same group of ruffians who had previously collected protection fees returned. I felt a surge of joy and exchanged a knowing glance with Xianger, who nodded in agreement and pretended to pass by the old Taoist's stall. The ruffians, seeing the old Taoist again setting up shop, were expressions of anticipation. The lead ruffian wasted no time and overturned the stall. "You old codger! You dare to show your face again? This time, I've brought my brothers. Even your companions won't help you now. Today, you either kneel and bow 3 times, compensating us with $1,000 for medical expenses, or I'll make a couple of holes in you before tossing you into the ditch at the east end of the city for a wonton soup. Choose." With that, he brandished a gleaming 3-edged blade, and I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my palm. At this distance, should they truly turn violent, I would be unable to rescue the old Taoist in time. Xianger, too, appeared unnerved as she passed by the lead ruffian, simultaneously releasing her insect into the ground. The insect, under Xianger's control, crawled into the lead ruffian's clothing. Next, Xianger signaled an OK gesture to the old Taoist, who then relaxed his brow and spoke calmly. "Last time, my brother was careless and offended you all. However, this humble priest needs to eat as well. I am merely trying to make a living here. $1,000 for medical expenses is simply unfeasible. How about this? I'll offer you a divination in exchange for the medical fee. Upon hearing this, the lead ruffian was furious. Damn it, you got lucky last time. This time, you think you can pull the same trick? I'll show you how wrong you are. Hold on, the old Taoist interjected with an unperturbed demeanor. Listen to me first, boss. In this divination, I will also provide you with a solution. If my remedy proves ineffective, you may do as you please. With so many brothers around, you need not fear my escape. What do you say? The lead ruffian, being somewhat naive, replied, Fine, if you can predict correctly and provide a remedy. I want to collect your protection fee, and I'll ensure your stall is safeguarded. I'll help you attract endless business. It's a deal. The old Taoist, seeing that this ruffian named Qian had taken the bait, exchanged a knowing glance with Xianger. Xianger crushed a small pill, ground it into powder in her hand, and blew it towards Qian. Boss, this humble priest has cast a divination. The hexagram indicates water and fire are not in harmony. The text states, fire atop water unachieved. A gentleman must carefully discern and dwell in propriety. This pertains to you, indicating a lack of harmony between your heart and kidneys, leading to insomnia and a deficiency in both energy and blood. In less than 2 minutes, you will feel an unbearable itch, followed by spitting blood. If not resolved in time, your life will be in peril. Upon hearing this, Qian and his subordinates burst into laughter. You old codger! You requite the charlatan? Let us see how you make me spit blood in 2 minutes. This morning, I just finished sparring with my brothers at the gym. I'm eager to see how you'll succeed. The old Taoist smiled and shook his head. It's not me who will make you spit blood. It is the divination itself. Believe it or not, that is entirely up to you. As the seconds ticked by, the 2-minute countdown concluded. Qian stretched his arms, laughing triumphantly. Old Taoist? Oh, I feel fantastic. Just a bit of muscle soreness. It seems you 1T survived today. I'll personally send you to see your parents. With that, he grasped the 3-edged blade from the table, preparing to strike. I sensed impending danger and anxiously questioned Xianger. Are you sure about this? It's not working. Xianger, drenched in sweat, replied urgently. It shouldn't be like this. This is basic sorcery. It should work. This is it. I must save the old Taoist, or he will truly be harmed. Shenrufin. Look, Xianger grasped my arm, and we both beheld as Qian suddenly discarded the 3-edged blade. Scratching his back incessantly, his face contorted in agony. Help me! I'm dying of itchiness. Qian cried out, collapsing to the ground, pleading with the old Taoist. The old Taoist picked up the 3-edged blade and handed it back to Qian. Taunting. Boss Qian, weren't you supposed to stab me a few times and give me some blood holes? No rush. I am waiting. Qian, overwhelmed by an insatiable itch, rolled on the ground, chanting, I was wrong. I am sorry, Taoist, I was wrong. Please save me. I promise I won't dare again. His subordinates, compelled by Qian authority, joined in his pleas. The crowd of onlookers grew larger, and the old Taoist, seeing the situation had turned in his favor, stood up and addressed the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, I just divined that this esteemed boss Qian is afflicted today. I placed a wager. If I can avert his disaster, he will cease his wrongdoing here, and all of you will be spared from his protection fees. I say that right, boss Qian? As Qian struggled with the curse, his body itching uncontrollably, his face turning a deep shade of purple, he could only nod in agreement at the old Taoist's demands, surrounded by cheers from the crowd. Thus, the old Taoist pretended to perform a ritual dance around Qian, secretly scattering the antidote powder that Xianger had prepared beforehand. To mask the scent of the herbs, the old Taoist had mixed in some ash from the stove. Having calculated the timing, the old Taoist returned to his seat to gather his energy. Before long, Qian rose from the ground, feeling his body and exclaiming joyfully, Wow, it really doesn't itch anymore. I feel invigorated. This is incredible, Taoist. I should dig out my eyes and throw them on the ground as light bulbs. Please show mercy. Do not hold my past transgressions against me. A wise man can overlook the faults of others, so let us not dwell on this. The young man has awakened to reality rather swiftly. Yet the words of Qian that followed left us utterly unprepared. Chapter 12. The Mysterious Young Taoist. Qian hastily dispatched his subordinates to the billiard hall for leisure and flirtation, while he remained behind to murmur something to the old Taoist. Before Xianger and I could ponder over this, the old Taoist summoned us over. Brother Qian, You know my associate, right? Qian glanced at me and immediately adopted a respectful demeanor. Of course, of course. Anyone who can be called a brother by the master must be quite an extraordinary individual. Here, please have a cigarette. Seeing Brother Qian offering a cigarette, I was about to decline when the old Taoist let out a heavy cough. Prompting me to accept the cigarette, I mimicked the mannerisms of my uncle from the countryside, sniffing the cigarette back and forth near my nose before tucking it behind my ear. This series of actions provoked laughter from both the old Taoist and Xiang. While Brother Qian stood there in an awkward silence, clearly flustered. Observing his discomfort, the old Taoist quickly intervened. Brother Qian, you have witnessed my comrade's prowess. I handle the scholarly matters, while he takes care of the martial aspects. I shall take on your concerns. Upon hearing this, Qian was overjoyed and promptly instructed his underlings to fetch a car for us. Seizing the moment, I hurriedly inquired of the old Taoist what was happening. He chuckled quietly, covering his mouth. This is what one calls to trample iron shoes in vain, only to find the desired without effort. That fellow's boss is most likely Su Dezu's father-in-law, Xiang gasped. Could it be that coincidental? I quickly shushed her, fearing she might rattle the serpent in its lair. Approximately 5 minutes later, a vehicle arrived. Qian personally drove for about half an hour, bringing us to the entrance of a large farmhouse in the countryside. Once we disembarked, we were truly taken aback. This was a sight to behold. The entire estate appeared to span over 5 acres, boasting a fountain at the entrance, with a circular driveway capable of accommodating 3 vehicles side by side. Far grander than the Citizen Square in the old city. Gentlemen, please come inside. Our boss is waiting for you. Qian beckoned as he led the way, however. Just as we passed the fountain, I sensed something was amiss. Raising my gaze to the sky above the estate, I noticed a faint aura of black mist enveloping the premises. Old Taoist, look up, I pointed to the heavens. The old Taoist squinted for a while before reproaching me. Are you seeing some birds? The black mist, can't you see it? I insisted, pulling the old Taoist to observe closely. He suddenly grasped my meaning. You must understand. Just because you can see it doesn't mean I can. Those figures you see, can I perceive them too? If you say there's black mist, then I comprehend. The feng shui is poured. We ought to leave. Thank you, my brother. This place is grand indeed, yet it's akin to sailing a boat on dry land. A waste of such a feng shui treasure. Just as we were about to enter, a child's voice suddenly rang out from outside. Curiosity piqued, I turned to see a young Taoist, around 1.60 meters tall, clad in a white robe, holding a compass in his left hand and gesticulating animatedly with a book in his right. Little brother, refrain from speaking out of turn and hurry home, I kindly advised. Only to be met with his retort, you're the little brother. I'm 20 this year. Who knows who is older? Besides, is this your house? What I say here is none of your business. Oh, a small stature but a considerable temper. I approached him, peering down with a smirk. I wonder if all of you Taoists have been raised on gunpowder. Each one seems to have quite the personality. My advice to you is for your own good. Do not be ungrateful. Noticing the escalating tension between us, Qian approached, scrutinizing us before asking, are you also a feng shui practitioner? The young Taoist lifted his chin proudly. Indeed, I am Zhuge Qingfeng of Qingqing Mountain. I remember you. You, the little one, come along with me. The young Taoist made a face at me as he darted ahead. That child must only be 13? Xiang whispered in my ear. Oh, you can discern that? I queried. Xiang pouted. Do not underestimate others. Remember, I am capable of being a nurse. Just one glance, and it's evident his frame hasn't fully developed yet. Gentlemen, please come inside. Qian led us to a 2-story building in the heart of the farmhouse. Upon entering, we found a slender old man with a slicked-back hairstyle and a thick gold chain around his neck. Preparing tea, gentlemen. This is our General Zhu. Feel free to converse while I wait outside, Qian announced before departing. Unsure of how to proceed, the 3 of us stood awkwardly as Zhuge Qingfeng unceremoniously sat directly across from General Zhu. Grabbing a snack and devouring it. Hey, don't Taoists eat properly? Every time you see food, you resemble a starving ghost reborn, much like this Zhuge Qingfeng. At that moment, General Zhu spoke. Please, take a seat, all 3 of you. Enjoy the tea. Despite being the leader of a local ruffian like Qian, General Zhu appeared quite amiable, yet the heavy gold chain around his neck and the tattoos faintly visible on his arms suggested he was no stranger to violence in his youth. Nevertheless, one could not help but wonder about the legitimacy of his extensive empire. I have been informed by Qianair that you seek the services of a feng shui master. May I inquire as to the nature of your request? The old Taoist, having witnessed various circumstances, was the first to speak. General Zhu took a sip of tea, remaining silent while casting a knowing glance at the three of us and the still-devouring Zhuge Qingfeng. With his gaze finally resting on me, little brother, I have heard from Qianair that you possess remarkable skills and practice a rather unconventional style of martial arts. Is that true? Upon hearing this, I perceived General Zhu's tone to be laced with sarcasm, seemingly still harboring resentment over my earlier encounter with his subordinate. My mother had taught me that, much like haggling, one must not yield or apologize in such moments, for that would signify defeat. Therefore, I resolved to counter his remarks. I took a sip of tea, shook my head, and remarked, "The tea is exquisite, yet the cup appears to be a mere trinket from a street vendor." "What did you say?" General Zhu's expression darkened. An undercurrent of tension rippled through the room as the old Taoist and Xiang'er gazed at me, astonished that I, typically indecisive, was boldly confronting a local boss. However, General Zhu, being the leader, quickly donned a smile. "It seems my little brother has an eye for quality, but pray tell, what makes you deem my cup a mere trinket?" Internally pleased, I realized that if he were to angrily dismiss us, it would lead to complications. Yet, his inquiry was fortuitously timed. I discreetly concentrated my innate vital energy at my fingertips. Following my recent encounter in Su Sherwu's neighborhood, I had grown increasingly adept at harnessing this energy. With my fingers pressed against the cup's surface, I slowly allowed the energy to permeate the entire vessel until every intricate pattern was suffused with my force. I gently set the cup down and addressed General Zhu. If it were not a trinket, how could it shatter into dust? No sooner had I spoken than the cup disintegrated into fine powder, scattering across the tea table with a splash of tea. General Zhu was evidently taken aback, his hand holding the cup frozen in place for quite some time. The young Taoist, Zhuge Qingfeng, though still engrossed in his snacks, had surreptitiously observed my display. Surprisingly, instead of being frightened, he seemed even more intrigued by me. After a considerable pause, General Zhu nodded and personally replaced my cup, filling it to 7/10 full. "Little brother, it appears you are indeed an extraordinary individual. My apologies. This young master is with you, I presume?" We three shook our heads and turned to look at Zhuge Qingfeng together. He raised his head, wiped his mouth with his white robe, and stated, "As for me, I merely passed by and noticed an aura of ghostly energy emanating from here. Thus I came to resolve it. Young master, what proof do you have of such claims?" General Zhu regarded the young lad, barely in his teens, with a dismissive glance. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded. "That's simple. Your estate is perfectly square, embodying the essence of stability and balance, which I presume you have meticulously crafted. However, constructing a fountain in front of this stable estate may seem beneficial. Yet it expels wealth instead of attracting it. Is that wise?" General Zhu pondered for a moment, as if recalling a decline in his business since the fountain was built. "Have you been experiencing financial difficulties lately?" The words left General Zhu speechless. Zhuge Qingfeng continued, "Moreover, surrounding your estate are the tributaries of Guoyu River and Hongqi Ditch, which would typically allow a sturdy vessel to sail smoothly, ensuring a prosperous fortune. Yet, in recent years, national water conservancy projects have diverted these tributaries. Without water, your grand vessel is merely adrift on dry land. Adrift on dry land, like a soulless entity or a rootless tree. General Zhu, I reckon your household has not been at peace lately." After this revelation, Zhuge Qingfeng resumed his eating and drinking, leaving General Zhu's face a canvas of fluctuating hues. After a lengthy silence, he finally spoke. "It seems you all possess considerable talents. Thus, I shall be frank. My daughter has gone missing." "Your daughter?" I exchanged glances with the old Taoist and Xiang'er, each of us comprehending the gravity of the situation. "Indeed, last night, my father-in-law and son-in-law succumbed to sudden illness, and the police notified me today that my daughter is missing. I dispatched individuals to search all the possible locations this morning, yet found no leads. Therefore, I wish to enlist your expertise to locate my daughter. I shall reward you handsomely. No need to search," Zhuge Qingfeng interjected abruptly. "Your daughter has already passed away." "What? Deceased? How do you know?" General Zhu gasped in shock. "By divination. While I was eating, I quietly cast a hex for you. The hex reveals earth wind rising with the transformation to earth mountain humility. As the search for the missing person commenced, fear gripped me, for I felt that there were obstacles preventing a return. In due time, however, I would be reunited. I inquired, under what circumstances one could be deceased yet still return after a while. The first 7 days. Everyone present, including myself, echoed this sentiment. Indeed, I am convinced that your daughter will surely return within these 7 days. The old priest leaned in closer and whispered in my ear. The dark aura you witnessed outside the gate, could it be the presence of spirits? I nodded in affirmation. The old priest clicked his tongue in dismay. Brother. This Zhuge Qingfeng is no ordinary individual. He conceals his prowess and employs the 6 lines divination to unravel this matter with utmost clarity. Moreover, in the realm of geomancy and feng shui, he surpasses both of us by a significant margin. He is not to be trifled with. Perhaps what? I felt a twinge of anxiety. Perhaps this lad is specifically targeting you. A chill ran down my spine. What do you mean? Is it not evident? He could foresee the demise of his daughter. Do you think it would be difficult for him to discern how she perished? As for any connection to you, it would not be too hard to deduce. All right, everyone, I have made my decision. Whoever first aids me in locating my daughter shall receive 50,000 yuan. I wish to see her alive or her remains. Zhu, the benefactor, immediately declared a bounty of 50,000. And upon hearing this, the old priest's eyes gleamed with greed. Had I not hastily pulled him away, he might have exploded with excitement, revealing what transpired that night. Unbeknownst to us, as I, the old priest, and Xiang'er exited Zhu's 2-story villa, a pair of piercing eyes had locked onto us from behind. When Qian saw us emerge, he hurriedly approached with eager flattery. How did it go? Gentlemen? A profitable venture, I presume? The old priest nodded fervently, his mind racing with thoughts of how to spend the windfall that seemed imminent. Upon seeing Qian eager demeanor, he was even more animated. Do not worry, Qian. The old priest is not one to neglect his brethren. Rest assured, should this endeavor bear fruit, you shall receive your due. As he spoke, he gestured a sign of one. Qian face lit up with glee as he saw us off. Upon returning to Lu Daxiao's restaurant, twilight had already descended. After a few bites of food, Xiang'er and the old priest decided to head back. I, preoccupied with my thoughts, concocted an excuse to step outside for a stroll. As I paused, I found myself before the restaurant owned by my mother, now bearing a different name. It seemed she had sold it. Perhaps this was for the best. It would spare me any lingering attachments. Suddenly, a voice startled me from behind. I turned around sharply, gathering my energy in my palm, only to discover it was none other than Zhuge Qingfeng, the young Taoist I had encountered at Zhu's farm. Are you following me? I inquired. Zhuge Qingfeng chuckled. Is this road yours? I can walk wherever I please. If I happen to walk behind you, does that mean I am stalking you? If I stand before you, can I not suspect you might want to harm me? How absurd. This little firecracker was brimming with energy, but I had no intention of engaging in idle chatter, so I withdrew my energy and prepared to leave. After taking a couple of steps, Zhuge Qingfeng caught up and said, I have no place to stay. Can I stay with you? Who do you think you are, that I would let you stay with me? Are you expecting me to provide for all your needs? I intended to mock him, but to my surprise, he genuinely pondered my words, then earnestly replied, that could work, but I want to freeload off you. Once I obtain that 50,000 yuan, I shall settle my debt. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young lad, with his rudimentary skills in 6 lines divination, believed he could secure such a sum? I had witnessed the caliber of those like Su Shiwu. I was certain I would claim that money. With a stern expression, I suppressed my laughter and said to the young Taoist, Young one, I truly have no time to entertain you. If you are in need of a meal, I can shelter you for tonight. However, I must advise you. Some matters are beyond your control. It is genuinely for your own good. Ha ha ha, Shen Rufeng, I was thoroughly disappointed in you, but your recent words have slightly improved my impression of you. Yet I shall impart one piece of wisdom. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. Farewell, and thank you for the 10 yuan. With that, the young Taoist turned and left, waving a 10 yuan note in the air. His reflexes were indeed remarkable, but what did he mean by good and evil will eventually be repaid? I sensed there was more to his words than met the eye. Chapter 13. The opening of the Ghost Gate, a marriage of the dead. Pondering this conundrum, I decided to return to my lodging. Halfway there, I encountered the old priest and Lu Dashao, who had come to ensure my safety, fearing I might encounter further danger on our way back. I recounted my encounter with the young Taoist to them. The old priest appeared indifferent, his mind consumed by thoughts of the 50,000 yuan reward. Lu Dashao, however, frowned deeply upon hearing my tale. The 6 lines divination is an ancient variant of the 64 hexagrams of the Zhou dynasty. Though it also relies on hexagrams for divination, it is far more obscure and complex than Ziwei Do Shu, Qimin Dunjia, Meihua Yi Shu, or Xin Kong Fei Xing. Correspondingly, it retains the complete essence of the Zhou's 64 hexagrams, making it nearly infallible. Be why your reasoning. Why do those who practice divination still study Qimin Dunjia, or the 8 trigrams of the I Ching? They ought to focus solely on this 6 lines divination. Upon hearing this, Lu Dashao shook his head. The 6 lines divination is not only esoteric but also perilous, as it is easy to become consumed by it. Moreover, its inner workings can only be intuitively grasped, not verbally conveyed. Thus, since the Western Zhou era, it has remained a closely guarded secret. As far as I know, during the late Eastern Han period, it was passed down to Zhuge Liang of the Wulong sect. And thereafter, the only notable practitioner was Liu Bowen during the early Ming dynasty. Since then, 6 lines divination has not re-emerged in the world. But today, that young Taoist claimed to hail from Qingcheng Mountain. Qingcheng Mountain, located in the distant Shu region, I have little knowledge of it. However, it is evident that this young Taoist is far from simple. We must remain vigilant. Let us return for now. After 6 uneventful days had passed. On the morning of the 7th day, Qian Er arrived punctually as promised, driving to the location where the old priest had set up his stall. Lu Dashao, due to impending ancestral rites, opted out of joining us. During those 6 days, the old priest had prepared dog blood vermilion, yellow talismans, and an aged Bagua mirror, as well as an array of fire-controlling talismans. With such firepower, one might think he was preparing to raise the underworld. Just as Xiang'er, the old priest, and I were about to board the vehicle, the door was abruptly yanked open. As expected, Zhuge Qingfeng stood there, brandishing a peachwood sword nearly as tall as he was and dragging a large bundle. Blocking our entry. Hey, you little rascal, you've caused enough trouble last time. Why are you back again? Go away. Qian Er attempted to shoo him off, but Zhuge Qingfeng stubbornly refused to budge, throwing a tantrum that drew the attention of a gathering crowd. The old priest, unable to resist, said, Qian Er, let him come along. If he lacks genuine abilities, it won't be our fault if he meets his demise. Thus, the spacious 4-seater car became cramped with the addition of a child. His peachwood sword, and a hefty bundle, I must say. This child had invested quite a bit. The peachwood sword was intriguing. If I am not mistaken, it was crafted from lightning-struck peachwood. Wasn't it? The old priest, indeed, had an eye for quality and kept his gaze fixed on the sword throughout the journey. Upon arriving at the farm, it was already afternoon. After enjoying some light refreshments and brief discussions, we began our preparations. Zhu, the benefactor, was exceedingly anxious, yet also fearful of the task ahead. He approached the old priest and asked, Master, will my daughter truly return? The old priest patted his shoulder reassuringly. Do not worry. As for the young Taoist, he tossed his bundle into a corner and squatted beside it, absent-mindedly drawing in the dirt with a twig. Seeing this, Xiang'er felt a pang of compassion and approached him. Little one, listen to your sister. It will get chaotic here soon. I know you possess great abilities, but adult matters are often unreasonable. It would be best for you to stay close to me so I can protect you. I expected the young Taoist to protest, but to my surprise, he obediently took Xiang'er's hand and smiled. All right, I will protect you too, sister. Witnessing this scene, the old priest and I exchanged helpless glances and continued our preparations. As the clock struck 10 that night, the old priest instructed Zhu to extinguish the lights. Zhu, holding a walkie-talkie, gave the command, and instantly, all light sources in the farm, save for the fireflies, were extinguished, suddenly enveloped in darkness. A sense of unease settled over everyone present. Just as Zhu was about to speak, Master, oh, not speak. The old priest interrupted sharply. Time to commence the ritual. Upon hearing this, I quickly lit the eternal lamp on the altar before him. The old priest donned a deep indigo robe, and in the flickering light of the eternal lamp, he appeared even more enigmatic. The white emperor enters the firefly. The azure dragon turns its head. A rare encounter of rebirth. The heavenly lies in the palace. Though it is a great omen of misfortune, humanity prevails. The soul arrives, and peace shall be attained, as he recited the incantation to summon the soul. He paced rhythmically. As time passed, the once still eternal lamp began to flicker restlessly. It is coming. Shun Rufeng, assume your false identity. I swiftly drenched the straw effigy inscribed with Zhu's daughter's birth date in dog blood. Infusing it with my innate energy, in the pitch-black night, my preternatural energy radiated a golden halo. Such formidable magic. Zhu, an ordinary man, had never witnessed such a display and was left in awe. Meanwhile, Zhuge Qingfeng observed with squinted eyes, murmuring, "This is quite intriguing." Then he looked up and declared, "It has arrived." Both the old priest and I sensed an impending presence, as a wisp of grayish-white spirit floated languidly, entwining itself like mist around the straw effigy. Strange, why does she not return to her place? Upon witnessing this, the old Taoist picked up a soul requiem talisman, intending to forcibly bind the spirit to the false body. However, Zhuge Qingfeng abruptly freed himself from Xiang'er's grasp, rushing forward to exclaim, "No!" Yet, it was too late. As soon as the old Taoist laid down the talisman, the spirit of General Zhu's daughter vanished in an instant, as if frightened, leaving only a faint echo of a woman's scream in the air. How peculiar! This is impossible. The old Taoist was momentarily at a loss as to where he had erred. An idea struck me, and I turned to inquire of Zhuge Qingfeng. He, however, became rather smug. "I told you your Taoist skills are too shallow. If your skills are so profound, then enlighten us, for I suspect you know nothing at all." The old Taoist intentionally used provocation. The young Taoist fell for this bait, pouting as he retorted, "Who do you look down upon? What you summoned just now was not the woman's spirit at all. It was merely her consciousness." "Consciousness? What do you mean?" I questioned. "That was evidently her spirit, not mere consciousness." The old Taoist was exceedingly confident in his Maoshan techniques. Yet he had indeed never encountered such a sight. Zhuge Qingfeng, not wishing to argue further, approached the corner where he had been crouching, drew forth a thunderstruck peachwood sword, and placed it before him, his expression shifting as he began to recite incantations. "Hey, old Taoist, what is he doing?" The incantations Zhuge Qingfeng chanted seemed to echo from an ancient era, sounding nothing like modern Chinese. Upon hearing my query, the old Taoist shook his head. "This lad exudes an aura of malevolence. Look at how he dances about. It hardly resembles proper Taoist techniques. Heaven and earth inverted, yin and yang in reverse. The path to the heavens, merchants cannot traverse. Bridge the gap." Suddenly, Zhuge Qingfeng hurled a stack of green talismans into the sky. To everyone's astonishment, these talismans shimmered with a jade-green light, forming a semicircular shape. As I grasped the situation, I heard him declare, "I only seek Zhu's daughter. Those who evade shall not blame me for my ruthless sword. Pave the way." As the thunderstruck peachwood sword pointed towards the bridge formed by the green talismans, a chilling wind began to howl ominously. "Open the gate." The final words of Zhuge Qingfeng transformed the furious wind into a cacophony of ghostly wails. The ghost gate. The old Taoist expression fluctuated under the eerie green glow of the talisman bridge. Xiang'er trembled as she asked the old Taoist what it meant. He furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the sky, and replied, "What he is performing is a long-lost spell known as Bridge to the Ghost Gate. I have only heard my ancestors speak of it. This spell reverses yin and yang, erects a bridge before the Ghost Gate, opens it, and summons the desired spirit. This is no mere spell. It verges on celestial sorcery. If he can open the Ghost Gate, does that not mean he can traverse the three realms of yin and yang at will, freely roaming the halls of Yama?" I mused, surprised to discover this seemingly reticent lad possessed such prowess. At that moment, Zhu, the general, uttered words that reeked of the underworld, prompting me to regard him with newfound respect. A common person, having never encountered the supernatural, would have been terrified by the earlier spectacle. Yet, now, faced with the looming Ghost Gate, he maintained a remarkable composure, a feat few could muster without the burden of past transgressions weighing upon them. "Brother, this spell carries immense risk. Should the gate open and the practitioner's Taoist skills prove insufficient, it may lead to the escape of malevolent spirits. This lad, unaware of the dangers, may soon bring about calamity. Thus, you must urgently summon the emissaries of life and death to avert disaster." "All right, I shall give it a try." In the meantime, Zhuge Qingfeng stood before the ghost gate, holding the peachwood sword like a stone statue, his eyes gleaming with a golden light as he scanned the interior. I had already settled into a meditative posture. Emptying my mind, and in a short while, I found myself back in front of the Guandi Temple. However, to my astonishment, the temple doors were tightly locked. I banged on the door forcefully, but received no response. Seventh Master, Eighth Master, where are you? I urgently seek your assistance. Driven to desperation, I felt as though I were intruding on a neighbor's home, and I couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. As expected, the Guandi Temple remained silent. Returning to the farmhouse, I opened my eyes and shook my head at the old Taoist. No one is home. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's nostrils flared in anger, and he cursed vehemently. Damn it! What time is it, and those two are absent from work? You tell the second master that I will dock their pay starting tomorrow, just as we were conversing. Zhuge Qingfeng let out a loud shout. A false human. Before the others could react, Zhuge Qingfeng turned and commanded, Bring me the false human. I hastily tossed the straw effigy at his feet. He sheathed the peachwood sword, retrieved a talisman with his left hand, and shouted into the air. Go! A gray spirit descended upon the effigy. It worked. Zhuge Qingfeng sighed in relief, setting down the peachwood sword. His complexion pale as he collapsed onto the ground. Xiang'er rushed over to touch his forehead, but he weakly waved his hand. You may ask your questions. Her spirit is trapped by someone. And this is merely a fragment of her 3 souls and 7 spirits. It cannot remain long. If you have inquiries, ask swiftly. I need to rest for a moment. With that, he fell into Xiang'er's embrace. Snoring softly, Xiang'er glanced awkwardly at me and the old Taoist, who clicked his tongue. Little lecher. He then turned and placed the effigy on the altar, busying himself. Do you remember who you are? The old Taoist inquired. Zhu Li Wan. The effigy articulated these 3 syllables, as if each word required considerable contemplation. Upon hearing this, General Zhu immediately broke into tears, collapsing onto the table, crying out, Huan, tell father what happened. I would sacrifice my life to avenge you. Clouds press upon the peaks. Newlywed.redveil.save. After uttering these 4 words, the effigy ceased to move. The spirit of Zhu Liwan vanished without a trace, leaving General Zhu to continue lamenting before the effigy. Concerned he might exhaust himself from crying, the old Taoist assisted him to a nearby seat. Once General Zhu was settled, the old Taoist approached Zhuge Qingfeng. Well done. Little one, you possess some skill. However, employing such despicable dark arts, do you not fear the night of 100 ghosts? What if the underworld drags you down to the 18th layer of hell? Teske, old Taoist, how can you speak in such a manner? Xiang'er retorted, displeased, as she whisked the old Taoist away and carried Zhuge Qingfeng back to the house for rest. After watching the two depart, I turned to the old Taoist and asked, What do you think those 3 words meant? The old Taoist chuckled, signaling me to remain silent. He then approached General Zhu, ingratiatingly saying, General Zhu? Do not sleep just yet, awaken for a moment. You see, we have resolved today's matter for you, and as for the payment, General Zhu, leaning weakly against the chair, regained some composure and produced a bank card, saying, Here is 50,000. It is for you and that young master, no password. All right then. The old Taoist accepted the bank card, and with a gust of wind at his feet, he prepared to make a hasty exit with me in tow. However, General Zhu's words nearly caused the old Taoist to collapse. Whoever helps me rescue my daughter, I shall give him an additional 100,000. Brother, lend me a hand. My legs are weak. Look at your pitiful state. While the old Taoist could barely manage to maintain his composure, his avarice was unmistakably evident, making it difficult to commend him. With my support, the old Taoist limped to General Zhu's side. Regaining some strength, General Zhu addressed us both. You two, along with that young master, possess great abilities. Please assist me in rescuing my daughter. Your daughter is already deceased. There is no way for us to bring her back to life. I thought to myself, recognizing that General Zhu was indeed a pitiful man, a white-haired parent mourning a black-haired child, now lost in grief and confusion. Yet, the old Taoist nudged me and said, I told you. Your experience in the underworld is too shallow. Just now, Zhu Liwan, General Zhu's daughter, revealed that she was caught in a ghost marriage. Ghost marriage? I recalled stories from my childhood in Shinshu about ghost marriages, but I had never imagined such occurrences still took place. Look at that expression of yours, as if you've never witnessed the world before. Ghost marriage has existed since ancient times. While it is indeed illegal, it cannot be wholly eradicated. In some ignorant regions, people still believe in such practices. The old Taoist-esque reflections indeed bore the semblance of a Taoist-esque compassion for the world. Chapter 14. Another life-debt individual. According to the tales of the older generations, ghost marriages were typically arranged for affluent families, where young males who had died prematurely, yet unmarried, were left alone, their spirits restless. In such cases, their families would invest considerable sums to match their birth dates with those of deceased unmarried women, purchasing their bodies to conduct a ghost marriage ceremony. Following the ghost marriage, the two would be buried together, thereby ensuring mutual support in the afterlife. However, this practice demanded high standards. First, the birth dates of both parties must align. Second, the woman must have died recently and retained her beauty. Third, and most challenging, the consent of the woman's family must be obtained. To meet these criteria, a family must possess substantial wealth or influence. Historically, only noble families had the means to undertake such arrangements. The old Taoist nodded in agreement, but his subsequent remarks left me astounded. Brother, the stories you heard as a child were merely fairy tales meant to frighten children. By the mid to late Ming dynasty, some began to disregard propriety, roaming the streets to steal and sell female corpses, engaging in the ghost marriage trade. We refer to such individuals as matchmakers. However, during that era, due to the lack of advanced preservation techniques, the business was limited to small-scale operations between a few villages. As time progressed, especially during the late Qing and early Republican periods, with frequent warfare leading to a surplus of corpses and advancements in preservation techniques, the ghost marriage business flourished across the nation. Eventually, they even resorted to targeting the living, kidnapping individuals, engaging in human trafficking, killing them, and then arranging ghost marriages. It is truly unexpected that such brazen matchmakers still exist today. Mr. Zhu, upon hearing our exchange, was suddenly struck by a thought. Esteemed masters, your words have reminded me of something. The term that you mentioned is more elegantly referred to as in our region. Typically, it is the domain of human traffickers who moonlight in this grim trade. In my past life on the streets, I encountered such individuals, and they even attempted to recruit me. Though I may have emerged from a rough background, I possess my own moral compass. Women and children are off limits. Abduction, trafficking, and drug dealing are all unacceptable. Those who engage in such acts risk severe consequences, including mutilation and drowning. Upon hearing this, I felt an inexplicable disdain rise within me. Are there truly things you would refrain from doing? My friend, how can you speak so casually? The elder quickly cautioned me. I recognized my misstep, yet Mr. Zhu waved his hand, offering a wry smile. Young master, your youth betrays your understanding of the intricacies involved. While it is true that some unscrupulous individuals exploit the chaos of war under the guise of patriotism, the vast majority are not motivated by any sense of justice. If they truly possessed such principles, they would not have sullied their hands in the shadows. The reason we refrain from these deeds is simple. Engaging in brawls or even robberies might lead to a mere 3 to 5 years of imprisonment. And in some cases, one might not even serve time if they are fortunate. However, kidnapping and trafficking are akin to drug dealing. Capture results in execution, and one must bear the cost. It is simply not worth the risk. We seek fortune, not demise. As Mr. Zhu spoke, I felt compelled to add, in these times, those who can swiftly seize corpses for ghost marriages are clearly habitual offenders. If you possess any leads, please share them with us. Mr. Zhu nodded, summoned Qian-Er, and after a brief conversation, Qian-Er departed. Moments later, he returned with a business card, which on its black reverse detailed his business scope: funeral supplies, burial services, ice coffins, and freezers. The front bore the name of the company, Luoqing City Afterlife Services Company, Ltd. General Manager, Wang Defa. Holding this card, Qian-Er drove myself, the elder, Xiang-Er, and the sleeping Zhuge Qingfeng to the market. Along the way, Qian-Er complained, "Masters, it's rather late, and you seem unable to find a ride. Allow me to drive you home. Otherwise, I would feel remiss. If Mr. Zhu were to hear of this, he would surely chastise me for my inefficiency." In response to the enthusiastic Qian-Er, the elder in the passenger seat said, "Enough, brother. No need for formality. By the way, tomorrow, you should wait for me at the usual spot." Qianair replied, Master, if you have any requests, simply inform me, and I shall take care of them. There's no need for you to make the trip yourself. To which I thought, I must retrieve the funds promised to you. It was agreed that you would receive 10,000 for your efforts. If I do not deliver it in person, how can I demonstrate my sincerity? 10,000? Qianair nearly burst into laughter. No, Master. It was agreed upon that it would be 1/10, 5,000. Surely, you do not misremember. How could I possibly misremember? You have been tirelessly shuttling back and forth, providing transportation. Moreover, Mr. Zhu has tasked us with investigating his daughter's ghost marriage. Your assistance is indispensable. An additional 5,000 is entirely reasonable. Qianair expressed his profound gratitude, while I silently admired the elder's adeptness at navigating human emotions. In just a few days, someone who had previously clashed with him had become an ardent follower. After disembarking, Xiang was clearly exhausted, though she stood nearly 1.7 meters tall and possessed an elegant figure. Carrying Zhuge Qingfeng, who was a boy and thus heavier, had become utterly unmanageable. Qianair initially offered to help, but the elder, wary of exposing our secret base, insisted that I carry Zhuge Qingfeng. Goodness, boss, do you truly think so highly of me? If I carry him and he awakens, he might suspect me of abduction. Enough, enough, let him walk if he can. Wake up, you little rascal. If you do not arise, I shall take your peachwood sword. The elder shouted while vigorously slapping Zhuge Qingfeng's face. Stop it, stop it. You are going to bruise him. The elder continued his assault, splashing cold water. Yet Zhuge Qingfeng remained unresponsive. He cannot possibly be dead. The elder looked up at us. Oh, not speak nonsense. He is breathing steadily. Xiang checked his carotid artery and held a compact mirror near his nose, observing the fog that formed with his breath. The only explanation is that he has exhausted his magical energy. Is not the spell known as a reversal of yin and yang? It must have drained a significant amount of his vitality. Our only course of action was to carry Zhuge Qingfeng back to Lu Daxiao's restaurant. However, upon arrival, we discovered the door firmly locked. The elder muttered, This Lu Daxiao is hiding away during his purification. We cannot simply abandon him here. Should we take him back, given that we were staying at Xiang home? The elder sought her approval, which she granted. Thus, we took turns carrying Zhuge Qingfeng until the first light of dawn broke over the horizon. This enigmatic little Taoist, Zhuge Qingfeng, remained in a deep slumber at Xiang home for a full 3 days and nights. During this time, there were moments of breath cessation that alarmed Xiang, prompting her to perform CPR on him several times. Fortunately, or perhaps unfortunately, he ultimately did not perish. Throughout these 3 days, the elder vanished, instructing me to keep watch over Zhuge Qingfeng. Suddenly, the house was left with just Xiang and me, along with the unconscious Taoist, By Day. Xiang and I engaged in face-to-face conversations, while at night, we took turns monitoring the slumbering burden. One night, as I sat beside Zhuge Qingfeng's bed, lost in thought, an overwhelming drowsiness washed over me. When I regained awareness, the surroundings had transformed into a blinding white expanse. Where am I now? The temple of Guandi, Qishan. As if in response to my thoughts, a table materialized before me, upon which lay a book. Suddenly, it dawned on me. Previously, when I was injured by a Zali, a fragment of my soul had borrowed the form of King Wu Jiangshang. Upon returning me, had mentioned gifting me a book. Could this be that very tome? Approaching the table, I noted the cover bore several characters in Song typeface. What an intriguing title! With nothing else to occupy my time, I decided to delve into its contents. The book was thick, akin to the collective exam papers from my 3 years in high school. Thankfully, each page contained only a handful of characters. The opening spoke of the Phoenix's song at Qishan and King Wu's campaign against Zhou. However, the more I read, the more incredulous I became, for the concept of had evidently existed since that era. The text recounted how Wen Wang was imprisoned and composed the I Ching, creating the 64 hexagrams, which in turn gave rise to the 6 lines of divination. The cycles of the 64 hexagrams encapsulate the balance of yin and yang, the cosmos, and the lives of all beings. Thus, on a certain day, while Wen Wang was engaged in divination, a thunderstorm struck, shattering the hexagram board. Wen Wang, along with his fellow prisoners, collected the fragments and discovered that half of the hexagrams had been destroyed, leaving only 30-2 die. In order to safeguard these 32 hexagrams, Wen Wang resolved to entrust them to 32 scholars, retaining the principles and methods of divination for himself. The night before Wenwang's release, King Zhou ordered the live burial of the 32 fellow prisoners. Upon learning this, Wenwang managed to rescue only 16, and thus, only 16 hexagrams survived. Wenwang interpreted this as divine will, leading him to incinerate another half of the principles and methods of divination, resulting in the preservation of only 16 hexagrams of the I Ching. After Wenwang's demise, the 16 hexagrams underwent several transformations, ultimately leaving only the 8 trigrams. Throughout history, those adept in the 8 trigrams, such as Zhuge Liang and Liu Bowen, were all well-versed in the balance of yin and yang, capable of summoning winds and rains. However, it was during the period surrounding Wenwang's final illness that the scholars managing the 16 hexagrams sought methods to cure him. They risked their lives to borrow 36 years of life from Nuwa, allowing Wenwang to live until the age of 96. Grateful for the integrity and selflessness of the 16 scholars, Nuwa established them as the original 16 and endowed them with profound powers, founding their sect to cultivate disciples to traverse the mortal realm, uphold righteousness, and eliminate evil. Yet, these 16 scholars were still mortals. Even with Nuwa's supreme powers granting them longevity, they would ultimately face death. Thus, the sect found itself in need of a new founder to establish a new lineage. The text reached a blank page here. I lifted my gaze, finding myself back in Xiang Er's home, with the dawn light streaming in. A rustling sound emanated from the living room. Stepping out, I discovered that Zhuge Qingfeng had awakened at some point. One hand clutching a biscuit while the other held a bowl of high-energy drink, I remarked, "Why does your porridge taste so medicinal? Yet, I must admit, it is rather delightful. Would you care for a bowl?" The little Taoist was utterly unreserved. I waved my hand, sitting before him, my gaze fixed intently as he devoured 5 large packets of biscuits, 2 packets of preserved plums, and an entire can of high-energy drink before patting his belly in satisfaction and slumping into the chair. "Why are you staring at me?" "You need not ask. I can guess you are wondering why I slept for so long. Am I right?" Zhuge Qingfeng squinted, propping his belly, speaking lazily. I had numerous questions for him. Yet in this moment, I had only one. "Are you one of the—" Upon hearing my inquiry, Zhuge Qingfeng tilted his head toward me, his eyes narrowing into a playful gaze. "Oh? I thought you could hold your tongue longer." "You admitted it quite quickly." Zhuge Qingfeng's retort caught me off guard. "You belong to a sect of from Qingqing Mountain, do you not? What is the name of your sect? Would you be willing to share?" Apart from Liu Daxiao, who had long departed from the Divine Arrow sect, and the traitor Su Shiwu, this Zhuge Qingfeng might be the first true I have encountered, and the thought nearly brought me to tears. Zhuge Qingfeng gazed at me, a mixture of amusement and exasperation on his face. "Look at you, still claiming I'm the child here. I dare say you are the one bringing shame upon yourself. Very well, I shall reveal my identity. Behold, I am Zhuge Qingfeng, a descendant of Zhuge Kongming of Wulongmen, hailing from Qingqing Mountain." Zhuge Kongming? I could hardly fathom that this young Taoist was indeed from Wulongmen, a name I had heard mentioned by both Guan Eri and the old Taoist. Yet, I never imagined I would encounter a living representative. Even more astonishing was Zhuge Qingfeng's claim of being a descendant of Zhuge Liang. "Are you truly from Wulongmen, or a descendant of Zhuge Liang? Is this some jest?" I found it hard to believe. Preposterous. The lineage is not to be trifled with. Zhuge Qingfeng's expression turned serious for the first time. Not daring to jest, I introduced myself earnestly. "I am a disciple of Guan Eri from Qinglongmen." "I was already aware of that," Zhuge Qingfeng replied, having thoroughly indulged himself and stifling a yawn. Reverting to his previously cheeky demeanor, "You knew, indeed, from the first moment I laid eyes upon you. I sensed the unique soul energy emanating from you, which had internalized into innate vitality. Moreover, when I witnessed you channeling that innate energy into the doll during those 7 soul-calling moments at Boss Zhu's, I deduced without doubt that you are indeed a life-debtor of Qinglongmen." "Then what was the meaning of your words when you followed me that night?" I inquired. "Which words? Good and evil will ultimately be repaid." Zhuge Qingfeng pondered for a moment, then slapped his forehead. "Ah, the secrets of heaven are not to be divulged." Just then, Xiang'er rose, entering the living room, her eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the table laden with cookies, preserved plums, and empty packets of Jialigo. "Did you too consume all of this?" Zhuge Qingfeng and I exchanged glances and shook our heads in unison. Then, "Did a thief break into the house?" We continued to shake our heads. "So, What are these? I gestured towards Zhuge Qingfeng. These were all consumed by him alone. As a compassionate healer, Xiang'er quickly dressed and hurried out the door without looking back. What has gotten into her? It's merely some snacks. Does she need to react like this? Zhuge Qingfeng muttered, opening another packet of cookies to munch on. Before long, Xiang'er returned, carrying a large bag brimming with bright red items. She tossed the bag in front of Zhuge Qingfeng. Eat all of these hawthorns. Strangely enough, Zhuge Qingfeng complied without protest. Chapter 15. The business of the underworld, however, ever since Xiang'er awoke, we tacitly agreed to refrain from discussing the matter of life-debtors. By noon, the old Taoist returned. He had cut his hair into a fashionable style and donned a sharp suit, polished leather shoes, and carried a briefcase. Upon entering, I almost failed to recognize him. Goodness, Taoist, with this look, even the Grandmaster would struggle to recognize you. The old Taoist spat in annoyance. You know nothing. I spent my own hard-earned money on this, and I take pleasure in it now. Enough with your envy. Each of you three is entitled to a share. Hurry, change into your new outfits. With that, he tossed us 3 tote bags. The old Taoist had purchased a sports outfit for both me and Xiang'er, while Zhuge Qingfeng received a children's t-shirt emblazoned with the characters from Hulu Brothers. Struggling to contain our laughter, Xiang'er and I went to check ourselves in the mirror in the living room. Zhuge Qingfeng confronted the old Taoist defiantly. You all wear such fine clothes, and what do you provide me? I refuse to accept this. Watch as I unleash my palm thunder upon you. The old Taoist retorted. You are merely a 13-year-old brat. Where do you expect me to find such attire? Only children's clothing is available. Wear it or take it off right now. Stop right there. You, a penniless Taoist with a face cleaner than your pockets, where do you get the funds for clothing? What about the money boss Zhu gave me? Have you embezzled it? Watch as I unleash my palm thunder upon you. The living room erupted with a cacophony of sounds as the old Taoist, refusing to back down, roared. I summoned souls, and you, a mere child, would have already been cradled in a woman's arms. Had I not carried you back, you would be out there counting stars with that black overlord in the mountain villa. You ungrateful wretch, enough. This is my home. Let us all speak less. Old Taoist, cease your tirade and hand me the card. When will you two stop arguing? I will provide you with your funds then. At this moment, Xiang'er assumed the demeanor of a stern matriarch. With both parties temporarily at an armistice, I cautiously inquired, Old Taoist, are you dressing us up like this to perform? The old Taoist slapped his forehead. I almost forgot the main matter. All thanks to this little one, over the past few days, I have been investigating covertly and finally discerned the situation. That Luo City Afterlife Service Company Limited essentially monopolizes the funeral industry in our city. Furthermore, there are numerous rumors circulating about their operations. Rumors? The old Taoist nodded. In recent years, it has occasionally been reported that at night, the place where Wang Defa's company stores the corpses becomes haunted. The most outlandish incident occurred when a middle-aged couple, just leaving their funeral home, discovered the finger of their daughter, who had perished in a car accident, behind the funeral home. Such a sinister occurrence? Xiang'er, having just woken, was startled awake. The old Taoist, growing more animated, continued. Do you know why? Because that finger bore the silver ring custom-made by the couple for their child. Zhuge Qingfeng, unperturbed, simply could not grasp the old Taoist's implication. I remarked, you truly lack experience. Think about it. How peculiar is it that a finger from someone who was just cremated would appear at the back door of a crematorium? Suddenly, enlightenment struck me. Are you suggesting that this crematorium did not truly incinerate the deceased, but rather repurposed them for other uses, for example, selling them to underworld matchmakers for ghost marriages? As the words left my mouth, the temperature in the living room inexplicably dropped. I shivered, unable to fathom the audacity of anyone who would dare engage in such a nefarious trade. Nevertheless, where there is profit to be made, there will always be those like moths to a flame, willing to risk everything for gain. So, your intention in dressing us this way is for us to investigate further? The old Taoist grasped my hand. Young brother, you are astute. You and Xiang'er will pose as my son and daughter, while this little one will assume the role of my youngest son. You dare make me play your son? Watch as I unleash my palm thunder. Zhuge Qingfeng's words trailed off as Xiang'er waved her bank card in her hand. This tactic proved effective, instantly silencing Zhuge Qingfeng. The old Taoist borrowed a car from Qian Air, a gleaming Hummer, and personally drove us to the funeral home in Luo City. where a sign read Luo City Afterlife Service Company Limited upon arriving at the funeral home. The car had barely come to a stop when a tall, slick-haired man in a finely tailored suit approached to open the door for us. "Welcome, please come inside." "What nonsense are you spouting? Your manner of speaking is quite abrasive. Do you wish for us to enter, hoping we would meet our demise sooner?" The old Taoist, having picked up some Cantonese from who knows where, managed to sound somewhat convincing. "Oh dear, what a mouth I have. I should be reprimanded. Pray tell, do you have any specific needs, sir?" The tall, slender man, clearly an adept salesperson, quickly assessed our Hummer and attire, assuming we were affluent patrons, thus bowing and scraping in deference. "What services do you provide here?" "I wish to purchase a prime burial plot for my son's grandfather. My father, if your services are satisfactory, I may even consider entrusting the entire funeral process to you." As the old Taoist spoke, he continuously wrapped an arm around Zhuge Qingfeng. Zhuge Qingfeng, not one to be outdone, feigned innocence with wide eyes, addressing the old Taoist. "Daddy, aren't we quite wealthy? Why not secure your own plot right now? Perhaps we could even get a discount for a second one." Upon hearing this, everyone present nearly burst into laughter, while only the old Taoist turned dark-faced, rendered speechless. The slender man, a true master of his trade, swiftly diffused the awkwardness. "Sir, your son certainly inherited your financial acumen. Many wealthy individuals do not shy away from discussing their end-of-life arrangements. After all, everyone faces birth, aging, illness, and death. They often secure their resting places early, avoiding competition with those less fortunate. Wouldn't you say their foresight is rather commendable?" At this moment, I took over the conversation. "Could you elaborate on the services you offer? We have not only assessed your establishment. My father places great importance on my grandfather's posthumous arrangements, and he tolerates no negligence. He despises flattery. In business, we value honesty and integrity. If you lack the capability, we will seek assistance elsewhere. Young master, please remain calm. We have specifically prepared a premium package for esteemed families like yours. A 100 square meter standalone villa, facing south, 3 levels down, will provide you with ample private space. Daily cleaning will be provided, with continuous offerings at the memorial tablet, ensuring an unending flow of wealth for your family. During festivals, for busy business magnates like yourself, simply give us a call in advance, and we will dispatch a professional team of filial children and grandchildren to mourn at your grave for an hour. Personalized lamentation verses can be tailored to your specifications." The slender man spoke without losing his breath. After seating us, he presented us with a brochure. Upon glancing at the prices, the old Taoist nearly dropped his sunglasses. The premium package, only 9,999 yuan. However, the old Taoist quickly regained his composure, nodding. Not bad, quite affordable. In that case, I will secure this package. Additionally, I have a small business matter. I wonder if you can accommodate it." The tall, slender man, upon hearing this, became intrigued. "You say, as long as it doesn't involve me reaching for the stars, I will do my utmost to assist you." The old Taoist leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "I have a brother who has passed away, but recently, he has frequently visited me in my dreams, expressing his profound loneliness. I consulted a master abroad who advised that a ghost marriage is necessary for him. Thus, I have come back to the country to fulfill this wish." Upon hearing this, the tall, slender man's expression fluctuated between shadow and light, and he replied, "Boss, I understand your feelings, but we are a legitimate funeral service company, and what you are asking for is illegal in this country. We cannot take on this task." After he spoke, I noticed the tall, slender man was casting furtive glances at the old Taoist. Having navigated the streets for many years, the old Taoist was perceptive enough to pick up on this. So he backtracked, letting out a sigh. "Ah, my brother has suffered greatly. If that is the case, I shall not impose further. I initially thought of spending 30 or 40,000 to resolve this matter. But if it cannot be done, then it seems he is simply out of luck. Thus, we shall take our leave." I had expected the tall, slender man to stop us. After all, in an era where the average annual salary barely exceeds 3,000, who would be tempted by a deal worth 30 or 40,000? Yet, this man merely escorted us politely to the door, opening the car for us. Before stepping inside, the old Taoist took out a business card he must have prepared earlier and handed it to the man. "Though our collaboration did not come to fruition, I admire your character. Should you need anything, feel free to call me. My number is on the card. I will be staying in the country for a few days, and perhaps we shall meet again." The man smiled faintly, saying nothing more. On our way back, I grew anxious about being exposed and voiced my concerns. Xianger shared my sentiments, believing that we might have revealed too much. However, the old Taoist held a different perspective. You should learn from me. This is a matter of life and death. If he had readily agreed, then I would have my doubts. Based on his demeanor, I am 80% confident we have not made a mistake. What about the remaining 20%? I inquired. That will depend on Zhu and Qian, the old Taoist replied. He dropped us off at home, then set out again, returning only by evening with a large mobile phone in hand. I've taken care of it. Xianger, do we have anything to eat? I'm starving. While he was busy eating, I hastily approached him. What exactly is your plan? The old Taoist chuckled, simultaneously slurping noodles and garlic, and replied, You do not comprehend the intricacies involved. That a ghost marriage is a capital offense, a crime throughout history. Therefore, anyone who survives in this line of work must be more cunning than a crystal monkey. If you wish to convince them, simply showing money will not suffice. I just instructed Qian and Zhu to spread the word among their underlings that a wealthy overseas businessman is offering a high price for a ghost marriage for his deceased brother. In a couple of days, we can expect their call. Is this the mobile phone? Zhuge Qingfeng scrutinized the device in his hand. The old Taoist cautioned, Be careful with that. It was obtained through Qian. This is the number I gave to that tall fellow this morning. That moment, I suddenly remembered something else and asked, By the way, has Lu Daxiao's ancestral worship concluded yet? The old Taoist calculated the days and nodded. Why are you worried about his ancestral worship? You should be more concerned about your own tribulations. His words reminded me that I still had to navigate the water and with tribulations. Damn that old Taoist. My previously relaxed state of mind tightened again, and that night, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. The following day, Zhuge Qingfeng remained fixated on the old Taoist's mobile phone. Brother, is your plan going to work? Why hasn't it rung yet? I think this is completely unfeasible. If it were up to me, I would simply find the location, retrieve the body, and bury it without all this hassle. In response to Zhuge Qingfeng's mocking remarks, the old Taoist dismissed him with a scoff. Even Xianger, who typically refrained from speaking much, couldn't he help but ask at dinner. It's been a whole day. Why is there still no movement? No sooner had her words left her mouth than the mobile phone buzzed loudly. The old Taoist answered, his face lighting up with joy, speaking in a non-standard mix of Cantonese and laughter. After hanging up, he grinned widely. Let us go. We're off to conduct business. The hour was late, and initially, I had intended to keep Zhuge Qingfeng and Xianger at home, but the little Taoist was too much of a handful. I had no choice but to leave Xianger behind and take him along on the way. The old Taoist pleaded with him not to create any more trouble, to which Zhuge Qingfeng readily agreed, assuring that as long as the old Taoist did not take advantage of him, he would not seek out trouble himself. Watching the two banter back and forth, I suddenly felt as though they were like a father and son. As I closed my eyes to rest, a sudden flash of crimson light appeared before me, revealing countless mummified figures gnawing on the ground while wailing in agony. These figures were drenched in blood and flesh. I attempted to approach for a clearer view but found myself spinning in place. Awakening from this nightmare, I was drenched in cold sweat. The little Taoist glanced back at me and asked, Did you have a nightmare? I wiped my sweat and nodded. He seemed unconcerned. Crematoriums and funeral homes are typically located in the outskirts, where the Yin energy is dense. Given that it is the dead of night, the ghostly aura is thick, and as a newcomer in this realm, your sensitivity is naturally heightened. This is quite normal. Here, take this talisman. It bears the clear heart and universal goodness incantation, which will help you calm your mind. As I accepted the talisman, I noticed a faint sound of a gentle breeze emanating from it before long. The old Taoist slammed on the brakes, and the car halted outside the crematorium in Luocheng. The tall fellow had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing the old Taoist exit with a stern expression, he hurried over. Boss Lu, my sincerest apologies for the earlier inconvenience. There were too many people around during the day. Please forgive me. Our General Wang is waiting for you inside. Please, come in. Following the tall fellow into the crematorium, we weaved through several corridors until we arrived at a small courtyard not far away. Chapter 16. The Guardian Gold Boy and Family Deity. As we reached the entrance of the courtyard, the three of us sensed something amiss simultaneously. Although the courtyard was close to the crematorium, it bore no trace of Yin energy, and there seemed to be a latent, innate vigor akin to my soul power lingering within. The old Taoist exchanged glances with us, and Zhuge Qingfeng immediately tugged at my sleeve. Brother, I need to use the restroom. I turned to the tall fellow and said, I apologize, but my brother needs to use the restroom. Where might I find one? The courtyard, while distanced from the crematorium, would have allowed the tall fellow to escort us inside for convenience. However, doing so would thwart our plans. Thus, Zhuge Qingfeng quickly found a patch of grass beside the courtyard and began to relieve himself. I turned to the tall fellow with an apologetic expression. I'm truly sorry. My brother is spoiled and rather willful. I will take care of this. Perhaps you could lead my father inside first? Zhuge Qingfeng's privileged upbringing was evident, as his excrement was truly foul. The tall fellow's features contorted in distress upon hearing my words, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve. Promptly led the old Taoist into the courtyard. Once they had departed, I hurriedly tossed some tissue to Zhuge Qingfeng, and we circled behind the small courtyard's wall. Zhuge Qingfeng muttered an incantation, then pressed his 5 fingers against the ground. And with a pronounced shout, reveal, blue threads extended from his fingers, resembling living entities as they snaked along the ground towards the courtyard wall. As the threads ascended the wall, a layer of yellow light suddenly appeared outside the wall. Collect! In an instant, as Zhuge Qingfeng withdrew his soul power, he tore off a fragment from the yellow light. Before the fragment could hit the ground, Zhuge Qingfeng had already placed it on the ground with a unique blue talisman. Swiftly drawing the talisman's head and tail, the yellow fragment landed and was promptly absorbed by the talisman. Done, let us go. Observing his ease, I couldn't help but murmur, is that it? Zhuge Qingfeng surveyed the courtyard and remarked, this courtyard faces south and is situated in an auspicious location. It seems to have been blessed by someone. Just now, I employed the hanging silk secret art from the Wulong sect to infuse my soul power into the ground, which circled the courtyard walls like a wisp of thread, only to be obstructed by its protective vigor. This is rather intriguing. Hurry up, what should we do? Zhuge Qingfeng's leisurely demeanor was both frustrating and anxious. He produced the talisman and said, this courtyard has taken measures to prevent the intrusion of energy and malevolent spirits. It is surrounded by this protective vigor. It seems the homeowner is engaged in something nefarious and fears retribution. As we spoke, a beam of flashlight illuminated the area. Here they come. My brother just finished. The figure approaching was indeed the tall fellow. He guided us into the tea room in the courtyard's main hall, where the old Taoist was sipping tea with a gray-haired man dressed in plain clothing and sharp features. Upon our arrival, the old Taoist cleared his throat. You little rascal, don't dawdle. Come meet Uncle Wang. Hello, Uncle Wang. Through the introductions, I learned that the man before us was Wang Defa, the very individual whose business card had been provided by Zhu. The reason he summoned us at such a late hour was to discuss the fabricated ghost marriage for my brother that the old Taoist had concocted. Now, let us proceed with our business, Boss Liu, Wang Defa stated, seemingly uninterested in Zhuge Qingfeng and me, focusing solely on the old Taoist. The old Taoist took a sip of tea and slowly replied, Boss Wang, my brother and I are both from the mainland. After his passing, he wishes to return to his roots. However, regarding the ghost marriage, I must confess that I've inquired with a few others, and none were willing to take it on as long as you can alleviate my concerns. Money is of no issue. Wang Defa remarked with a stoic expression, Boss Liu, I dare not make any claims about others. But in Luoqing, there is no one but me capable of handling your affairs. Furthermore, I operate on a goods first, payment later basis. When the goods are verified to your satisfaction, we will conclude the marriage before the payment. Everything will be settled transparently. He then added, here, this is the birth chart of my deceased brother. Take a look. Wang Defa accepted the birth chart that the old Taoist had prepared in advance. After a moment of contemplation, his brows knitted in difficulty. Previously, at home, the old Taoist had crafted a compatible birth chart based on the birth details of Zhu Zong's daughter, Zhu Lijuan, merely to gauge the situation. Seeing Wang Defa's demeanor, he felt reassured and inquired with concern, is it that your brother's birth chart is inadequate for a match? Wang Defa hesitated for a long while before returning the chart, stating, to be honest, your brother's birth chart is not the issue. It is not unfitting. Recently, there was a woman whose birth chart was remarkably compatible with your brother's, but she has already been reserved. She just passed the mourning period. Would you consider waiting a bit longer while I search for another option? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's face darkened. Wang boss, are you playing me for a fool? You summon me here in the dead of night only to tell me she is already taken. Is it that I paid you too little, or do you think my connections here are too weak? Attempting to take advantage of me as an outsider? Not at all. Please do not be angry. Theo, speak frankly. That woman is in high demand due to her novelty. She had just passed away a few hours prior, and I managed to bring her back. I am aware of your connections, so here is the deal. I'll send someone to escort you to retrieve her, and I will only charge you this amount, treating it as a gesture of friendship. What do you say? Wang Defa raised 2 fingers, indicating he would only accept 20,000. Boss Wang is quite the shrewd negotiator. If I were to attempt to retrieve her myself, being unfamiliar with the area, I could only accept my own misfortune, correct? So, I would be paying 20,000 just for your word. It seems you folks in Luocheng truly enjoy taking advantage of others. Let us go. The old Taoist rose and led me and Zhuge Qingfeng out. Wang Defa, realizing his fault, quickly intercepted us. Wait. Esteemed guests, I apologize for my inadequate hospitality. Thus, for this transaction, I shall waive my fee and accompany you personally, ensuring we secure a suitable match for your brother. However, regarding your brother's funeral, upon hearing this, the old Taoist's tense expression softened slightly. Boss Wang, your words reveal sincerity. In this case, I cannot allow you to suffer a loss either. Once the marriage is arranged, I will have your services for my brother's funeral as well, adhering to your highest standards, the 9,999 tier, and also securing a 100 square meter grave. We will settle everything at once. Excellent. There is no time to waste. We shall depart tomorrow morning. Upon returning to Xiang'er's home, I found her asleep, while Zhuge Qingfeng produced a piece of blue talisman paper inscribed with fragments of protective energy. The Qing Tian talisman, Taoist brother, how do you possess such a treasure? The old Taoist gazed at the talisman, his mouth nearly watering. Perplexed, I asked, what is so remarkable about this talisman that has you so eager? The old Taoist cast a disdainful glance at me. Do you not understand? Talisman paper is categorized into white, yellow, red, and blue. The Qing Tian talisman is the highest grade, embodying the utmost softness and yang energy, capable of suppressing all evils. Its creation is complex and exceedingly difficult. Only a few talismans exist within ordinary Taoist circles, which are regarded as treasures. Young brother, would you part with 2 of them for me? Zhuge Qingfeng, however, remained unimpressed. This talisman was crafted by my own hand. Do you wish for it? What will you offer in exchange? What do you desire? As long as I possess it, merely having the chance to see a Qing Tian talisman in my lifetime would be worth dying without regrets. I have not yet decided. How about this? I will send you 3 talismans for now, and when I determine what I want, I will seek you out again. Now, to the matter at hand. This talisman contains a fragment of protective energy that was torn from around Wang Defa's courtyard. This energy bears a striking resemblance to that of Shen Rufeng, yet curiously, it does not seem to be formed from soul power. I have never encountered anything like it. Taoist brother, should you resolve this mystery, the 3 Qing Tian talismans will be yours. The old Taoist took the talisman, using his finger as a sword, reciting the incantation, his index finger faintly glimmering with golden light. When the moment was ripe, he performed a demon-suppressing gesture over the talisman. Suddenly, a wisp of blue smoke erupted, and upon removing his hand, the talisman ignited spontaneously. I was not mistaken. This is not merely protective energy, but rather a golden boy for home protection. A golden boy for home protection? Seeing the bewildered expressions on both mine and Zhuge Qingfeng's faces, the old Taoist decided to elaborate on the significance of this protective entity. Ancient wisdom states that a peaceful residence fosters a prosperous livelihood. To ensure peace, it is not only essential to have a place to reside with sound structural integrity, but also equally important to consider the home's feng shui. To protect a dwelling from malevolent forces, the ancients devised numerous methods, which can essentially be classified into 2 categories: home protection and safeguarding the dwelling. Safeguarding involves placing items such as jade cabbages, guanyin, and methreya within the residence to bless the inhabitants. Home protection employs powerful spiritual artifacts strategically placed within the home to suppress all evils. The golden boy for home protection is among the fiercest and most powerful of these methods. A golden boy. A jade girl is not the golden boy, a servant boy attending to immortals. Why is it deemed the most formidable? The old Taoist, upon hearing Zhuge Qingfeng's question, let out a cold laugh, a well-chosen name. But do you truly believe it? This golden boy is created by forcibly extracting a 7 or 8-month-old fetus from the mother's womb, severing its tongue, gouging out its eyes, and then using special concoctions to seal its various openings. Binding it into a seated position with legs crossed and hands supporting itself, it is then immersed in a preservative solution. The longer it remains, the more spiritual energy it accumulates, thus enhancing its protective efficacy. However, the homeowner must regularly offer human blood. Otherwise, the golden boy may turn against its master, leading to disastrous consequences. Zhuge Qingfeng and I exchanged glances, our eyes widened in astonishment. Is there truly no oversight for such practices? Oversee? Who would oversee it? However, such methods of home protection can only be utilized by individuals like Wang Defa. All right, let us retire for the night. These matters are best left for those in higher positions to worry about. Our priority is to accompany him and rescue Zhu Zong's daughter tomorrow. I shall take my leave. After the old Taoist departed, I lingered alone in the living room, lost in thought. After a while, Zhuge Qingfeng spoke up. I know what weighs on your mind. The Qinglong sect has chosen you for a reason. You carry innate protective energy, upholding justice. When confronted with the likes of Wang Defa, a nefarious individual who toys with lives and distorts the balance of life and death, you are undoubtedly eager to eliminate such threats. However, consider whether your current abilities stand a chance against a demon capable of nurturing such a vicious golden boy for home protection. As midnight arrived the following day, we arrived early at the designated stall location as agreed. Earlier that day, the old Taoist had hurriedly departed with an air of mystery. Today, we needed to successfully retrieve the corpse without any hitches. I had arranged for Qian Air to have people waiting at the entrance to the city. Once we entered, we would hand over the body to them, and our task would be complete. With 100,000 in hand, do you understand? Though the old Taoist's words were directed at everyone, I knew he was subtly advising me to refrain from meddling. Just as we were speaking, Wang Defa approached from a distance with two subordinates, one a lanky figure, the other a muscular man, brimming with brute force, clearly a fighter. Upon reaching us, Wang Defa exclaimed, "Boss Liu, you brought a child along for this endeavor?" Zhuge Qingfeng scoffed, turning his back to Wang Defa, choosing not to engage. Wang Defa appeared apologetic. "Young master, please do not be upset. It is merely that children possess weak young energy, making it easy for them to attract unclean entities." I could hardly contain my laughter, imagining that if such entities dared to approach, the young Taoist would likely strip them of their very existence. "Wang boss, my brother has been spoiled since childhood. He insisted on accompanying us, and we could not dissuade him. However, rest assured, should anything occur, it is our own concern, and it is not your burden." Once in the car, we initially planned to travel in separate vehicles, following Wang Defa, but he insisted that the muscle-bound thug accompany us. Under the pretense of ensuring our safety, in reality, he feared we might make a getaway. What was meant to be a strategic planning session in the car turned into an annoyance. With this burden occupying the front seat, much to our displeasure, to ease the tension, the old Taoist inquired, "What do we call you, brother?" "Mu Lang Dao. How long have you been with Boss Wang?" 5 years. With a physique like yours? Have you trained before? I used to practice Sanda. And how did you come to serve as Boss Wang's bodyguard? Mu Lang fell silent, merely fixating on the road ahead. "We have arrived. At the next intersection, turn right. After crossing the bridge, stop the car by the field." The old Taoist followed Wang Defa as they parked the car. The three of us trailed Mu Lang to Wang Defa's vehicle. Wang Defa glanced around and said, "That woman was sold to another young boss. He wanted her for his son's ghost marriage. However, he resides elsewhere, and his son is buried in his hometown. By the lunar calendar, he should have been interred sometime ago. As he spoke, he handed each of the lanky figure and Mu Lang a pickaxe and shovel. Upon witnessing this, I quickly intercepted Wang Defa. "Wang boss, are you planning to dig up a grave to steal a corpse?" Wang Defa patted my shoulder. "Oh, young brother, do not speak so harshly. This is merely resource allocation. That family does not even live here. And with their son buried alone, as long as I restore the grave, they will never notice. Enough with the chatter. Let us heed Boss Wang." The old Taoist covered my mouth and pinched my arm sharply. In hindsight, the old Taoist had indeed saved my life. Such individuals harbor no fear of heavenly retribution. In their eyes, concepts of reincarnation and karmic consequences are non-existent. To them, digging up a grave is as trivial as eating or drinking. Without such awareness, how could one engage in the profession of a necromancer? Chapter 17. The Six Conflicts Hexagram, the Day of Corpse Transformation, the Returning Soul Scripture. Mu Lang and Zhu Gan, appearing as seasoned practitioners, deftly lifted the lid of the tomb and set it aside in no time. All right, brothers, let's descend into the tomb and retrieve the body. Boss Lu, would you kindly accompany us down to inspect the goods? Wang Defa approached the old Taoist with a peculiar grin. The old Taoist glanced at me and Zhuge Qingfeng, saying, "Very well, I understand your apprehensions about inspecting the goods. How about this? You two stay up here and don't wander about while I go down for a quick look." A fleeting glimmer of murderous intent crossed Wang Defa's face, only to vanish in an instant. "Splendid, Boss Lu. You truly have a commanding presence. Rest assured, follow closely behind me, and you'll be perfectly safe. Zhu Gan, stay up here and attend to the two young masters. Understood?" With Mu Lang leading, the old Taoist in the middle, and Wang Defa bringing up the rear, the trio descended into the tomb side by side. Seizing the moment while Zhu Gan stepped aside to smoke, Zhuge Qingfeng leaned closer to me and whispered mysteriously, "The Six Conflicts hexagram signifies dispersion. The underlying hexagram is mountain on earth, which is not a good omen." What does that mean? The Six Conflicts hexagram signifies dispersion, with unity yielding no benefit. The mountain resting on the earth signifies a thick upper layer, while the lower layer is a stable abode, indicating that ventures are fraught with peril, and the presence of petty individuals is prevalent. This implies that this collaboration is treacherous, bringing 100 dangers with no benefits. Furthermore, the mountain may collapse, suggesting that this tomb harbors malevolent spirits. "Young masters, what are you discussing? Come over and chat for a bit." Zhu Gan lit a cigarette, feeling quite bored. "You handle it for now. I need to prepare." With that, Zhuge Qingfeng dashed into the nearby woods. "What is the young master up to in such a hurry?" I shrugged helplessly, spreading my hands. "He needs to use the restroom again. That young master is quite amusing." Just as we were sharing a laugh, I suddenly felt the ground shake. An earthquake. I quickly grasped a nearby tombstone. Zhu Gan, still shaken, had no time to respond to me. Moments later, a series of loud bangs echoed from beneath the tomb. "What is happening?" Zhu Gan shouted into the walkie-talkie, but all he received in reply was the crackling of static. "Qingfeng, that little Taoist has run off into the woods alone. Who knows what he's up to? If he gets buried out here in the wilderness, it would be a disaster." "What are you doing?" Zhu Gan suddenly pressed a hard object against my waist. Faced with the situation, I resolved to remain calm. "What? Are you planning to kill me here? My brother is in the woods. I need to find him." Zhu Gan, seemingly rattled, withdrew his gun and repeatedly apologized. I'm sorry. I was too scared, young master. This place is just too sinister. Please don't abandon me." All right, I replied dismissively, but inwardly I held a deep disdain for this overly refined Juan. At that moment, Zhuge Qingfeng burst out of the woods, brandishing a peachwood sword struck by lightning as he shouted, "The greedy wolf and the breaking army clash. There's a corpse transformation in this tomb." "Ah!" Zhu Gan howled in fright, dropping his gun and fleeing. Soon after, we heard the screeching sound of a car braking and starting up. "That scoundrel has driven off, forget him." Today is already an ill-fated day, compounded by the theft of a soul and the imminent danger of corpse transformation below. Shen Rufeng, let us descend into the tomb. The term corpse transformation, which I had only heard whispered by the elderly, had now come to confront me directly. Very well, if death is to be my fate, then so be it. Zhuge Qingfeng and I descended into the tomb, feeling an icy wind piercing through to our bones. Despite it being the height of summer, an involuntary chill coursed down my spine, causing the hairs on my body to stand on end. This was evidently the tomb of a wealthy family. The elaborate burial site for their deceased son was impressive, with multiple chambers. "Take this," Zhuge Qingfeng said, skillfully retrieving 2 flashlights and gas masks from the right-hand wall of the tomb passage. "Don't linger in such a grand family tomb. There must be lighting and gas mask provisions at the entrance." In ancient times, they used torches and rolled cloth, while modern times favor flashlights and gas masks. "Stay close to me." Zhuge Qingfeng forged ahead, and I noticed his spirit energy gathering at his fingertips. Ever since my last battle with the traitor Su Shiwu from the Divine Sword Sect, which had opened my energy sea, I felt an inexhaustible reservoir of spirit energy. I concentrated my innate vital energy throughout my body, causing the previously rampant cold wind to dissipate instantaneously. Your control over spirit energy is becoming increasingly adept, Zhuge Qingfeng remarked, keenly noticing the changes around us, his regard for my innate vital energy deepening. Dad, Zhuge Qingfeng whispered, squeezing his voice low. Who are you calling? Dad, of course. That Wang Defa might still be with him. We can't blow our cover, you're quite crafty. Even at a time like this, you're playing your part to the fullest. Oddly, despite our calls echoing through the tomb, it remained eerily silent. This is strange. I just checked the structure of the tomb in the woods. It should be a tree-like formation, with a main passage leading to the coffin chamber and several side chambers symmetrically arranged. Logically, they should be able to hear us, and there ought to be some noise. Even if there is a corpse transformation, there should be some commotion. And no sooner had Zhuge Qingfeng finished speaking than a fierce gust of wind surged from the end of the passage, carrying with it a foul odor. This is bad. Someone has met with disaster. I sprinted after Zhuge Qingfeng, but as we reached the end of the passage, I stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Turning back to look, I nearly retched. What I had just stepped on was a severed human hand. Zhuge Qingfeng immediately flung a circle of talisman paper. Fire God, heed my command. Rise. The talisman surrounding the tomb chamber ignited in an instant, each one summoning a fiery guardian. The entire tomb chamber was instantly illuminated in a fiery glow. The passage inclined steeply downward, digging over 3 meters into the earth, and the tomb chamber resembled a bedroom. It seemed the deceased's room had been replicated here. Just as I voiced this observation, I sensed something was amiss. The tomb chamber was eerily empty, with only a single bed placed in the center and a few toys scattered about. Little Taoist, where are the others? This doesn't appear to be a sealed chamber. Zhuge Qingfeng furrowed his brow, surveying the fiery guardians before slowly removing his mask. Rest assured, with those flames burning so brightly, the air here should be fine. Don't you find this place a bit strange? I glanced around and suddenly realized, this doesn't resemble a double room at all? Pfft. Zhuge Qingfeng couldn't help but chuckle. You're not wrong. According to Wang Defa, this place was prepared for a ghost marriage, so why is it still a single room? It's as if the occupant isn't home. Well, before we delve into that, shouldn't we search for your father first? I'm quite concerned for the old Taoist's safety. However, Zhuge Qingfeng was unwavering in his confidence regarding his faux father. Don't worry. He is more capable than you think. He won't die. And look around. There is not a single sign of a struggle, indicating they likely didn't encounter anything sinister here, in my view. The immediate priority is to address the peculiarities of this room before we can hope to locate my faux father. The tomb we entered was not large, with a single passage leading directly to this single room. If there were a corpse transformation, we should have encountered the tomb's owner. Could it be a case of ghostly walls? As this thought crossed my mind, I concentrated my spirit energy around my eyes, scanning the area, and indeed, I noticed a gray mist seeping like water from the gaps in the walls surrounding the tomb chamber. There is something within the walls. I pointed towards the gaps and, without a moment's hesitation, summoned all my strength to strike the gap with a punch. As I delivered the blow, I inwardly cursed my impulsiveness and my haste. I had forgotten the force behind my strike. This place was made of rammed earth, which could easily compact into blocks. My concentrated punch not only threatened to breach the rammed earth, but risked collapsing the entire tomb. Fortunately, after dislodging a heap of debris, the tomb was temporarily preserved. As I cleared away the layers of rammed earth, I uncovered a full sheet of yellow silk, approximately a person's height and 2 arms wide, embedded within the wall. Covered in an array of red, eerie symbols, the little Taoist stepped forward, his face growing paler with each glance. Eventually, he collapsed to the ground. Back at Zhu's farm, he had shown no fear, confronting countless malevolent spirits at the ghostly gates. Why was he so shaken now? Hey, what is the matter with you? You look terrified. The little Taoist wiped his sweat. We've encountered something formidable this time. This tomb is far more than just a tomb. I gazed at the yellow silk and asked, if this tomb isn't merely a tomb, then what could it possibly be? Could it truly be meant for the living? Indeed, you're correct. This is intended for the living. Do you know what is inscribed on this yellow silk? The little Taoist clutched the talisman paper tightly, speaking each word with deliberate clarity. During the 4th Buddhist persecution, when Emperor Zhou of the later Zhou, Chairong, personally beheaded the leader of the northern school of Buddhism, Master Jingji. The collective curse cast by the Northern School S monks is inscribed on this yellow silk. What does this curse entail? This curse is titled the Scripture of Broad Nurturing Virtue and Longevity, commonly referred to as the Returning Soul Scripture. It is said that this scripture can directly connect to the underworld and retrieve a person's soul. Anyone who is returned to life must have their head and body reunited within 81 days, and if their corpse does not decay, they can return to the living. It is even rumored to grant eternal life. Rumored? Was Master Jingji not resurrected? The little Taoist shook his head. Emperor Zhou of the later Zhou, Chirong, destroyed Buddhism precisely because he believed that secular power surpassed religious faith. Thus, after clearing out the Guangji Temple, he incinerated all the monks' corpses within. Consequently, the so-called returning soul scripture became ineffective. That's a relief. This is quite different. This scripture has been inscribed with human blood, and judging by its appearance, it seems to have succeeded. Upon hearing this, I felt a chill run down to my toes. Just as I was at a loss, I saw the young Taoist take down the peachwood sword struck by lightning and half inserted into the ground before him. Then he turned his Taoist robe inside out, and to my astonishment, I discovered that beneath it was a purple robe. You are adorned in the attire of the celestial cave. Since childhood, I had heard numerous tales of this nature from Zhang Shuai. Thus I had some acquaintance with Taoist culture. The celestial cave attire, reserved for grandmasters of Taoism, can only be worn by those with profound cultivation. I never expected this young Taoist, still under the age of 13, who usually donned ragged clothes and laughed heartily, would possess such remarkable capabilities in secret. Yet, he seemed utterly disinterested in my flattery. He sat resolutely before the scripture of human blood, glaring at it with fierce intensity, reciting incantations with fervor. Moments later, he bit his fingertip, drew forth his sword, and swiftly traced a line from top to bottom upon it, roaring. The power of the celestial master, with a single stroke. The silk fabric emitted a series of mournful wails. Shinrufu, guardian. Though I was uncertain how to serve as a guardian, I instinctively rushed behind Zhuge Qingfeng, alertly scanning our surroundings. In a moment, I will use my primordial spirit to obliterate the power within this scripture. You must protect my physical body from being possessed by wandering souls, do you understand? I nodded vigorously. Zhuge Qingfeng quickly began chanting a spell, and a strange wind whipped up around us. The yang does not enter the yin. The duality of yin and yang is clear. The ancestral master's might eradicate evil without exception. The three souls disperse, the seven spirits do not function. Exit. Zhuge Qingfeng's spirit, aglow with golden light, soared from his body, dancing above and below the silk fabric. At that moment, nearby wandering souls, unable to attain rebirth, began to converge on Yue in their eyes. A soulless corporeal form brimming with profound Taoist energy was the perfect vessel. A rare and coveted opportunity. Thus, these malevolent spirits began to attempt to infiltrate the young Taoist's body. How dare you? My energy surged, and soul power flowed into my fists. Several souls, their faces withered, moved sluggishly. I seized them by the throats one by one, my fingers crushing them with ease. Just as I was in the throes of battle, a wandering soul crawled from the ground to Zhuge Qingfeng's corporeal form. This is bad. I turned and lunged, grasping the soul's legs, yanking it back with force, but my feet were met with sharp pain as another soul began to gnaw at them. Gritting my teeth, I delivered a punch that crushed its skull, but the swarm of vengeful spirits around us only grew larger, and I could feel myself nearing collapse. A spell flashed through my mind. The Great Lion Seal? Just a single character added? How utterly perfunctory, no matter. I would give it a try. I pinched my right hand into the shape of the lion seal and pressed it against the ground. In an instant, soul power spread across the entire surface, as the energy dissipated. A magnificent great lion seal emerged, inscribed upon the ground, shimmering with golden light. During this process, the soul power flowed, radiating brilliance, with traces of electric light weaving through. The wandering souls, trapped within the seal, scattered in a panic like startled birds. However, as the seal, aglow with golden light, gradually constricted, the souls caught within began to be pressed together, with the scent of burning flesh wafting through the air. The entire tomb fell silent, and I, who had sustained the seal, ultimately succumbed to fatigue and collapsed to the side. Time passed, and I felt a burning sensation in my cheeks. Opening my eyes, I found Zhuge Qingfeng preparing to deliver a hefty slap. Spare him. Upon seeing me regain consciousness, Zhuge Qingfeng exhaled a sigh of relief. Damn, you scared me to death. Just now, you were completely unresponsive. I was pinching your acupoints and thumping your chest. If you hadn't woken up, I was ready to perform mouth to mouth. All right, saving lives is paramount. How are things? I had no time to worry about myself. Every second wasted here increased the danger for that gluttonous old Taoist. Hearing my question, Zhuge Qingfeng patted his chest. It's all thanks to me. I've dealt with it. Look, I've destroyed the scripture, he declared proudly, shaking the spoils in his hand. Chapter 18. Corpse Transformation? This is a first for me. Feeling that my limbs were functioning properly, I shook my head and approached the wall where the scripture of soul rebirth had hung, only to discover a gaping hole had appeared. The opening was tall enough for a person to pass through, and it was pitch black inside. Fire God, lead the way. Zhuge Qingfeng gestured with his hands, pointing towards the whole point. One of the fire spirits in the corner spun in place, transforming into a blazing inferno as it flew into the darkness. I leaned into the opening, watching as the flame traveled deeper until it finally halted approximately 100 meters in. Still transformed into a standing fire spirit, it appeared there was another space within. Let us go take a look. I charged ahead into the cave, with Zhuge Qingfeng following closely behind. After walking for about 2 minutes, we arrived at the spot where the fire spirit stood. Illuminated by its light, I could see that the cave was splattered with fresh blood, and the ground was littered with dismembered limbs. This is bad. Something has gone awry. I picked up my flashlight to survey the area. The cave was roughly 200 square meters, and 2 coffins were arranged within. What the hell? A bronze coffin. I trembled as I glanced at the coffin's design. A bronze coffin. A prison for corpses. The old rules apply. You shield me with your innate vital energy, and I'll investigate the situation inside the coffin. I stood behind Zhuge Qingfeng, and as he enveloped us both in innate vital energy, I discreetly formed the lion seal with my right hand, glancing around. There wasn't a single complete corpse in sight, leaving me unable to discern the fates of the old Taoist, Wang Defa, and Mu Lang. Zhuge Qingfeng gently placed his hands on the coffin, and 5 blue soul threads began to extend from the bronze coffin, with 2 of them creeping inside. As time passed, beads of sweat formed on Zhuge Qingfeng's forehead. Just when I thought clarity was imminent, Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes widened in horror, and with a cry of despair, he fell to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. As I rushed to support him, a piercing screech filled the air as the lid of the bronze coffin was pushed open by an unseen force. More critically, with the spellcaster unconscious, the fire spirits scattered one by one, vanishing into thin air. The old Taoist was missing, Zhuge Qingfeng lay incapacitated, and now I was left as the sole half-hearted savior. Gripping the flashlight in my mouth, I exerted every ounce of strength to drag Zhuge Qingfeng to the wall. What on earth did he eat to grow so heavy? Complaining internally, I didn't dare to pause, all the while glancing back at the bronze coffin. Fortunately, the coffin opened slowly. After checking Zhuge Qingfeng's breathing, I let out a sigh of relief, gently placing him on the ground and retrieving the remaining talismans from his possession. The usage of these items likely resembled that of the lion seal. I mused as I examined the talismans, noting their designs. More perilous than ghostly symbols, the bronze coffin was opening increasingly faster. Seizing the initiative, I took a talisman that resembled the fire goddess decree, channeling soul power into it. The talisman in my hand began to pulsate with energy. I dared not delay, swiftly stuffing the talisman into the coffin's crevice. Flames erupted within, accompanied by deafening sounds of pounding against the coffin. As I searched for a second talisman, the lid of the bronze coffin was suddenly flung open, sending me flying backward. I collided against the earthen wall of the cave, the impact causing a metallic taste to rise in my throat. I recognized this as a sign of internal bleeding and, biting back the pain, I spat out blood. The heavy bronze lid had already been cast aside, leaving the coffin completely empty, with a foul stench wafting through the air. A nearly decayed corpse slowly stood up, still chewing on the remnants of a severed head. To my horror, it wore a pair of sunglasses. This was Wang Defa, now, with only half of his head remaining. His eyeballs were long gone. From the tattered clothes on the corpse, it was evident that this was the master of the tomb who had undergone corpse transformation, the male lead for the ghost marriage. It seemed that my living essence, combined with the supreme yang energy of the innate vital force, had excited him immensely. The skeletal face, gnawed down to the bone, turned toward me, discarding Wang Defa's head as it crawled over the bronze coffin to pounce at me. My soul power was still recovering, and if I had been fully charged, perhaps the great lion seal could have contained him. Namo Amitba, you better stay right there. At that moment, it struck me to utter such words. And I wanted to slap myself. Since the practitioner does not comprehend the superior teachings of Buddhism, this humble Taoist has some knowledge of martial arts as well. Observing the situation, it was clear that if I died, the young Taoist would meet his end too. Thus, I resolved to go all out. One death is the same as two. The corpse master, with half a head dangling, lunged at me, still gnawing on Wang Defa's half head. I realized I couldn't. He evaded in time, so I grabbed a cylindrical object nearby and shoved it into its mouth. Its already decaying and ruptured mouth stretched as I forced it in, dislocating its jaw. Get away! I seized its fallen jaw and struck it against its head. Now, its head was in tatters. After such a tumult, Wang Defa's half-head with sunglasses rolled to my feet. Although I felt a wave of nausea, I knew I had to subdue the corpse master first. What method could I employ? Just as I was in a frenzy, a thought flickered back to the night of my duel with Su Shiwu. Who better to deal with ghosts than the duo of the black and white impermanents? With this revelation, I decided to act first, gathering innate vital energy in my fist and striking the lid of the bronze coffin. The lid flew off, striking the walking corpse in its painful struggles. It began to lift the coffin lid in order to be cautious. I leaped onto the coffin lid, grasping his arms with determination. With a decisive snap, I forcefully tore them off. Now without arms, he was temporarily unable to shift the bronze coffin lid. I approached the young Taoist, gathering my focus, and my spirit once again ventured outside the Guandi temple. This time, the temple stood wide open, and in the urgency of the moment, I rushed inside, panting and shouting, "Seventh Master, Eighth Master, come out!" The temple was eerily silent, devoid of any echoes. After a few more shouts, the seventh master languidly floated out. "The debt collector Shun Rufeng, I offer my respects. Enough of the pleasantries, there's a life at stake. Come quickly and assist," I urged, pulling the seventh master toward the exit. Yet, he maintained his trademark ghostly smile, transforming into a wisp of smoke and retreating, leisurely stating, "Young Master Shun, although my brother and I serve at the Guandi Temple, we are not under your jurisdiction. Our assignments are sanctioned by Fengdu, and apart from the gatekeeper of Fengdu and the official spirits of the underworld, you have no authority to command us. What era is this, still bound by such archaic rules?" My anxiety intensified, prompting me to shout, "At this moment, saving a life is paramount. Will you heed my plea? Otherwise, should I perish as well, I wonder how you will explain yourselves to Lord Guan." Yet, the White Wuchang maintained his nonchalant demeanor. "I apologize, young Master Shun, but if there are no other matters, please take your leave." How outrageous! Even if you could leave me a golden finger as a token. Or at the very least, disclose his weaknesses. Amidst the rain-soaked night, adrift on the river, as dawn broke and the roosters crowed, fate would unfold. Leaving behind that nonsensical phrase, the White Wuchang vanished. Just as I was about to depart, I noticed the soul-reaping rod left aside. Without hesitation, I seized it and fled. Upon returning to the cavern, the walking corpse had emerged from beneath the bronze coffin lid. Armed with the soul-reaping rod, I charged forward, delivering a blow to its chest. With a resounding crack, sparks erupted from the corpse's chest, sending its body soaring through the air. Is it truly this effective? I closed the distance, denying it a chance to breathe, unleashing a flurry of strikes. Its body grew charred, and with every ounce of strength, I thrust the soul-reaping rod through its chest, embedding it into the ground. Now deprived of its hands, it writhed in agony, pinned down by the rod. Just as I dealt with it, another coffin began to rattle ominously. Is this never-ending? As I prepared to toss in the fire goddess decree, a muffled voice emanated from within. "Little brother, is that you?" The voice of the old Taoist? "It's me. Are you my father?" "Yes, yes, yes. Hurry and open this cursed coffin." I found a shovel in the corner and began to pry the coffin lid open bit by bit. Suddenly, a head emerged from the gap. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the old Taoist, his face smeared with blood, his clothes tattered, struggling to crawl out. "Pull me up quickly, you lazy brat," I thought to myself. What time is it? And he still has the energy to act. After much effort, I finally pulled him out, and he sat on the coffin, panting heavily as he addressed me. "Quickly, there's another one inside. I don't know if there's any life left. Let us get him out first." "The wooden wolf?" The old Taoist nodded. The wooden wolf was quite large and heavy, and after considerable effort, we managed to get him onto the ground. The old Taoist glanced at the writhing corpse and then at the soul-reaping rod. Saying nothing further, he simply gave me a thumbs up and muttered a curse. What a solid backing. Enough of the chatter. Let us see how these two are doing. The Taoist, well versed in medical arts, examined the young Taoist first. After taking his pulse, his brow furrowed. Such a peculiar pulse, alternating between absence and presence. What could this mean? And what about this one on the ground? The old Taoist shook his head. He has lost too much blood. I have temporarily staunched the flow with my medicinal powder. But he needs to be taken to a hospital, and the coward? You mean Wang Defa? Yes, isn't he right at your feet? The old Taoist looked down, and despite his vast experience, he promptly retched. Serves him right, trying to blackmail us, dreaming. The old Taoist spat at Wang Defa's head, then fashioned a makeshift stretcher from his ragged clothing, transporting the young Taoist and the wooden wolf to the cave entrance. He then instructed me to keep watch while he returned to the tomb. "Why are you going back?" I grasped him tightly. After all the turmoil of this night, I couldn't bear to watch him walk to his doom. The old Taoist chuckled. "Rest assured, the walking corpse is subdued by your soul-reaping rod. It's only a matter of time before its soul scatters. I'm going down to collect the 100,000. 100,000? That's the soul of Zhu Lijuan. Have you forgotten? It's worth 100,000. The old Taoist's eyes glimmered with greed. This was a true thief, leaving no stone unturned. With no other choice, I complied with his plan. Not long after the old Taoist descended, I distinctly saw a gray soul vanish into a gourd, while another golden soul writhed in agony amidst the pale blue flames. Before long, the old Taoist emerged from the cave. He patted the gourd. "All done, the 100,000 is secured. It will suffice for our expenses. Have that bamboo pole bring the vehicle." "Bamboo pole?" Upon hearing commotion in the tomb. He must have fled in the car long ago. What a coward! In this desolate wilderness, how shall we return? I surveyed the surroundings. Only fields were nearby, but in this remote area, while the old Taoist and I could endure, these two injured souls could not withstand the cold night winds of the countryside. Racking our brains, the old Taoist recalled a solution. There were several haystacks nearby. He gathered some straw, burned it to ash, and applied it to the wooden wolf's wounds, then rewrapped them with cloth strips. Don't underestimate these haystacks. Ash from burned straw can stop bleeding and disinfect, preventing infection. Come, help me lift them into the haystack. It's warm inside and can keep them warmed. In the morning, we'll flag down a vehicle. After much toil, I observed the wooden wolf's breathing stabilize momentarily. The old Taoist and I took a breather by the fire. He recounted the events that transpired after they descended into the tomb. He, along with Wang Defa and the wooden wolf, discovered that Wang Defa had stealthily drawn a gun, having previously investigated and realized our identities were false. Intending to blackmail us, after securing the money, he planned to eliminate the three of us within the tomb. Given the desolate nature of the site, even if we raised a stink, no one would be the wiser. However, fate had other plans. Upon reaching the main tomb chamber, the old Taoist sensed something amiss. A hidden mechanism was set in the main chamber, and just as Wang Defa was about to be crushed, the wooden wolf saved him, but in the process, he sustained severe injury to his left shoulder, blood splattering onto the wall adorned with the soul-recalling scripture, before they were sucked into the wall's force. Upon entering the cave, the old Taoist swiftly found Zhu Lijuan's corpse within the bronze coffin, hiding himself and smearing the corpse oil from Zhu Lijuan's decaying body on his temples, Bai Hui point and collarbones, concealing his vital essence, thus evading calamity. But Wang Defa was not so fortunate. Brandishing his gun, he fired twice at the walking corpse, yet it seemed unfazed, and he was soon devoured without understanding what had transpired. When the wooden wolf approached the old Taoist's concealed bronze coffin, the old Taoist, unable to bear seeing him meet the same grim fate, extended his compassion, applying the corpse oil to his face and pulling him into the coffin. They waited for a considerable duration before the walking corpse returned to the bronze coffin. I had long harbored a question. Why did this tomb undergo such a transformation? Is it not related to feng shui? Given that this tomb is backed by mountains and faces water, while it may not be the most auspicious site, it is certainly a decent burial place. The old Taoist procured a pack of cigarettes from the wooden wolf, lighting one by the fire as he mused. In life, there are matters of the living. In death, there are matters of the dead. They arranged a ghostly marriage, and we sought to take his wife. Do you think he wooed and to be enraged? Indeed, upon deeper reflection, we were merely conducting a business transaction. Yet they had paid for a ghostly marriage. Our sudden arrival to take his wife away would understandably incite anger. Old Taoist, we can't engage in such business in the future. I feel quite uneasy about this. The old Taoist regarded me, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and remained silent, laying down a makeshift bed of brush to rest. Chapter 19. The Demise of Jintong, Part 1. I sat by the fire, awaiting dawn, my mind lingering on the events that unfolded since I became a debt collector. When thoughts became too overwhelming, I approached the tomb, tidying it up to restore it to its original state. The spirit of the tomb owner had vanished, and I could only offer 3 sticks of incense, 2 for heaven and earth, and 1 for the tomb owner. Reflecting on it now, the 7th master was indeed a ghost with a personality. That soul-reaping rod was intentionally left for me. I must find the time to express my gratitude. I wonder if he would accept $1 billion in cash from the Bank of Heaven and Earth. At dawn, after much effort, the old Taoist and I managed to flag down a tractor. The kind driver, upon hearing our plea for help, took us all the way to the city. As we passed by the funeral home in Luoqing, I spotted Bamboo Pole and a group of staff conversing outside. I leaped off the tractor, striding toward Bamboo Pole with a cold smile. Just moments ago, he had been barking orders, yet upon seeing me, his face turned pale. I mockingly patted Bamboo Pole. What is this? Just one night has caused you to lose your memory? Forgetful of your benefactor. Are we, you, I, that? Enough with the stammering. Let me make this clear. Your boss has met his end, and I hope you won't take offense. Upon hearing the Bamboo Pole's voice, he trembled as he pulled me aside and lowered his voice, inquiring, "What exactly do you intend to do? Are you after money?" I shook my head and replied, "Here, I have returned your person to you. As for our identities, I believe you are somewhat aware I am not interested in your affairs. Rather, my curiosity lies with the individuals behind you. I am aware that you cannot source such a vast array of resources for a posthumous marriage on your own. Now that your boss is deceased, if you wish to take charge, cooperate with me earnestly, and I assure you, you shall not be treated poorly." You? What makes you think I should collaborate with you? Although the Bamboo Pole was somewhat informed about our identities, it was evident that he lacked comprehension of our capabilities. I resolved to assert my dominance. The residence of your boss was fortified with the Golden Boy's protective spell. Correct? Such a malevolent incantation comes at a great cost. If there is no human blood to sustain these entities, upon your boss's demise, to whom will these little creatures turn? It is uncertain, indeed. However, rest assured, if you comply, I will guarantee that they will not haunt you. Now, ponder this well. Once you have made up your mind, find me at Lu Dashao's restaurant on Happiness Road. My name is Shun Rufeng. I was astonished to find that my words were more cunning than those of a schemer. The expressions on the Bamboo Pole's face were a kaleidoscope of emotions, yet I had no interest in lingering on them. I knew that this coward was undoubtedly fearful of the repercussions from the Golden Boy's protection. Therefore, I remained patient, returning to wait it out. Upon arriving at Xiang'er's home, it was bustling once more, as she had previously been alone. The moment Xiang'er saw us carrying the young Taoist into the house, she pouted in exasperation and remarked, "Why is it that every time you go out, he returns in a daze?" I exchanged glances with the old Taoist, speechless. After settling Zhuge Qingfeng, I recounted my earlier conversation with the Bamboo Pole to the old Taoist. Upon hearing my words, the old Taoist was taken aback, exclaiming, "Shun Rufeng, you truly do not know the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth, daring to make such guarantees. Are you aware of how sinister the Golden Boy's protective spell is?" "Indeed, I am aware, which is why I hastened to inform you. Given your extensive knowledge of it, I assumed you would know how to resolve it. I pondered all night yesterday, and based on Wang Defa and his associates, they could not possibly sustain such a grand posthumous marriage business alone. There must be others behind it. Now that Wang Defa is dead, if we can control the bamboo pole, we should be able to uncover the forces at play behind the scenes and eliminate them altogether. The old Taoist merely scoffed at my words. Eliminate them altogether? You, an inexperienced individual, still entangled in the five elements tribulation, wish to act as a hero? Shen Rufeng, you truly do not comprehend the gravity of your situation. Consider the fate of those unfortunate souls from the Divine Arrow sect and reflect on why Su Shiwu chose to go into hiding. What about me? What grounds do I have? Is it not better to focus on earning money in peace? Upon hearing this, I was incensed and slammed the table, shouting, Earning money? Earning this blood money, the money of lives. Is there anything in your eyes besides money? I realize now that your initial effort to find me was merely to exploit me. A life debt seeker, for your profit. Well then, I am uninterested in such filthy money today. You can keep it all for yourself. After a fierce argument with the old Taoist, we retreated to our respective rooms, ignoring each other. In the afternoon, after hearing the old Taoist leave, Xianger approached me, asking, You two have faced life and death together. Do you not know the old Taoist by now? Greedy, yet he values loyalty. He was genuinely worried about you after the confrontation with my master in the hospital. Given your severe injuries, I do not know what you have experienced this time, but I believe he fears that you might not handle things well on your own and cause further trouble. Still brimming with anger, I paid little heed to Xianger and made my way to Lu Dashao's restaurant. The restaurant remained closed, and upon inquiring with a neighbor, I learned that Lu Dashao had not returned lately. Just as I was about to leave, I turned to see the bamboo pole approaching, glancing back nervously. Hello, may I have a word? His politeness gave me a sense of what was to come. I led him to the street and asked, Have you given it some thought? I truly had no part in the nefarious dealings of the boss. You see, I was unaware of what transpired afterward, as he merely assigned me to watch for trouble outside. However, regarding that golden boy's protective spell, if it can be resolved, I would like to ask for your assistance in doing so. I will disclose anything you wish to know. Observing the bamboo pole's timid demeanor, I surmised that he would not dare to fabricate lies now. I decided to play along, saying, Very well, since you are so earnest, here is the deal. For the next few nights, refrain from staying at the company. Once I have devised a method, I will reach out to you. Thank you, master. The bamboo pole turned to leave, but I called out, Why are you in such a hurry? I have yet to finish speaking. About that golden boy's protective spell, do you recall where the golden boy was sourced from? The bamboo pole nodded. It was from a place in Thailand called Wanfo Sui. I contacted a local practitioner named Azalili, who specializes in such businesses, to procure 4 golden boys. Azalili? Did you say Azalili? The bamboo pole nodded. Indeed. What of it? I gritted my teeth, thinking, this time you have fallen into my hands. I will settle both new and old scores. Upon returning to Xianger's home, the old Taoist was present as well. We sat across from one another in silence, while Xianger, after tending to Zhuge Qingfeng, poured herself a cup of water and sat beside us. How is the young Taoist? Is he all right? Xianger glanced at me. How would I know? I tried the acupuncture method taught by Granny Bu Yun, but it had no effect. His breathing is steady, almost as if he is merely asleep. What should we do then? Upon hearing this, I became visibly anxious. How would I know? I am not a professional doctor. Xianger directed her gaze towards the old Taoist. Seeing this, I decided to humble myself. Old Taoist, can you heal him? A Taoist who only recognizes money, and you dare ask me to heal him? Are you not afraid of killing him? The old Taoist's sarcasm was indeed formidable. I realized that if I were to yield, I could only do so entirely. I sincerely apologized to the old Taoist, who, after venting his frustrations for 5 minutes, relented. Fine. I feel much better now. This. I immediately perked up, then hurry and heal him. To my surprise, the old Taoist shrugged nonchalantly, adopting a rogue's demeanor. I never said I would heal him. This statement nearly incited me to strike the old Taoist. Yet he calmly continued, While I cannot heal him, I can dispel the backlash from the golden boy's protective spell. You can dispel it? That is splendid. Please, tell me how. However, what benefit do I gain from doing so? Upon hearing this, I realized he was adopting that same old demeanor. Yet, given my current predicament, I had no choice but to plead humbly, why would an adult like you quibble with me over this? Moreover, this is not for my sake, but for Xiang'er's. Upon hearing this, Xiang'er appeared confused. For me? What does it have to do with me? I recounted to Xiang'er and the old Taoist everything the bamboo pole had revealed to me. The old Taoist furrowed his brow. Azalili is truly no trivial matter. He has colluded with those Southeast Asian individuals to engage in such heinous acts. I was puzzled as to how Wang Defa, despite his wealth, could have such connections to the Golden Boy's protective spell. Xiang'er's expression grew grave, filled with concern. My master is ruthless and shows no mercy to anyone. Yet, he once mentioned to me that aside from the Taoist arts of the Central Plains, he despises the witchcraft of Southeast Asia. He believes that such practices only manipulate corpses and exploit the grievances of minor spirits to achieve protection and alter fortunes, lacking any true skill. Why would he associate with them now? It is likely more complex than it seems, for Wang Defa mentioned that the Golden Boy was acquired through Azalili's connections in Thailand long ago. This suggests that your master has been colluding with these individuals for quite some time. Enough of this useless chatter. Tonight, you and I shall pay a visit to the bamboo pole. I want to meet this Golden Boy of protection. As dusk fell, the old Taoist and I set off for the Low City funeral home. I had called the bamboo pole earlier in the afternoon, and he was waiting at the entrance as we arrived. The night funeral home was eerily quiet. The bamboo pole, still impeccably dressed in his suit, trembled at the entrance, and upon seeing us, immediately approached, complaining, "Masters, the atmosphere here at night is so ominous. Could we not choose a daytime visit? I have heard that during the day, the yang energy is strong enough to ward off those minor spirits." The old Taoist could not help but let out a cold laugh. "You, who engage in dealings with the dead daily, fear ghosts? Moreover, do you think you can simply dictate the time? Would you prefer to take on this task yourself?" His words left the bamboo pole at a loss for words. The old Taoist continued, "You only understand one side of this. Those minor spirits nurtured in Southeast Asia are, at their core, uncivilized embryos, their souls in a primitive state. Thus, they do not distinguish between yin and yang. Only the presence of yin energy amplifies their grievances. Even in daylight, if your time has come, it is inevitable. Do you understand?" I understand, Master. I have prepared everything you requested. Please, come in. As we walked inside, I inquired about the situation with Mu Lang, to which the bamboo pole sighed. "I must express my gratitude to both of you." Thankfully, he was returned in time. Although he lost a lot of blood, he did not suffer any critical injuries. It seems he is fortunate. While his muscles are injured, his bones remain intact. Regarding Wang Defa's matter, the bamboo pole's face lit up with a gleeful expression. "Ha, that man. After years of following him, I have witnessed his numerous misdeeds. Such retribution was only a matter of time." But did his family not report it to the authorities? Report it. His wife and children had long since been sent abroad, and a significant portion of his ill-gotten gains was squandered on them. However, one could argue that he brought this upon himself. His life or death was of no concern to his family. Last year, he suffered a sudden heart attack, and it was I who promptly discovered him and took him to the hospital. When I later called his wife, can you guess what she said? Her first reaction was to inquire whether the next payment had been sent to them. Even at the brink of death, he was expected to ensure they received their share. My companion, Lao Dao, and I exchanged incredulous glances. Life is fleeting, much like the changing of the seasons. Wang Defa, having amassed his fortune through unscrupulous means, faced the consequences of his actions, his family estranged from him, a fitting retribution. Zhu Gan, filled with righteous indignation, spoke at length before suddenly laughing. "Perhaps this is for the best. Now that he has vanished, I call the shots. After this incident, I've made up my mind. Is there enough business in the funeral home industry? In a city this large, people die every day. I can thrive in this trade without resorting to such unscrupulous dealings. What do you think? This fellow. I'm uncertain whether to deem him kind-hearted or cruel. On one hand, he refuses to engage in morally reprehensible acts. On the other, he earns a living from the dead without a hint of remorse." Lost in thought, we arrived at Wang Defa's courtyard. Following Lao Dao's instructions, Zhu Gan had already assembled a dozen corpse-bearers, all born under the year of the dog. Each was marked with a red dot of cinnabar on their foreheads. With everything in place, Lao Dao handed me a rope coated in gold lacquer and a yin-yang gourd belonging to Lu Da Shao. instructing me, "Today, I have painstakingly acquired this binding rope for you. I will serve as the focal point for the next demon binding array. Once the golden boy is drawn out, he will possess me. You must subdue me immediately and use the binding rope to tighten around my neck, forcing them out of my mouth. Then, utilize your soul energy to activate the gourd and capture them within. Remember, do not allow them to descend from my mouth down to my dantian, or I shall lose my body to them. So you would be left with no life?" I examined the binding rope, contemplating, why not let me serve as the focal point? I have never done this before. You are experienced, and at least the chances of success would be greater. Lao Dao waved his hand and took a seat at the entrance, not looking back as he said, "You are still young. My old bones cannot contain you. Remember, when the 3 incense sticks in front of me burn simultaneously, it is most precarious. 2 short and 1 long is to be avoided. If 2 sticks noticeably shorten, prepare to restrain me." Chapter 20. Extermination of the Golden Boy, Part 2, with Lao Dao's command. The dozen corpse-bearers encircled the courtyard with red silk cloth. While I gripped the binding rope tightly, my gaze fixed on Lao Dao. He formed a hand seal with one hand directed skyward. While the other traced patterns in the air before him, I concentrated my soul energy in my eyes, watching the entire courtyard intently. After a long while, there was still no movement within. Zhu Gan leaned closer and whispered, "Master, what is happening?" I shook my head, signaling him to remain silent. Suddenly, a whirlwind erupted within the courtyard, and Zhu Gan stammered, pointing towards the 3 incense sticks in the distance. The incense is extinguished. Following his gesture, I saw that all 3 sticks before Lao Dao had indeed gone out. 2 of them had burned down completely, while the third remained unscathed. "Lao Dao! Lao Dao!" I shouted, but he remained unresponsive. "Everyone, step back. Remain still, close your eyes and steady your minds. No matter what occurs, do not open your eyes." I pushed Zhu Gan out of the demon binding array and, clutching the binding rope, hurried to Lao Dao's side. Upon closer inspection, I found him with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion ashen, and his body cold and clammy, as if he had just emerged from water. It then struck me that something seemed to be crawling down his throat, causing it to bulge. Without hesitation, I wrapped the binding rope around his neck and pulled with force, causing black smoke to billow from his neck, accompanied by a charred odor. Strangely, beneath the binding rope, his neck felt as hard as steel, showing no signs of yielding. I infused the binding rope with soul energy and shouted, "Come out!" If he were an ordinary person, his neck would have surely snapped by now. But the vengeful spirit of the Golden Boy was immensely powerful, currently trapped within his throat. This stalemate was untenable, so I had a sudden idea, tying the rope into a slipknot, and with my right hand, I formed a demon-subduing seal, targeting Lao Dao's throat as I exclaimed, "Forgive me." My palm struck his throat, and I felt as though my arm had collided with iron, sending a shock through my body. Fortunately, Lao Dao's throat remained intact, and the vengeful spirit of the Golden Boy was expelled, retreating to a corner of the courtyard. However, as Lao Dao gradually regained consciousness, the demon-binding array activated once more, causing the buried Golden Boy to rise from the ground with a wail. Ugh! The Golden Boy, with a size reminiscent of a small, ashen infant, emanated a foul stench that made one want to retch. Thankfully, the corpse-bearers, seasoned by experience, managed to withstand the urge to flee. Sweat dripped from Lao Dao's brow as he cautioned me, "He has nowhere to escape, but he is more ferocious than I anticipated." Initially, I intended to capture him, but it seems the only option now is to eliminate him. Shen Rufeng, do not allow him to approach me. Buy me time to dispatch him with the 5 days thunder curse. The Golden Boy, with hollow eye sockets, screeched piercingly while crawling frantically on the ground. Yet, confined within the demon-binding array, he was unable to escape. Repeatedly slamming against the walls, in a fit of rage, he turned his empty gaze towards Lao Dao. Letting out a howl that pierced the heavens, before lunging towards him, I swiftly intervened, seizing his neck and pinning him to the ground. This little creature's bones and skin were entirely disconnected, yet he executed a bizarre maneuver, twisting his head and limbs a full 180 degrees to face me. Thankfully, my reflexes were sharp, and I released my grip in time to avoid his sharp teeth. However, with his attack thwarted, he erupted into an irritatingly shrill cry. I was preparing to bind him with the rope when he suddenly sensed instability among the onlookers, unleashing a cacophony of ghostly wails at the outermost edge. A corpse-bearer discarded the red cloth, letting out a frantic scream as he attempted to flee. The golden boy, with his broken limbs, crawled like a scorpion and bit down on the man's hind leg. The man yelped in pain, and I rushed over, but it was too late. The golden boy had already bitten through his neck, greedily drinking the spurting blood. I was stunned by the gruesome scene before me. But Lao Dao's urgent shout snapped me back to reality. Now, bind him. If he drinks his fill of blood, even the thunder will not be able to kill him. His voice jolted my spirit awake, and I stealthily approached the golden boy from behind, who was lost in the delight of his feast. As the blood flowed into him, his previously ashen body began to turn crimson. The corpse-bearer, wronged in death, stared vacantly at the sky. Taking a deep breath, I averted my gaze and swiftly wrapped the binding rope around the golden boy's neck. He struggled violently, blood dripping from his maw. My arms, infused with innate energy, were immensely strong, and I bound him tightly before securing it with a knot. I then rummaged through my pocket, discovering a stack of talismans I had pilfered from the little Taoist. Mimicking the young Taoist's actions, I infused the talismans with soul energy and scattered them around the demon-binding array. Fire God, heed my command. Rise. At my command, humanoid figures sprang up around the demon-binding array. However, to my surprise, they took the form of water-like figures. This was not the Fire God talisman. A sense of foreboding crept over me. Lao Dao, who had been preparing the 5 days thunder curse, was taken aback by my use of the talismans. Upon calculating the situation, he shouted, "Be careful. The water god talisman signals your water calamity." Truly, it was the worst timing. Why invoke a calamity of the 5 elements now? I mentally cursed the rules of fate as I clutched the squirming golden boy and made my way towards Lao Diodum. My worst fears materialized as I slipped on an unexpected puddle, sending me tumbling. In that moment, all was lost. The golden boy was flung into one of the water figures. Once inside, he thrived, as if mocking my foolishness. Lao Dao's voice echoed behind me. Water is of the Yin. This vengeful spirit gains strength from water and becomes uncontrollable. Quickly evade. I had no time for regret, scrambling to my feet and fleeing. That moment, Lao Dao rose, arms crossed before his chest, forming a seal as he intoned, 5 days thunder. Vanquish the demons and cleanse the calamity. The air trembled with the sound of distant thunder, and as Lao Dao directed, a bolt of lightning pierced the night sky, targeting the water figure containing the golden boy. The water figure evaded the strike, lunging toward Lao Dao. Anticipating this, Lao Dao dodged, but the water figure, instead of turning back, charged directly at me. This creature was a master of deception, appearing to attack Lao Dao while actually targeting me. Before I could react, it seized me by the throat. Lao Dao intended to summon another bolt of thunder, but with the water figure and me entangled, the strike would surely obliterate me as well. Just as I struggled for breath, I noticed smoke rising from the water figure's arm, accompanied by a pained howl. The golden boy recoiled, flinging me to the ground. In my bewilderment, Lao Dao rushed over to help me up. But before I could express my gratitude, he punched me squarely in the nose, leaving me dizzy and bleeding. "You?" With tears streaming down my face and a hand pressed firmly against my nose, the old priest remained unfazed, exuding confidence. "Do not worry, I have a plan." As he spoke, he pinched my nose and forced out a copious amount of blood, which he smeared onto the binding immortal's rope and the thunder-stricken Peachwood sword he had borrowed from a young Taoist. He pulled me up, disregarding my pain, and said, "Brother, forgive me, but it is crucial that we subdue him first. We can address everything else later." Gritting my teeth against the excruciating pain, I grasped the bloodied binding immortal's rope and encircled the water spirit golden boy. Strangely enough, the rope, now tainted with my blood, began to scorch the golden boy's once invulnerable skin, leaving behind fiery marks. With no time to ponder, I swiftly secured him, but the golden boy, in agony, struggled even more fiercely. The old priest raised the Peachwood sword, leaping into the air, and plunged it down onto the golden boy's head. With one final, haunting cry, the golden boy collapsed to the ground. Motionless. It was only then that I noticed the corpse bearers, who had been brandishing red cloth, had mysteriously vanished, and the bamboo poles were nowhere to be found. My face ached, and blood mixed with tears streamed down uncontrollably. The old priest was not faring much better. He had been possessed by a malevolent spirit, severely depleting his yang energy. After resting for a while, the old priest approached the golden boy, extracted the peachwood sword, wiped it clean, and handed me a towel. "Don't you wish to say something?" I grumbled, my voice muffled by my congested nose. The old priest surveyed the chaotic scene before him, then produced a pack of cigarettes from seemingly nowhere and lit one. Indeed, today was a blessing from our ancestral masters. This foreign ghost is quite a challenge when approached with Chinese methods. Had we not discovered his fear of your blood, we might have perished at his hands. Fear of my blood. So you broke my nose for that? The old priest shook his head. Do not forget, this time, your 5 elements calamity has also come, as far as I know. Prior to the arrival of the 5 elements calamity, you will experience some form of sensation or various omens. But think carefully, has any of your 5 elements calamities not occurred unexpectedly thus far? Shen Rufeng, to speak frankly, you are not an ordinary, debt-laden individual. During this period, we have been so busy running around that you have not had the chance to understand and organize many matters concerning debt-laden people. It seems we shall need to consult Lu Dashao upon our return. I could not refute him, merely pinching my nose and tilting my head as I stepped outside to the courtyard. The bamboo poles and the corpse-bearers had been waiting outside, and upon seeing us emerge, they rushed forward with eager inquiries. In a moment, I will perform a ritual for the deceased. You go prepare the paper, ink, brushes, and swords. The bamboo pole looked bewildered, and I shouted while covering my nose. Yellow paper, red brushes, ink, ruler, scissors, and wooden swords. Haven't you ever seen a movie? And bring me some cotton. Once everything was prepared, the old priest began the ritual. I stood nearby, stuffing cotton into my nose, groaning in pain. The bamboo pole settled the others and sat down beside me, saying, "Master, you are truly formidable. How about we collaborate? There is plenty of money to be made here, far better than you setting up a stall to tell fortunes. Money for lives? Spare me, do not be deceived by the golden boy's demise. The misfortune he summoned has also dissipated. While you may not be the mastermind, the loss of your moral standing necessitates that you perform more good deeds. Rather than always resorting to underhanded methods, remember this. While man acts, heaven observes." The bamboo pole fell silent, taken aback by my words. Before long, the old priest, drenched in sweat, approached us and stated, "We are done here. It is time for us to leave. And bamboo pole, do not forget the promise you made to me." Upon hearing this, the bamboo pole smacked his forehead, retrieving a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket, evidently having been there for quite some time. The old priest glanced at the paper, pocketed it, and after bidding farewell to the bamboo pole, we returned to Xiang'er's home, arriving well past midnight. The night breeze was chilly, causing me to shiver involuntarily. Glancing at the old priest, though he remained silent, his complexion was ashen, and he was drenched in sweat. Sensing something was amiss, I quickly helped him sit down. Ugh! He spat a mouthful of fresh blood. What happened? The old priest wiped his mouth and smiled bitterly. I am getting old. I clearly cannot withstand such turmoil. Being possessed by a little ghost has depleted my vital energy. In my youth, I was full of vigor, and after a bit of rest, I would recover. This time, however, it has truly drained my essence. Well, now that this blood has been expelled, I feel considerably better, strangely enough. After expelling that blood, his complexion did indeed improve significantly. The following day, I awoke early, my nose still aching, but the bleeding had finally ceased. Unfortunately, Xiang'er was suffering. My nosebleed and the subsequent several mouthfuls of blood the old priest had spat out had thoroughly disheveled the room. For several days, I could not bear to look Xiang'er in the eye, while Zhuge Qingfeng remained unconscious, and the old priest was injured, leaving all household matters for her to manage alone. As compensation, the old priest handed over the 100,000 yuan card he had received from Zhu Zong, allowing her to spend as she pleased. About a week later, the old priest was practicing martial arts in the courtyard. And noticing his recovery, I could not help but ask, what has happened to Lu Dashao? It has been many days since he returned. He is in his hometown, a poor village. Where would he have a phone? The old priest retorted, Indeed, next time, remember to get him a phone. It would be far more convenient. By the way, I have been having a recurring dream where a man is trying to climb out of a fiery pit, calling for my help, but I can never reach him in time. The old priest paused his training, questioning me. Is that man Lu Dashao? I shook my head. I cannot see clearly that it is just a dream. I do not know who it is, then that settles it. The old priest pulled me down to comfort me. Brother, to speak candidly, ever since the incident with the golden boy, I have been contemplating that we have been staying with Xiang'er for quite some time. She has treated us well, but I can see that she is also filled with anxiety, primarily due to her master. Last time you severely injured him without killing him, and now the golden boy is again connected to him. I was thinking, this time we either take them all down at once, uprooting the evil cults at Azali and Wanfo Temple, thus granting Xiang'er peace of mind. What do you think? The old priest's thoughts mirrored my own. Although we had 15,000 from Zhu Zong, which was sufficient for our needs, Xiang'er had been living in fear since she betrayed her sect, but was reluctant to inform us, fearing it would worry us. Did not expect you to be so meticulous in your plans. I think the same. Quickly think of a way to awaken the young Taoist and find Lu Dashao. With their assistance, our chances of success would increase significantly. The old priest held me back. Lu Dashao must certainly be included, but this young Taoist is a wild card. We know nothing of his background. He is like a ticking time bomb. Bringing him along could endanger us. That reasoning is flawed. How can we not know his background? He has saved us once with his soul leaving his body and has aided us twice. Even exhausting himself to the point of fainting, isn't that enough? Seeing my unwavering stance, the old priest suspiciously asked, "Are you hiding something from me?" The young Taoist had specifically instructed that his status as a debt-laden individual should not be disclosed to anyone other than myself, who shared the same fate. Thus, in response to the old priest's inquiry, I hastily concocted a lie to deflect. The old priest did not press further, only advising me to be cautious. Subsequently, we parted ways. The old priest set out to find a way to awaken Zhuge Qingfeng, while I sought information on Lu Dashao's whereabouts. Chapter 21. Returning to the Geese Peak, Wuzhou Temple. When it comes to finding someone, I am at a loss, but others are not. I took out the big brother phone the old priest had left for me and dialed Qianer's number. Upon hearing my voice, Qianer was overjoyed. "Oh brother, let me tell you, you have done me a great favor. Now Zhu Zong holds me in high regard. By the way, he even said to invite you all out for a meal to personally thank you. Enough with the pleasantries. I need your help with something. Let us meet at our usual spot, the billiards hall next to the old priest's fortune-telling stand." I met with Qianer, since the old priest had given him an extra 10,000 yuan. Qianer regarded the old priest as his second boss and followed his every command. Qianer glanced around the billiards hall and said, "Brother, why meet here? It does not suit your status. How about we change the venue, and I treat you to a sauna? It will be relaxing. No, too many people here. It is noisy. I need your help to find someone." Finding someone? That is easy. As long as they have a single hair left in this world, there is no one Qianer cannot find. "Brother, who are you looking for?" "There is a little restaurant at the east end of the city. I do not even know the owner's real name. He goes by Lu Dashao. The restaurant has been closed lately, and he has gone missing. Can you help me find him?" Upon hearing this, Qianer, flashing his newly capped gold tooth, slapped his chest. "No problem. Brother. So, did he owe you money? I could just collect it for you, and I will take care of him. How does that sound? No need for you to get your hands dirty. No, he is my friend. I am worried about him. No problem. Your friend is my friend. Just wait a moment." Qianer said this and went to the front desk to make a call. Before long, a group of about 10 people barged into the billiards room, clearing out all unrelated patrons. Then, Qianer, cigarette in mouth, began to address the crowd. "Brothers, have you been wronged while following me and Zhu Zong?" "Not wronged. Well, there is a matter I need you to attend to. I would like you to help me locate an individual, a man named Lu, who runs a fly-infested establishment at the eastern edge of the city. His nickname is Lu Dashao, and he is a friend of mine. I shall give you 3 days to find him, and there will be a reward for the one who succeeds." Upon hearing this, a thin, dark-skinned man stepped forward and said, "Lu Dashao's place? I frequent it often, but he hasn't opened in quite some time. However, I am aware of his hometown. Perhaps I might inquire about him." "Fine. I don't care what method you employ, but you have 3 days to locate this person." After bidding farewell to Qianer, I wandered aimlessly through the city. While munching on some spicy strips and sipping on Wangzai milk, I suddenly noticed that I was being followed. I took a series of convoluted turns and returned to the entrance of the billiards hall. Where Qian-er still lingered, he is following me. Catch him! I shouted as I approached Qian-er. Not one to let an opportunity slip, he signaled to his companions, who rushed forward and pinned the tail behind. Damn it! How dare he provoke my brothers in this place? How should we deal with him? I stepped forward and inquired, Why are you following me? The man, appearing to be in his 20s, trembled in fear and promptly replied, Someone asked me to deliver a message to you. I gestured for the others to release him, and once we were alone, he looked around nervously and said, You are Shen Rufeng, right? Indeed. Who sent you to convey this message? I don't know. It was a woman who asked me to come to Luoqing to find you and inform you that the person you seek is in danger. She urged you to hurry to Wuzhou Temple on Huiyan Peak in the Greater Xing'an Range. Huiyan Peak? Wuzhou Temple? What does that have to do with anything? Is there anything else? The man pondered for a moment and shook his head. Think carefully. Are there any other details? He replied, That's all there is. I overheard at the billiards hall that you were searching for someone named Lu Daxiao, so I decided to follow you. Well, I've delivered the message. If I don't leave now, I'll miss my train. Oh, and by the way, that woman was exceptionally beautiful, truly stunning. On my way back to Xiang'er's house, I took the opportunity to purchase a map of the 3 eastern provinces. After returning home, I meticulously searched for Huiyan Peak and finally discovered a small mountain inscribed with the characters Huiyan Peak, nestled within a forest north of the Greater Xing'an Range. That moment, the old Taoist returned with a bag of herbs. Upon seeing me poring over the map, he instructed Xiang'er to brew the medicine for Zhuge Qingfeng. What are you searching for today on the road? A man told me that the person I'm looking for is at Wuzhou Temple on Huiyan Peak and mentioned that he is endangered. I asked that all? Yes. Upon hearing my words, the old Taoist burst into hearty laughter. This is surely a new trick by human traffickers. A bunch of nonsensical words have truly deceived you. Brother, I'm not saying he knows my name is Shen Rufeng, and that I'm searching for Lu Daxiao. This time it was the old Taoist's turn to be taken aback. I continued, I've checked, and there is indeed a Wuzhou Temple on Huiyan Peak, classified as a local cultural relic protection site. However, it has fallen into disrepair and is seldom visited. I cannot ascertain its condition. If what that man said is true, our immediate task is to venture to Huiyan Peak. And if it's false? I pondered, looking at the old Taoist. Then I shall have Qian-er track that fellow down and deal with him. The remainder of the afternoon was spent in my room, poring over materials borrowed from the library. During dinner, I shared my plans with Xiang'er and the old Taoist. Currently, we are a band of weary soldiers. Zhuge Qingfeng cannot part from the old Taoist, who indeed bears injuries. Therefore, I believe it best for Xiang'er and me to go to Huiyan Peak together for mutual support. Me? Xiang'er appeared surprised that I would choose to accompany her. Initially expecting the old Taoist to object, I was taken aback when he nodded. This is indeed the best approach. I am still recovering from internal injuries, and Xiang'er is the only one capable of movement. I agreed. After dinner, Xiang'er and I hastily packed our belongings, additionally preparing a box of talismans and Xiang'er's treasures. In the dead of night, Qian-er queued to help us secure a soft sleeper compartment for the next day's journey to Mo. Ensuring we retired early that evening. The following morning, the old Taoist and Qian-er escorted us to the train station. After a brief farewell, Xiang'er and I boarded the train bound for the northernmost point of China, Mo. The Greater Xing'an Range is a component of the western section of the Xing'an Range, situated in the northwest of Heilongjiang Province and the northeast of Inner Mongolia. It serves as the watershed between the Inner Mongolia Plateau and the Songliao Plain, forming a continuous line with the Taihang and Xiefeng Mountains, tightly linking regions such as Inner Mongolia, Heilongjiang, Jilin, and Liaoning. It stretches north to the banks of the Heilong River and south to the upper valley of the Zalamulan River, with the main peak being Suayue Erji Mountain. The Huiyan Peak we are heading to is adjacent to the main peak, a lesser elevation of merely 1,500 meters. The introduction to Wuzhou Temple on the mountain is succinct, merely stating it is a cultural relic protection unit, devoid of even a proper image. It seems we will have to inquire further upon reaching the base of Huiyan Peak. After 3 days on the road, we finally arrived in Mo. Stepping off the train, I tightened my coat. The temperature here was far colder than in the Central Plains, and Xiang'er, being from the southwest, shivered uncontrollably. Fortunately, Qian-er had arranged for the driver to prepare thin coats for us in advance. The driver, surnamed Chun, introduced himself as Chun Xuan. Curiously, I asked, Master Chun, is Wuzhou Temple a tourist attraction? Why can't I find any pictures in the books? Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan opened up, don't even mention it. Wuzhou Temple was originally called Qi Yin Hua Temple. After the liberation of northeast China, a group of Kuomintang remnants fled to the mountain to conduct guerrilla warfare, slaughtering the monks in the temple and taking it over. Ultimately, realizing their impending defeat, they set the temple ablaze and fled upstream along the Heilong River to the far east. A heinous act. Then why was it renamed? Chen Xuan lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. After the temple was burned, the plaque of Qi Yin Hua Temple was also destroyed. Strangely, not long after, an archaeological team discovered a plaque beneath the statue of the Buddha in the temple's main hall, inscribed with Wuzhou Temple. Thus, it was decided to rename the rebuilt temple Wuzhou Temple. Xiang'er, wrapped in her coat, asked from the back seat, so that's a good thing, the Buddha's divine intervention. Why hasn't it been developed for tourism? Chen Xuan sighed deeply, don't mention it. Ever since that plaque of Wuzhou Temple was unearthed, strange occurrences began to unfold one after another. There are frequent wails heard in the dead of night, and some who venture into the mountains for goods or hunting to escape the heavy snow end up lost in a ghost wall, with no one knowing what lies within. But Master Chun, didn't you just say that the temple was rebuilt? I interjected. How can no one know what it looks like? These words plunged the vehicle into silence. I sensed there was a story behind this, so I decided to wait patiently. After a considerable pause, Chen Xuan cursed under his breath before revealing the backstory. Chen Xuan's father had been part of the construction team, and Wuzhou Temple was rebuilt with the financial support of a returning overseas Chinese from Southeast Asia. The construction team was also recruited locally at the behest of this overseas Chinese. Initially, everything was smooth sailing, but once the exterior walls were completed, communication with the outside world suddenly ceased. In those days, the mountains relied solely on portable radios for contact, so brief disconnections were not uncommon, and no one paid much attention. It wasn't until a supply convoy arrived as scheduled that they discovered the entire construction crew, including Chen Xuan's father, had vanished. The local government subsequently requested the station military to organize several search efforts, yet the men seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Many children from Chen Xuan's generation grew up in Huiyan Peak, often living with their mothers as a result. There's something eerie about this, I muttered to myself. Chen Xuan slammed the steering wheel in frustration. Who could argue otherwise? Later, some of the kids from our village grew up and decided to investigate Wuzhou Temple, but they returned empty-handed. Following their return, several fell gravely ill, their bodies festering with pus, and within days, they perished. Upon hearing these symptoms, I immediately turned to Xiang'er, who also furrowed her brow and raised a finger to her lips, signaling me to remain quiet. Xiang'er feigned curiosity. Hey, master, I'm a nurse. I just heard you say some people fell ill. Didn't they all die? Were there no survivors? Don't mention it. One named Xiao Jiangwen, a brother I grew up with, did survive, but he has been left mentally impaired due to high fevers. I noticed Qian'er had let slip that we were heading to Wuzhou Temple. Xiang'er and I exchanged awkward glances. We had instructed Qian'er to keep this confidential, and it seemed he had indulged a bit too much and started boasting. Yes, we intend to conduct a survey. I admitted, I'm starving. How much longer until we arrive? Xiang'er cleverly redirected the conversation. As soon as food was mentioned, my stomach protested in agreement. Chen Xuan glanced at the road sign. We should be there in about 5 or 6 minutes. Look over there. This side is our logging site, and beyond it lies a vast grassland. My wife has prepared a feast for you. We'll get started as soon as we return. While Xiang'er engaged him in casual conversation, I began studying the geography and feng shui of Huiyan Peak on the map. According to Chen Xuan, their village lay at the foot of Huiyan Peak. A mountain gorge separates Huiyan Peak from Suayue Erji Mountain, while the opposite side faces the Heilong River and the Inner Mongolia grasslands. An uneasy feeling settled in my heart. After entering the village, Chen Xuan led me directly to his home. His yard was spacious, with a tractor and his own van parked, along with ample space for his children to play. The children of the Northeast exhibit an admirable fearlessness. Upon encountering me and Xiang'er, they greeted us with exuberance, eagerly surrounding us in a desire to play. The youngest among them, stumbling with delight, presented us with sweets. Xiang'er, filled with joy, scooped up the child and began to tease him. The child's innocent remark nearly rendered Xiang'er utterly mortified. Sister, when will you and brother have a baby? This comment elicited hearty laughter from the villagers gathered to witness the scene, prompting Qian Xuan's wife to swiftly take the child aside, gently admonishing him. Brother and sister won't have a baby. Go play. She then repeatedly apologized. Xiang'er's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe tomato, as she stammered, It's all right that I noticed that she occasionally stole glances at me. Upon realizing I was looking back, she hurriedly averted her gaze. We endured until mealtime, during which Qian Xuan kindly summoned a young man, only slightly younger than myself, to accompany me in drinking. For Xiang'er, who hails from the southwest, the northeast cuisine was indeed a revelation. Both in quantity and flavor. Confronted with a large aluminum basin filled with braised pork and potatoes, Xiang'er leaned closer to my ear and whispered, Is this the meal for today? I nodded and hastily picked up a piece of meat to taste. It was tender and succulent, truly a culinary delight. The table was adorned with 7 or 8 dishes, and I remarked to Chen Xuan, Uncle Xuan, this is more than enough. Any more would be wasteful. Let Auntie come and eat. However, Chen Xuan waved his hand dismissively. Brother, all these dishes come from our own fields. They are meant to be enjoyed by people. So dig in heartily. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. This is Xiao Zhengwen's son, Xiao Lijin. Just call him Xiao Jinzi. He is only a few years younger than you. During this trip to Huiyan Peak, he will be your guide. I promptly raised my glass to him. Young brother, I appreciate your assistance this time. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Xuan extolled Xiao Jinzi. Brother, don't let his youth deceive you. He has been climbing Mount Suo Erji and Huiyan Peak since he was 10, and he has accompanied the village's old hunters into the forest since childhood. He is quite skilled. With him around, I feel at ease. We feasted from noon until evening, and Xiang'er, exhausted, soon retired for rest. Chapter 22. Into the mountains I remained with Xiao Jinzi and Uncle Xuan in the house, continuing to drink. Buoyed by the alcohol, I inquired, Xiao Jinzi, could you enlighten me about your father's situation? Upon hearing this, Xiao Jinzi let out a resigned sigh. Who knows? Ever since that time when he went into the mountains with everyone to look for my grandfather, he inexplicably fell ill and has since been bedridden. Others succumbed to death within a few days, but he somehow endured. Though the high fever muddled his wits, he can no longer care for himself, mumbling incessantly. Mumbling about what? He keeps repeating something about the immovable king granting mercy. Brother Shen, you come from the city and must have seen much. What does this immovable king signify? Having been deceived by an old Taoist into the realm of borrowed time, I had diligently studied feng shui and yin-yang knowledge. So I was somewhat familiar with the immovable king and explained it to them. The immovable king, also known as the immovable venerable bodhisattva, is one of the important protective deities in Buddhism. Particularly significant in Tantric Buddhism. It refers to the immovable venerable or the unmovable venerable, and in religious circles, he is referred to as the immovable king, also known as the unmovable messenger. The immovable king holds a very high position in Buddhism. Being the foremost among the 5 great kings and the 8 great kings, he acts under the teachings of the great son Tathagata, manifesting a fierce form to subdue all evil spirits with great authority. The immovable king has various depictions, and in Eastern Tantric Buddhism, one common representation, as recorded in the Great Sun Sutra, describes him as sitting on a stone seat in the form of a youth. With 7 hair, knots atop his head, braided hair cascading over his left shoulder, his left eye slightly closed, his lower teeth biting his upper lip, displaying a fierce countenance, with raging flames behind him. Holding a sharp sword in his right hand and a noose in his left, poised to sever ignorance. After my lengthy explanation, Chen Xuan and Xiao Lijin appeared to grasp only fragments of it. And with the effects of the alcohol taking hold, they decided to retire for the night. That I, in a daze, stumbled into the room and collapsed into bed, only to be awakened near noon the next day by Xiang'er nudging me. Xiao Jinzi and Uncle Xuan are waiting for you outside. Groggy, I glanced around, puzzled as to how I ended up in Xiang'er's bed. Xiang'er, how did I end up here? Xiang'er, fuming, stormed out, and I hurriedly followed her into the yard. There, I found Xiao Jinzi and Uncle Xuan gazing skyward, occasionally murmuring to one another. Upon noticing me, Uncle Xuan beckoned me over and said, Brother, I need to update you on a situation that requires your decision. What's the matter? Xiao Jinzi, assessing the weather, remarked that he had just informed me that a substantial snowfall was expected in about 5 days, which would close the mountains for over 10 days before the snow melted. Now you must decide. Should we venture into the mountains in the next few days for a quick trip, or wait approximately a month until the snow has melted? I looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and I questioned how it could snow in August. Xiao Jianzi pointed to a gray cloud on the horizon. That cloud, it's expected to arrive in about 5 days, and it heralds snow. Moreover, in the northeast, it can snow at any time of the year, regardless of the season. Brother Shen, if you're not in a rush, you might as well stay with Uncle Xuan for a month before heading into the mountains. Qin Xuan chimed in, exactly, brother. You can rest easy here, and after a month, we can go in safely. Wouldn't that be preferable? I thought to myself that by waiting a month, Lu Daxiao's bones would be ready to ring a gong. Going at that time would be futile. However, I couldn't voice these thoughts, so I politely declined. Thank you, Uncle Xuan, but I must return soon. Let us head into the mountains. Xiao Jianzi, if we want to enter the mountains before the heavy snow, can we make it in time? Xiao Jianzi calculated silently. In total, we have 5 days. If we take the main road, it will take 3 days round trip, but if we take the smaller paths, we should reach in 2 days. Eager to save lives, I decided we should set off that very afternoon to reach Wuzusi as quickly as possible. Unable to dissuade me, Chen Xuan and his wife began preparing salted meat pancakes and canned food for our journey. He also retrieved a dusty backpack from the storeroom and handed it to me. What is this? Chen Xuan replied proudly. This is a camping tent, a prize I won during a travel lottery. Surely, you can't sleep in the wilderness while heading into the mountains in the afternoon, after packing our gear. Xiang'er and I waited at the village entrance for Xiao Jianzi. Soon enough, he appeared, carrying a short-barreled shotgun in one hand and a gurkha knife at his waist. With a bundle on his back, you're bringing a gun? Aren't you afraid of getting caught? Xiang'er, clearly unfamiliar with such an arrangement, felt a twinge of fear. Xiao Jianzi chuckled. This thing is quite useful, and we have special permission to hunt. We possess gun permits. Then why bring it into the mountains? We're not hunting. Xiao Jianzi pointed to the mountains. Sister, don't be deceived by the beauty of the forest. Even in summer, with all sorts of snakes, insects, and mice, it's manageable. But if we encounter a black bear, fists and knives won't suffice. Black bear? Xiang'er didn't understand what a black bear was. And Xiao Jianzi mimicked a bear's shape before explaining, the black bear is just like a big black dog. It weighs several hundred pounds, and its tongue is covered in barbs. One lick could peel off a layer of flesh. This revelation terrified Xiang'er, but I comforted her for a while, and as Xiao Jianzi led the way, we ventured into the mysterious old forest. It was summer, with long daylight hours, so our progress was relatively smooth. The most we encountered were mosquitoes and the like. Xiang'er took out a bottle of thick green liquid from her bag and applied it to our legs and arms. Remarkably, the mosquitoes kept their distance, and we were no longer bothered by bites. Xiao Jianzi exclaimed, Sister, where did you buy this potion? It's extraordinarily effective. It's more useful than ointments and essential oils. Please tell me, and I'll buy some for my mother to use while working in the fields. Xiang'er stifled a laugh, and I watched Xiao Jianzi in silence, thinking to myself that his sister grew up using this stuff. She wasn't afraid of insects, so what could she fear from snakes and other pests? Unable to resist Xiao Jianzi's persistent pleas, Xiang'er agreed to give him a bottle when we returned. Thus, we continued on our journey, exchanging idle chatter along the way. I marveled at the speckled sunlight filtering through the dense canopy. Inhaling deeply, the forest air invigorated me, especially when various mushrooms occasionally appeared along the path. Xiang'er could effortlessly identify different types of mushrooms and their properties, which impressed me greatly. After an indeterminate amount of time, Xiao Jianzi decided it was time to set up camp. I looked up at the sky, puzzled, and asked, the sun is still shining. Why are we setting up camp so early? Xiao Jianzi set down his backpack and began assembling the tent. Not bothering to look back as he explained, Brother Shin, you don't understand. The old forest is different from the plains. Once the sun sets, nocturnal beasts will emerge, and after dark, it becomes difficult to gather firewood and prepare for the night. Therefore, all camp preparations must be completed before nightfall. Xiao Jianzi, having grown up in the old forest, was quite knowledgeable and nimble in no time. He had erected 2 tents and dug a firebreak around our campsite, lighting 5 campfires. The temperature in the forest at night dropped to about 10 degrees. We warmed ourselves by the fire as we finished our meal. Xiao Jianzi assigned Xiang'er to sleep while I kept watch for the first half of the night. He would take the second half. I'll take the second half. It's more grueling. You should rest longer to guide us. Xiao Jianzi waved his hand dismissively. The second half is indeed tough. Someone who hasn't kept watch before won't be able to endure. If a wolf, leopard, bear, or a black bear sneaks in, I won't let you off the hook. Haha, it's quite all right. I will keep watch during the latter half of the night. Unable to dissuade him, I urged him to rest promptly alone. I idly poked at the campfire, my mind replaying the events of the past month. I wondered if the young Taoist had awakened and whether the old Taoist had recovered from his injuries. Just as I was about to drift into slumber, a surge of soul energy erupted within my dantian. Dizziness overwhelmed me as I struggled to rise, only to stumble and collapse beside the fire. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself once more at that familiar desk, where the book Fu Fengji Shui lay open to the same page I had last read. Now accompanied by a wealth of new content, the first-generation SHM Ing'Rn leveraged the mandate of King Zhou to relocate various lords to their respective fiefs across the nation. Within their territories, the SHM Ing'Rn continued to engage in covert struggles against the remnants of King Zhou and the group of sorcerers known as the Faceless Envoys. This conflict persisted until Emperor Qin Shi Huang swept through the land, temporarily quelling the turmoil. Among the remnants of King Zhou, Zhao Gao, a member of the Faceless Envoys, successfully infiltrated the court of Qin Shi Huang, subtly instigating the emperor to burn books and bury scholars, which led to the massacre of numerous SHM Ing'Rn, dealing them a devastating blow. The surviving SHM Ing'Rn, under the leadership of Su Fu from the Ingzhou sect, sought refuge across the sea. After the fall of the Qin dynasty, the 26-year-old Xiang Yu conferred titles upon 18 lords, declaring himself the overlord. Yet, fate was not in his favor, and he soon took his own life by the Wu River. Meanwhile, Zhang Liang of the Ingzhou sect, who allied with Liu Bang to establish dominion over the realm, successfully preserved the lineage of the SHM Ing'Rn, while also welcoming back a faction of the Ingzhou sect that had been adrift overseas for a long time. However, Su Fu, the leader of the Ingzhou sect, passed away in the Eastern Isles, and the new leader, Gongsun Qing, repeatedly urged Emperor Wu of Han to seek the elixir of immortality to expand the sect's influence. From that point on, the Ingzhou sect and the Wulong sect fell into discord, frequently clashing, yet the Ingzhou sect steadily grew in power through sycophancy and flattery. The Wulong sect and other factions became sidelined, leaving the Ingzhou sect to dominate. By the end of the Han dynasty, the Ingzhou sect repeatedly disrupted the imperial order, using sorcery for profit and to harm lives, ultimately leading to their expulsion by the other SHM Ing'Rn. After perusing this, an ominous feeling stirred within me. The unexplained disappearance of Liu Daxiao likely bore a connection to the disgraced Ingzhou sect. As I continued reading, the pages remained blank. It appeared that Fu Fengji Shui only offered scant hints. Leaving the rest to my own discernment, upon awakening, I glanced at my watch, realizing only 5 minutes had elapsed. Fortunately, during those 5 minutes, the bear spirit did not appear. Otherwise, it would have been a complete disaster. If my instincts were correct, I would likely confront the SHM Ing'Rn of the Ingzhou sect, and to ensure safety, I needed to prepare thoroughly. Thus, after exchanging shifts with Xiao Jianzi, I returned to the tent and closed my eyes, channeling my soul energy to seek assistance from the Guandi Temple. Once again, the Guandi Temple was devoid of life, save for the black and white impermanents, Nyoto and Mei Mian, who sat on either side of the hall. Young Master Shan, greetings. What brings you here? Asked by Wu Chang with a bow. We have been waiting for you, young Master Shan. Waiting for me? For what purpose? At this, He Wu Chang abruptly stood, exclaiming loudly, Young Master Shin, you are quite ungrateful. My brother kindly lent you the soul-breaking staff, yet you have not returned it, which led to us receiving quite the scolding yesterday from a gatekeeper surnamed Shun. I was immediately displeased. You are being unreasonable. If he scolded you, then scold him back. If that doesn't suffice, just drag that gatekeeper down to the 18th layer of hell. Why take it out on me? He Wu Chang fell silent, sulking back into his seat. And with a pout, he muttered in exasperation, I can't defeat him. The presence of Nyoto and Mei Mian stifled their laughter at He Wu Chang's complaint. All right, next time I will offer you several 100 billion as an apology. I am here to seek your counsel. By Wu Chang, being reasonable, inquired, Is it about the Ingzhou sect? Indeed. You are perceptive. Please, enlighten me. Bai Wu Chang pondered briefly before stating, the Ingzhou sect indeed harmed themselves and others, bringing disgrace to the SHM Ing'Rn. After being abandoned by the goddess Enhua, they vanished without a trace. Your statement is rather vague. Does the Ingzhou sect have any connection to Liu Daxiao's disappearance? After a shared glance between the two, Bai Wuchang nodded. We can only tell you that this matter pertains to the Qinglong sect and the very survival of the SHM-INGRN. You must proceed with caution. With that, they returned me to reality. Outside, dawn had broken, and Xiao Jinzi had prepared hot water and was toasting pancakes, filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Brother Shen, you slept quite soundly. Come, have something to eat. If we hurry, we can reach Wuzhou Temple by today. After eating our fill, we packed our belongings and set off for Wuzhou Temple. On the way, I recounted the matter of the SHM-INGRN to Xiang'er, who, quick-witted as ever, suggested, once we reach Wuzhou Temple, we shall observe the unfolding events. Lu Daxiao's skills far surpass yours. He should be fine. Don't fret too much. Remember, worry leads to chaos. As evening approached, the three of us arrived at the mountainside outside Wuzhou Temple. After lighting a fire, I called Xiao Jinzi over and instructed him, tonight, Xiang'er and I will scout ahead. You stay here and guard this camp until we return, if we have not returned by tomorrow. You must ascend the mountain before the heavy snow seals the paths. What about you? Before you descend, leave the tent and some food in this tree hollow. Xiang'er and I will wait for you at the temple entrance. After you descend, bring more people to escort us back. Xiao Jinzi pondered for a moment, still unconvinced. Perhaps I should just wait here for you. This deep mountain forest is perilous, and you lack experience in case of danger. I smiled calmly, unhurriedly producing a yellow talisman, infusing it with soul energy before tossing it into the air. Tang Shi Fei Kong, Di Xing Xian Wu. Destroy. The talisman transformed into a fiery serpent with a whoosh. Causing Xiao Jinzi to stare in astonishment, I pointed my hands, and the fire serpent exploded in a brilliant display, scattering countless sparks across the night sky. You, Brother Shin, who are you? I chuckled. Fear not, I am not a villain. Villains do not easily harm me. Now, rest assured and guard this place. Remember my instructions. Xiao Jinzi nodded, ceasing further inquiries, while Xiang'er and I shouldered our packs and ventured up the mountain toward Wuzhou Temple. Chapter 23. The Traders Among the SHM-INGRN. Part 1. There was a distinct mountain path leading to the summit, paved with stone slabs embedded in the earth. After about 5 minutes, we arrived at the temple gate, where the gilded characters of Wuzhou Temple gleamed prominently under the moonlight. Wait, I halted Xiang'er, who was about to enter. There are spirits here. Spirits. Look at this wooden plaque. According to Chen Xuan and Xiao Jinzi, Wuzhou Temple has been abandoned for many years and should be in disrepair. Yet, this plaque is impeccably clean in the mountains. Xiang'er cautiously surveyed the surroundings while I crouched down, scraping a stone step with a stick and bringing it to my nose, frowning. The moss on the stone steps had evidently been growing for a long time, indicating that no one had walked here for ages. Yet the plaque appeared new. Do you not find that strange? Xiang'er produced a small jar, placed it at the entrance, and used her fingernail to scrape some powder into it. Before long, a line of ants emerged from the jar, marching in a straight line toward the temple. These are ants I personally fed, known as Tu Xianju. We Miao people use them to navigate the deep mountains and assess dangers. I scrutinized the ants, perplexed. How do these ants accomplish that? Xiang'er gestured for me to step back, closely observing the ants' movements, then explained. The powder I fed them makes them extremely excited and more sensitive to their surroundings. Since ants are inherently social creatures with strict discipline, these are all worker ants. To protect their queen inside the jar, they meticulously inspect for various hidden dangers in their vicinity, covering an area of about 200 square meters in roughly 5 minutes. If they return orderly within that time frame, it indicates safety. Otherwise, we must be cautious. So remarkable. Xiang'er couldn't hide her pride. We Miao people are not merely skilled in curses when it comes to taming insects. We excel at it. Xiang'er gave a thumbs up. The evening air was unusually cold, so I draped the fur coat gifted by Uncle Xuan over Xiang'er. After a considerable time without the return of the ants, my worry grew. I hope those ants haven't fallen victim to some misfortune. Xiang'er shot me a look. What do you understand? These two Xianju are worker ants, small in size yet robust. If one encounters danger, the others will immediately retreat to protect the queen. Very few situations, apart from a great fire, could lead to their complete annihilation. Xiang'er was not wrong. As one of the most ancient forms of life on Earth, ants have survived through ice ages and meteor impacts while dinosaurs perished. It is indeed not easy to eradicate them. Moreover, it seemed there had been no significant fire in the vicinity moments ago. I must have been overthinking. Look, they're back. I focused my gaze, and the earlier group of little creatures slowly returned, dragging a moderately sized insect leg behind them. Let us enter the temple. It should be safe here. I led the way, with Xiang'er closely following behind me, her jar of 2 xianju secured. Wuzhou Temple. Apart from an inscription adorning its entrance and a plaque designating it as a municipal cultural relic protection unit, is in a state of disrepair, with remnants of wooden scaffolding still standing in various places. We retrieved our flashlights and stealthily ventured inside, passing through the reception room before reaching the main hall. Master Lu! I softly called out twice. The silence was deafening, and only startled birds took flight from the trees in the night. My heart raced unexpectedly, causing me to stumble and fall to the ground. Xiang'er hurried to support me, touching my forehead. What's wrong? Are you feeling cold? I shook my head. This sensation felt eerily familiar. Could it be the omen of the 5 elements calamity? Calculating in my mind, I realized I had only one calamity left, wood calamity. This realization struck me with dread. What's the matter? I surveyed my surroundings, and it indeed felt off. Xiang'er, this could very well be the final calamity I must face as a life debtor, the wood calamity. Wood calamity? Indeed, the temple was replete with wooden scaffolding and tools, and most crucially, its very name, Wuzhou Temple. Xiang'er appeared bewildered by my words. Just then, a chilling gust swept in from behind us. Get back! I pushed Xiang'er aside, rolling onto the ground and looking back. When I stood again, my innate protective energy enveloped me. Suddenly, the ground where we had just stood collapsed, revealing a descending staircase. I scrutinized the area behind me and, finding no signs of life, approached Xiang'er. She had already retrieved another small jar, releasing 2 tamed bees from within. Next, she produced some powdered medicine from her pocket and scattered it into the passage. The bees buzzed their way into the tunnel. Moments later, they returned, and Xiang'er placed them back into the vial, saying to me, Shun Rufeng, there's no poison below. Well, I'll descend first. You hold onto one end of this rope, and I'll keep the other end in my hand. If all is well, I will tug the rope in a regular pattern of 313, and then you can follow. These methods were thanks to the little golden ones. They invented such practical techniques while hunting or when faced with caves, ensuring they wouldn't suffer total annihilation by mitigating the risks of exposure from light and sound. The wooden staircase spiraled downwards, creaking with each step. After 25 steps, I reached an iron door barely wide enough for one person. I fumbled with it for a while, finding no lock or handle. Growing anxious, I resolved to force the door open. Xiang'er, stay back! I summoned my innate protective energy and struck the iron door with a powerful punch. The earth trembled, and a resounding echo reverberated through the corridor. My eardrums throbbed painfully, and upon touching them, I found blood seeping from my ear. Poor Xiang'er was not faring much better, crouched on the ground in agony. I felt a pang of guilt for my rashness when, suddenly, the iron door swung inward, revealing a dim light. Upon stepping inside, we halted in place. The space was vast, with a 5-meter-tall bronze cauldron at its center, surrounded by 8 smaller 3-meter cauldrons arranged in an octagonal pattern. I had not anticipated such a hidden realm beneath Wuzhou Temple. Ha ha ha, life debtor of the Qinglong sect, you have finally arrived. A woman laughed as she emerged from the shadows. I instinctively shielded Xiang'er behind me, asking warily, Are you the one who sent me the message? Indeed, you are Shen Rufeng, life debtor of the Qinglong sect, and the heir of Xing Yisher, am I correct? You know Xing the carpenter? The woman brushed her hair back and approached me gracefully, exuding a peculiar fragrance that was oddly comforting. At last, her slender fingers lifted my chin, her face mere inches from mine, scrutinizing me intently. Such an intimate gesture rendered me momentarily paralyzed. Not bad, not bad. You are a promising life-debtor. It would indeed be a shame to sacrifice you at the cauldron. Chapter 24. The Defeated Among Life Debtors. Part 2. The woman glanced triumphantly at a visibly jealous Xiang'er before turning back to the bronze cauldron. Stop right there. What have you done to Master Lu? I stepped forward, attempting to seize the woman. However, she danced away with an elegant twist, and as I reached for her, I missed and nearly fell. She caught me just in time. Oh, do you wish to dance with me? This woman was far too enchanting, and I knew I must not linger in her presence. I forcibly pushed her away. Dressed in a qipao, her movements were surprisingly agile. She performed a backflip and landed atop the 5-meter cauldron, her long, porcelain white legs swinging playfully at the edge. "Young man, you are hardly a gentleman. I was just beginning to take a liking to you." My heart burned with indignation at her provocations. "Hand over Master Lu, or I will make you kneel and beg for mercy." Upon hearing this, the woman laughed again, her tinkling laughter tinged with malice. "Shun Rufeng, since you are fated to die here today, I shall let you off the hook. I can return Lu to you, but it depends on your ability to save him." With that, she flicked her wrist, and the platform beneath us trembled. "Be careful," I warned, uncertain of her intentions as I spoke. Xiang'er pointed at the cauldron, and I noticed that it had now sunk into the platform, while the woman had seemingly descended from the cauldron without my notice. Peering inside, I saw Master Lu lying within. "Master Lu!" I rushed forward, only to be abruptly halted by an invisible wall. "Shen Rufeng, why the rush? I will give you a chance to rescue him, but first, let me tell you a story. I have no time for your tales. If it comes to a fight, I will see it through to the end. Must women always be so tedious?" I stole a glance at Master Lu, noting the cauldron's depth, approximately 2 meters, indicating he was still alive, albeit barely. The woman snapped her fingers, and a flash of silver light appeared above the cauldron. I quickly reached out, only to break into a cold sweat. A sharp, spear-like object dangled from an iron chain, poised to drop onto Master Lu's head. Fortunately, I managed to grasp the chain's end, preventing the weapon from descending within half a meter of Lu's skull. Suddenly, a sharp needle pierced my right leg's Yanglingquan acupoint, causing me to falter and drop to one knee, struggling to maintain my grip on the spear. Then, 3 more needles struck my left side, rendering me immobile. "Shen Rufeng," Xiang'er called out, attempting to rush towards me. But the woman brandished a needle threateningly. "Stay back, little girl. This is no place for you. I suggest you keep your distance, or this needle will find its mark in your Shan brother's brow." At that moment, my left side felt numb and weak, and with my right knee on the ground, I could barely hold on to the spear, which weighed 20 pounds. "Forgive me, handsome, but you talk too much. I fear you might not have the patience to hear my story, so I've been forced to take this drastic measure. Now, will you listen? You are insufferably verbose. Have you spent too long alone? If it's too much, perhaps you should find a boyfriend." The woman seemed to be struck by Xiang'er's words, her demeanor shifting to one of rage. "Mind your own business. If you talk back again, I'll kill you both." In an instant, her expression transformed, and she declared, "Shen Rufeng, this cauldron was used by King Zhou for human sacrifices, forged from weapons collected after conquests. It is historically known as the Shangwuding. Later, after King Zhou was defeated by King Wu of Zhou, this cauldron became the first national treasure of the Zhou dynasty and one of the later 9 tripod cauldrons." I felt my lips turn white, my strength waning. "What do you want? Just say it plainly. Otherwise, if given the chance, I will certainly slay you." The woman approached, squatting down before me, and said, "After acquiring this cauldron, I made some modifications. It has 81 holes on the bottom, with a fire source beneath. If a weight of around 100 pounds is placed on top, the fire eyes will close. However, if the weight is removed, the fire eyes will open, spewing flames. So, I must ask you, Shen Rufeng, are you willing to trade your life for Lu's?" Though her words were gentle, her actions were ruthless and decisive. Whether true or false, I could not take the risk. The only course of action was to descend and take Lu's place to suppress the mechanism, saving him in the process, and then figure out how to escape. "All right, I hope you are not deceiving me." I gritted my teeth, ready to give it a T or wide out of T. That moment, the woman leaped back, casting a red talisman to the ground that erupted into a pool of lava. It turned out Xiang'er had attempted to ambush her with insect magic, but the woman had seen through her plan. "So, you are from the southwestern Miao people. With your insect techniques, I wonder if you are a traitor from Azalil's sect." Xiang'er had believed her insects would have the upper hand in such darkness. Yet this woman had effortlessly unraveled her scheme and countered it in an instant. Though Xiang'er's attempt had failed, resulting in a loss of her insects, it had revealed certain truths to me. I couldn't help but chuckle. Curious, the woman approached me and inquired, "What are you laughing at?" "I find it amusing that you, a defeated life debtor, abandoned by the goddess Enhua, still wield the powers of a life debtor. What a curious situation indeed." The expression of the woman, who had been exuding confidence, suddenly stiffened, but she quickly regained her composure, her face once more drawing near to mine. Indeed, you are unlike the other life debt bearers. Shinrufin, it seems I have truly underestimated you. Yes, I am a life debt bearer from Ingzhou Gate, and my name is Su Hanying. But how did you uncover my identity? I let out a cold chuckle. Your progenitor is Su Fu, a renowned alchemist. Just now, as I descended the stairs, I noticed there were 25 steps, which struck me as peculiar, for in the realm of common folk, aside from the royal lineage, there are no such 25 steps. They are either more than 25 or fewer. This is an inscription left by the master carpenter Liu Ban, unbroken since ancient times, and no one has ever been able to breach it. Yet, here you are, employing a staircase of 25 steps, a number of great significance, and the fact that you used familiar soul energy earlier has further solidified my conviction. That said, according to the arrangement of the colors white, yellow, red, and blue, your red talisman should indeed be of the same highest grade as the blue sky talisman beneath your feet, correct? Su Hanying glanced down at her feet, where I had stealthily placed a fire god talisman while she was unawares. Do not move. This is a fire god talisman. Should you dare to act recklessly, I shall turn you into a roast. My warning halted the woman who had intended to peel off the talisman. Strangely, there was no trace of panic in her eyes, only admiration and approval. Shinrufin, you continue to impress me. It seems you are indeed extraordinary. Today marks my first misstep. Ha ha, you have claimed my first defeat. Quite commendable. Her words left my cheeks flushed. This woman was exceptionally formidable. Chapter 25. Escaping Death, Part 1. However, it is unfortunate that fortune favors me this time. Listen, your elemental calamity has arrived. Ultimately, I hold the upper hand. No sooner had the woman finished speaking than a thunderous rumble erupted above me. This was not good. It was the sound of a cave-in, undoubtedly caused by my earlier attempt to smash the iron door with innate vital energy, resulting in damage to the foundation of Wuzhou Temple. Xianger, be careful, come hide here by the cauldron. At that moment, the entire foundation began to tremble. Numerous fissures appeared on the platform surrounding the enormous cauldron. By the time I realized what was happening, Su Hanying had already vanished without a trace. Xianger and I took shelter inside the cauldron, as logs as thick as my arms crashed down from above. Fortunately, several logs had landed atop the cauldron, forming a sturdy support. To be on the safe side, I filled my right arm with innate vital energy, pressing against the cauldron and tightly bracing the logs. I maintained this position for what felt like an eternity, feeling my vital energy gradually dwindle. Finally, at the moment the tremors ceased, I exhausted my strength and collapsed to the side. That damned elemental calamity. Were it not for its interference, I could have apprehended that woman named Su Hanying. Surrounding us was utter darkness. Despite the cauldron's towering height, 2 meters tall, 2 meters long, and 1 meter wide, our trio was still crammed within. Shinrufin, what now? Faced with Lu Daxiao, who lay unconscious in the cauldron, and the dimly lit, cramped surroundings, Xianger's voice trembled with despair. I checked Lu Daxiao's pulse. He was unharmed, so I said to Xianger, as it stands, we are trapped here. Based on my estimation, there is at least 3 meters of rubble and soil above us, making escape through digging unrealistic. Our only hope is that Xiao Jinji notices the commotion at Wuzhou Temple and comes down to find us. Thus, we lingered in this state for an indeterminate duration, alternating between sleep and wakefulness. While the oppressive darkness pushed Xianger to the brink of despair, I would rather be dead. Finally, Xianger burst into tears. I hastily comforted her, but she lamented, had I known, I would have let the mechanisms inside here burn me alive. Mechanisms? Her words struck a chord. According to Su Hanying, there were mechanisms at the bottom of this cauldron that, when triggered, would unleash fierce flames. Our overhead was made of wood. If the flames were intense enough, they could burn a hole through above. But in such a collapsed state, how could I be certain the mechanisms would still function? I shook my head. I can only take a gamble. But what if the fire isn't strong enough? I have a plan, and I rummaged through my pockets, discovering a few talismans borrowed from Zhuge Qingfeng. 5 water spirit talismans and over 10 fire god talismans remained. When assisting Zhu Lijuan with her ghostly marriage, Zhuge Qingfeng had mentioned that the fire from the fire god talisman was transformed from heavenly thunder, reaching extremely high temperatures. Now, with no other options available, I had to take a leap of faith. Xiang'er and I secured Lu Dashao to one side, vacating the base of the cauldron, and then placed 5 water spirit talismans upon ourselves. With everything prepared, Xiang'er and I pressed against the gap above. The moment our feet left the cauldron's bottom, the mechanisms clicked open and flames erupted forth, even with the water spirit protecting us in front. The heat was so intense we could barely open our eyes. The interior of the cauldron was becoming increasingly hot. If the cauldron turned red before we managed to burn through above, we would be roasted alive inside. Yet, I believed I could win this gamble. As the air within the cauldron dwindled, the flames from the mechanisms began to weaken. I quickly threw out the Fire God talisman and performed a one-handed gesture. Fire God? Clear the path. Several flames surged upward. At last, a hole was burned through the layers of wooden structure above. The mechanism's flames extinguished as they ran out of fuel. Hello, is anyone down there? It was Xiao Jianji's voice. Xiang'er and I quickly shouted from below. It's us. We're here. Don't worry, I'll lower a rope to rescue you. After enduring numerous perils, Xiao Jianji managed to pull each of us, Xiang'er, Lu Dashao, and myself, up one by one. The outside was pitch black, but illuminated by the flames. Xiang'er and I exchanged relieved glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Our faces blackened from the smoke. While we were busy wiping our faces, a tiger's roar suddenly echoed outside Wuzhou Temple, and a completely fiery, transparent tiger charged towards us. Just as I prepared to confront it, the tiger abruptly vanished. How strange! Xiao Jianji, with his keen hunting eyes, could discern objects even in the dark. With his reminder, I noticed a red talisman lying beneath my feet. I picked it up. It read, "Antidote provided. For those with lives to claim." A white cloth package fell from the sky, landing at my feet. Upon opening it, I discovered 2 pills. This is what that woman gave you. You can't trust it. Xiang'er, with her face still smeared, leaned closer, resembling a flower-faced creature. How do you know? Both items carry her scent. I glanced at Lu Dashao, who lay on the ground, and resolved to take a risk. If she intended to kill us, we would have already perished back there. Don't now attempt to kill me so openly. I doubt she would dare. But I pried open Lu Dashao's mouth and, without looking back, said to Xiang'er, "If you have another way to awaken Lu Dashao, I will heed your advice. If not, we shall proceed with my plan." Years later, I would come to understand how hurtful my words had been, yet it was too late. As both Xiang'er and I bore injuries, Xiao Jianji kept watch for us throughout the night. The following day, as the clouds drew nearer on the horizon, Lu Dashao finally awoke at noon. "Where am I?" Hearing Lu Dashao's voice again filled me with warmth, and tears welled up uncontrollably. Xiang'er conducted a brief examination and found no major issues. Then recounted the events that had transpired. "You finished your elemental calamity?" Lu Dashao's first reaction was to inquire about my well-being. I nodded, wiping away my tears and helping him to his feet. Lu Dashao flexed his limbs. Fortunately, he had not been unconscious long enough for his muscles to atrophy. "If you can still move, we must hurry. That rain cloud is about to pass over us. If we leave now, we can reach the forest entrance before the snow begins." "And who is this?" Lu Dashao finally noticed Xiao Jianji, who was quietly packing his belongings. I hurriedly introduced, "This is Xiao Jianji, Xiao Lijin. We owe him our lives. Otherwise, the 3 of us would have been roasted like ducks in the bronze cauldron." Speaking of the bronze cauldron made my heart ache. If only that cauldron could have been preserved. It would undoubtedly rewrite much of China's history, for among Shang and Zhou bronze artifacts, it is nearly impossible to find another of such grand proportions, aside from the Simuwu Ding. Lu Dashao offered me some words of comfort, stating that it was the fate of the Shangwu Ding. However, he was more concerned about my elemental calamity, while I was puzzled as to why he was here. Lu Dashao gritted his teeth in anger. That wretched woman? If I ever see her again, I will chop her into meat paste and feed her to the dogs. You mean that strikingly beautiful one named Su Hanying? Precisely. Chapter 26, Escaping Death, Part 2. Xiang'er huffed impatiently and moved ahead to clear a path with Xiao Jianji at that moment. I paid little attention, my mind solely focused on Lu Dashao's condition. He was supposed to have returned home for quiet reflection and ancestor worship over half a month ago, as was customary in his family. But one afternoon, while he was sipping tea in the courtyard, Su Hanying had come to his home. Rural doors are rarely locked during the day, so she approached Lu Dashao directly. He had been resting in a reclining chair with his eyes closed when she suddenly ambushed him, knocking him to the ground. Following that, she had pricked his neck, and he lost consciousness. That doesn't add up. Master Lu, with your skills, how could you not sense her nefarious intentions? Tell me, did you fall victim to her charms? I smirked, yet my words rang true. With Lu Daxiao's prowess, perceiving another's murderous intent is an exceedingly simple task. Even if they are asleep, attempting to ambush him would yield little success. How much less so for someone like Su Hanying, whose skills are only marginally superior to my own. Lu Daxiao shook his head, suddenly recalling something, and said, "This is the most peculiar aspect. I am utterly unable to sense her killing intent. I cannot fathom how this is accomplished. That's quite simple." "It's the fragrance," Xiang'er replied without turning her head. At that time, I had no idea whom she was rebelling against. Fragrance? Lu Daxiao and I echoed in unison. Her body scent is a specially concocted essence called 7 Velvet Twining Fragrance, capable of rendering men disoriented and lowering their guard. Ultimately, it is simply a manifestation of your inherent nature as men. Lu Daxiao and I had intended to inquire further, but Xiang'er had already ceased to engage with us. Regarding other matters, out of consideration for Xiao Jianji's presence, we tacitly chose silence. The following evening, just as twilight fell, Xiao Jianji presented each of us with a leather item resembling a cloak. "What does this mean, Xiao Jianji?" He glanced upwards and remarked, "In 2 minutes. It will start to snow. This snowfall is expected to accumulate to about an inch high in the mountains. Snow is particularly perilous. It can lead to rapid loss of body heat, causing one to perish unknowingly. If you don this leather cloak, you will avoid contact with the snow and be safe." No sooner had we donned the cloaks than snowflakes the size of fingernails began to descend. While it is advised to quickly build a fire and set up camp in the depths of the old forest, we decided to press on, as we were not far from the village. Xiao Jinji skillfully drew his short-barreled shotgun to clear the path ahead, handing Lu Daxiao the Gurkha knife to guard our rear. I and Xiang'er were shielded in the middle for protection. Let us refrain from using the flashlight. Instead, let us ignite a fire for warmth, I suggested as I retrieved a fire god talisman, but Lu Daxiao quickly restrained my hand. "Kid, do you dare to play with fire in this old forest? Haven't you heard the saying, a fire on the mountain, a police station at the foot?" "Indeed, Brother Shen, you are correct. Despite the snowfall, these flakes are currently dry. The trees in the northeastern woods have lost moisture due to the sudden drop in temperature. Even a single spark could ignite this entire forest," Xiao Jinji interjected, proceeding confidently ahead, leaving me in a state of embarrassment as I followed behind. After walking for over 2 hours, we finally emerged from the old forest. Just as we reached the village entrance, we heard Chen Xuan's voice. "Xiao Jinji, Brother Shen, is that you?" Our hearts raced with excitement at the sight of Chen Xuan. Following him home, his wife had already prepared a feast. After days in the old forest, we were utterly famished. While Xiao Jinji seemed indifferent, the rest of us, who had subsisted on flatbreads, were practically salivating at the sight of meat. Lu Daxiao, having been unconscious for so long, had long since run out of sustenance. Upon sitting at the table, he devoured both pig trotters in front of him. "Brother, you have endured great hardship on this trip." A few days prior, I had heard from people at the nearby logging site that there had been a tremendous noise from the direction of Huanyan Peak. Accompanied by flames, they were preparing for a firefighting mobilization. "I was so worried about you all. By the way, did you encounter any trouble?" With my mouth full, unable to speak, I could only shake my head and nod. Following our instructions, Xiao Jianji also remained silent. Only the less voracious Xiang'er replied, "Uncle Xuan, it's nothing." The Wuzhu temple had long fallen into disrepair, and when we arrived, we found that the temple had collapsed. Upon hearing this, Chen Xuan slammed the table, startling us. "Collapsed? Good. That damned, sinister place. Let it be gone." After feasting and indulging in a satisfying bath, we slept soundly on the warm Kong, perhaps due to the completion of the 5 Elements tribulation and Lu Daxiao's rescue. I found this slumber particularly restful. In my dream, I once again arrived at that familiar place. Strangely, the book Fufeng Jishui was absent from the table. Instead, an old man was dozing by its side. "Shen Rufu, you have come. I was about to fall asleep," he said. "Who are you?" The elderly gentleman, clad in a white robe adorned with silver trim, exuded an aura of ethereal wisdom, and his visage was strikingly familiar. It was no wonder. After our hasty farewell, so much had transpired in such a short time. You have truly been through a great deal. It is only natural that you would momentarily forget. Come, come, let us share some tea. I seated myself across from the elder, scrutinizing him. You are Jiang Ziya? From the very beginning, I had sensed a familiarity about him, but only now did I recall he was the one who, during the campaign against the tyrant Zhou, had summoned me to the Great Hall and revealed my true identity. The elder nodded, then shook his head. I am not Jiang Ziya. Perhaps I was once, but I am no longer, and neither shall I be in the future. That corporeal vessel has long since decayed to dust. I do not quite comprehend what you mean, I said, embarrassedly scratching my head. Faced with a sage of millennia, I felt as though I were but a lump of dough, entirely ignorant. However, Jiang Ziya was not angered. No matter, no matter. Shan Rufu, you have not disappointed me. Originally, your fate was to perish at Wuzhou Temple. Yet your reckless audacity allowed you to survive the 5 elements tribulation, defying the heavenly mandate and altering your destiny, and why waiting for a millennium has not been in vain. I? Destined to die there? I grew increasingly bewildered. Jiang Ziya stroked his beard, gazing into the distance as he spoke. Shan Rufu, what I am about to tell you may be too shocking for you. Are you prepared? I gripped my clothing tightly, my palms clammy with sweat, my heart racing wildly. An instinct told me that I was about to confront the machinations of fate. Do not be anxious. Throughout the millennia preceding you, I have uttered the same words to others like you. Some were terrified, some composed, some exhilarated, and some dismissive. Thus, whatever reaction you exhibit will be entirely anticipated. Please, go ahead. Chapter 27. The Cycle of Fate. Part 1. Jiang Ziya turned his gaze, his penetrating eyes fixed upon me, as he slowly recounted a tale, a chronicle spanning thousands of years, forever entwined with my fate. Long ago, during the campaign against the tyrant Zhou, the phoenix sang atop Qishan, and King Wu, bearing the mandate of heaven, overthrew the Shang dynasty, establishing the Zhou dynasty in Haojing, present-day Xi'an. Yet, King Wu reigned for a mere 3 years before he departed this world. I had read these historical accounts in books. Yet Jiang Ziya revealed to me that the circumstances surrounding King Wu's death were far from straightforward. Shan Rufu, at that time, King Wu had just established the capital. The realm was uniting under his banner. Yet the most feared group of malevolent sorcerers, known as the Faceless Ones, vanished without a trace, as if they had evaporated from the mortal realm, to prevent them from exploiting the instability of the Zhou dynasty. 16 sorcerers adept in divination, under the command of King Wan, who were already living on borrowed time, were dispatched alongside local lords and nobles to establish their own sects throughout the land, vigilantly monitoring the Faceless Ones with the aim of eradicating them entirely. However, unexpectedly, a Faceless One named Fu Yuyin managed to operate right under their noses, employing the dark art of shamanic sorcery to assassinate King Wu. By the time the Guardians in Haojing discovered this, it was already too late. What was even more shocking was that this Fu Yuyin had sacrificed over 100 abducted young boys and girls. Cursing the Zhou dynasty, ultimately, the Zhou dynasty was only able to pass down 32 generations of King Wen's half-divination. Amidst my reflections, I remained perplexed. What does this have to do with me? Jiang Ziya chuckled softly. Do not be hasty. King Wu was destined to live a full century, yet he fell victim to dark sorcery before reaching the age of understanding, leaving his soul restless and unable to ascend to divinity. Because he bore the mandate of heaven, the underworld did not dare to claim him, and thus he wandered the mortal realm. His soul became the target of the Faceless Ones. Once they acquired King Wu's soul, they would inherit the divine mandate that accompanied his century-long lifespan, allowing them to instigate turmoil once more. So, the Faceless Ones have been seeking to seize King Wu's soul for themselves, aiming to unify the realm? Yet their ambition seems rather far-fetched now. Jiang Ziya smiled. In this world, the desire for dominion is not the only pursuit. After King Zhou's demise, the Faceless Ones became consumed by vengeance, engaging in a relentless struggle against the soul borrowers to this very day. With the goal of gathering King Wu's soul, thereafter wielding their dark arts to command the elements and act with impunity. Gathering. So you mean King Wu's soul has been fragmented? Who did this? Was it by Wu Chang? That fellow possesses a soul-harvesting rod. It must be him. Jiang Ziya gestured for me to calm down, saying, It was not him. It was I. You? Indeed, to thwart their scheme, I had no choice but to seek the aid of the great power of Enhua and her temple. Dividing King Wu's soul into 7 parts, each reincarnating into a different vessel. Such individuals are known as soul bearers. I also commanded several soul borrowers to guard the soul bearers through the generations, preserving this secret. However, the soul bearers, burdened with a fate not their own, are doomed to a life of misfortune, destined to perish before the age of 27. Upon the death of a soul bearer at 27, King Wu's soul would then seek the next soul bearer to reincarnate into. Otherwise, it would dissipate entirely, leading to a cataclysm of unprecedented scale. I had begun to piece together the forthcoming revelations. The soul borrowers, each independently governed, were capable of protecting the soul bearers effectively. Yet, to my astonishment, one by one, the 16 factions of soul borrowers had been eliminated, leaving only a single lineage still extant in this world, guarded by the King Longman. Seeing me lost in thought, Jiang Zia sighed. Shenrufu, you are the most vital soul bearer of King Wu's celestial soul. Everything suddenly clicked into place. The reason why the soul borrower Xue Yi had treated me with such kindness and why he was willing to sacrifice his life for my survival was now abundantly clear. The purpose of my existence is merely to survive, to reach the age of 27, and then facilitate the smooth reincarnation of the spirit of King Wu, in search of the next soul bearer. Is it not? My tone is laced with resignation and fury. Jiang Zia refrains from saying more, simply gazing at me with a smile. The grievance within me reaches a boiling point, and I can no longer contain myself. I kick over a chair and roar. Why must the sins you have committed ensnare so many generations? For your absurd obsession, countless individuals must endure misfortunes and torments that should not belong to them. Is this your duty as deities? Are you not capable of entering dreams? Are you not immensely powerful? Have you not attained divinity? Then why not eliminate the faceless envoy? Why must you continue to afflict me? To hell with the debt of life, to hell with fate. My life is my own. My soul belongs to me as well. I have had enough. Let me return. Shenrufin, I too have my own grievances. Each of us, from the highest dynasty to the common folk, harbors our own burdens. I believe you will come to see me again. As soon as Jiang Zia's words fell, a gust of wind and sand stung my eyes. Rubbing them, I realized I was lying on the Kong in Chen Xuan's home. After breakfast, I found myself in a gloomy mood, staring blankly in the yard. A cigarette was offered to me. I took a hesitant drag. It was harsh and stimulating. Do you remember the first time we met? I nodded, forcing out a smile. How could I forget? You looked at me as if I were your enemy, as if you could devour me whole. Lu Dashao chuckled, a rare sight. I thought you would be like the other debtors, timid, fearful, and indecisive, swaying with the winds. It turns out you are different. I see hope in you. Hope? Hope for the future of the debtors. I let out a bitter laugh, unsure how to convey to Lu Dashao that I am destined to perish at 27. All because of those lofty sages who have been dead for centuries. Pursuing a purpose that bears no relevance to me. Suddenly, a frantic voice broke through. Master, something's wrong. As Lu Dashao and I conversed idly, Chen Xuan's wife burst in, flustered, her eyes swollen. Chen Xuan rushed out from the house to support her and inquire about the situation. Lu Dashao and I joined them, only to learn that last night, Xiao Jinzi, like his father, had suddenly fallen ill, convulsing with a feverish forehead. His mother thought he had a fever and gave him some Anxin, and he gradually fell asleep. However, this morning, he suddenly bled from all orifices, muttering something about the immovable king, the immovable king. Then he lay completely still and my mind buzzed as if struck by a hammer. I quickly called for Xiang'er, and together with Lu Dashao, we hurried to Xiao Jianzi's home. Upon arriving at the doorstep, we found a circle of villagers, chattering away, offering suggestions to Xiao Jianzi's mother. Chen Xuan held great esteem in the village. Upon seeing him, the villagers quickly surrounded him, speaking incessantly. Enough, enough, everyone, quiet down. Go back to your homes. Do you think the fields will cultivate themselves? I have called for a doctor. You all should step aside. Chapter 28, The Cycle of Destiny, Part 2. Once inside, I surveyed the surroundings, feeling that something was amiss. Xiao Jinzi resided in the northern room, which was laden with a heavy aura, while the other rooms appeared normal. Master Lu, something is strange. Lu Dashao nodded, shooing everyone out and locking the door, then said to Xiang'er, Young lady, use the insects to paralyze them both. To avoid complications later, Xiang'er took out 2 small jars from which emerged unknown green worms that crawled into the nostrils of Xiao Jinzi and his father. Master Lu, you guard the door. I will force that entity out. Lu Daxiao and Xiang'er nodded. I pointed my finger like a lotus at Xiao Jinzi's jaw, a surge of vital energy flowing through my fingertips and enveloping his entire body. Do not be alarmed, do not fear. Come forth, old acquaintances, hear me clearly. If there is something to discuss, do not respond to others. Come out, I shouted, slapping a yellow talisman onto Xiao Jinzi's dantian. A plume of black smoke erupted. Fleeing throughout the room, Lu Daxiao crossed his arms and bellowed. The Vajra descends. His arms transformed into the mighty form of Vajra, and the room shimmered with golden light, forcing the black smoke into a corner. Master Lu, contain it. I will speak with it. The black smoke gradually coalesced into a shadowy figure, seated across from me. I took out a cigarette, lit it, and placed it before him. The black smoke quieted. Very well, since you are willing to converse, I shall not use lethal force. You have seen our abilities. I will only ask you a few questions, and once done, I shall send you on your way. The ghostly figure nodded. I asked, when did you set your sights upon him? 2 nights ago. 2 nights ago. That was when Xiao Jinzi rescued us, was it not? A sense of clarity began to dawn upon me, and I probed further. You are not a wandering soul, are you? The figure shook its head, suddenly becoming indistinct. I hurriedly lit another cigarette. You are being manipulated, am I correct? The ghostly figure nodded. I slammed the table and demanded, is the one who is manipulating you Su Haining? Just as the figure was about to respond, it suddenly twisted in agony and vanished without a trace. What just happened? Xiang'er peered out from behind Lu Daxiao. I approached Xiao Jinzi, instructing Xiang'er to draw out the insect. Once the insect was removed, Xiao Jinzi began to cough violently, but thankfully, he could finally move. Brother Shun, I feel terrible. Xiao Jinzi clutched my clothing tightly. Seeing his haggard appearance, I reassured him. It's all right, it's over now. That thing has left. Remember my words, do not speak of this to anyone. Nor should you bring it up yourself, understood? Xiao Jinzi nodded, and I asked Lu Daxiao to prepare some medicine to replenish Xiao Jinzi's yang energy. Yet, Lu Daxiao was nowhere to be found. Suddenly, a commotion broke out outside, and I cursed under my breath, rushing out with Xiang'er to find Lu Daxiao engaged in a fierce exchange with a fashionable woman. Why does this woman look so familiar? My musing was overheard by Xiang'er, who disdainfully replied, isn't this the girl you have been yearning for, the one who delivered the antidote? Su Haining, truly, I have searched high and low for her, and she appears without effort. I chuckled to myself. This woman chose the wrong adversary in Lu Daxiao. Given Lu Daxiao's temperament, it would be a miracle if she emerged from this unscathed. As expected, Lu Daxiao's strikes were fierce, each aimed at vital points. But Su Haining was no pushover. Though her skills were inferior to Lu Daxiao's, her nimbleness allowed her to evade his attacks. Lu Daxiao grew increasingly furious, his movements accelerating, while the woman adopted a purely defensive stance, gradually losing ground. Suddenly, I noticed Su Haining reaching for her waist, a glint of silver flashing. I quickly warned Lu Daxiao. Lu Daxiao sneered, you think I would fall for the same trick twice? I will end you. Lu Daxiao's right arm shimmered with golden light as he seized Su Haining's outstretched hand, yanking it sharply with a crack. She fell to the ground, her face contorted in pain. Master Lu, stop, I called to the enraged Lu Daxiao and approached Su Haining. You traitor among the debtors, why have you harmed us? Why have you targeted Xiao Jinzi? Faced with my inquiry, Su Haining endured the pain, wearing her trademark smile. If I truly wanted to harm you, you would have long been burnt to ashes beneath the Wuzhou temple. You've watched too many dramas, thinking mere words could absolve you in my presence? Let me tell you, today I shall cleanse the Yanzhou Gate on behalf of your ancestors. This woman before me is cunning. Had I not devised a plan to ensnare her in the underground palace of Wuzhou temple, we 3 would likely be nothing more than bones buried there now. Suddenly, a sharp siren wailed from outside. Open the door. We are from the Pashangou police station. Open up. Hearing the commotion outside, I glared at Su Haining. Is this yet another of your schemes? Su Haining lay on the ground, saying, I didn't anticipate you would beat me so badly. What if the police were to witness this scene? Are you planning to kill the police to silence them? I shot her a resentful glance and gestured toward Lu Daxiao. He reluctantly released his grip, and Xianger went to open the door. As soon as it swung open, 2 police officers strode in, alert and questioning. What is going on? Why did it take so long to open the door? Lu Daxiao, accustomed to dealing with all sorts, quickly offered them cigarettes, ingratiatingly saying, "Oh, it's nothing. Just friends catching up. Enough with the small talk. Show me your IDs." After a thorough check, one officer glanced around the yard and then at Su Hanying, who was cradling her shoulder in pain, asking, "Ma'am, are you injured?" "What happened here?" Lu Daxiao, Xianger, and I exchanged tense glances. If Su Hanying were to claim that we 3 assaulted her, we would surely be taken away for re-education. Su Hanying looked at us with a smug expression and replied unexpectedly, "It's nothing. I just tripped while entering the yard. My arm might be dislocated, but it's fine. I'll get it treated in the village shortly." The 2 officers scrutinized her once more and, finding no discrepancies, were about to leave when I inquired, "Comrades, what is going on? Is there an escaped convict?" One officer snapped back, "Mind your own business. Ask too many questions, and we'll take you in." I was left speechless, while the other officer added, "It's nothing serious. We received a report that the Wuzhou temple on the mountain collapsed a few days ago. Someone reported seeing flames near the area, so we came to investigate." "All right, hurry and take your friends to the bone setter." After sending off the police, Lu Daxiao was about to take action again when suddenly the sound of Xiao Jinzi's mother crying filled the room. "This is bad. It must be Su Hanying." I rushed back inside, only to find Xiao Jinzi's mother tightly grasping Su Hanying's hand, incessantly expressing her gratitude. Su Hanying's smile remained calm and dignified, as if nothing had transpired moments before. "Your friend is truly remarkable. Xiao Jinzi just expelled a pool of black water and is now peacefully asleep. Brother Shin, why not stay for dinner today? Everyone should stay. I'll go call Uncle Zhuang to join you." Chapter 29. The path of virtue surpasses the path of evil. Part 1. Xiao Jinzi's mother's enthusiasm left us quite flustered. However, my fervor continued to churn within me. "Regardless of your tricks, I must confront you today, else what use is it to be a debtor to fate?" I retrieved a piece of talisman paper, ready to act, but Su Hanying approached me, her expression unperturbed, gently pressing down my hand, saying, "You from the Qinglong sect possess an overwhelming innate energy, but it seems to have scorched your intellect as well. Had I not provided you with the antidote outside Wuzhou Temple, this hulking figure would likely have already perished, and as for this child, were it not for the medicine I just administered, he would have already lost his soul, and yet you presume upon yourselves. Is this how you treat your savior? What nonsense," I retorted, shaking with fury. "Let us not discuss anything else. Wasn't it you who caused Xiao Jinzi to be tripped by a ghost?" Xianger gently grasped my hand, urging me to remain calm. "So you know of the ghostly trickery? Do you not realize that the one you just sent away was not the wild ghost attached to him? The true malevolent spirit was poised to seize his body while you were fighting me." "Fool, you!" Just as I was about to counter, Lu Daxiao pulled me back, whispering in my ear, "What you say is correct. The wild ghost in the negotiations was merely bait. The real spirit was waiting for us to provide the medicine to enhance its yang energy so it could possess Xiao Jinzi's flesh. We were all careless. Come, let us sit in the main room. Dinner will be ready shortly. Come, have some drinks first." Xiao Jinzi's mother returned, brimming with excitement, leaving us no choice but to maintain appearances for the time being while we devised our next steps. After a heavy-hearted meal, as Lu Daxiao, Xianger, and I prepared to leave, Su Hanying followed us, saying, "Are you heading into the city? I'd like to join you. Don't overreach. While there are outsiders present, I advise you to flee quickly. Or when we reach a secluded place, I will surely be the one to end you, then shatter your soul so that you may bid farewell to your next life." Lu Daxiao menacingly warned her. But she seemed oblivious, boarding Uncle Zhuang's vehicle. We traveled in silence to Mo train station, which was eerily empty. With several hours until our train, Su Hanying boldly sat across from us, lighting a lady's cigarette, and said, "To be frank, I never intended to kill you. Indeed, I am from the Yingzhou sect, but I am merely following orders. I have granted you the choice to live. The medicine that saved him was provided by me. You have connections in Miaojiang. Ask her if there is poison in it. That so? Then pray tell, why would one who has betrayed their sect come to our aid?" Lu Daxiao's clenched fists indicated that in a secluded setting, he might genuinely tear her apart. Su Hanying replied resolutely, "I require your assistance." "Assistance? In what manner?" To commit murder, I need you to help me eradicate the Ingzhou sect. More precisely, the scoundrels within it. The three of us exchanged glances, Su Hanying cautiously scanning the surroundings, and said, I have no time for lengthy explanations. The Ingzhou sect was abandoned by Lady Nuwa because the then leader colluded with the Faceless One to hunt down debtors of fate. My ancestors have long plotted to eliminate this faction's disgraceful members, but have found no opportunity. I understand you may doubt my words, but here's the deal. You are heading to Southeast Asia next. I will await you at Wanfosui and assist you in your endeavors. At that time, you will naturally believe me. Remember, trust no one except those present today. After delivering her message, she hurriedly exited the station. Lu Dashao, confused by her words, looked to me for guidance. I remarked. Her knowledge of our plans to go to Wanfosui indicates she has been tracking us since we were in Luoqing. If she truly needed our help, wouldn't it be more prudent to wait until then to approach us? Why say all this here? Xiang'er appeared to ponder something, frowning. Could it be that in Luoqing? Due to the presence of certain individuals, she felt it inappropriate to speak? Certain individuals? Who do you refer to? The old Taoist or Zhuge Qingfeng? Xiang'er glanced between us, shaking her head. At this juncture, the only reasonable explanation is that she hinted at an insider among us. Zhuge Qingfeng has been unconscious and should not be a suspect. Could it be? I glanced at Lu Dashao, who immediately grasped my implication and sprang to his feet, exclaiming, Impossible, he is my friend. I will not allow you to slander him. Furthermore, this woman's words are hardly trustworthy. Consider her venomous nature, capable of sowing discord between us with just a few words. It is her forte. Calm down. We have not asserted it must be him. Xiang'er managed to restrain Lu Dashao, signaling me to apologize. I addressed Lu Dashao. Master Lu, you have saved me, and I have aided you. I can claim to be open with you. I am not doubting the old Taoist. It is just that this woman's words lead us to think of him. Lu Dashao gritted his teeth, saying, Humph, it is all this woman is doing. She is truly a disaster, I added. Indeed, such a calamity will surely meet its due recompense. However, Master Lu, since she has mentioned Southeast Asia, I would like to discuss our next steps with you. As we intend to go to Wanfosui. Wanfosui? Precisely. I nodded. During your absence, the old Taoist, Zhuge Qingfeng, and I assisted Mr. Zhu in resolving the matter of his daughter's ghost marriage, dismantling a den that engaged in such illicit practices. The proprietor had invited a golden boy from Wanfosui to pacify the spirits, but we ended up capturing him. Guess who the proprietor commissioned? Lu Dashao looked at me, then at Xiang'er. Who? You can't possibly mean her master? Indeed, that old Kutazali. That I realized my words may have been ill-chosen. Though Xiang'er did not voice it, she still harbored some regard for her master. Well then, since we did not have a proper encounter last time, this time, we shall be fully prepared to eradicate the roots. The journey back to Luoqing from Mo was dull and monotonous. Xiang'er busily filled Lu Dashao in on the amusing events that occurred during his absence. I secluded myself in a compartment, brooding in silence. Chapter 30. The path of virtue surpasses the path of evil. Part 2. In truth, I often found myself contemplating Jiang Ziya's words. During this period, I attempted to re-enter the Guandi Temple and the illusion-harboring Fengfeng Jishui, but they seemed to have collectively disconnected as if prearranged. Upon our weary return to Luoqing, a piece of good news briefly lifted my spirits. The old Taoist and Zhuge Qingfeng awaited us at the train station's exit. As we disembarked, Zhuge Qingfeng was engaged in a heated debate with the old Taoist over a sugar figurine, eliciting laughter from a significant portion of those present. I tell you, I'm nearly the same age as your father. You must yield to me. If you wish to be my father, you must yield. Otherwise, you can only be my brother. I bought this sugar figurine. I told you to buy it, you little brat. Stop right there. Come on. Grandfather will duel you for 300 rounds. Lu Dashao, unwilling to indulge their antics, set down his luggage and stepped forward to separate them. What the hell? Who's blind? You're back, Lu Dashao exclaimed, flustered upon seeing the old Taoist. Brother Shun, you've returned. Zhuge Qingfeng surprisingly rushed over to embrace me, momentarily dispelling the gloom that lingered in my heart. After returning home, Lu Dashao quickly tidied up before heading to the restaurant for a look. Xiang'er was organizing items at home, while the old Taoist and Zhuge Qingfeng intended to have a serious discussion with me. However, preoccupied with my thoughts, I excused myself and stepped out. Following Happiness rode to the billiard hall. Qian Er was still there, surrounded by company. Upon seeing me, he tossed his cue aside and hurried over, saying, "Brother, you're back. How was the journey? Smooth." I nodded and followed Qian into the back room. After locking the door, I sat in silence. Not understanding my demeanor, Qian brewed a cup of tea and cautiously asked, "Brother, did something go amiss?" "No, Qian, I have a matter I wonder if you could assist with." "Oh, come on, brother. Are you looking down on me?" "In Luoqing, as long as it's not murder or mayhem. Selling flour or dealing in ghost marriages, just tell me what you need. There's nothing I can't handle. If you're truly worried, let us write a note. If I can't manage it, I'll chop off my hand and give you pig trotters. Enough, enough. Your hand hardly measures up to half the meat of a pig trotter. Do not engage in trivial matters. I simply request your assistance in investigating an individual. Given your extensive connections, please ascertain whether this person resided in Luoqing during the month preceding my journey to Mo. Surely, during her stay, she must have secured accommodation. Let us begin by checking local hotels and inns." Upon hearing this, Qian furrowed his brow, lit a cigarette, and remarked, "Brother, this might prove to be quite challenging. Luoqing is serviced by 2 major railway lines, and you can imagine the throngs of people arriving and departing daily at the airport and train stations. Locating one individual amidst such crowds is no small feat. Perhaps you could provide more specific details about her appearance?" After considering, I described Su Hanying's features as meticulously as possible. Qian extinguished his cigarette, grabbed a sheet of paper, and began to sketch. Upon completion, I was astounded. It was an uncanny likeness of Su Hanying. "Qian, where did you acquire such talent? This is remarkable. You could easily work as a forensic artist for the police." I had not anticipated Qian possessed such a skill, yet he nonchalantly replied, "I've had a penchant for drawing since childhood, and my memory serves me well. Anything I hear or see can be translated onto paper." However, after dropping out of school, I drifted into a life of aimlessness, and my skills have waned considerably since then. Well then, brother, await my news. With this drawing, I should be able to gather information within a fortnight, and I will keep you informed. Wait a moment. I plan to visit Thailand soon. If I am unavailable at that time, please refrain from informing anyone else. Remember, only tell me, and do not mention it to that Taoist. Qian looked at me with some hesitation and said, "Brother, while I can assist you, I must emphasize that we cannot engage in actions that betray our friends. Do you understand? I, Qian, detest such individuals." "Do I seem like one of them?" I retorted. "Very well, I shall remember your words. I will meet you at the billiard hall, and you must guarantee my confidentiality." After bidding farewell to Qian, I strolled through the streets, burdened by my thoughts. Su Hanying's words, while emotionally resonant, were perhaps ill-advised. Yet, rationally speaking, she had not erred. This was a gamble, a precarious wager with stakes that encompassed my integrity, judgment, and the intuition of a life debtor. On my way to Xiang'er's home, the images of the old Taoist, Su Hanying, and Zhuge Qingfeng repeatedly flashed through my mind. These 3 individuals surely harbored extraordinary secrets. "Brother, you're back. We've been anxiously awaiting your return. Hurry, hurry. You're the last to arrive. Come, let us pour some drinks and celebrate." "Celebrate? Celebrate what?" The old Taoist draped his arm around my shoulder and declared, "We celebrate your passage through the 5 elements tribulation, marking you as a true life debtor. Moreover, you saved Lu Dashao. Behold, this feast before you is prepared by him. Lu Dashao," he announced, "brother, henceforth, my life shall be yours to command, without question." Noticing Zhuge Qingfeng sulking, I inquired, "What troubles you? Why the long face?" Zhuge Qingfeng slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the old Taoist. "Why can you all drink, but I cannot?" The old Taoist sipped his drink and feigned exaggerated surprise. "We are all adults here. You, a mere child, should abstain from alcohol. Look, did I not buy you juice to enjoy? I am not your child. What right do you have to dictate my choices? I want to drink." "Drink? Not until you come of age. I will join you then. For now, it's only juice, whether you like it or not." The old Taoist was equally unyielding. "Xiang'er, this old Taoist is bullying me." Xiang'er squinted and gently patted his head. "The old Taoist speaks the truth. Children should not consume alcohol." After I sat down, the old Taoist urged, "Brother, why the days? Drink up." Lu Dashao and Xiang'er exchanged glances, likely guessing the situation. Just as Lu Dashao opened his mouth to speak, I interjected, "It's nothing. I visited Qian today. With our upcoming trip abroad, I lack experience, So I asked him to make the necessary arrangements. I discreetly exchanged glances with Lu Dashao. The old Taoist, overhearing, chuckled mischievously as he pulled a bank card from his pocket. Worried about finances, are you? No need. During your absence, my adopted son and I pulled off a little job. Here is 80,000, and combined with the previous 150,000, we have enough for a lavish trip. A job? Have you both turned into bandits? Xiang'er asked, intrigued, as she took the bank card. Bandits? We merely earned this from that boss Zhu, not deceived him. Once this little one wakes up, we realized you hadn't left us any meal money. And we couldn't let ourselves starve, so we sought out boss Zhu to earn a little extra. As a result, we secured 80,000 for feng shui adjustments and sold a few talismans. Boss Zhu truly spends liberally. I shall seek him out when funds run low. I noticed Zhuge Qingfeng's growing resemblance to the old Taoist when discussing money. His eyes gleamed with greed, and the earlier air of detachment had vanished. We ought to verify whether they are truly related. After a few rounds of drinks, I spoke up. In this endeavor, my concern is not financial. Rather, we must confront those individuals from Southeast Asia and the Gu doctors from Yaojiang. After these recent incidents, we have all acknowledged their capabilities rival our own. Chapter 31. A Descent into Chaos. Part 1. The old Taoist interjected, by the way, brother, I have yet to inquire about the details of this situation. Who kidnapped Lu Dashao? I had long anticipated this question. It was those individuals from Southeast Asia. The old Taoist nodded. Then it seems our journey is justified. I, the old Taoist, shall descend from the mountains to uphold justice. As we prepared for our expedition, I urged everyone to gather their belongings. Qingfeng, ensure you have ample Qing Tian talismans prepared. It would be best to have a stack for everyone except Xiang'er. Hearing this, the old Taoist beamed with delight. However, Zhuge Qingfeng nearly spat out his juice. A stack for each person. Do you think this is toilet paper, available for 50 cents a roll? No, my son. I am not criticizing you. But we need to be well equipped. We cannot engage in battles without preparation. Don't take advantage of me. Should I unleash a palm thunder on your backside while you sleep? Xiang'er intervened, gently pulling Zhuge Qingfeng aside. Do not take it to heart. Prepare as much as you can. This journey is a significant expedition, not for personal gain. So contribute generously. Zhuge Qingfeng huffed. Fine. For sister's sake, I will do a little, but you must pay me. Upon hearing the mention of money, the old Taoist reacted as if he had been wounded. What do you need money for to make talismans? Is it not obvious? I need to purchase paper and materials. All right, Xiang'er will cover the costs. Now, let us discuss our plans. We need to arrange transportation to Wanfo Temple tomorrow. Are you referring to Zhu Gan? I nodded. He is the only one with contact information. This fellow is smooth-tongued and somewhat unreliable. My greatest concern is that he might falter. Thus, it is prudent for the old Taoist and me to meet him again to ensure everything is in order. Lu Shifu, you must recuperate quickly. Your assistance will be invaluable. Xiang'er, as a Miao person, you are most familiar with the culture and geography there. Please prepare our supplies accordingly. Additionally, regarding your Gu insects, I believe we should focus on those that repel snakes, insects, and rodents. Otherwise, it is best to leave the rest behind. Why? Xiang'er asked, puzzled. Lu Dashao lifted his head from his bowl and muttered, This time we must confront your master. Your tricks will be easily seen through by him. Seeing Xiang'er's disappointment, I reassured her, during our visit, we will undoubtedly require your presence. The differences in climate and culture between here and there are vast, making you an essential part of our team. Understood. That I gazed at Xiang'er, feeling an inexplicable sensation within. However, this feeling was soon shattered by Zhuge Qingfeng, who leaned closer and whispered, Do you two need to be so close? Why not kiss in public? After a hearty meal, we divided our tasks for the next day. Xiang'er set out to gather supplies, taking Zhuge Qingfeng along to procure materials. Meanwhile, the old Taoist and I made our way to the Luoqing funeral home. Upon arrival, we headed straight to Wang Defa's courtyard to find Zhu Gan. However, just as we reached the entrance, we were met with a cacophony of crashing sounds and the shouts of men and women, laced with foul language. Shortly thereafter, Zhu Gan emerged, clutching his head, followed closely by a middle-aged woman and a boy of similar age to mine. You ungrateful wretch, my husband took you in out of kindness. And you dare to claim his possessions now, when we ask for money, you refuse? If you don't comply, I'll toss you into the furnace and burn you alive. I interjected. You two have no business here. Mind your own affairs. The boy, brimming with hostility, retorted, and the old Taoist and I exchanged a knowing glance before responding, "We are here to speak with him regarding our own matters. Your disputes are of no concern to us. I suggest you clean up your language." The boy, sporting a flamboyant mane, sneered at my words. "You're looking for trouble. Do you have any idea who my father is? He is the boss around here. If you offend me, I'll have you both thrown into the furnace without anyone knowing. Here is your chance. Scram." I scoffed. "Who do you think you are? So you're the worthless son of Wang Defa. I offer you a chance. Go fetch your father, and let's see how I deal with him that you're asking for it." The boy suddenly brandished a butterfly knife, lunging at me. Caught off guard, I received a shallow cut on my right cheek. He is relentless and continues to advance, yet the old Taoist has already taken a step ahead, positioning himself slightly beneath his arm. His arm feels numb and immobile, and the knife clatters to the ground. Playing with knives here? Daring to draw blood. Zhu Gang, call the police and have them arrest these two. Upon seeing her precious son unable to move his arm, the middle-aged woman immediately steps forward. Scolding, "Who dares to touch my son? We are Thai citizens, overseas Chinese, and not even the police can apprehend us." Slap, slap, slap. Without waiting for her to finish, the old Taoist lunges forward, delivering 8 resounding slaps to her face, causing her to see stars, and casually bestows upon her son a severe reprimand. "I usually refrain from engaging with you monstrous beings, but you cannot overstep your bounds. As Thai citizens, here you must comply with the law, even if you consider yourselves Martian citizens. Let me tell you, do not assume I am oblivious to your petty affairs. Do you think your husband's occupation is unknown to me? Today, as long as we are here, neither of you shall make a move." Zhu Gang, rise and explain the situation. Covering his face, Zhu Gang replies, "You both know that something has happened to General Wang. The company isn't making money like it used to when he was around. But for some reason, this mother and son suddenly returned today demanding money. Where am I supposed to get that?" I quietly asked. "Haven't you been involved in shady dealings anymore?" Zhu Gang swore to the heavens. "I truly have ceased all dubious activities. I only sell funeral supplies now to make a living. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this predicament." I patted his shoulder and gave him a thumbs up. "Well done. You have maintained your principles in the face of temptation regarding money. For this, we will help you resolve today's issue. You should head to the infirmary as soon as Zhu Gang left." The middle-aged woman attempted to chase after him. I swiftly intercepted her, smiling. "Sister, I see you are not young anymore. I advise you to think carefully. Isn't it better to save your life than to spend money? If you provoke matters further, do not blame me for not warning you about the consequences of your actions." "You little bastard, what are you saying? Did you do something to my husband?" The middle-aged woman trembled, defiantly questioning me. "Are you unaware of your husband's circumstances? Why ask me? However, both of us possess some understanding of Taoist arts. Your husband has been buried in this courtyard with the protective golden boy, and I have already dealt with him. Therefore, I advise you to back off while you still can and not compel me to take action." Chapter 32. Encountering the Unseen, Part 2. You? The wife of Wang Defa still wanted to say something, but her son on the ground was moaning in agony, causing her distress. In the end, she left us with a venomous threat. "Just wait. The Grand Master will take care of you." And with that, she dragged her son away. In the infirmary, we found Zhu Gang pinching his nose. His forehead was bruised, and his face was swollen and discolored. A perfect example of a battered visage. Upon seeing us, Zhu Gang, a grown man, suddenly burst into tears, scolding Wang Defa's wife and son amidst his sobs. "Masters, you see, it truly proves the saying, not a family, not entering the same door. Look at this mother and son, utterly unreasonable. This company doesn't belong to them. They already profited enough and are still insatiable." I patted his shoulder. As the ancients said, "It is easy to fall into extravagance, but hard to return to frugality. You have resisted temptation and refrained from taking the wrong path. In time, you will accumulate virtue. Rest assured that mother and son, with dark clouds looming above and fire raging, are bound to encounter a calamity. Even if they manage to escape with their lives, they will either perish or be severely maimed." Zhu Gang sighed bitterly. "I am simply timid, wanting to live peacefully. Having followed Wang Defa for so long, I lacked the courage to engage in those activities. It remains the same. I do not have the courage to earn that money. Enough about me. Did you come regarding matters in Southeast Asia? It turns out Zhu Gang, having worked under Wang Defa for many years, had already prepared relevant documents and visas for us. Masters, please be careful on your journey. I will be by my phone 24 hours a day. After bidding farewell to Zhu Gang, I couldn't help but admire his loyalty and integrity, while the old Taoist dismissed him with disdain. Ultimately, he is just timid. His reluctance to earn that money isn't due to principle, but rather a greater fear of losing his life. People like him, You are mistaken. Theo borrow another ancient saying, a gentleman discusses actions, not intentions. The fact that he refrains from profiting from human lives makes me see him as a good person. A few days later, as we were nearly packed, Zhu Gang called to inform us that he had secured our plane tickets. We gathered our belongings and set off in grand fashion. In that era, few people traveled abroad. Indeed, most had never even left their province in their lifetime. During my second year of high school, I had once traveled to Beijing for a math competition with my school, but apart from that, my travels were limited to the occasional long trip from Shenyang to the city. The others, however, were different. Xianger, the old Taoist, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Lu Daxiao had traveled extensively since childhood, especially Zhuge Qingfeng, who had already explored much of China at a young age. Despite this, none of us had ever set foot outside the country. Faced with the novelty of an airplane, none of us had any experience, and the journey was filled with chaos until we finally settled into our seats. Just before takeoff, I noticed Lu Daxiao with his eyes tightly shut. Gripping the armrests, I thought his injuries had flared up again and quickly asked Xianger to check on him. The old Taoist, fiddling with the tray table in front of him, mocked Lu Daxiao. He is not having a relapse. He is simply afraid of flying. Lu Daxiao kept his mouth tightly shut, his body tense and unresponsive. A man wearing gold-rimmed glasses sitting behind the old Taoist leaned forward and said, "Brother, don't worry. I felt the same way during my first flight. Let me give you a tip. When we take off, keep your mouth open to prevent your ears from popping. You're going to Thailand for the first time. Right? I'm Max, a tour guide and local escort, known as the living map of Southeast Asia. Here is my business card. If you need anything in Thailand, just let me know." This guy was quite chatty, and I took his business card and promptly fell into a deep sleep. The sudden jarring sound of the plane landing woke me. After exiting Bangkok Airport, our group, except for Xianger, could hardly contain their excitement. The summer heat added a vibrant energy to Bangkok. Though it was already evening, the airport remained bustling, with stalls of fruits and souvenir vendors crowding the entrance. Unable to resist Zhuge Qingfeng's insistence, the old Taoist had no choice but to buy a large bag of freshly cut fruits for his adopted son to enjoy. I set down my luggage and scanned the area, finally spotting the person Zhu Gang had arranged to pick us up amidst the crowd. Sawasti Ka. The individual was slightly over 5 feet tall, stout, and wore a floral shirt, adorned with tattoos from neck to hands, complemented by a large gold necklace and bracelet, exuding a nouveau riche aura. "You must be Master Shun. What an honor. My name is Li Jinhao. The boss informed me that I would be responsible for your meals and accommodations, as well as your round-trip transportation. Come, the car is waiting outside." Southeast Asians are indeed warm, dash-hearted. Li Jinhao led us to a small van outside. After getting everything settled, he hesitated and said, "Master Shun, it's getting late. How about we spend the night in Bangkok and head to Wat Phra Kaew tomorrow? It's quite a long journey. It's still early. We should either rest in Wat Phra Kaew or proceed there now." Xianger looked at the sky, puzzled. I carefully observed Li Jinhao's hesitant expression, and after some thought, I said to the others, "Let us do this. Everyone seems tired. Ally has made thoughtful arrangements, so we'll rest in Bangkok tonight and set off tomorrow. Shall we?" Zhuge Qingfeng, rubbing his round belly, yawned and said, "Sounds good. I'm tired, so let us just sleep here for the night." Seeing this, Li Jinhao beamed, like a monkey that had just received a banana, and happily drove us out of Bangkok Airport. Throughout the journey, I maintained a feigned smile while occasionally glancing at him. He seemed to sense my unease and desperately sought topics to discuss. "Master Shun, they all appear to be exhausted, even asleep. How about you take a nap too?" "No need that they're asleep, so I'll keep you company," I replied to Mr. Li. "Now that there are no outsiders, please, what is it that you need assistance with?" Upon hearing this, Li Jinhao's face turned pale, and he awkwardly chuckled. No, Master Shin, there's nothing like that. I just thought you all looked too tired, and since the roads are narrow and winding in Thailand, It's south, not safe to drive at night, so I wanted you to rest before we set off. I sighed meaningfully. I'm a straightforward person. I say what I mean. I can see you are quite flustered and shaken. You must have recently encountered something unusual. However, if you are unwilling to share, I won't force you. Just take care of yourself. The vehicle halted in front of a vibrant, colorful clubhouse on the outskirts of Bangkok. After unloading our luggage, Li Jinhao said, "This is my home. We have plenty of guest rooms. Please, rest here, and I'll prepare supper for you tonight. Master Shun, would you like to come inside?" The others, weary from the journey, went to rest. Since I had promised Li Jinhao, I followed him to a tea table in the backyard. Chapter 33, Blood Qi Manifestation, Part 1. Master Shun, you truly possess great skill. To be honest, my family has been restless for over 2 months. Oh, that doesn't seem right. The farm, bathed in the ethereal glow of stars and moonlight, may not be the most auspicious of places. Yet it possesses a certain integrity, free from malevolent spirits. Li Jinhao furrowed his brow, took a large gulp of strong tea, and sighed deeply. Very well, Master Shun. I shall not shy away from embarrassment and will speak candidly. This matter is something I have not dared to disclose to outsiders. I hope you will assist me thoroughly, for I find myself at a loss. Observing Li Jinhao, a man in his 40s on the verge of tears, I realized the gravity of the situation and regretted my impulsive agreement to take it on. Li Jinhao hails from the coastal regions of Fujian. He had never received formal education and spent his youth accompanying his uncle on ships, traversing harbors. Following the era of reform, he, along with fellow compatriots, became part of the first wave of individuals venturing abroad for a living. Southeast Asia at that time was a land of opportunity, flourishing at a pace faster than that of his homeland. After several years of toil, Li Jinhao managed to amass a modest fortune, purchasing dozens of acres on the outskirts of Bangkok, where he established a comprehensive club catering to affluent locals and wealthy vacationers from Europe and America. As his business expanded, he sought to venture back into his homeland's market, which led him to associate with Wang Defa. However, disenchanted with Wang Defa's unethical dealings, Li Jinhao severed ties after a couple of meetings. It was only when Zhu Gan took over Wang Defa's business that their paths crossed once more. "Mr. Li, please get to the point. I am feeling somewhat fatigued," I interrupted, growing increasingly impatient with his lengthy discourse. Eagerly, Li Jinhao poured me another cup of tea and, with an air of mystery, recounted, 2 months ago, a Western guest gifted me a box that appeared to contain a set of cosmetics. As I had no use for it, I gave it to my mistress. Within days of using it, her skin visibly improved, and she seemed to rejuvenate. Li Jinhao was genuinely pleased to have such a beauty by his side, relishing in the pleasures of companionship. Yet, soon after, he noticed his mistress had developed an insatiable craving for intimacy, becoming almost obsessed. If she went a day without it, she would become irritable. The most alarming aspect was that after each encounter, Li Jinhao felt utterly drained, as if his very essence were being siphoned away. Being no longer youthful, such daily exertions threatened to wear him down completely. Attempting to reason with her proved futile. As she had transformed into someone unrecognizable, her eyes bloodshot and wild, refusing to heed his pleas, in desperation, he confined her, repeatedly warning men to keep their distance from her room. Initially, all seemed calm until a few days ago when the cook, unable to deliver dinner due to an emergency, sent her husband in her stead. The cook, after a day of his husband's absence, discovered him lifeless beneath the mistress, his body a grotesque shade of purple. Having been drained of life, while the mistress's skirt was drenched in blood, "Mr. Li, extend your hand." Upon hearing his tale, I realized his mistress had likely been possessed by a vengeful spirit. Upon placing my hand on Li Jinhao's palm, I detected the disarray of his vital energy and the instability of his soul. Initially, I surmised his distress stemmed from mental burdens, but I soon discerned that he had been robbed of his life force, resulting in a perilous imbalance between yin and yang, leaving his spirit weak and agitated. Fortunately, he had not succumbed to the allure of beauty, averting a fate akin to that of the cook's husband. I informed Li Jinhao, "Your mistress has been possessed. She is a vengeful spirit, likely one who met her demise through love gone awry, now returned to exact revenge." "What? How can this be? Master, please assist me." "Money is no object." Li Jinhao hastily placed his wallet and bank cards on the table. "This is not merely a matter of finances. Let us proceed. Take me to her. Ally Jinhao led me out of the club, winding through narrow alleys until we arrived at a dilapidated rental unit. Upon reaching the door, I sensed a heavy aura of malevolence swirling within. We both shuddered simultaneously. When Li Jinhao opened the door, the ominous energy suddenly dissipated. Inside, a frail female voice pleaded, "Master, save me. This man deceived me, locked me away, and torments me daily. Please, rescue me." I discreetly grasped the talisman, focusing my spiritual energy between my eyes. The room was eerily tranquil, devoid of any malevolence or wicked spirits. Slightly reassured, I approached the door. Peering through the small window, I beheld a wretched girl, seemingly around 18 or 19, her body marked with injuries. This Li Jinhao, presenting himself as a respectable individual, had deceived me. No, I needed to be cautious and examine further. After thorough observation, I concluded that the woman had not been possessed. Therefore, Li Jinhao must have been lying. The girl wept inconsolably, and my anger surged uncontrollably. With a swift kick, I burst through the door, causing Li Jinhao to pale in fear. "What a despicable creature you are! You confined this girl, leaving her battered and bruised, and still dare to deceive me." My fury boiled over, my heart racing with a singular desire to eliminate this beast before me. Li Jinhao, terrified, collapsed to the ground. Inching backward, and my mind was consumed with a singular thought: to slay him and liberate this unfortunate girl. I have always despised being deceived, especially by the likes of Jiang Zia, who has long since passed yet ensnared me into a life of mere survival, allowing me only a brief 27 years. Why should I endure this? The Taoist who conspired against me, ruining my education and separating me from my mother, and the enigmatic Zhuge Qingfeng who constantly opposed me. These people must perish. All of them must die. I roared in rage, my spiritual energy surging as I seized Li Jinhao by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Watching him struggle helplessly in my grip, like a dying wild dog, brought me a perverse satisfaction. Three pure ones, above, the infinite. Evil spirits retreat. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. Almost immediately, the old Taoist pointed a finger, sending a beam of golden light that struck my hand, propelling me away. The scorching pain only intensified my fury as I rose, my sole focus being to eliminate anyone who stood in my way. Bloodlust coursed through my veins, and the energy within me transformed. No longer did I possess the golden essence of my spirit, but rather a vivid, crimson vitality. As I examined my hands, the sanguine energy flowed and pulsed with my every thought, intensifying in its ferocity. Shenrufen. The old Taoist began to speak, but I had no desire to hear his words. In a flash, I sent him flying with a swift kick. The narrative continues with a vivid depiction of the ensuing conflict, emotions running high, and the struggle between light and darkness. She let out a pained wail, her head drooping as she ceased to move. As all of this finally settled, the old priest collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. After a while, I regained my senses and overheard the old priest outside his robe speaking to Li Jinhao. "Enough? Dante pressed down too hard. Quickly release him and let us see. We mustn't suffocate him." Bewildered, I glanced around at the chaotic scene before me and suddenly spotted the old priest, my heart awash with mixed emotions. "What brings you here? Goodness, what happened to you? Which scoundrel did this to you?" Upon hearing this, the old priest nearly cursed. Li Jinhao crawled over and said, "It's you, master. You almost killed both of us. You frightened me to death. All right, we can discuss the rest later. What shall we do about this person?" the old priest inquired, pointing at the woman with a gaping wound in her chest. I took a glance and nearly retched. While Li Jinhao sighed, "Everyone knows she was possessed. We consulted several masters before I in this situation. Her death wouldn't matter. Don't worry, master. You won't be held responsible. Alas, she can only blame her ill fate." Subsequently, the three of us performed a ritual in the room. The old priest had sustained serious injuries, likely fracturing several ribs, so he imparted the rules of the ritual to me, instructing me to set up the altar and preside over it. During this time, he had taught me a great deal about Taoist practices and related knowledge, and coupled with my own self-study of numerous texts, I had essentially grasped the basics, thus completing the ritual promptly. After locking the door, Li Jinhao first escorted us to the clubhouse, and then he himself went to report the situation to the village elders and the police. After helping the old priest into the house to lie down, I noticed him clutching his chest, his complexion growing increasingly pale. "Why are you becoming weaker?" The old priest loosened his clothing, and I discovered a small spot of blood on his chest. "This is heart's blood, the last resort of a Taoist. You were enchanted by the seductive demon today, driven by a bloodthirsty nature. If I hadn't swiftly eliminated her, we would have been killed, and then she would control you, draining your yang energy, turning you into a mere husk. But why me?" I felt a pang of unwillingness, yet could not voice it. Today was supposed to be my first time taking the lead. Envisioned as a sweeping victory, yet it had nearly ended in catastrophe. "Your soul quality is too unique." The old priest helplessly closed his eyes, gently rubbing his chest. "Soul quality?" After all the commotion, sleep eluded me, prompting the old priest to give me a crash course. Simply put, soul quality refers to the essence of a person's soul, akin to the distinction between high-quality, passable, and subpar goods in production. Human souls exhibit similar variations. The direct cause of this difference lies in the varying proportions of the three souls: heavenly soul, earthly soul, and human soul. The celestial realm, the mortal world, and the underworld collectively constitute this world, and correspondingly, a person's soul is comprised of heavenly soul, human soul, and earthly soul. The greater the proportion of the heavenly soul, the more vibrant the color of the soul quality, and the individual's spiritual essence becomes extraordinary, with an understanding and insight into religious beliefs that surpasses ordinary comprehension, whether in Taoist practices or Zen meditation. Conversely, a greater proportion of the human soul results in a paler hue, characterizing individuals who dwell deeply in the mundane world, lacking any special feelings or dependencies on religious beliefs and favoring all things of the mortal realm. Most people belong to this category. The earthly soul, however, is the most distinct and rare, also known as the Yin soul. Its very name indicates a soul from the underworld. Most of the time, the earthly soul serves as a pass for the deceased to traverse the Yellow Springs, enter Fengdu, and navigate the Naihe Bridge, holding no special significance. Yet, for some individuals, the earthly soul can be exceedingly dominant, surpassing both the heavenly and human souls, resulting in a soul of a bright gray color tinged with a hint of crimson, characterized by an extremely cold and Yin physique, which directly manifests as an increased susceptibility to unclean entities, commonly known as being easily haunted. Such individuals are particularly sensitive to malevolent forces, often accompanied by the awakening of yin-yang eyes or heavenly sight, leading to an escalating encounter with sinister entities, ultimately culminating in emotional breakdowns and erratic behavior. These individuals are the most terrifying, as they often perish in fear, making them prone to transforming into vengeful spirits and malevolent entities post-mortem. Wreaking havoc upon the living, Chapter 35. The Enchantress, Part 1. Today, the mistress of Li Jinhao I encountered was a quintessential example of someone dominated by the earthly soul, thus attracting the rare enchantress. So, this enchantress is quite formidable. Then, how should I deal with her in the future? I couldn't shake off the lingering dread of the enchantress. Deal with her? This enchantress is akin to a wandering spirit, posing little threat. Why bother? The old priest dismissed my concerns with a scoff. Little threat? Just look at your current state. Just as I was about to retort, the old priest gestured for me to be quiet and, enduring the pain in his ribs, spoke slowly. Let me tell you, there are plenty of beings roaming the mortal realm from the celestial and underworld realms. You can consider them representatives of their respective powers in the human world. The celestial beings are known as wandering immortals or earthly immortals, while the underworld has a variety of classifications, including ghosts, monsters, spirits, and demons. So many? Aren't they all the same? Of course not. I'll tell you. Among the 5 types mentioned, the ugliest and most numerous are the ghosts, while the most difficult to deal with are the monsters. As for the spirits, demons, and enchantresses, they are beings of the mortal realm who, unable to cultivate immortality, have fallen into the demonic path, harmless for the most part. Then what about this enchantress? Can you let me finish? The old priest winced in pain again. This enchantress represents a form of sentient plant life. They possess no real power and can only latch onto individuals prone to possession, seducing men to siphon their yang energy, typically causing little harm, at most, leaving one feeling weak and fatigued with diminished yang energy. Your strong reaction stems from the uniqueness of your soul quality. Thus, the old priest and I conversed late into the night. Upon returning to my room, my mind was restless. From the old priest's words, I learned that my soul quality was indeed quite unique, seemingly leaning towards a predominance of the human soul. However, my three souls were in constant flux. When I activated my innate vigor, my heavenly soul surged. Yet after being enchanted by the enchantress today, my earthly soul abruptly increased, even threatening to dominate my physical form, evidenced by the excess of earthly soul blood energy that could now effortlessly morph into any entity. Initially, I thought all those who borrowed life were like this, but the old priest informed me that none of the individuals he knew were similar. Could this be related to the heavenly soul from the three souls of King Wu I carry? Lost in such thoughts, I drifted off to sleep without realizing it. When I opened my eyes again, the morning light flooded in. Xianger and the others were already having breakfast at Li Jinhao's invitation. Upon seeing me, Lu Dashao pulled me down to sit, complaining. I heard from the old priest that you helped this boss Li exorcise a demon last night. Why didn't you call me for such a big event? You found out so quickly? Lu Dashao slapped my back and said, Of course. This morning I called him for breakfast, and he said he encountered a malevolent spirit, and several of his ribs were broken by it. He just went to the hospital for a checkup, and 5 ribs were cleanly broken. He can't even move. Can't move? What about him? Can he not go to Wanfo Sui? Xianger nodded. Boss Li took him to Bangkok General Hospital, the top hospital in Thailand. After the checkup, he was admitted there. What about our plan? Without the old priest, we lose significant power, I softly reminded them. Zhuge Qingfeng, his mouth full of lobster meat, eagerly said, What is there to fear? That old fellow is no match for me. With me around, you all can capture those grand and minor sorcerers alive. When it comes to exorcising demons, I claim second place. Who dares claim the first? Before he could finish his boast, Xianger stuffed a large piece of bread into his mouth, admonishing. Keep your voice down, will you? This isn't Luoqing. Hurry up and eat. The old priestess' incapacity posed a real problem. Last time, we barely managed to defeat that Azalili. Although we now had Zhuge Qingfeng on our side, I couldn't say how much chance we had against the goo worms of Miaojiang. Nonetheless, with matters as they stood, we could only take one step at a time. After breakfast, Li Jinhao prepared to take us to Wanfo Sui. En route, I took the opportunity to visit Bangkok General Hospital, where the old priest was engrossed in reading Playboy. Upon seeing me, he hurriedly hid the magazine. You lecherous priest, unable to resist the allure of foreign trinkets, are you? I couldn't help but tease him. The old priest replied with a hint of grievance. This is all your fault for being so heavy-handed. Otherwise, would I be in this state? All right, you came at just the right time. I have a few words to impart to you. I pulled up a chair beside his hospital bed, and the old priest whispered. I originally had 2 objectives for this trip. One was to eliminate Azalili and the demon at Wanfo Sui, and the other was to keep an eye on Zhuge Qingfeng. Him? What do you mean? The old priest's usual playful demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Do you remember when we drove back Azalili at the first hospital in Luoqing? Shortly after, this fellow latched onto us. Each time we tried to investigate his background, various strange occurrences transpired. Either a ghost wedding would be arranged, or Lu Dashao would be kidnapped. He, on the other hand, always passed out, only waking up after the matters were resolved. Don't you find that strange? The old priest's words indeed held some merit, but I had my own plans, so I reassured him. All right? I am aware of it. You just stay here and await our victorious return. After driving southwest from Bangkok for about 2 hours, we finally arrived at Wanfo Sui. Li Jinhao has a club here. Though it has yet to open to the public. As a result, we have become the first guests to stay, enjoying personalized one-on-one service. Ever since I assisted Li Jinhao in resolving his issue with a mistress yesterday, he has been utterly obedient to us, his eyes filled with admiration, particularly towards me and Lao Dao, treating us with almost reverential respect. Consequently, after ensuring our comfort, he decided to stay himself. His warm hospitality made us feel somewhat awkward. Boss Li, you have already made such thoughtful arrangements. There is no need for you to accompany us constantly. However, Li Jinhao shook his head. Master Shun, that is not how it should be. When traveling abroad, having more friends means more pathways. Moreover, you are unfamiliar with this place, and without a guide, how can you navigate? He continued, besides, you have done me such a significant favor. My assistance in return is but a trifling matter. So please, do not stand on ceremony. Well then, since he is being so considerate, let us settle our luggage first and then come to my room, he suggested. The whispered words of Xiang'er in my ear left me in a reverie. As I pondered, Zhuge Qingfeng, with a mischievous grin, fixed his gaze on me. Hee, I told you to have a story. Come on, how far has it gone? Spill the beans, I retorted. What nonsense at your young age. You should focus on better pursuits instead of emulating your adoptive father. I've noticed you becoming more like him. After playfully scolding Zhuge Qingfeng, I entered Xiang'er's room. Once seated, she, with a heavy heart, questioned me. Shen Rufeng, what shall we do next? I produced a note given to me by the bamboo pole. I will make this call shortly, simply stating that I urgently need Jintong's whereabouts. Then we will devise a plan to capture them. You know I am not referring to that, Xiang'er replied, her expression one of helplessness. Realizing that feigning ignorance would not suffice, I finally spoke the truth. I will seek out the informant mentioned by Su Hanying alone and take it from there. Do you truly believe her? Xiang'er pressed, and I could only nod. Why? Her tone hinted at a suppressed sob. I lowered my gaze to the teacup and remarked, I do not know. It is a rather peculiar feeling. Throughout my life, whether at school or now with you, I have come to realize that I am essentially a gambler, always taking chances. I have consistently placed my bets on my intuition, as I have discovered that in moments of solitude and despair, the only thing I can rely on is my instinct. Furthermore, she has already eliminated 2 individuals from suspicion. Who? You and Lu Daxiao. Though she advised me not to trust anyone, her willingness to speak in your presence inherently excludes you both. Which is why I have complete faith in you. As for the other 2, I trust Lao Dao more, for he valiantly saved me when I recklessly confronted the enchantress, despite being bewitched himself. The injuries he sustained were due to my actions, as I was in a chaotic state of mind, nearly leading to disaster. Moreover, he has faced my master alongside you, so it is only logical that I trust him more than the young Taoist. Correct? Xiang'er astutely discerned my thoughts. I nodded, for this matter had weighed heavily on my mind, leaving me in a state of indecision. Xiang'er gently grasped my hand and said softly, trust your instincts. I have faith in you. My face flushed with warmth, and upon glancing at Xiang'er, I noticed her cheeks resembled ripe apples. Suddenly, Lu Daxiao burst through the door, catching sight of the scene before him, and erupted into laughter. You two are quite the pair, cozying up behind our backs. Don't worry, I'll keep it a secret. With that, he unceremoniously took a seat at the table and said, all right, I've arranged for that slippery Zhuge Qingfeng to accompany Li Jinhao to get something to eat. Now, let us discuss your situation regarding the woman named Su Hanying whom you encountered in Mo. What are your plans? After sharing my thoughts with Lu Daxiao, I anticipated a vehement reaction and strong disapproval. To my surprise, he remained calm. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I have pondered this matter myself. Initially, I held prejudices against her, yet upon reflection, her words do indeed warrant consideration. Nonetheless, I still place my trust in Lao Dao. As I know him well, while this young Taoist conceals far too many secrets. Having finished our afternoon tea, just as dusk began to fall, I expressed my desire to purchase some incense to take back. Li Jinhao led us to the largest spice market in Wanfosui, Kansong. Upon arrival, Xiang'er appeared as though she had entered paradise, eagerly exploring her surroundings. I exchanged glances with Lu Daxiao, and in turn, Xiang'er led Zhuge Qingfeng around while sampling snacks, with Li Jinhao guiding them. Meanwhile, Lu Daxiao and I discreetly examined the right hands of various stallholders. At last, in a less frequented corner, a one-eyed man with long hair and a tattered robe caught our attention. His right pupil appeared nearly milky, suggesting a vitreous disorder. I feigned interest in selecting spices, asking him to light a few for me to smell. He extended his right hand, which had been hidden beneath his robe. Indeed, he was missing a middle finger. Lu Daxiao and I exchanged knowing glances once more. I turned to the stallholder and said, I no longer wish to try this incense. I've already lit it for you. And now you refuse? Are you toying with me? The stallholder clearly grew agitated, reaching beneath the counter as though to grasp a weapon. I smiled and said, please don't be hasty, my friend. My refusal to try this incense is not a slight against your business. Rather, I wish to purchase another type. Then, what incense do you wish to buy? State it clearly. If you try it, you must buy it. I assure you, I will buy it. I wish to acquire the 7-feather twisted silk incense. Upon hearing this, he glanced around and inquired, where did you hear of this incense? Mo, I have it in stock. but it remains unopened in the warehouse. I cannot carry it alone. Would you accompany me to the warehouse to check the goods? Leading the way, the one-eyed man instructed a child to watch his stall, guiding Lu Daxiao and me through the vendor's back passage to a large warehouse. Upon entering, he gestured for us to proceed inside. The space was brightly lit, and there sat Su Hanying at a table, writing something. After quietly closing the door behind him, she said, "Please sit. I will attend to you once I finish this." A few minutes later, she stretched and handed me the paper, saying, "Take a look. How does this contract appear?" "Contract? What contract?" I asked, bewildered. Su Hanying sat beside me, close enough that her shoulder brushed against mine, and said, "Of course, it is the contract for purchasing Jintong. Without a transaction, how do you expect to meet the person behind this?" As her hand rested on my shoulder, her expression suddenly shifted. "Where did you attract malevolent entities?" I shrugged, glancing at the contract while turning my head away, and replied helplessly, "Yesterday, I encountered an enchantress." "Ha ha ha, who would have thought that a distinguished life-taker would fall for such trifles? How amusing, truly amusing. By the way, big guy, how is your health?" Lu Daxiao harbored the most complex feelings towards Su Hanying. He resented her for having kidnapped him but was grateful for her rescue. Thus he could only respond with a heavy grunt. I pointed to the contract and asked, "What does this mention about Taihua Trading Company?" Su Hanying lit a cigarette. "This is a front company I uncovered that deals in the trafficking of children in Jintong. The legal representative is named Zhuang Xianlong. At first glance, he appears to be an importer-exporter, but behind the scenes, he is responsible for trafficking people from Thailand and various Southeast Asian regions, acquiring infants or children under 3 years old, and then delivering them to a temple in Wanfosui known as Baihu Temple. The abbot of this temple converts them into guardian Jintong, or into small spirits to sell to individuals like Wang Defa and Luoqing. The abbot of the temple engages in such practices? I found it hard to believe. Su Hanying, however, regarded my astonishment as naive. What is so surprising about that? The temples in Thailand differ greatly from those domestically. One follows Theravada Buddhism, while the other is a fusion of Han Buddhism, Tibetan Buddhism, and Southern Buddhism. Moreover, the status of monks in Thailand is exceedingly high. They are hardly constrained by any regulations. In a vast forest, all kinds of birds can be found. What is your plan? I inquired. Su Hanying's answer ignited my fury. "I have completed my part. Now it is your turn. You must follow the contact information provided to locate Taihua Trading Company, as long as you offer sufficient funds. Meeting the abbot should not be difficult." "This money," I stammered. Su Hanying's eyes widened. "What do you mean? Are you implying that I should cover this expense?" "You misunderstand. We have brought virtually all our resources for this trip. After accounting for our basic needs, we have just over 100,000, all of which we have given them. If we catch them all and cannot recoup this money, it will be a lost cause." Su Hanying approached me, exhaling a plume of smoke into my face, and smiled. "If you are concerned about not being able to recover this money, I can consider covering it for you. But I have a condition. A condition? You don't expect me to work for your family, do you?" I regarded her with trepidation, sensing her ulterior motives. "Work for you? Look at your petite frame. Are you suited for such labor?" "My condition is quite simple. Once this matter is resolved, you will be responsible for helping us restore Yinghauman's reputation." Chapter 37. Zhuang Xianlong and the Infernal Affairs, Part 1. Upon hearing this, I was quite perplexed. Why should I meddle in the affairs of your sect? Moreover, my words must carry weight, mustn't they? Rest assured, when you speak, others will have no choice but to listen, for you have been designated by that old man. And he has even entrusted that book to you, indicating that he has chosen you as the leader of all the life debt bearers. My heart sank at this revelation, yet I maintained an outward facade of calm. How did she know about the events from my dreams? Furthermore, the betrayal of the Ingzhou sect was inscribed in the book Fengfeng Jishui. Was she suggesting that I rewrite this book? As I exited the storeroom, Lu Daxiao was already waiting at the door, visibly impatient. Upon seeing me, he inquired, "Well, any leads?" I nodded, signaling that we could discuss it later. Once back at Li Jianhao's clubhouse, I found Zhuge Qingfeng already asleep. The weather in Thailand was quite uncomfortable for both Lu Daxiao and me, with its humid heat causing us to feel as if we were coated in a layer of sticky sweat that clung stubbornly to our skin. The most unbearable aspect was the red, itchy spots that had erupted all over, refusing to subside. Xianger produced a bottle of green ointment and, after we finished bathing, helped apply a thin layer to our backs. bringing immediate relief. "Master, your phone," Li Jinhao announced, entering in a floral pair of shorts and a matching shirt. "Whose is it?" I asked. "It's another master from the hospital." As soon as I picked up the phone, the old Taoist's hearty laughter rang out, accompanied by the giggles of women. "Hello, old Taoist. What is up?" "Haha, my brother. Let me tell you, you've come to the right place. The nurses here are truly stunning. Their laughter is so delightful." "Ah, sister, come scratch my back." I felt a mix of amusement and annoyance. This fellow could not shed his lecherous and greedy nature. No matter where he went, if you have something to say, say it. If not, I'm off to bed. I pretended to hang up, prompting the old Taoist to quickly drop his playful demeanor, saying, No, I have something important to tell you. I was just chatting with the nurses at the hospital, and they mentioned rumors that the hospital director is colluding with a temple from Wanfo to sell children's corpses." "White Tiger Temple?" I blurted out, only to realize I had made a grave mistake. "How do you know?" In my panic, I could only fabricate an excuse, claiming Li Jinhao had informed me. That moment, I could not see the old Taoist's expression, but anyone with a modicum of sense would see through such a feeble excuse. After a few more idle exchanges, the old Taoist hurriedly ended the call, clearly eager to join the nurse for a game. Once back in my room, I pondered deeply, convinced that this matter could not be delayed any longer. The old Taoist had kindly shared the intelligence he had gathered, while I was secretly obtaining information from others, all the while risking everything. The first few points could be smoothed over, but this last one would surely lead him to dismember me. Thus, the following day, I set out alone to the address listed in the contract, arriving at the entrance of Thailand Hua Trade Company. This company was located within a row of aged office buildings. After walking to the end, I finally spotted the sign for Thailand Hua Trade Company in both Chinese and Thai at the door of room 1137. A woman in her 50s greeted me. Although she was older, she was dressed in vibrant attire. Upon opening her mouth, she spoke in standard Mandarin. "Hello, may I ask who you are looking for? You are Chinese?" Upon hearing my question, the woman chuckled softly. Shaking her head, "Sawadee ka, I am Thai." "Your Chinese is excellent," I replied. "Reki Si, who is outside?" A robust male voice called from within. "There is a gentleman here. It seems he has come with a contract. Let him in." Following the woman named Reki Si into the inner room, I noticed that although the decor was simple, it was quite exquisite. Despite being situated in an old building, a gentle breeze flowed continuously through the room, suggesting that the designer possessed a mastery of feng shui. As I passed through 2 rooms, I finally encountered the owner of Thailand Hua Trade Company, Zhuang Xianlong. That moment, I could hardly imagine that this well-dressed, dignified man would become one of the greatest obstacles to my path as a life debt bearer in the future. "Mr. Zhuang." I was introduced by the one-eyed man from the Kongsong Spice Market. "Here is the contract." Before my visit, I had deliberately studied the negotiation tactics of seasoned businesspeople with Li Jinhao, aiming to get straight to the point without unnecessary chatter, asserting my dominance from the outset. Clearly, I had underestimated the strength of my counterpart and overestimated my own. Zhuang Xianlong, a veteran of the underworld trade, calmly accepted the contract without even glancing at it, placing it aside while brewing tea. "I never look at contracts once I've handed them over," he remarked. "Oh, what if I wrote only $1 as the amount?" At my words, Zhuang Xianlong paused his tea pouring, then continued. "As long as you dare to receive the goods. Even if you refuse to pay, I would gladly accept, however." Just as I was about to take the teacup, Zhuang Xianlong seized my wrist, his expression darkening. "Sir, however, do you dare to accept such goods?" My heart raced, but I quickly circulated my soul energy through my dantian and chest to steady myself. Zhuang Xianlong was indeed formidable. His grip, seemingly gentle, was actually applying pressure to my acupoints, and with just a slight increase in pressure, he could shatter my meridian. Yet, I remained vigilant, channeling my energy into my left hand, ready to use the table to break his arm if necessary. After a moment of silent confrontation, Zhuang Xianlong released my wrist and smiled. "Your composure is commendable, indicating that you are a person of great ambition. For that reason, I offer you a tremendous gesture of goodwill. You may alter the amount on the contract as you wish, and I will accept it without hesitation." "What do you say, Mr. Zhuang? You're joking with me. Why take it seriously? The money due to you will be paid in full, but I have a small request. Please, speak. I am aware of the dealings you conduct at the White Tiger Temple, So when producing my batch of golden boys, I wish to personally inspect the goods on site. Zhuang Xianlong raised an eyebrow, his tone laden with meaning. Sir, you do not wish to purchase golden boys, do you? The police? Customs? As he spoke, Zhuang Xianlong casually placed a loaded handgun on the table, exuding an aura of menace. I calmly picked it up and toyed with it while contemplating my response. Mr. Zhuang, guns are meant for the police, customs, and your enemies, not for your business partners. My business partners have no desire to go to the White Tiger Temple. So, who exactly are you, and what do you intend to do? Taking advantage of the moment, I had formulated a strategy. Mr. Zhuang, do you recall Wang Defa from Luoqing? He was involved in the business of the deceased and had also purchased golden boys from you. Zhuang Xianlong feigned ignorance, remaining unresponsive. Chapter 38. Zhuang Xianlong and the Infernal Affairs, Part 2. I continued. No matter whether you admit it or not, he is now dead, slain by the undead. I managed to salvage the remaining half of his brain. Currently, I am the only one on the mainland aware of your business dealings. Should any issues arise, you can always seek me out. This is my guarantee to you. Upon hearing my words, Zhuang Xianlong remained unperturbed, continuing to brew tea, though the atmosphere had noticeably softened. After a while, he stepped out, presumably to make a phone call. Upon his return, his expression was relaxed. Sir, may I inquire your surname? No need for formality. My surname is Shen, Shen Ruffinged. Mr. Shen, you are indeed bold and perceptive. In that case, I shall take you to the White Tiger Temple to meet my old friend. This will justify your investment. After leaving Zhuang Xianlong, I finally regained my composure, drenched in cold sweat. Thankfully, I had the presence of mind to use my soul energy to suppress my heartbeat and excitement. Otherwise, I would have surely revealed myself. Returning to the clubhouse with lingering trepidation, I found Zhuge Qingfeng fiddling with his compass at the entrance. Stop right there. He raised a hand to block my path. What's wrong? You look all riled up. Didn't you eat enough? I deliberately shifted the topic. He seemed to have an inkling of what was amiss, pausing his activity to turn and stare at me in silence until I felt a chill run down my spine. Finally, he spoke. Shen Rufeng, you've been busy trying to keep me in the dark and acting independently. Do you think I'm a fool? Speak. What scheme are you up to? What scheme could I possibly have? I went to find the person who makes golden boys, remember? Didn't that bamboo pole give you a business card? Having just emerged from the previous conversation, my ability to fabricate lies had significantly improved. I quickly devised this seemingly plausible excuse. Zhuge Qingfeng produced a business card from his chest pocket. My heart sank upon seeing it. It was indeed the card given by the bamboo pole. I've had this card all along. I was wondering when you would come to ask me for it. But now that we're in Southeast Asia, you've been silent, while that Li fellow and Sister Xianger dragged me around for sightseeing, leaving you to run around alone. So, tell me, what exactly are you scheming? I awkwardly met Zhuge Qingfeng's gaze, momentarily at a loss for words. You sent him. A familiar voice suddenly rang out at the entrance of the clubhouse. Xianger. Zhuge Qingfeng looked at her in confusion, his expression one of utter disbelief. Sitting beside him, Xianger spoke softly, Don't be upset. This matter is quite dangerous, and among us, you are the youngest. I don't want you to get too involved. Do you understand? However, furthermore, we are in Southeast Asia, not back home. My master and his associates are all cunning and crafty. How can a mere child contend with them? All right, I understand that your intentions are good, and your role will come later. After this exchange, Zhuge Qingfeng's brow relaxed somewhat, but as he departed, he cast a fierce glare in my direction. I looked at Xianger with gratitude, but she cut straight to the point. Did you inquire? Yes, Baihu Temple. The owner of Taihua Company will take me there. Me? Do you intend to go alone? I nodded thoughtfully. Zhuang Xianlong, the owner of Taihua Company, is also quite shrewd. If I bring too many people, it may draw his attention, so I plan to take Lu Daxiao with me, while you and Zhuge Qingfeng follow closely behind. I estimate we will stay inside for no longer than half an hour. If we have not emerged by then, you and Zhuge Qingfeng should devise a plan to rescue us. A wagered in the evening. Zhuang Xianlong called my place of lodging to confirm our departure for the following night. I summoned everyone to my room to make arrangements. Tomorrow, I will enter Baihu Temple with Lu Daxiao, and there are two possible outcomes. First, we will have dealt with everything inside. Second, we will be dealt with by those within. Regardless of the scenario, we will send you a signal within half an hour. If no signal is received within that time frame, it indicates that we are in trouble, and at that point, Xianger, You must lead Zhuge Qingfeng inside to rescue us. Mr. Li, please wait for us by the entrance in your car. No one voiced any objections, and after the meeting adjourned, I lay in bed, restless throughout the night. The following evening, at the agreed time, I arrived at the base of Taihua Company with Lu Daxiao. Zhuang Xianlong was already waiting by the car, accompanied by 5 or 6 bodyguards clad in short sleeves, firearms tucked at their waists. Lu Daxiao and I were escorted into separate vehicles. Once inside, Zhuang Xianlong produced a black hood and, with a smile that did not reach his eyes, said, "Mr. Shen, I apologize. But this is the protocol. You must endure this minor inconvenience." Having witnessed similar scenes while watching Hong Kong films in a video hall, I took the hood from him, examined it, and replied, "Understood? But you need not assist me. I can manage myself." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Xianlong was visibly surprised and impressed, laughing heartily as he addressed his bodyguards. "Did you see that? This is the Mr. Shen I told you about. He possesses true courage. Take note, everyone, fear not, your brother is in the vehicle behind. We will take good care of him. Now, let us proceed." This had all been anticipated on my part. Before departing, I had brought along Xianger's guiding bees and the queen bee, applying an odorless, tasteless solution on the queen. This potion is non-toxic and can only be detected by the guiding bees. Upon arriving at the entrance of Baihu Temple, I merely needed to find an opportunity to release the guiding bees, which would then return to Xianger and the queen. Xianger only needed to release another guiding bee, which would precisely locate my position by following the scent left by the queen along the way. The vehicle swayed for approximately 10 minutes before finally halting at the entrance of a breeding farm. The pungent stench of animal waste assaulted my senses. After disembarking, I surveyed my surroundings and inquired, "Mr. Zhuang, were we not headed to Baihu Temple? Why have we arrived at a breeding farm?" Zhuang Xianlong, striding confidently, replied, "This is Baihu Temple. Ha ha, Mr. Shen. You are too clever not to understand, right?" My heart sank as I instantly grasped his implication. Baihu Temple was merely a facade he used for external purposes. There was no such temple, and all his dealings were conducted under the cover of this breeding farm. His cunning was truly profound. Such a seemingly trivial ruse could effectively shield him from the majority of investigations. "It seems Mr. Shen has comprehended." Zhuang Xianlong observed my expression, appearing quite pleased with himself. "But do not worry, Mr. Shen. I have had the master expedite the creation of the golden boy you requested. You have paid, and today, without fail, I shall ensure you are dazzled." At that moment, Lu Daxiao was also brought down and approached me, asking, "Young master, are you all right?" This was our prearranged disguise. Lu Daxiao pretended to be my bodyguard while I assumed the role of a wealthy heir. "I am fine, Mr. Zhuang. Where's the restroom? I am in urgent need after that bumpy ride." "Daizai, Miao, take Mr. Shen and this gentleman to relieve themselves." 2 young men, heavily tattooed and sporting flamboyant hairstyles, brandished their firearms and escorted us to a makeshift restroom. The stench was overwhelming, and I held my breath as I discreetly released the guiding bee. Only after it had flown away did I feign adjusting my pants and step outside, grumbling to Daizai and Miao, "Your boss is quite something. With all his wealth, why is there not a proper restroom here? It's unbearable." The guiding bee, cultivated by Xianger, could fly at a speed of 60 km/h and cover approximately 200 km in low-altitude areas, akin to the speed of a slowly moving vehicle. Based on my observations during the ride, the vehicle had been traveling at a speed of around 40 to 50 km/h, meaning the guiding bee would reach Xianger in just a few minutes, and I would arrive shortly thereafter, perfectly timing our return within half an hour. Zhuang Xianlong approached the entrance of the breeding farm and knocked on the gate. After a small window opened, a wary voice inquired, "Mr. Zhuang, are there any tales?" Zhuang Xianlong shook his head and replied, "I have informed your master that I would bring a client today. The payment has already been made." However, those inside hesitated to open the door, stammering that perhaps Mr. Zhuang should come at another time. Zhuang Xianlong, feeling his pride wounded, erupted in anger. "Damn it! I made arrangements with your master. Are you trying to embarrass me in front of my guest? If this business falls through, how many heads will you have to account for? Open this wretched door." The individuals inside panicked, quickly assuring him, "Mr. Zhuang, please do not be upset. I understand you have a prior agreement. It's just that today is a special situation. Your master's partner from China has arrived." "Are you referring to Azali?" "Azali?" Lu Daxiao and I were taken aback. We had not expected to encounter him here. Since the incident at the first city hospital, the memory of Azali's blood curse still unsettled me. Although I had been fortunate to defeat him once, he would undoubtedly be prepared this time. If we could handle a master craftsman creating a golden boy, we would certainly be at a disadvantage with Azali's arrival. Yet, with the arrow on the string, we had no choice but to proceed cautiously. Thus, I deliberately raised my voice to Zhuang Xianlong. Mr. Zhuang, since there are guests today and you cannot enter, let us postpone our visit until another time. Please escort me back. This tactic of feigned retreat was a strategy Xiang'er had taught me. She explained that those who have made a name for themselves in Southeast Asia possess formidable abilities, yet their greatest vulnerability is their pride. These individuals, who have fought tooth and nail to establish their territory, do so primarily to bolster their image. Losing face equates to a complete denial of self, something they cannot tolerate. Hence, I spoke loudly in front of so many, intending to embarrass Zhuang Xianlong, as anticipated. He hurried over to grasp my arm, pleading for me to wait. I further stoked the flames. Mr. Zhuang, it is not your decision to make here. They have other guests to attend to. How long must we wait? Let us simply wait until he is free to meet you another day. Zhuang Xianlong quickly grasped my arm and, turning with a fierce glare, pulled out his gun, pressing it against the doorman's head. Damn it! He is merely one of Ba Kai's partners. So am I. Quickly open this door, or I will bury you in the latrine as a golden boy. The doorman, panicked, quickly retreated, closing the door behind him. After a considerable wait, the heavy gate creaked open with an ear-piercing metallic sound. The doorman emerged, whispering something to Zhuang Xianlong, whose face turned a deep shade of anger. He slapped the doorman across the face, cursing, "Damn it! I have always found that Azali insufferable, a beggar thinking himself a king. This territory belongs to me, not him. How dare he make me wait?" Without waiting for the doorman to intervene, Zhuang Xianlong charged inside with his ME and it appeared their relationship was not as amicable as it seemed. Perhaps we would have our opportunity. I instructed Lu Dashao to stay close and avoid causing trouble. After circling the breeding farm, our expressions grew increasingly grim. Within moments, several bodyguards leaned against the wall, retching violently. Zhuang Xianlong's face was ashen, yet I remained clear-headed, seizing the fleeing doorman by the collar and dragging him before Zhuang Xianlong. Mr. Zhuang, there is something amiss in this breeding farm. What do you mean? It was quite simple. We had traversed a path resembling the 8 gates of a labyrinth, entering through the shock gate and seemingly destined to exit through the death gate. This arrangement was disorienting. The further we walked, the more chaotic our internal energy became. If we were to exit through the death gate, we would suffer debilitating consequences, with the most severe potentially leading to madness or death. Clearly, someone was not pleased with our presence. Zhuang Xianlong, upon hearing this, erupted in fury, drawing his gun and aiming it at the doorman's lower body, shouting, "That old bastard Ba Kai, after all these years of cooperation, is still plotting against me. I have provided him with food and drink, allowing him a generous share, yet he still desires more. He is asking for trouble." The gatekeeper, terrified, soiled his trousers and quickly knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy. Zhuang Laoda, spare my life. It's not my doing. It was that Azali who had my master alter this door. He fears you might impede his lucrative affairs. Bang! The sound of a gunshot startled everyone present. Zhuang Xianlong, with a darkened expression, held up the smoking barrel of his weapon. Beneath him, the unfortunate gatekeeper lay sprawled on the ground, his pupils dilated, a pool of red and white brain matter mixed with blood seeping out around him. Damn it, cursed fate. After shooting the gatekeeper, Zhuang Xianlong turned to me with a forced smile and said, "I apologize for the disturbance, Mr. Shun. Since you are familiar with the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation, I would be grateful if you could guide us out." Though I had encountered walking corpses and faced the soul-reaping specter before, the cold-blooded Zhuang Xianlong and the nameless corpse lying on the ground were now indelibly etched in my mind. Alongside the echoes of the gunfire, "I beg your pardon for the inconvenience, Mr. Shun. Please lead us out. Rest assured about the rest." Zhuang Xianlong nudged his gun against my waist. Lu Dashao seemed unable to suppress his urge to act. But upon seeing my shake of the head, he repressed his anger. "Zhuang Laoban, you would do well to stow that weapon. I'm feeling dizzy, and under such circumstances, I cannot assist you." Chapter 40. Baihu Temple is actually a breeding ground? Part 2. Zhuang Xianlong holstered his gun, and I produced a small compass, a tool taught to me by an old Taoist for discerning wind patterns, especially in places devoid of water and where the stars are obscured. This breeding ground had been meticulously chosen. The Jingmen resides in the western DUI position, which corresponds to metal, and the DUI hexagram represents marshes, with the Jingmen as the entrance and the Simon as the exit. It was a harbinger of calamity within this dwelling, suggesting that the individuals here were not intended to leave alive. I decided to relay my findings to Zhuang Xianlong. Firstly, they were partners, and it would be prudent to maintain good relations in case of any unforeseen events. Secondly, when the time came to deal with this golden boy sorcerer and Azali, separating Zhuang Xianlong from them would serve my interests well, as I anticipated. Zhuang Xianlong's face turned crimson with fury at my words. Commanding his men to ready their weapons and turning to me, he stated, "Mr. Shen, lead us out. I intend to have a serious discussion with him." A surge of hope flickered within me as I nodded, lightly tapping the ground to infuse it with my soul power, causing a golden thread to emerge in my vision, extending outward. This was a route I had delineated using my soul energy, aligned with the principles of feng shui. Following this path would lead us to the Jingmen and out. After a considerable detour, we finally arrived at the entrance of the Jingmen. I opened the door, and a waft of an unusual fragrance enveloped us, instantaneously alleviating our dizziness. "Mr. Shun, you truly possess extraordinary talents. Let us proceed. I will introduce you to him." "Zhuang Laoban, it appears your relationship with this partner is not as harmonious as it seems." Initially, I had intended it as a mere probe, but Zhuang Xianlong's subsequent revelations left me astounded. He holstered his gun and confessed, "To be candid, Mr. Shun, I have never met the real Ba Kai. Whenever I come here, I merely pick up goods from the altar at the steps and leave. Even if he has instructions, they are relayed through the intercom on the table. Our communication has primarily been over the phone." "You have visited so many times without ever meeting your partner? Are you comfortable with this business arrangement?" Zhuang Xianlong responded, "I have scarcely come here over the years since this merchandise is exceedingly difficult to procure. Moreover, my last visit was several months ago, and I haven't even spoken with him on the phone recently." "When did you lose contact with him?" After Zhuang Xianlong had his subordinate fetch a notebook and flip through it diligently, he replied, "About 2 months ago. I last spoke to him in May. Just yesterday, I finally managed to reach him again." Before I could press further, the intercom at the altar crackled to life. "Zhuang Xianlong, what have you done? You killed my gatekeeper. For what reason? Ba Kai, why have you set me up? Our partnership was supposed to be a fair split of 37. What more do you want?" "Silence, you fool. These two from the mainland are here to take our lives." Zhuang Xianlong shot me a glance, sneering, "If they seek to take my life, I will ensure they perish here. But your life, I shall contemplate further. Ba Kai, I am here to inform you that I originally brought these two to inspect goods. Since you have shown no mercy, do not expect any from me. We can either split the profits 70-30, with me taking the larger share, or you may strike out anew with your Miaozhong friend. I will take all the business here. The choice is yours." After Zhuang Xianlong's declaration, there was a prolonged silence on the other end of the intercom. He turned back, signaling his subordinates, who swiftly surrounded the altar, gathering all individuals present. Ba Kai had evidently given up. "Now, all of you will follow me. Those unwilling may speak now, and I shall compensate you to leave." It was evident that many of these workers were imprisoned here, emaciated and listless. Soon after, a boy who appeared to be merely 11 or 12 years old trembled as he stepped forward, saying, "I want to go home." Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Xianlong raised his hand and shot him in the forehead. I was once again stunned beyond measure. While Lu Daxiao's murderous intent surged, "Do not act recklessly." I admonished Lu Daxiao to prevent his next move. Zhuang Xianlong watched with interest as the boy fell into a pool of blood, prodding at the fragments of his skull with his gun. Suddenly raising his voice, "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave? I will not force anyone to stay." Seeing the crowd below remain silent, he chuckled triumphantly, "Come, remove this corpse as raw material. Do not waste it." One of his subordinates hesitantly inquired, "Boss, it's all smashed. It can't be made into a golden boy. Use your brains for once. If it can't be made into a golden boy, take it for refining corpse oil." "Understood." As his subordinates busied themselves, Zhuang Xianlong approached and patted my shoulder. "Brother, do you see? I respect people. If they do not wish to leave, there is nothing I can do. Zhuang Laoban is indeed a ruthless character. But having offended the master of the Golden Boy, how will you conduct your Golden Boy business in the future? Upon hearing my words, Zhuang Xianlong glanced down at the bullets in his gun, suddenly pressing it against my forehead. That is precisely why I needed to invite Mr. Shen here. Tio, speak frankly. I came to sever ties with Ba Kai. I possess the craftsmanship for creating golden boys. But no one can learn it and why subordinates are adept in all manner of vices. Yet when it comes to the arcane secrets of the Shenmin, they cannot even comprehend the characters, let alone grasp such profound knowledge. You, Mr. Shen, are different. I have long perceived something exceptional about you, investigated your background, and discerned your knowledge of feng shui and secret arts. You would be the ideal master for my golden boys. What say you? Faced with the dark barrel of the gun pressed against my forehead, Lu Daxiao was about to act, but Zhuang Xianlong sternly warned, do not move. Otherwise, your young master will meet his end. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed some small insects crawling out from who knows where. Seizing the opportunity, I calmly raised my hands, signaling Lu Daxiao to do the same. Taking a step back, Zhuang Laoban, I am indeed willing to be your master. But there is one condition. Zhuang Xianlong took out a lighter, igniting the cigarette in his mouth, and laughed heartily, straightforward, Mr. Shen. What is your condition? As long as it's not excessive, otherwise, you shall become fodder for corpse oil. I pointed to the ground and stated, the condition is that you must leave alive. As soon as the words left my mouth, Lu Daxiao lunged to pull me away from the spot. The bloodworm insects, before Zhuang Xianlong could notice, darted up his shoes and into his trousers. Zhuang Xianlong was thrown into a panic, frantically swatting at his clothes and even beginning to undress in public without regard. Yet, the bloodworms moved with incredible speed, penetrating every crevice, and soon, his screams grew louder. Blood spots erupted across his body, each a gaping hole caused by the bloodworms gnawing at him one by one. The bloodworms burrowed into his body through those openings, ravenously devouring his flesh. Zhuang Xianlong's cries echoed in the air, sending chills down spines, while his subordinates fared little better, some sluggishly overwhelmed by the swarm of worms. Chapter 41. Who would fight solo when they can gang up? Part 1. I utilized my innate vital energy to form a protective barrier around myself, temporarily warding off the bloodworm's assault. In less than 2 minutes, Zhuang Xianlong was left in nothing but his wrinkled suit, sunglasses, and leather shoes, with the gun still in hand. His flesh and bones had been entirely devoured by the bloodworms. Leaving no remnants behind, Azali emerged. It's time we settled our accounts, I bellowed towards the altar. No response came from the intercom, but the door to a side hall behind the altar slowly swung open. Simultaneously, the bloodworms parted to clear a path. Was this an invitation to walk into a trap? I retrieved the Qing Tian talisman, employing the spirit summoning technique I had previously learned from Zhuge Qingfeng to manifest a couple of fire spirits. 2 circled around Lu Daxiao and me, while the other 2 dashed into the grand hall. However, the interior walls of the hall seemed coated with a light-absorbing substance. The brilliant flames that should have illuminated the spirits were entirely absorbed, leaving the hall shrouded in darkness. How peculiar! This hall is not large, yet it feels like an abyss. Lu Daxiao shielded me from behind, bravely forging ahead. Upon entering the hall, darkness enveloped us once more. Ah, at long last, you two have arrived. How delightful! Shouldn't you express your gratitude for me saving your lives? Azali's sharp voice reverberated through the grand hall once more. It has been quite some time since we last met. Why do you seem so ashamed to show your face? Have you lost an arm and succumbed to feelings of inferiority? Lu Daxiao retorted defiantly. Suddenly, a swift sound sliced through the darkness, prompting me to crouch down, while Lu Daxiao retaliated with his indomitable right arm, slamming the incoming object to the ground. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was a black bat. You old wretch, a dog cannot change its nature. Do you still wish to launch a sneak attack? Come out if you dare. I shouted vehemently in response to my heated words. Azali emerged slowly from behind the altar in the hall. He had previously lost his right arm to his own bloodworm, leaving only an empty sleeve flapping by his side. As he strode into the hall, inexplicably, the interior began to illuminate. Shun Rufeng. Look, Lu Daxiao pointed around the hall, and I finally noticed that the walls and ceiling were crawling with dark, ominous insects. They were so densely packed that the flames could not penetrate, resembling an unfathomable abyss now. As if sensing their master, the insects surged towards Azali. The most unsettling sight unfolded before me. These insects crawled up Azali's body. Coalescing into the shape of an arm, he lowered his head, moving this grotesque insect arm, and grinned at me, saying, "Heh, you too can await your demise." Without warning, he swung the insect arm towards us. Lu Dashao and I hastily darted to the side of a pillar to evade him, but as we sought an opportunity to escape, he seemed to have caught onto our intentions, and a swarm of insects forcibly barricaded the door. "This is my dominion, and you shall not escape." Faced with imminent death, neither Lu Dashao nor I were willing to surrender easily, I bellowed, unleashing my innate vital energy, the power of my soul surging within me. Infused with a barely perceptible hint of blood energy, at that moment, I was unaware, as I engaged Azali in a fierce struggle. His insect arm was laced with potent venom. Every time it made contact with any object, it corroded it, leaving behind a dark purple scar. It was unimaginable what would happen if it touched a living being. Death would surely follow within seconds. Lu Dashao activated his golden armor, transforming into an imposing figure, clearing the insects while attempting to pry open the door. After a prolonged battle, neither Azali nor I could gain the upper hand. I had severed his arm multiple times, yet each time, a fresh wave of insects would surge into his body, forming a new right arm. This cycle could only lead to my eventual exhaustion. However, there was no opportunity to break free, nor to deal with the insects. I could only brace myself and await a chance. Creak! A sound broke the tension, revealing a glimmer of light. "The door is opening. Quickly, come out!" Lu Dashao shouted with excitement. I kicked Azali in the face and dashed out the door into the courtyard. Enraged, Azali extended his hand, and a swarm of insects surged towards us. I quickly took refuge behind the courtyard fountain, hearing a series of explosive sounds as a pile of insect carcasses fell to the ground. Could it be that they feared water? An idea struck me, and I grabbed a broken wooden basin, scooping up water to douse Lu Dashao. At that moment, he was cornered by the blood insects. Unable to move, as the water splashed over him, the blood insects indeed reacted as if they had come into contact with a potent acid, becoming immobilized. What is going on? Is this water toxic? Lu Dashao's confusion mirrored my own. Meanwhile, Azali stood at the doorway, furious and humiliated. He never anticipated that his painstakingly cultivated blood insects would be so easily thwarted. "Let us see how much water you have. Today, I shall drown you in your own pestilence." With that, he produced a vial from his robes, biting his tongue to draw blood, and spat a drop into the vial, before hurling it into the swarm of insects with all his might. As the vial shattered, the insects began to frenziedly lick up the liquid from the ground. Those that came into contact with the potion trembled violently, soon shedding their outer shells to reveal bright red, shiny new exoskeletons. With a gust of wind, these newly transformed insects began to scuttle about, their claws scraping against the stone floor with a cacophony of unsettling sounds. I continued to pour water from the fountain onto the ground before me, hoping to impede the insects' movements. To my astonishment, however, the unmedicated insects surged forward relentlessly, the dead paving the way for the living, ultimately covering the watery surface with their bodies. Meanwhile, those who had ingested the potion began to move, stretching their legs and rapidly advancing over the corpses of their comrades towards Lu Dashao and me. The dire realization struck me. The fountain had run dry. Lu Shifu, I'm out of options. I lamented. Yet Lu Dashao consoled me. "Don't fret. Hold on a little longer. Reinforcements may be on their way." "How do you know I am here?" Just as Lu Dashao finished speaking, Zhuge Qingfeng leapt into the mass of insects. "Be careful," those I began to warn, but saw to my astonishment that the insects scattered at his approach. Armed with a peachwood sword and clad in a purple-green celestial robe, he pointed at Azali, declaring, "You are the old pervert, aren't you? How dare you take on the mantle of my sister's master? Today, I shall enact justice and rid the world of your menace." Although Azali attempted to maintain a facade of calm, self-doubt seeped into his words. "My insects, how can they at this moment?" Xianger joined us, spraying a vial of liquid over Lu Dashao and me. "Master, You have always looked down on me for my lack of skill with insects. But have you forgotten my prowess in dispelling them? This is the blood insect essence I collected from our last battle at the hospital, meticulously refined into a powerful antidote. Abomination! Abomination! Today, I shall cleanse my domain. You shall not go unchallenged. As Zhuge Qingfeng spoke, two yellow talismans struck Azali's right arm, and he leapt high into the air, the peachwood sword summoning heavenly lightning to sever the arm. While the flames engulfed the blood insects entirely, Azali writhed in agony, retreating repeatedly. Yet Zhuge Qingfeng would not grant him a moment's respite. Upon landing, he advanced with his sword, thrusting it directly towards Azali's heart. Chapter 42. Who needs a duel when we can gang up? I thought to myself, what an old pervert. Really not worth the trouble. Zhuge Qingfeng, seeing that Azali had lost all breath, withdrew his sword and turned to leave. Strangely, a ring of insects began to congregate around Azali's corpse, feasting upon it. As his belly burst open, a basketball-sized, slimy egg rolled out. Be careful. Xiang'er reacted swiftly, rushing forward in an attempt to save Zhuge Qingfeng. However, as the egg rolled and opened a small orifice, a colossal spider-like creature sprang forth, immediately growing several sizes upon landing. Zhuge Qingfeng, agile as ever, lunged forward to evade the creature's claws. What in the world is that? He exclaimed, staring incredulously at the monstrous being. I could not shake this horrifying scene from my mind. According to Xiang'er, the creature was known as the blooming life seed, in their prolonged quest for power. Insect masters had developed covert techniques to expedite their processes. One such technique was the cultivation of insects within their own bodies, originating from Persia, passing through the regions of Dashi and Yuezhi, and eventually reaching the Tang dynasty. The Tang dynasty, venerable throughout the world, saw the southern Miao region attempt to experiment with human insect cultivation multiple times, eventually drawing the attention of the court due to the local population depletion. The then General Quan Shankai led an army of 80,000 to eradicate the Miao people. The remaining insect masters scattered, hiding in the shadows. In their desperation for experimental subjects, some ruthless individuals resorted to secretly planting insects within their unsuspecting comrades. This act inadvertently birthed a new breed of insect, with a bizarre appearance: a scorpion's head, a python's tail, and the body of a black widow, covered in red-black scars, thus named the blooming life seed. As these insects could only thrive within their master's bodies, they would only emerge upon the master's demise, hence the name life seed. The creature before us was indeed Azali's ultimate weapon. Nurtured within him, I can exorcise spirits, but this time, why master never taught me? Zhuge Qingfeng exclaimed, on the verge of tears, while I remained silent. Lu Dashao pressed, do you have a plan? I nodded. The blooming life seed had nearly cleaved Zhuge Qingfeng in half at birth. Truly formidable, yet it had remained stationary for too long, which was indeed suspicious. Could it be that it detected prey through vibrations? To test my hypothesis, I picked up a brick from the ground and hurled it into the hall. Clang! The loud noise sent the blooming life seed scuttling back into the hall, wildly thrashing about. I see now. This creature lacks eyes and ears. It senses its surroundings through vibrations, much like a spider. Zhuge Qingfeng realized quickly, yet my greatest fear materialized. In his excitement, his voice rose, causing the blooming life seed to detect the vibrations of his vocal cords. Dust swirled in the hall as the creature charged towards Zhuge Qingfeng. Dodge! In a panic, Zhuge Qingfeng darted left and right, summoning numerous fire spirits and water deities, yet they proved utterly ineffective. Even the lightning strikes had no effect on the creature. As Zhuge Qingfeng grew increasingly desperate, Xiang'er attempted to send her insects to burrow into the blooming life seed's abdomen. Yet as soon as the little creatures crawled onto it, they were met with a sizzling sound. Collapsing to the ground, their limbs curling as though poisoned. The creature itself was also highly toxic. It was impervious to both fire and water. I scanned the surroundings and suddenly fixated on the intercom and the surrounding loudspeakers. I have a plan. Lu Shifu, Xiang'er, keep the creature occupied. I'll be right back. I stealthily traversed the vicinity of Zhuge Qingfeng, hesitant to raise my voice. I merely urged him to refrain from producing any loud sounds as he continued to grapple with the creature. Although Zhuge Qingfeng merely parted his lips, I could discern from the shape of his mouth and the troubled expression on his face that he harbored profound blessings for me and my family. I seized the walkie-talkie and turned the entire breeding farm upside down, ultimately locating the broadcasting room of the loudspeaker. I set the walkie-talkie to the transmission channel and oriented the antenna toward the microphone. With a piercing sound, a cacophony of electric waves surged skyward, compelling me to hastily cover my ears and flee outside. Upon reaching the courtyard, I noticed Xiang'er and the others were also in distress. Clutching their ears to my observation, Fan Huamingshong was indeed racing around the courtyard, unable to ascertain the source of the vibrations. Run! I gestured to Xiang'er and the others to leave quickly, and I followed suit. After passing through the complex 8 gates of Jinlock Formation, we arrived outside the breeding farm, where Li Jinhao had been waiting for quite some time. He was currently cursing while covering his ears. "Get in the car! Hurry!" Lu Dashao urged repeatedly, yet I suddenly halted. "What are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Hurry!" I pointed towards a distant village, and Xiang'er instantly comprehended. She reassured me, "It's all right." These cursed insects typically avoid densely populated areas. With mountains surrounding this place, it will retreat into the woods. At that moment, Zhuge Qingfeng concurred. "This thing is currently unmanageable. It is impervious to water and fire. Immune to oil and salt. If Azalili and that owner of the manor perish, and this wretched place is destroyed, we can consider our mission accomplished. Let us leave promptly." I hesitated, but Li Jinhao proposed a clever idea. "Master, let us hasten. I have already alerted the authorities, reporting that there is a monster in the woods. The police will swiftly cordon off the area, and no harm will come to you." As Li Jinhao pressed the accelerator, propelling us at breakneck speed toward the residence of Wanfo Sui. Along the way, indeed, we encountered a procession of police cars racing toward the breeding farm where Fan Huamingshong resided. Lu Dashao remarked, "Are the police here so efficient?" Li Jinhao chuckled, "It depends on the situation. They show little interest in ordinary cases, but if it pertains to something religious, their response is swifter than anyone else." Zhuge Qingfeng, exhausted, slumped in the back seat and lazily inquired, "Boss Li, what did you say?" Li Jinhao grinned mischievously, took a drag from his cigarette, and leisurely replied, "I said there is a temple where a poisonous insect incident occurred, and everyone in the temple has perished. Just like that. Yet, I remained perturbed by the thought of that cursed insect. If someone truly suffered because of it, I was uncertain how I would confront my own conscience." "Xiang'er, will that cursed insect indeed retreat into the woods as you mentioned? It won't intrude upon others, will it?" Lu Dashao, seeing through my anxiety, posed this question for me. Xiang'er nodded affirmatively, stating, "Cursed insects are essentially just insects, albeit selectively bred into specific varieties. The process of refining poisons to create the cursed insects follows the same principle, survival of the fittest, where only those immune to the specially concocted poisons endure. Regardless of how they evolve, they remain insects at their core. When I was a child, Granny Buyun told me that these cursed insects cannot survive long after leaving their master. As they rely on their master for specialized sustenance, they refuse to consume ordinary food, hence, they typically perish within a day. Moreover, the larger the insect, the faster the energy consumption. Based on the size of Fan Huamingshong, it would likely die within a few hours." Chapter 43. The Shameless Betrayal, Part 1. It was not until the break of dawn the following day that Xiang'er, visibly repulsed, roused me from my slumber. And I realized I had spent the night collapsed on the table amidst my own vomit. Li Jinhao had long since returned to his room. "How much did you two drink? Honestly, at your age, you should not be indulging in such excess. What time is it?" I groggily stirred awake. Lu Dashao approached and pressed his finger against my forehead, a surge of spiritual energy coursing through me, leaving me flushed and nauseated, prompting a violent retching that splattered the ground. The stench of alcohol drove the others away, leaving only Li Jinhao and Lu Dashao. "Well, I suppose you are sober now?" I nodded, realizing that the effects of the alcohol had indeed dissipated. "I traversed your entire being with spiritual energy, expelling all traces of drunkenness. Now that you're awake, let us depart." "Depart? Where to?" "Back to Bangkok." "Do you intend to linger here any longer?" Upon reflection, we had spent 4 days in Thailand. It was indeed time to return. After driving us back to Bangkok, Li Jinhao returned home briefly while allowing us to rest at the club. Our flight was scheduled for the following evening, so today he instructed his employees to take us on a casual tour. Zhuge Qingfeng, Xiang'er, and Lu Dashao appeared relieved, joyfully embarking on a visit to the Grand Palace and the local seafood market. I was preoccupied with thoughts of the old Taoist and prepared to gather some fruits to visit him. Just as I was about to step outside, a lady at the club called me over, signaling for me to take a phone call on the other end. A familiar voice sent chills down my spine. Mr. Shun, you have caused me great suffering. I kindly took you to see Jin Tong, only for you to destroy my factory and leave me for dead. How shall I account for this debt? Zhuang Xianlong, you are still alive. So, the unfortunate soul at the Baihu Temple breeding farm is indeed your stand-in? Oh, how intriguing. From Mr. Shan's tone, it seems you have been aware all along. I swiftly organized my thoughts, calmly responding. The moment I encountered the impostor Zhuang Xianlong, I sensed something was amiss. He had changed drastically. The first time I met you, you were composed and seasoned, yet the second time, the Zhuang Xianlong I encountered was frivolous and impetuous, particularly in his desperate need to save face, completely unlike someone capable of arranging an office with such finesse. Ha ha ha, I must commend your eloquence. However, even if you return to China, do you believe you will be safe? Let me inform you, we have set our sights on you. With that, Zhuang Xianlong hung up the call. I sat in silence for a moment, my face darkening as I clutched the fruit and made my way to the Bangkok Comprehensive Hospital. Upon arriving outside the ward, I overheard the old Taoist exchanging playful banter with the nurse. When I pushed open the door, the old Taoist was both astonished and delighted, springing from his bed to glance at me and exclaiming, "Ah, splendid! You haven't lost any limbs. That puts my mind at ease. Sit down quickly, you little rascal. The commotion you caused was truly monumental. I saw it on the news and was utterly worried." His offhand remark unraveled my lingering doubts, extinguishing the flicker of hope in my heart. Yet, the news reported that the incident occurred at the breeding farm. I fixed my gaze on the old Taoist, and in an instant, he realized he had slipped. He had previously mentioned the Baihu Temple in our phone conversation, and the news reported an incident at the breeding farm. How could he know we were at the breeding farm? The old Taoist chuckled, attempting to mask his embarrassment. I merely noted that the breeding farm has recently been in the news for major incidents. What were you doing before you encountered me? And regarding the voice on the walkie-talkie, that was yours, wasn't he it? What do you mean? I glared at him coldly. You are Na Ba Kai, the partner of Zhuang Xianlong. You and Azalili have been colluding for quite some time. Fortunately, someone tipped me off. Otherwise, I would never have connected the dots to you. Furthermore, prior to my arrival, I received a call from your partner, Zhuang Xianlong. The details of our return trip were known only to a few of us. How could he have known? That fool. The old Taoist muttered under his breath, then looked at me with resignation. All right. In the past couple of months, I nearly considered you my own son. Indeed, I am Na Ba Kai. You need not strain yourself to guess. I will tell you, our aim as the Faceless Ones has always been you. I stood up, stealthily clutching a fire spirit talisman, yet everything escaped the old Taoist's keen perception. He merely smiled and said, "Do you intend to act here? I do not think that is a wise decision. Should you inadvertently harm the innocent, wouldn't you, as the one who owes a life debt, bear the weight of guilt for eternity? What have you been plotting during your time beside me?" I trembled in indignation. Our objective has consistently been you, but the time has not yet come. When that day arrives, we will come for you. Just as I prepared to strike, the entire hospital suddenly plunged into darkness, and the ward was enveloped in obscurity. Daylight streamed in from outside. I witnessed the old Taoist leap from his bed and dart through the crowd. I pursued him relentlessly until I reached the hospital entrance. Yet I was a moment too late. Frustrated, I could only vent my anger with a roar. When restrained by security, I felt as despondent as a frostbitten eggplant, aimlessly wandering the streets of Thailand. Devoid of spirit, longing, grievance, and fury intertwined within me, and suddenly, a metallic taste filled my mouth as I spat out fresh blood. Darkness engulfed me, and when I regained consciousness, I found myself in Li Jinhao's club. "Master, you frightened me to death. What happened to you?" I pushed Li Jinhao's face away and scanned my surroundings, asking, "Where are the others?" Li Jinhao helped me to my feet and said, "They haven't returned yet." "Do you know where I found you?" "At the hospital entrance. If I hadn't noticed you had been gone for so long, you would have been taken by human traffickers." "I'm fine." "Bosley, quickly send someone to find them. We must hurry, or it will be too late." Seeing my anxiety, Li Jinhao understood that something grave had occurred. Without hesitation, he gathered his companions, Xiang Er, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Lu Daxiao, who were engrossed in their play, and brought them back. Upon seeing me, Zhuge Qingfeng exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? We're leaving tomorrow. Can't I indulge in a few more delicacies? Why must there be such a commotion?" Xiang Er glanced around cautiously and inquired, "Have you visited the old Taoist?" My face turned ashen, and I refrained from responding. Lu Daxiao forced a smile and nudged me. "Stop joking around. Where's the old Taoist? He should come out immediately." It Lu Daxiao's words. Tears welled in my eyes. It seemed everyone understood the gravity of the situation, except for Zhuge Qingfeng, who continued to grumble about his hunger. Had that woman truly spoken the truth? Chapter 44. The Shameless Betrayal, Part 2. After a prolonged silence, I finally spoke up. "I understand that this is difficult to accept, but the truth remains. I in the hospital ward." He exposed his vulnerabilities and, upon being confronted, he revealed his true identity as the Faceless One. He also stated that his sole objective was me, and that he would come to find me when the time was right. The Faceless One. What nonsense is this, brother? Are you joking with me? I've known him for decades. How could he possibly be this so-called Faceless One? Lu Daxiao's eyes widened in disbelief. Then let me ask you, have you not been in contact with him for quite some time? Indeed, we have gone our separate ways and lost touch until May, when he suddenly sought you out, correct? How do you know this? Because prior to that, he had been at the breeding farm, creating the Golden Boy. He was the master behind the Golden Boy scheme, colluding with Azali, the one who threatened us over the intercom. Upon hearing my words, Lu Daxiao was left dumbfounded. He knew I could not be joking about such matters. Su Hanying's words echoed in his mind, and the reality left no room for doubt. Bang! He rushed back to his room, slamming the door behind him, isolating himself for the entire night without food or drink. Though Zhuge Qingfeng appeared outwardly calm and jovial, I could sense that he had developed feelings for the old Taoist after spending so many days together. "Qingfeng, I apologize. We indeed had our suspicions regarding you." Zhuge Qingfeng waved it off, saying, "It's nothing of great consequence. I have witnessed too much bloodshed, betrayal, and treachery to be fazed by it. However, I must admit, I never anticipated it would be him." He hid it so well, I lowered my voice and asked, "Have you heard of the Faceless One?" He tilted his head in thought and replied, "I recall my father mentioning it, albeit briefly and without much detail." "How do you know of it?" Now that the traitor had been identified, I felt secure in divulging to Zhuge Qingfeng everything regarding my dreams and my conversations with Jiang Zia, the book entitled Fengfeng Jishui, and Su Hanying's situation. After hearing it all, his jaw dropped in astonishment. "You are the host of the heavenly soul of the Martial King?" I nodded. Zhuge Qingfeng activated his heavenly sight and scanned me from top to bottom, incredulously stating, "Your human soul has weakened to the brink of vanishing, while your earthly and heavenly souls are rapidly expanding." "What does that mean?" "You doubt your lifespan, and I know. I only have 27 years left. Not only that, let your soul power radiate and show me." I focused and closed my eyes, drawing upon my energy. In an instant, my soul power surged uncontrollably into my palms. Originally golden, the soul power had now transformed into a mixture of half gold and half blood red. Blood Fiend. This power belonged to the earthly soul, a force derived from the underworld that few could control. Thus, throughout history, those who borrowed life would never willingly wield such power. Now, your earthly soul's power has overflowed and is uncontrollable. If not guided properly, you will soon become like that knight, overtaken by Blood Fiend, transforming into a hellish fiend reveling in slaughter. You sound just like the old Taoist. He was severely injured by me. Zhuge Qingfeng patted me on the shoulder. "All right, stop dwelling on this. Since you bear the heavenly soul of the Martial King, nothing is impossible. Rest assured, when we return, I will help you devise a plan." With that, he retreated to his room to sleep. I sat outside, lost in thought until the next day, when Li Jinhao escorted us to Bangkok Airport. Upon arriving, we encountered someone. Just past security, at the boarding gate, someone shouted my name. "Shen Rufeng, over here." Su Hanying was already waiting for us with a small bag on her back. Upon seeing her, Xiang Er turned and walked away in annoyance. Zhuge Qingfeng, upon spotting the beautiful sister, was momentarily entranced. Just as he was about to join me, Xiang Er yanked him by the ear and dragged him away. All the while he cried out in pain. Unfazed, Xiang Er glared at Su Hanying with a sarcastic tone. A little pain is good. It will teach you a lesson. You can't trust beautiful women. They're all vixens, you understand? They'll skin you alive and drink your blood. Once ensnared, you'll never escape. Su Hanying made no rebuttal, smiling as she watched them depart. She then glanced around and remarked, "So, you have uncovered the traitor." Upon hearing the term traitor, Lu Dashao's expression soured, and he walked away with a grim face. I nodded and said, "Yes, that old Taoist is the traitor. He goes by the alias Naibakai and is involved in this golden boy business alongside Zhuang Xianlong and Azali. Furthermore, he claimed to be the faceless one, with the sole aim being me, stating he would eventually come to find me." Su Hanying scoffed. "These heartless brutes, who kill without a second thought and bring misery to the people, will undoubtedly seek you out because you possess the heavenly soul of the martial king. But what is their purpose for being near you? If they truly intended to kill you, they had ample opportunity over the past few months. Why drag it out until they expose themselves?" I shook my head, as this was the very conundrum that perplexed me. As we conversed, boarding began, and I eagerly offered to assist Xiang Er with her luggage. However, she swatted my hand away, retorting, "Go help your sister Su with her bags. I can manage on my own with that." She tossed her large bag onto Zhuge Qingfeng, nearly crushing him. "Goodness, you've nearly flattened me. Why are you giving it to me when he offered to help you? One raises a younger brother for 1,000 days, only to use him for a moment. Do you understand? Enough chatter. After consuming so much, you needn't fear becoming a ball." Thus, we playfully bickered our way back to Luoqing. Utterly exhausted, Su Hanying, perceptively, chose not to accompany us but instead found a hotel to stay in. "What? Not enough time with her? She only booked 2 rooms. Do you expect to squeeze into one with her?" Zhuge Qingfeng, oblivious to his surroundings, provoked my ire, and I kicked him in annoyance. Upon returning to Xiang Er's home, we dropped our bags and collapsed onto the sofa. It was evident that Xiang Er felt a sense of relief. After all, her master Azali had been a looming sword of Damocles over her head, and now that sword had been rendered powerless. During dinner, I suddenly recalled something and said, "By the way, I almost forgot to mention. That fellow Zhuang Xianlong is not dead. He called me yesterday to threaten me." "Not dead? What about the one lying on the ground, reduced to nothing but bones?" Lu Dashao nearly choked on his food upon hearing this. "That was his decoy." His actions prompted me to begin doubting the old Taoist, and I uncovered his flaws in the hospital, and no sooner had I finished speaking than a familiar voice blared from the walkie-talkie. The old Taoist had left without taking his walkie-talkie, so this one, given by Qian Er, remained at Xiang Er's home. Who could be calling at such a late hour? I answered the phone, and a familiar voice came through. "Is this Master?" "Oh, Zhu Gan. What is it?" "Ah, Master. You finally picked up. I tried calling you for 4 or 5 days, but couldn't get through. I was worried sick. Something big has happened." Chapter 45. The Grudge Between the Borrowed Life and the Faceless One. Part 1. Don't panic. Speak slowly. What has transpired? Zhu Gan, breathless, explained. Wang Defa's wife, the one you dealt with last time, that unruly woman, has somehow found a sorcerer reputed to be an expert in curses, and she plans to use him against you. He has already arrived in Luoqing. A sorcerer? Yes, supposedly a very formidable one named Gai Mian, hired at great expense by that madwoman. I remain skeptical. After all this time in Thailand, why have they chosen now to act? Why not before? I don't know. Perhaps they were unaware of your presence in Thailand. Well, let's not dwell on that. Master, be cautious, and let me know if you need assistance. After hanging up, Xiang Er asked, "What were you saying about a sorcerer?" After relaying Zhu Gan's message to everyone present, Zhuge Qingfeng threw down his chopsticks in anger, exclaiming, "These wretched creatures can't even let us eat in peace. Point one day, I will summon the ancestors to descend and annihilate them." Lu Dashao appeared contemplative. This curse technique originates from the rebellious faction of Maoshan, known as the Curse Sect, later eradicated by the Orthodox Maoshan. The remnants fled to Yunnan, merging with local Taoist traders. When they escaped, they pilfered many original texts of prophecies, which became their secret techniques after they conspired together. Over time, it spread to Southeast Asia, evolving into the curse technique. So, this curse technique is also a form of Taoism? I asked. Little Zhuge, stop eating. Do you know this? Zhuge Qingfeng, not lifting his head, continued eating and replied, "How would I know? Haven't you heard this is Maoshan Taoism? I belong to the Qingqing Mountain Talisman sect, see? Talisman. How could I possibly know about their nonsensical matters? With that, he impatiently shook a bag of talismans in his pocket and continued to eat. At that moment, Xianger, who had been silent for a long time, spoke up. I haven't heard much about the art of curses, but I have indeed seen this Gaimyan. You've seen it? The other three gentlemen present, including myself, were taken aback. Xianger nodded. He is a good friend of my master. That Azalu. Who would have thought your master had such a wide circle of friends? He is practically the social butterfly of Yunnan. Why bother with the art of curses when he could be making a fortune in business? Since returning, Lu Daxiao's talent for sarcasm had skyrocketed, rivaling that of Zhuge Qingfeng. Xianger could only shrug helplessly. That's just how it is in the Yungue region, with its steep mountains and perilous roads. Those like my master, who engage in unsavory dealings, tend to know each other well. It's a way to prevent offending each other's patrons, thereby protecting their livelihood or inadvertently encroaching on each other's interests. The Gaimyan I know is not a curse master but a highly skilled bug doctor, with medical expertise rivaling that of Bu Yun's grandmother. A bug doctor. Does that mean they also work with insects? My question seemed rather foolish. Xianger shot me a glance and replied coolly, of course not. They utilize local herbs, snakes, insects, and other creatures to extract medicines for treating various ailments. This Gaimyan is, to date, Yunnan's recognized foremost female bug doctor. As for whether she is a curse master, I am not certain. A woman. So this old lady practices medicine by day and casts curses by night. How wicked. Who said she was an old lady? She is younger than I am. She was once a disciple of Bu Yun's grandmother and vanished after her death. The next I heard of her, she had become a close friend of my master. The notion that a girl younger than Xianger could be Yunnan's top bug doctor and a friend of Azalu seemed rather disjointed. That evening, after dinner, we all retired to our quarters. I soon drifted off to sleep. Once again, I found myself in that familiar place shrouded in white mist, with the desk and books present. I opened Fengfeng Jishui, and a passage appeared before me. Hatred arises with the wind, severing ties without awareness. Those who borrow life draw upon the blessings of Nuwa as their source of strength. However, as human faith changes, an increasing array of religions, both genuine and false, intermingle. The belief in Nuwa weakens, and the soul power of those who borrow life diminishes as well in their quest for new sources of strength to better combat the Faceless One. Some extremist factions embarked on a journey to seek new powers. During this time, the Faceless One never ceased its hunt for the three souls of King Wu, and the weakened borrowers of life could not safeguard the king's spirit. Thus, one of the souls, Guojia, protected by Wulong Gate, and Su Wei, bearing the human soul and protected by Filong Gate, were both captured and perished after their souls were seized, in their desperate pursuit of new power. Some borrowers of life took risks, setting their sights on the netherworld. The agents of the netherworld in our realm are known as the gatekeepers of Fengdu. Consequently, the Qinglong Gate formed an alliance with the Shin family among the Fengdu gatekeepers, infusing the power of the netherworld into their borrowers of life. For a time, these borrowers experienced a surge in their earth souls, greatly enhancing their strength. The Qinglong Gate gradually gained the upper hand against the Faceless One. However, this good fortune was short-lived. As everything seemed to be going smoothly, reports emerged of borrowers of life going mad and harming the innocent. Upon investigation, it was discovered that those who had received the power of the netherworld exhibited inflated earth souls, overflowing with bloodlust, ultimately falling under the control of blood fiends. The malevolent spirits of the netherworld seized the opportunity to occupy their bodies and wreak havoc among the living. Yet, the Qinglong Gate found itself unable to eliminate these troublemaking borrowers of life and decided to disseminate all their information to the Faceless One, seeking to have it cleanse its own ranks. Among those borrowers of life who had accepted the power of the netherworld, only one group was exempt from this fate, the Shun family, which had long been recipients of the heavenly soul of King Wu and under the protection of the Qinglong Gate. Although they too had accepted the power of the netherworld, they could not be eliminated. Thus, the Qinglong Gate stripped the Shin family of Nuwa's protection, diminishing their soul power, while secretly assigning individuals to protect them. From then on, the Shin family lived in low-key seclusion for generations, until the birth of Shinwan San, who yearned for freedom from a young age and was unwilling to be constrained. Seizing an opportunity when the borrowers of life were unguarded, he fled into the world, with the heavenly soul of King Wu shielding him. His business prospered, soon making him one of the wealthiest men in the realm, rivaling Shi Chong. However, This soon attracted the attention of the faceless ones Li Shanchong. In a bid for self-preservation, Shen Wansan had no choice but to escape Yungue, and his descendants adopted false identities, disguising themselves as servants of the Shen family, ultimately residing in Shenwei, while once again receiving the protection of the Qinglong Gate. The heavenly soul he bore was seized by the Qinglong Gate's borrower, Zheng Guangwen, and subsequently reintegrated into the descendants of the Shen family, continuing to this day. Chapter 46. The Grievances Between Borrowers of Life and the Faceless One. Part 2. Have you finished reading? A familiar voice came from behind. Jiang Zia, holding a fishing rod, looked at me with a smile. You've finally discovered it. His words left me puzzled. Are we descendants of Shen Wansan? And our Shen family accepted the power of the netherworld, which is why I erupted with blood fiends when facing the charming demon? Clever, you grasped it quickly. But doesn't the eruption of blood fiends mean that my soul will be extinguished, and I will be possessed by a malevolent spirit? Upon hearing this, Jiang Zia laughed heartily. When you erupted with blood fiends, did you feel possessed by an evil spirit? Reflecting on it, I realized that was indeed the case. Shen Rufeng, I have waited for thousands of years for someone who could perceive this passage. Now I have finally waited for you. Remember this. As long as body and mind exist, form and spirit shall not perish. Well then, this book is yours. With that, Jiang Zia gracefully departed, rod in hand. I held the book and glanced back, only to find his figure had vanished. That moment, a sense of melancholy washed over me. Contemplating his words, perhaps it signified that I could master the blood fiends and wield their power effectively? Alas, if only I could find a Fengdu gatekeeper, I might have the chance to clarify everything. The shrill sound of an alarm clock jolted me awake. I got up with my disheveled hair. I realized Xianger, Zhuge Qingfeng, and Lu Daxiao were already awake, seemingly waiting for me. Why are you all up so early? Zhuge Qingfeng and Lu Daxiao exchanged knowing glances and stifled laughter, leaving me bewildered. Xianger huffed in irritation without saying a word. You little rascal, spill it. What's going on? I grabbed Zhuge Qingfeng by the collar and lifted him up. Let go, or my grandfather's thunder will strike you. About that money, I pulled out my bank card, holding him firmly. All right, I'll tell you. The beautiful sister we returned with called and invited us to her hotel for coffee. What was it called again? Old Lu, what was it? Coffee. You mountain bumpkin, Lu Daxiao replied impatiently. After hastily swallowing a few bites of breakfast, I headed to the hotel where Su Hanying was staying. She was already waiting for us in the hotel lobby CAF. Upon seeing her, Zhuge Qingfeng rushed over, fawning like a little puppy. Beautiful sister, what brings you here? Sit down. I've ordered you coffee. You must try it. Xianger huffed, scolding Zhuge Qingfeng. Behave yourself, don't make a fool of us in front of her. The disgruntled little Taoist mumbled as he sat down, and coffee was soon served. Zhuge Qingfeng took a sip and spat it out, exclaiming, so bitter. Tastes like dog poop. Xianger, you are from Yaojiang. You must have some knowledge of coffee. Give it a try. I ordered it especially for you. In that era, ordinary Chinese people had rarely encountered such a luxury. A single cup could cost half a month's wage for a common worker. Even if they had seen it, who could afford it? Middle-class families might possess a tin of coffee powder or instant coffee to entertain distinguished guests, but they had no opportunity to indulge regularly. Seeing Xianger potentially at a disadvantage, I quickly interjected. What did you invite us here for? Su Hanying smiled without speaking, her eyes playfully darting between me and Xianger. Indeed, this Tepika coffee from Baoshan has a delightful flavor and high cleanliness. But unfortunately, it has not been processed using the washed method. Yunnan's coffee beans are primarily small varieties, and the washed method better preserves their acidity. However, this Tepika uses the sun-dried processing method, which diminishes the inherent sweetness of the beans and removes their fruity flavor. It's rather mediocre. Why words left Lu Daxiao, Zhuge Qingfeng, and me dumbfounded, while Su Hanying appeared equally taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhuge Qingfeng, regaining his composure, muttered in astonishment, What on earth are you talking about? Sister, what are you saying? Xianger placed her coffee cup on the table, seemingly addressing Zhuge Qingfeng but actually fixating on Su Hanying. Sister, I grew up in Yunnan. My hometown is Baoshan. Coffee has been cultivated in Yunnan since the late 19th century. While it may be a luxury here, it is a daily drink in my family. I've been drinking it since childhood. Unlike some pretentious people who insist on sitting in fancy CAFs, we brew it ourselves at home. so no kind of coffee can escape my discerning palate. I'm not referring to you, Miss Sue. Please don't misunderstand. The atmosphere at the table grew tense as the two women exchanged glances. Just then, the appearance of another person broke the awkward silence. Qianair spotted me through the glass on the bustling street, his excitement palpable as he danced with glee. Like a drowning man grasping a life raft, I hurriedly ushered him inside. Soon as he sat down, Qianair exclaimed, "Brother, you've finally returned. You've become so elusive. I could hardly find you. And who might this enchanting lady be?" In mere moments, Qianair was captivated by the alluring Su Hanying, nearly drooling at the sight. "All right, let us get down to business." I pinched the flesh near his thigh, causing him to wince in pain. Rubbing his leg, Qianair continued, "The day before yesterday, one of my brothers was dining out when he overheard a table of four mention your name. He quickly informed me, and I've been trying to locate you ever since. I tried calling, but no one answered, so I thought I'd come out today in hopes of running into you." "Did they mention me? Who were they?" I inquired. "I have no idea. The folks were speaking in what seemed like a southwestern dialect. The only name I caught was Shen Rufeng. You know my crew, they can barely speak plain language, let alone dialects." He paused, then added, "By the way, I got the address where those four are staying. I had my men scouted out beforehand. If they pose a threat to you, just say the word, and I'll have them bound and tossed into the river to feed the fish." After jotting down the address, I dismissed Qianair. Su Hanying then remarked, "This Gaimian operates swiftly, arriving here so early." "You know Gaimian?" I queried. "That's precisely why I called you here. Gaimian is notoriously known as a master of curses. I've heard she hails from a lineage of sorcery, possessing unparalleled talent in the art of soul transference. A few years back, Southeast Asian sorcerers stirred trouble in the Yunnan Guizhou area, and Gaimian single-handedly dispatched over a dozen of them, leaving chaos in her wake." Lu Dashao, however, was skeptical. "I've heard that Southeast Asian sorcerers undergo a rigorous initiation, marked by 5 flaws and 3 deficiencies, committing heinous acts before they can enter the trade. They are known to be ruthless and cunning, employing the most sinister of tactics. How could this young Gaimian possibly contend with a dozen of them?" "You presume she's merely a girl?" Su Hanying frowned, sensing the complexity of the situation. "Xiang and I are not only acquainted with Gaimian, but I've also met her personally. She's my junior sister." "So, did your intelligence gather anything beyond that?" "Shen Rufeng, the reason they've come is that someone in Southeast Asia has put a bounty on your head, 300,000 for your demise. The faceless one has been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment. It appears their alliance was inevitable, so you must devise a strategy." I shrugged. "There's little we can do, but take it one step at a time. They may be numerous, but we have our fair share as well. With you as a friend now, who says we lack the odds?" After exchanging some idle banter, we took our leave. Though I spoke confidently, deep down I understood the peril of their unification. It wouldn't be surprising if I met my end in bed one day. However, considering my worth of 300,000, I mused that my life had indeed been quite spectacular. As we walked, Lu Dashao inquired, "What is our plan now?" That wretched sorcerer could still be lurking in ambush. I shook my head and I doubt it. The old Taoist told me their target was me, and he mentioned he would come for me when the time was right. This suggests that the moment hasn't arrived yet, and they won't seek me out just yet. Then let us capture those sorcerers and that Gaimian. We can give them a good thrashing and hand them over to Qianair, ensuring they vanish without a trace. Zhuge Qingfeng, though young, had a wicked mind. He mimed the act of throttling as he spoke. It's not that simple. Sorcerers employ various methods: flying curses, soul curses, limb curses, and many others. They conceal themselves in shadows, using your hair or a part of your body to cast spells, ultimately striking without a trace, leaving no evidence behind. Just as Xiang finished speaking, a round of applause erupted from the darkness. "Who's there?" I scanned my surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a dozen mottled snakes surged towards us, prompting us to evade their advance. Lu Dashao positioned himself at the front, crossing his arms as a golden soul energy surged through him. The Golden King descends. Awakening the power of the Golden King, Lu Dashao seized the snakes, one in each hand, and shouted to Zhuge Qingfeng, "Boy, now!" Zhuge Qingfeng nodded, swiftly opening a pouch at his waist. Several talismans soared out, and he formed a hand sign towards the snakes. "Enter the heavenly gate." The dragon and tiger clash. Heavenly fire, unleash. The talismans flew towards the snakes, adhering to them. With a swift gesture, the young Taoist pressed his fingers on one of the talismans and shouted, "Release!" Lu Dashao released his grip, hurling the snakes back into the darkness from whence they came. The ensuing explosion echoed, accompanied by flames, scattering the snake's remains. Amidst the flickering light, I glimpsed a shadow at the street corner, while rage surged. My soul energy escalating, intent on slaughter. Shun Rufeng. Xiang Er attempted to intervene, but it was too late. The bloodthirsty energy enveloped me, drowning my senses in crimson. Don't approach him. He is consumed by bloodthirst. Zhuge Qingfeng stopped Xiang Er, observing me coolly. Shun Rufeng, do you even know who you are? His voice resonated in my mind like a distant echo. Suddenly, my awareness snapped back as I glanced at my transformed hands. Claws resembling blades, the reflection in a nearby glass revealed me, engulfed in a ghastly red aura, 2 horns forming atop my head. I in agony. I fell to my knees, unable to bear this grotesque visage. Emerging from the shadows was a lively girl accompanied by a frail man. Impressive. My curses have never missed, yet here they falter, costing me so many precious little ones. Seems I underestimated you all. What kind of demon are you, so brazenly boasting? Zhuge Qingfeng retorted, donning the highest rank of Taoist robes with a flick of his coat. Taoist? From the Qingshan Talisman sect? Weren't you all exterminated? How could a mere child like you remain? The girl laughed mockingly with the man beside her. Unable to contain himself, Zhuge Qingfeng drew his lightning wood sword and took a stance. Ancestors above, grant me your power to eradicate evil and uphold righteousness. The master of exorcism, descend. As Zhuge Qingfeng invoked the spirit, thunder rolled ominously overhead. His hair shone golden, flickering with lightning. This is troublesome, the girl murmured to her companion, preparing to retreat, but the man, unaware of the danger, unleashed a curse at Zhuge Qingfeng. A dark mist surged forth, yet Zhuge Qingfeng remained calm. With each movement, he commanded the surrounding lightning, conjuring a serpentine thunder to ensnare the mist. The man panicked and released more dark energy. Attempting to flee, Zhuge Qingfeng subdued it one by one, my eyes fixated on the escaping duo, driven by a bloodlust that surged within me. With a spectral afterimage trailing behind, I lunged at them. Wielding 2 bloodthirsty daggers aimed at their necks, the girl seemed prepared. She evaded with a slight turn and lunged at my eyes with a silver dagger. But I, like a demon unleashed, did not flinch. Instead, I grasped her arm with my left hand, my claws piercing her flesh. Blood gushed forth. Her agony fueled my exhilaration. I aimed my dagger at her temple, believing victory was assured. However, at the last moment, the girl shifted the dagger to her other hand and stabbed my right arm, carving a deep wound into my flesh. Yet, I felt no pain, merely the severed tendons rendering my arm useless. With a swift motion, she severed my claws embedded in her arm and kicked me away. Enraged, I lost all semblance of reason. Zhuge Qingfeng, having subdued the dark mist, bellowed, "Don't let both Azura horns emerge. Once they do, you're finished." Shun Rufeng, look at yourself. The Xintian 8 trigrams materialized before me, reflecting the horns forming atop my head. Yet, I could not control myself, and I shattered the trigrams with a single punch. From behind, Lu Dashao and Xiang Er's anxious voices indicated that this backlash had gravely injured Zhuge Qingfeng. I could hardly concern myself with that, seizing the fleeing man and driving my dagger deep into his throat. Blood gushed forth as I twisted, snapping his neck with a sickening crack. "You, too, shall perish," sated. I licked the blood from my dagger and pointed it at the girl. Her blood had pooled on the ground, and her face had turned pale from the loss. Without allowing her a moment to react, I raised my hand, aiming for her heart. I had anticipated that she would either evade or await her fate. But she chose a third path. Her originally feeble gaze suddenly sharpened, a glint of silver flashing through the air as her hand swiftly wielded a blade, severing one of the 2 emerging Azura horns that were about to take form upon my head. A surge of blood gushed uncontrollably from the severed horn, staining the sky above with crimson. "Humph, we shall see." The girl, unwilling to concede, cast a lingering look at my curled form, writhing in agony upon the ground. Before retreating into the darkness, a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of blossoms, as the ancestral master listened to my heartfelt confessions. The realm of the living is indeed a realm of the living. While the netherworld possesses its own domain, the heavens are clear and the earth is tranquil. Zhuge Qingfeng pressed a finger to my forehead, and in an instant, a coolness dispelled the madness within my heart. Lu Dashao supported me, drenched in sweat, lamenting. I had heard the old Taoists speak of such things before, yet I never imagined I would witness your bloodthirst firsthand today. Reflecting on it now sends chills down my spine. Zhuge Qingfeng adjusted his heavenly master robe and plopped down onto the ground. Indeed, I have cultivated for 10 years, mastering the Xintian 8 trigrams. Not to mention monsters and demons, even in the King of Hell's domain. They would not dare to move against me. Yet today, I was shattered by a single punch from him. The pain in my heart is unbearable, alas. I shan't ask for much. Perhaps a mere 5,000 to alleviate my psychological trauma. Xiang'er slapped Zhuge Qingfeng's outstretched hand, reproaching him softly. What manner of occasion is this, speaking of money when he is in such distress? Zhuge Qingfeng, however, appeared unfazed, as if a weight had been lifted from him. It is of no consequence now. All is well, and he, having lost a Azura horn, will not fall prey to demonic influence for quite some time, sister. What is your good junior sister performing? You mean that is Gaimian? Lu Dashao shuddered in fright. I must say, your nickname as Lu Dashao is quite fitting. Your brain is indeed akin to the size of a spoon. At this late hour in Luoqing, who would still employ such voodoo tactics against us? Yes, I completely forgot in my haste. After a prolonged moment of reflection, I returned home where Zhuge Qingfeng prepared a cup of medicinal tea for me. As I sipped, I inquired, what did you mean earlier regarding Gaimian's performance? Zhuge Qingfeng shook his head. I am uncertain, but her act of severing your Azura horn undoubtedly aided you greatly. At least you won't be possessed by the underworld Azura so swiftly. This voodoo practitioner is rather intriguing. Now that her companion is deceased, and she herself has sustained grave injuries, with the scene in such disarray, what shall we do now? Xiang'er's concerns were not unfounded. Should the police take notice, we would undoubtedly find ourselves in a precarious situation. Let us rest for now, and allow Shen Rufeng to recuperate as well. I shall return to assess the situation. Lu Dashao's suggestion was the only viable solution. I downed the remaining calming tea in one go, and after a brief wash-up, was about to retire when Lu Dashao burst in, panting heavily. What is the matter? What has happened? Nothing of great consequence. The scene has been thoroughly cleaned. It is spotless. Where is the body? It is gone. They likely removed it themselves. A night passed in silence, and the following day, I ventured out to seek news from Qian Er. Upon arriving at the billiard hall where Qian Er frequented, I sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Some of Qian Er's subordinates recognized me, their gazes filled with hostility. Confused, I stopped one and asked, "Where is your boss?" To my surprise, the individual shot me a fierce glare before storming away in anger. What is going on? I inquired around, but no one would engage with me. Just then, I felt a tap on my shoulder from behind. Turning, I found myself face to face with General Zhu. He pulled me aside and asked gravely, "Qian Er is dead. You are aware, correct? Dead? You mean Qian Er is dead?" General Zhu nodded. Indeed, he was discovered this morning. Blood streaming from all 7 orifices, the cause of death unknown. The police have ruled out homicide, but upon my visit to the scene, it was horrifying. Blood was everywhere. Therefore, his subordinates suspect you are his murderer. I was utterly bewildered, feeling a profound sense of injustice. Why would I wish to kill him? Do these people lack reason? Look at this. General Zhu handed me a photograph, which sent chills down my spine. It depicted Qian Er's death scene, his eyes wide open, fixated on his fingertips. Upon closer inspection, I realized a single character was written in blood beneath his fingertips. Shun, my mind was in a whirl. And I needed a moment to gather my thoughts. Gazing at the lifeless Qian Er in the photo stirred a tempest of emotions within me. I don't know how long it was before Su Hanying's voice broke through my reverie. Let us go. I looked up, startled at how close we were, nearly colliding in an intimate encounter. What brings you here? Given your current state, had I not come, you might have ended up like him, unable to close your eyes in death. Su Hanying pointed at Qian Er's face in the photo. Could it be she has a plan? Are you here to convey something? She did not respond but motioned for me to follow her. The sun shone brilliantly today, yet my spirits were low. We arrived at a row of 2 buildings in the urban area, one room sealed with tape. It was unmistakably Qian heiress residence. Come inside. She effortlessly leaped over the tape and entered the room. I had no time to intervene, so I glanced around to ensure no one was watching before cautiously stepping in. The interior was in disarray, as if ransacked. Surveying the surroundings, the body had been removed, and chalk outlines marked the floor where it had lain. Look here, it spells out Shun. What do you think it signifies? Was he truly attempting to frame you in his final moments? How did he meet his end? According to the scene's evidence, his fatal wound was a stab to the chest, and the cause of the blood flow from all 7 orifices remains unclear. Yet one thing is chillingly clear. As she spoke, Su Hanying handed me a photograph, a frontal shot of Qian Er after being taken to the morgue. In it, his eyes were wide open, his expression contorted, clearly having suffered greatly in death. What is the significance of this photo? Is there something wrong with it? Chapter 49. Wolfang invokes the celestial arts. Part 1. Su Hanying replied, the photo itself is unremarkable. However, if you closely observe the area around his eye sockets, you will see that this was taken when the body was first brought to the morgue, and blood tears had flowed from his eyes, giving rise to many rumors. Wait a moment, I interrupted her. Shouldn't these details be internal police secrets? Where did you acquire this information? Su Hanying sank into a nearby sofa, pulling out a lady's cigarette. Since Ingzhou Gate was disbanded, we have been surviving in the cracks of society. You must understand, many of us within Ingzhou Gate do not wish to rely on the faceless ones. We too have to live and fight against them. Thus, from the Tang Dynasty's Dali Temple, to the nefarious, and later to the Jinyue, the escort flags, and now the police, we have chosen to infiltrate such investigative agencies in order to secure a slim chance of survival. Are you implying that you have connections within the police? Certainly, some cases are so bizarre that our only recourse is to offer assistance when necessary. Take Qian Er's case for instance. Through conventional investigation, it appears he committed suicide, but from our perspective, it is undoubtedly linked to the newcomers in Luoqing. Gaimian, the mere thought of her reignited my simmering rage. Do not rush. The immediate priority is to uncover their flaws and ascertain their intentions. Then follow the trail to expose them. While we were conversing, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Su Hanying concealed herself at the doorway, unleashing a cloud of pink smoke as the newcomer staggered, disoriented. Seizing the moment, Su Hanying pulled me away swiftly. Halfway through our escape, a sudden realization struck me, causing me to halt. What is it? I know now. Know what? I have discerned their intentions, with the old Taoist having defected and possessing intimate knowledge of us. If I were in their position, the most effective strategy would be to strike us down one by one. To achieve this, the first step would be to isolate us, and for me, they would exploit Qian Er to restrict my movements. Su Hanying's expression shifted as she comprehended. You mean they are using Qian Er's death to frame you, then target the others? I nodded. Gaimian had already lost a key player in the street fight yesterday, suffering heavy losses before even engaging in combat. Real confrontation offers no chance of victory, so they will resort to underhanded tactics. With this in mind, Su Hanying and I whispered a few plans, devising a strategy to follow the clues and draw them out. After parting ways, I headed straight home, feeling distinctly followed along the way, yet upon turning into a narrow alley, I found no one in pursuit. Upon returning home, I discovered only Xianger in the living room. She informed me that Lu Daxiao and Zhuge Qingfeng had gone to sign a transfer agreement. What transfer agreement? My curiosity was piqued. Lu Daxiao mentioned that it would no longer be prudent to operate that fly-infested establishment, so he would continue to follow you instead. As for Zhuge Qingfeng, he had never encountered such a scene and insisted on witnessing it for himself. I sat beside Xianger, speaking earnestly. Xianger, Qian Er is dead. Listen closely. I have formulated a plan. Once you step out, seek out Lu Daxiao and Zhuge Qingfeng. The three of you must never act alone. After locating them upon hearing my plan, Xianger shook her head vigorously, insisting I was a gambler. I might be a gambler, but I shall never lose. That night, Gaimian had already suffered a loss, and I surmised she would be lurking in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity to strike at us one by one. Lu Daxiao and little Zhuge would not dare to act, so the breakthrough point must be you. Therefore, you must remain close to them at all times. Having conveyed my plan, I stepped outside, wandering the bustling streets of the city center, awaiting the operation to commence. Shortly thereafter, 2 police officers approached and blocked my path, requesting, "Please present your identification." After inspecting my documents, They proceeded to handcuff me and escort me into a police vehicle. Upon arrival at the station, I was placed in solitary confinement. A few minutes later, an officer named He Wooly came to my cell and introduced himself. I am He Wooly, an aide to Sister Sue from Yinghauman. The results of our on-site investigation and forensic examination can only support the conclusion that Qian Er committed suicide. Therefore, you are now only being detained for 24 hours. If there are no developments from the other party within that time, I will have no choice but to release you. Thank you, 24 hours is sufficient. Well then, do you have anything else to disclose? I handed He Wooly a note I had prepared in advance, which contained the address of Xianger in the countryside. I urged him to keep a close watch on that location, as I was certain that those individuals would take action. After He Wooly left, I began to pace restlessly in my cell, glancing at the time intermittently as the night wore on. Fatigue overcame me, and just as I closed my eyes, a flash of crimson light startled me awake. My heart raced with unease as I continuously glanced towards the entrance of the detention area. Finally, the door swung open, and He Wooly rushed in, breathless. Xianger has been taken. Those words plunged me into despair. He released me, and there waiting at the entrance were Zhuge Qingfeng and Lu Daxiao. What happened? Did I not instruct you to remain together? Lu Daxiao replied apologetically, we indeed stayed together the entire time. However, during dinner, our neighbor, Aunt Zhu, came by and mentioned her grandson was ill and asked Xianger to check on him. She went and never returned. I knew Aunt Zhu. She was a woman in her 60s living alone. Her son and daughter-in-law both working on the railway and often away from home, leaving her grandson in her care. It was true that her grandson was frail, and Xianger frequently attended to his health. Let us go to Aunt Zhu's house at once. Just as I was about to leave, He Wooly stopped me. My colleagues and I have been monitoring the situation. We just received a report from Comrade Lu, and we have already checked Aunt Zhu's home. There is no one there. No one. This is absurd. May I borrow your phone? After briefly explaining the situation to Su Hanying over the phone, we agreed to meet at Aunt Zhu's doorstep. He Wooly, due to his identity and having already searched the location once, deemed it inappropriate to disturb the area again. Thus, Zhuge Qingfeng, Lu Daxiao, and I proceeded to Aunt Zhu's house. Su Hanying soon arrived. Looking disheveled. Although it was late summer, the chill was palpable, and she shivered in her windbreaker. Outside Aunt Zhu's home, Zhuge Qingfeng meticulously inspected the premises, even employing his third eye to survey the area, but found it utterly devoid of any signs. Let us enter directly. Wait. Just as I was about to step inside, Su Hanying restrained me. She produced a red thread, with intricately carved, smooth wolf teeth tied at either end. After inserting the wolf teeth on either side of the door, she pulled the red thread taut and placed an incense stick in the center. Is this the ancient wolf tooth summoning ritual? Lu Daxiao exclaimed, eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, it is an ancestral practice passed down through my family. You have a keen eye, Mr. Lu. Seizing the opportunity, I leaned closer to Lu Daxiao and inquired, what exactly is this wolf tooth summoning ritual? Lu Daxiao replied with a sigh, do you know what methods people employed to combat malevolent forces before the advent of Taoism and Buddhism? This question caught me off guard, and Lu Daxiao continued without hesitation, pointing at Su Hanying. What she is employing is called witchcraft, a practice that originated in ancient times, used for divination, healing, and exorcising evil spirits. The concept of soul debt also stems from these adept practitioners of witchcraft. In that era, with limited understanding of diseases and malevolent entities, those skilled in witchcraft and sorcery were highly sought after. However, as the schools of thought during the spring and autumn and warring states periods emerged, along with the earliest geomancers represented by Lu Ban, witchcraft gradually declined. Eventually, with the rise of Taoism and Buddhism, witchcraft lost its market, resulting in the near extinction of such practices today. But what is this wolf tooth summoning ritual? Su Hanying, overhearing my question while busying herself, replied without looking back. This was originally a door-opening ceremony. In the past, royal palaces were vast and empty, and unless there were grand ceremonies or sacrificial activities, the main halls remained closed. However, prolonged inactivity led to the infestation of malevolent spirits, disturbing the populace. Thus, to drive away these spirits, my ancestors devised this form of witchcraft. These two wolf teeth belong to the alpha of the largest wolf pack on Kunlun Mountain, which my ancestors hunted. They soak them in wolf's blood for a century, and upon extraction, the blood flows faintly within the teeth, making them sacred objects for warding off evil. There is no need for such trouble. I have already checked, and there is nothing here. Zhuge Qingfeng attempted to enter but was halted by Su Hanying. Your life or death is of no concern to me. Just do not disrupt my plans. Stand back. Zhuge, confident in his abilities, activated his third eye to scan the area, but Su Hanying's demeanor suggested she was no easy opponent. I interjected. Let us not escalate matters. Waiting a few minutes won't delay us. Su Hanying released the hair tie from her ponytail, securing it around her wrist, and began a dance reminiscent of a minority celebration I had seen on television, chanting incantations in an incomprehensible ancient tongue. As she danced, the bells on her wrist jingled. Just as everyone began to feel drowsy, Zhuge Qingfeng's eyes widened. What is the matter? I followed his gaze and was instantly alarmed. The incense stick inserted in the red thread was burning longer and longer. Elongating as it did so, Su Hanying frowned, halted her dance, and pointed at the door, saying, I shall give you a chance. Reveal yourself promptly, or I shall use the wolf teeth to pin your soul in place, ensuring you suffer eternally from their torment. And no sooner had she finished speaking than a shadow darted from within the room and landed on the red thread, causing it to bend slightly under the weight. This can't be right. I clearly saw there was no malevolent entity here, Zhuge Qingfeng exclaimed, drawing his wooden sword and keeping a vigilant eye on the shadow. This is not a malevolent spirit, but rather a manipulated soul, a tool of the voodoo practitioner. I clarified that Su Hanying then retrieved an ominous black object from her coat pocket, placed it in her mouth, and began chewing painfully while muttering something incomprehensible. Strangely, the shadow gradually morphed into a human form. Engaging in a similar exchange of words with Su Hanying, Zhuge Qingfeng, Lu Dashao, and I stood by, bewildered, until Su Hanying deftly lifted one of the wolf teeth, causing the red thread to spin rapidly, enveloping the shadow. Before long, as the last wisp of incense extinguished, the shadow vanished. Su Hanying collected the wolf teeth and red thread, and without waiting for our questions, remarked, Can you guess who that unfortunate soul was? The other two shook their heads, and I tentatively suggested, Could it be the accomplice of the one who died yesterday, that guy Gaimian? Su Hanying touched my face and replied, Clever, young man. It was indeed him. Hey, mind the boundaries of propriety. He is my sister Xiang'er's accomplice, Zhuge Qingfeng protested, puffing up like a small wolf cub. Su Hanying paid him no mind and continued, that Gaimian, surprisingly ruthless. As soon as his companion perished, he turned them into a curse to perform voodoo, and as for Xiang'er, she was taken away after being ensnared by Gaimian's soul exchange curse, lost in her mind. This is what the shadow just revealed. He had already been stripped of his intellect, so he couldn't recall anything else, including their hideout, which means we must find it ourselves. Let us enter. Pushing open the door, I found the interior simply furnished yet cozy, though Aunt Zhu and her grandson were nowhere to be found. Entering the grandson's room, I noticed a broken thermometer lying on the floor, its mercury already vanished. Just as disappointment was about to wash over me, a bee perched on the window caught my attention. This bee showed no fear. As I approached, it flitted its wings incessantly. Come quickly. I know where Xiang'er is. My shout drew everyone over, pointing to the bee on the windowsill. Zhuge Qingfeng tilted his head, glancing between the bee and me. You can't be serious. You think Xiang'er has turned into a bee? Nonsense. Lu Dashao, take a look at this bee. Lu Dashao leaned in, pondering for a moment before exclaiming, This is the pathfinding bee, the one Xiang'er used to guide us during the Wanfo festival in Thailand. Precisely. This pathfinding bee is likely waiting for us. It seems Xiang'er must have discovered something and, wanting to escape, released this bee at a critical moment. You all stay here. I will return briefly. To activate the pathfinding bee, one must allow it to smell a special potion made by Xiang'er. Each voodoo practitioner has their unique recipe. While the scents might be similar, the ingredients can vary significantly. Knowing Xiang'er's way of doing things, I surmised that since she had brought the pathfinding bee, she must have anticipated potential danger, meaning her potion would be hidden in a place familiar to her, but hard for others to find. Back in the room, I glanced around. Her own space was out of the question, as it would be the easiest to search. The most probable place, one that belonged exclusively to her and was undoubtedly untouched by others, could only be the drawer where she kept her bank cards. I rushed to the high cabinet, only to discover it was locked. I hesitated to force it open for fear of damaging the furniture. At that moment, A small head peeked in and said, "What's up? Planning to steal some money and run away?" Chapter 51. The Nine Suns Spirit-Leaking Formation. Part 1. You scared me to death. You little rascal. Steal money? I'm merely inspecting what's inside. The cabinet is locked. That's easy enough, Zhuge Qingfeng said, rummaging through the pockets of his robe, finally producing a piece of iron wire. To my astonishment, he skillfully poked it into the lock, and within 5 seconds, the drawer was unlocked. Noticing my lack of reaction, Zhuge Qingfeng put away the wire and said triumphantly, "Oh dear, what can I say? One must make a living somehow. Now, enough questions. Let's hurry and search," without giving me a chance to respond. He darted out. Indeed, beneath the bank cards, we discovered a paper packet containing powdered medicine. Upon emptying the packet, I noticed the inner side bore the words, pot bottom ash 1g, water 30g, pepper powder 0. 5g, mix well. Why does this resemble a recipe? Is it useful? Enough chatter. Get to work and fetch some pot bottom ash. After a flurry of activity, the dawn began to break. We mixed the potion according to the specified proportions and returned to Aunt Ju's house. Where the seeking bee appeared listless, we poured the concocted mysterious liquid over it, and we began to wait in anticipation. Strangely, after the seeking bee consumed the liquid drop by drop, it flapped its wings. It's flying, quick, follow it. I hurriedly nudged the nearby drowsy companions awake. We followed the seeking bee outside. Whether due to my incorrect dosage or some other reason, it seemed to fly erratically, and we were able to keep pace with it by merely walking briskly. It often spun in place. I recalled how, back when it had delivered messages for us during the Wanfo festival, it had soared at speeds of 40 to 50 kilometers per hour in times of urgency. We had to make do. After more than an hour of stop and go, it alighted on a stone by the roadside. Why has it stopped? Is the effect of the medicine wearing off? Should we give it a little boost? Just as Zhuge Qingfeng was about to administer more medicine, Su Hanying's chest suddenly emitted a red glowed, "Oh no. We've fallen into a trap." The crystal-clear Wolf King's tooth, soaked in wolf blood for a century, shone ominously in the presence of malevolence, channeling the wolf blood's energy to emit a red light. An extraordinary talisman for dispelling evil. After the wolf's tooth signaled a warning, we stood on high alert, while young Zhuge took out a compass to begin his calculations. "Did you come up with anything? Your pace is rather slow, far slower than the old Taoist," Lu Dashao inquired. Young Zhuge shot him an impatient glare. "I am of the talisman sect, do you understand? We rely on talismans and scripts, not on compasses and trigrams. The Maoshan sect merely uses a compass. If he were any slower, he wouldn't be able to earn his keep." Muscles without brains, I thought. After a while, as the compass stabilized, his expression suddenly changed. He pulled out a piece of azure talisman paper and hurled it toward a direction in the dark, shouting, "Which evil spirit dares to disturb my serene cultivation? I shall not spare you today. Young thunder, break." As the talisman flew halfway, it transformed into a burst of golden lightning, exploding in midair. With a whoosh, a mass of black mist surged forth from the site of the lightning strike. Simultaneously, 2 more masses of black mist appeared from other directions, encircling us. "Gai Mian, hand over Xianger immediately, or I shall make you regret your existence in this world." With a series of delicate laughs, Gai Mian and her 2 accomplices slowly emerged from the black mist at the same time. A circle of green flames ignited around us. "Welcome to the Nine Suns Spirit-Leaking Formation. This is a special treat I've prepared for you. Don't let my hospitality go to waste." Upon hearing the name of the formation, Su Hanying turned pale. "Oh no. We have become the meat on the chopping block. Forget the formation. Let us break it first." "Diamond descends." Lu Dashao crossed his arms but soon noticed that all his strength had mysteriously vanished. "Ha ha ha, big guy. You truly are all brawn and no brains. Seems the words of the faceless one were not wrong. You are indeed the most naive and useless fool. I've already told you this is the Nine Suns Spirit-Leaking Formation, and yet you still struggle. What can I say? Your intellect is clearly insufficient." The Nine Suns Spirit-Leaking Formation, an anomaly among the curses, is derived from a Taoist technique, an altered version of the 9 Immortals Subduing Demons formation, stolen by a traitor from Maoshan.it, replaces the 9 subduing immortals with 9 types of heavily resentful spirits, using their vengeful energy to absorb all young energy and the powers derived from it within the formation. In simpler terms, As long as one is alive, they cannot use any strength within this formation. Su Hanying's words sent a chill down our spines. We all secretly urged our energies, yet received no response. I silently lamented my predicament. Guy Mion's two companions drew out black short swords, clearly intending to use magic against us. Just then, Guy Mion halted them, saying, "The Faceless Ones want them alive." The three exchanged glances and then began reciting incantations in an incomprehensible, mysterious language, seated behind the three brightest green flames around us. As they chanted, the green light intensified, and I felt a tightening in my chest, struggling to breathe as if crushed under a colossal weight. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, I pressed my hands to the ground and managed to lift my head to survey my surroundings. The others were in similar straits. Young Zhuge had collapsed, trembling on the ground, while Lu Dashao crawled forward inch by inch, seemingly attempting to grab a stone to throw at Guy Mion's accomplices. What a stubborn spirit! The higher the mastery of the Nine Suns spirit-leaking formation, the greater the depletion of one's cultivation. It appeared our young companion was indeed of Tianshi caliber, if he were transformed into a cursed talisman. Ha ha ha! Enough idle chatter. Drain their powers quickly. In the darkness, a familiar voice echoed. Old Taoist? We widened our eyes, staring ahead to see the old Taoist, clad in a crimson-purple robe and hooded, appearing behind Guy Mion. He. Lu Dashao's reaction was even more intense than I had anticipated. Confronted by someone who had deceived him under the guise of childhood friendship, he felt an overwhelming desire to tear him apart. Yet, now he was utterly powerless, struggling even to speak. Su Hanying, having been forsaken by the Ingzhou sect, lacked soul power and relied solely on her physical training and vast knowledge. Though she managed to sit up, she was on the verge of collapse. You dare to come back? That I seethed with rage upon seeing the old Taoist, recalling his betrayals and the cruelty of using Naiba Kai's identity to gouge out the eyes of countless children, severing their mouths and noses before sealing their 7 orifices to create vengeful spirits as talismans. I longed to devour him alive. Standing outside the formation, the old Taoist removed his hood, regarding me with a playful expression. Ah, brother, do not blame me for being ruthless as your elder. After all, you are the inheritor of the martial king's heavenly soul. Do not look at me with such indignant eyes. You destroyed my golden boy workshop? Yet I bear you no grudge. Consider it, that was a business worth tens of millions, and now, with your life, you have exchanged it for my millions. You are not at a loss. Chapter 52. The Nine Suns Spirit-Leaking Formation, Part 2. Your business? To you, human life is merely a commodity. I struggled to sit cross-legged, gritting my teeth as I glared at the old Taoist. This world has long been devoid of morality. Very well, since there is still time. Let us converse. The old Taoist, finding a stone to sit upon, began. Do you know why the Faceless Ones and the Life Debtors are sworn enemies? You commit numerous atrocities, seeking domination. Thus, the Life Debtors must eradicate you. Ha ha ha! The old Taoist burst into wild laughter before coldly fixing his gaze upon me. Yet, when the Life Debtors seek to exterminate us, is it not also for the sake of domination? This statement left me momentarily speechless. Observing my silence, the old Taoist pondered, Young brother, do you know that we Faceless Ones originally served the Shang King, passing down through the reign of Zhou? After the fall of Zhou, we were forced into hiding, scattered and leaderless, while the Life Debtors, who assisted Wan and Wu in establishing the realm, thrived. Why should that be? Because the Life Debtors walk the path of heaven, while you violate it, bringing upon yourselves this fate. Ha ha ha, we violate the heavenly path. Well said. If we are indeed contravening the heavenly path, then allow me to tell you, you Life Debtors are nothing more than a bunch of treacherous, cunning individuals who pretend to uphold justice. Do you not find it strange? When one was imprisoned, how fortuitous it was to have certain practitioners locked up with him. And then, after he comprehended the 16 hexagrams, they preserved the hexagrams for him? Let me tell you a truth. The Faceless Ones came first, and only then did you hypocritical Life Debtors emerge. You lie, cough. I suspect you wish to argue that the book Fingfing Zhishu does not say this. Upon hearing this, I was taken aback. How do you know about that book? The old Taoist smiled. Because that book was originally a legacy of the Faceless Ones. It was later stolen by the Life Debtors and given to Jiang Zia, who transformed it into the Life Debtors' inheritance. How utterly ridiculous. Very well, it seems your group is far from simple. This Nine Suns spirit-leaking formation will take some time to drain your powers completely, so I shall gift you this story, whether you believe it or not, as a token of our acquaintance. Subsequently, the old Taoist's words painted for me a narrative entirely different from what I had known. The origin of the Faceless Ones traces back to the Xia dynasty, where they initially served as central shamans and physicians, accompanying the rulers while divining fortunes and averting calamities. During the reign of the tyrannical monarch Jia of Xia, who oppressed the populace and favored his concubine Mei Shi, the loyal ministers sought to escape the impending doom, prompting the vassals to unite against him. It was then that Shang Tang acquired the ancient records of the Xia dynasty's historian, gaining an advantage that enabled him to rise against and ultimately annihilate the Xia. Unable to endure the humiliation inflicted by Jia, and increasingly troubled by the suffering of the common people, a Faceless One covertly employed a nightmare incantation to eliminate Mei Shi. Subsequently, he planned to assassinate Jia, but was betrayed and forced to flee to Shang Tang under the cover of night. Following the establishment of the Shang dynasty, the Faceless Ones regained their esteemed positions as court physicians and diviners, dedicating themselves to restoring the welfare and strength of the nation. Over the course of 14 sovereigns, their legacy eventually reached the hands of Dxin, known as King Zhou. In his exuberance, King Zhou abolished the practice of human sacrifice for both slaves and commoners, displaying little favor towards the Faceless Ones who practiced divination and sorcery. However, as his reign commenced with vigor and the populace rejoiced in his governance, the tensions between them remained dormant. Yet, with the arrival of Daji, the young king became increasingly enmeshed in indulgence, neglecting state affairs. The then leader of the Faceless Ones, the Grand Physician Juanshi, repeatedly counseled him to no avail. During one occasion when tasked with diagnosing Daji, he discerned an overwhelming aura of malevolence surrounding her. In a fateful confrontation, King Zhou misinterpreted Juanshi's intentions as treacherous, leading to his immediate execution by dismemberment and the covert dismantling and arrest of the Faceless Ones. Those who managed to escape and conceal themselves within the palace sought to preserve their strength while forging alliances to overthrow King Zhou's rule. They arranged for the imprisoned Wenwang to be surrounded by captured Faceless Ones, who imparted their divination knowledge to him. With the clandestine support of Nuwa, Wenwang comprehended the greater truths, preserving the 16 hexagrams and introducing the 16 Faceless Ones into her fold, thereby becoming the earliest of the Shimingren, or life debtors. Even if your claims hold merit, the Shimingren have no ties to the Faceless Ones of today. So on what grounds do you accuse us of betrayal? Upon hearing my words, the old Taoist rose, gazing intently at me from outside the formation. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Why do you think the Faceless Ones would collaborate with Wenwang? Allow me to enlighten you. Following the death of their leader, Juanshi, the Faceless Ones found themselves leaderless and on the brink of disintegration. At that time, Wenwang promised that upon the overthrow of the Shang, he would continue to appoint the Faceless Ones as the foremost attendants of the court. Thus they consented to the alliance. After Wenwang's passing, Wu Wang, with the support of both the Shimingren and the Faceless Ones, continued his campaign against King Zhou. Ultimately, after the Faceless Ones risked their lives to infiltrate the palace and eliminate Daji, King Zhou was thrown into disarray, allowing Wu Wang to seize the moment and decisively defeat the Shang army, thereby establishing the Zhou dynasty. However, upon ascending to the throne, Wu Wang swiftly reneged on his agreement with the Faceless Ones, launching a widespread persecution against them and subsequently exterminating them under the pretext of eradicating the remnants of the Shang. Betrayed, the Faceless Ones could no longer endure the treachery, leading their leader, Fu Yuyan, to attempt an assassination of Wu Wang through sorcery. You are likely aware of the subsequent events. In a bid to eliminate the defiant Faceless Ones, Jiang Zia commanded the Shimingren to pursue them across various fiefdoms, resulting in death or flight for many. Tell me, what compassion remains for such treacherous individuals? If pursuing the Shimingren is deemed a violation of the heavenly order, what then can be said of the Shimingren who initially broke their promises and hunted the Faceless Ones? I must admit, regardless of the truth, the old Taoist words were truly paradigm-shifting for me. Reflecting on the dream, whether it was the ancient tome Feng Feng Jishui or the words of Jiang Zia, both lacked causation. Now, having heard the old Taoist revelations, I felt as though I had lost all faith. So, Do you regret not recognizing the true nature of the Shimingren sooner? Ha! No matter. Hand over your Wu Wang's heavenly soul to me, and I assure you I will make good use of it to completely eradicate the Shimingren from this world, leaving not a single one behind. You have misunderstood a crucial point. I gradually rose, mirroring the cold smirk on the faces of the old Taoist and Gaimian in astonishment. What do you think I am waiting for? My human soul is nearly extinguished. What remains are only the heavenly and earthly souls. And you should be familiar with my earthly soul, Blood Fiend. This formation can only consume the cultivation of the living. I wonder if the power of the Shura from the underworld can satiate its appetite? In the terrified gaze of the old Taoist, I witnessed the deepening crimson, a vivid manifestation of the Blood Fiend surging forth from me. Chapter 53. Liberation of Blood Fiend, Part 1. Gaimian gasped in shock. One of his horns has already been severed. How can he still wield the Blood Fiend? Let me clarify. Ever since my return from Thailand, I have been attempting to store the Blood Fiend within my Qi. After being enchanted by the alluring demon in Thailand, I feared that I might one day be unable to harness my soul power, rendering me vulnerable, as I am now. Thankfully, Su Haniang's words suddenly made me realize that I had inadvertently unraveled your formation. Thus, I was merely biding my time to convert my soul power entirely into Blood Fiend. I must thank you, Gaimian. Your severing of a horn allowed me to maintain my reason. Now, you may either surrender or face the severance of your heads. Gaimian and her accomplices, bound to maintain the Nine Suns spirit-leaking formation, were immobile, while the old Taoist could not step into the formation, granting me an opportunity. Following my initial confrontation with Gaimian, it was precisely her severing of my Shura horn that allowed me to retain my composure. Within my Qi, the Blood Fiend roiled, the Shura power from hell eager to be nourished by blood, having languished in hunger for a millennium. Suddenly, two Blood Fiend daggers materialized in my hands, and with a swift turn, I launched them towards the foreheads of her two accomplices. With two resounding clinks, the daggers composed of condensed blood energy were intercepted by the dark aura before them. Do you think we are pushovers? These are crafted from the souls of the sorcerers. Before they could finish, their throats were pierced by two additional daggers. The Blood Fiend endowed me with an otherworldly swiftness. Since my soul power had been permeated by it, I now felt a distinct strength, one more readily accessible than soul power itself. With a mere thought, the Blood Fiend propelled me behind the unfortunate pair, each hand wielding a dagger, plunging them into their throats from behind. Simultaneously, their blood did not spurt forth but flowed steadily into the crimson robe I wore, formed from the Blood Fiend. As the blood poured in, the robe deepened in color, transforming from translucent to nearly opaque. They were far too verbose. Gaimian, your turn is next. I leveled my dagger at Gaimian, who, accustomed to facing formidable foes, remained unfazed as she struggled to maintain the Nine Suns spirit-leaking formation. The old Taoist leaped forward, his right hand forming the demon-subduing seal, a glimmer of golden light aimed at my chest. This was his lethal technique used to expel the alluring demon from Li Jinhao's embrace. I vividly recalled how this technique had once left a gaping hole in her chest, a true heart extraction. Recognizing his murderous intent, I did not dare to be careless, swiftly dodging and engaging him in a fierce struggle. As blood energy surged and talismans flickered with golden light, I found myself locked in a stalemate with the old Taoist, while Gaimian's Nine Suns spirit-leaking formation was nearing completion. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of her retrieving something from her pocket, crushing it before swallowing, and then spewing forth a swarm of buzzing insects towards the fallen Zhuge Qingfeng, Lu Daxiao, and Su Haniang. Realizing the impending danger, I feigned a false attack to lure the old Taoist into revealing a flaw, then withdrew to their side. Seizing the Qing Tian talisman from Zhuge Qingfeng, I hastily chanted a spell and flung it away. A few fiery figures materialized in the path of the insects, followed by a cacophony of explosions that incinerated the swarm. The old Taoist, who had just brandished his Bagua mirror to cast a spell, was now visibly rattled and called out to Gaimian, making his escape. My murderous intent surged, blood energy swelling as I leaped into the air, aiming my dagger at Gaimian. How could her mortal form compare to my Shura from hell? She fell to the ground, narrowly evading my strike, but my Blood Fiend dagger pierced her leg, drawing forth a steady stream of blood. The old Taoist had already fled, but upon hearing Gaimian's anguished cries, he glanced back without a moment's hesitation, leaving behind a parting remark. Our collaboration ends here, Gaimian. May you seek your own fortune, Shen Rufeng, until we meet again. It seems the old Taoist had not lied about one thing. His habit of slipping away was genuine. You scoundrel! Gaimian cursed as she watched the old Taoist fade into the woods, her pain echoing in my ears, pulling me back from my reverie. As her blood loss intensified, her complexion grew increasingly pallid, while my blood fiend attire thickened, transforming into a vivid crimson robe that billowed in the wind. Tell me, where is Xiang'er? I twisted the dagger slowly within her wound, but she merely shook her head. Speak or not? I gritted my teeth, turning the dagger even more slowly, widening the gash on her calf. Gaimian, overwhelmed by agony, still gritted her teeth in defiance. You would be better off killing me. Otherwise, if you leave me a breath, one day you will meet a gruesome fate. Unless you reveal Xiang'er's whereabouts, you think death will come so easily? A crimson, transparent veil seemed to rise before my eyes, distorting all I saw as my bloodthirst began to eclipse my reason. Shen Rufeng, kill her. After all, you have already slain so many. Wang Defa, Su Shiwu, Azali, and her several subordinates. What harm is there in adding one more to the tally? Act swiftly, take action, end her life, and she shall never dare to retort again. Heh heh heh. She is now but flesh upon the chopping block, so strike. Relish the exhilaration of your first act of murder. The voice echoed, now distant, now near, as I drew forth the bloodthirsty dagger, my expression impassive, gazing at the blood that dripped incessantly to the ground, a yearning for violence swelling within me. Perish. I cannot fathom how grotesque my visage must have appeared at that moment. But judging by the sudden trembling of the once defiant Gaimian, my countenance must have transcended the bounds of humanity. Cease. The voice of Su Hanying reached me from behind, followed by a piercing pain in my back that caused much of the bloodthirsty energy-clad garment I wore to dissipate. Turning around, I beheld Su Hanying, brandishing another fong, driving it fiercely into my heart's location. I felt as though engulfed in boiling oil, writhing in agony, my features contorted. Despite my relentless struggles, Su Hanying showed no signs of easing the fong embedded in my heart, binding me further with the connecting red thread that rendered me immobile. Awaken yourself, Su Hanying commanded, as she removed a pendant from her chest. Spirits of my ancestors, grant me righteousness. Bodhisattva of the azure blood, delineate good from evil. With gritted teeth, she finally managed to hang the pendant around my neck, a layer of blue light spreading like mist from the pendant to envelop my entire being. Simultaneously, a refreshing awareness coursed through me, gradually restoring my reason. Till last, as I uttered, "Are you all right?" Su Hanying collapsed to the ground. Exhausted, I bound Gaimian with the red thread and hastily tended to her wounds. In this desolate wilderness, there was neither a cell phone nor a passerby. Not even a rat dared to venture here. Due to excessive blood loss, Gaimian had succumbed to unconsciousness. Should she perish here, I would lose the only lead to find Xiang'er. In a moment of desperation, I retrieved the remaining packet of medicinal powder from my pocket. Chapter 54. Liberation of Bloodthirst, Part 2. In a frenzied state, I pulled out the last packet of medicinal powder from my pocket. It contained some ash from the pot's base. It should have some effect, I hoped, adopting the mindset of treating a dead horse as if it were alive. I sprinkled the powder onto her wounds. This action seemed to revive her consciousness slightly. Meanwhile, Lu Dashao gradually regained his composure, rising to stretch a little, and weakly remarked, "This Nine Suns spirit-leaking formation has drained all my power. It's more formidable than a seductive demon." He glanced at Su Hanying, relieved to see she had merely exhausted herself and would revive shortly. Wake up, Miss Su. Do you possess any medical knowledge? Come observe his condition." Zhuge Qingfeng lay with his eyes tightly shut, his complexion ashen, breathing faintly, unresponsive to Lu Dashao's incessant patting. Su Hanying checked his pulse, shaking her head. "This is the pulse of death." What? Upon hearing the word death pulse, Lu Dashao and I stood frozen in disbelief. Cough cough. Gaimian's cough broke the silence, prompting me to seize her collar and drag her to Zhuge Qingfeng, threatening, "You must heal him at once. Or if he dies, I shall ensure you are turned into a human sacrifice to accompany him." "All right, enough with the threats," Su Hanying intervened. then leaned over to whisper a few words into Gaimian's ear. Upon hearing, her expression shifted dramatically, her lips trembling as she nodded. Gaimian fumbled for a while before producing a small pill, which she crushed and administered to Zhuge Qingfeng with water, then placed her hand on his forehead. Exhaling deeply, "He will be fine. He merely suffered from excessive depletion of energy, leaving his body hollow. What of Xiang'er? Where have you concealed her?" Gaimian shook her head weakly, replying, "Believe it or not, I handed her over to the Faceless One. As for where they have hidden her, I am unaware." Cursed old Taoist, I struck a nearby stone with a fierce punch, causing a fine crack to appear. After a prolonged wait, a vehicle finally passed by, and we managed to transport Gaimian and Zhuge Qingfeng to the hospital. Lu Daxiao remained to watch over Gaimian, while Su Hanying and I waited in the corridor to it. Was then I realized that I was far from invincible. Without the aid of these friends, I was merely a reckless fool. Xiang'er had been captured, her fate uncertain, and my heart was in turmoil. Su Hanying, sensing my anguish and frustration, remarked, "In this world, there has never been a savior, nor will there ever be a divine emperor. Even you, possessing the soul of the martial king, remain but a mortal. Take me for instance. From a young age, I was told that my ancestor, Su Fu, was a traitor to the Yingzhou sect, who, after crossing to Fusang, took root there. Later, I heard that the Faceless One arrived in Fusang, colluding with the local warlords, using the lives of all his subordinates as leverage, forcing my ancestor to cooperate with him. Since then, the blessings of Nuwa have forsaken the Yingzhou sect. So, was your Yingzhou sect cast aside by Nuwa in this manner?" Su Hanying gave a bitter smile and nodded. "We are traitors, and that is an unalterable fact. Even now, those remnants of the Yingzhou sect who refuse to be subjugated by the Faceless One, while they are willing to follow my lead, still regard me as the descendant of a traitor deserving of 1,000 cuts behind my back. Humanity is inherently twisted. They despise you yet are willing to accept your command. Thank you. For what? For saving me with your pendant. Without it, I would have truly succumbed to madness." Su Hanying smiled, glancing at the guanine pendant around my neck, her expression suddenly shifting to one of alarm as she exclaimed, "I have a solution. What are you doing? This is a hospital, and it's late at night." I hurriedly grasped her, fearing she might be thrown out. Su Hanying, trembling with excitement, said, "I have a way to assist you." "Assist me?" "Indeed. Right now, Lu Daxiao, along with that young Taoist, are both utterly depleted of power, and in your current state, your 3 souls are incomplete. Should you exert yourself, you will inevitably succumb to madness. The only viable plan is to go to the Berlin Temple and undergo a restoration." "Restoration? Are you joking? Xiang'er is still in their grasp, and I am to undergo restoration." Su Hanying tapped my forehead. "Are you foolish? She is the trump card that the Faceless One uses to restrain you. Fear not, the Faceless One will not allow her to perish easily. Did you not hear him say that you must remain alive? It is evident how crucial you are to them. It appears Xiang'er holds significant value to you as well, hence they dare not let her die." Her reasoning held some merit, yet I wavered over her plan. I called over Lu Daxiao, who, upon hearing the proposal, was pragmatic and agreed. "If this plan can indeed succeed, I find it feasible. After all, we are in dire straits. Over there lies a cripple and a bedridden one. Engaging in a fight would yield no victory. Better to recuperate and proceed with caution." Casting my gaze upon Zhuge Qingfeng, I recalled Xiang'er's words, "This fellow always faints during fights. He is akin to your younger brother, but truth be told, despite his laziness and gluttony, when matters arise, he acts without hesitation. To have such a brother is indeed fortuitous." Su Hanying's blunt words bore truth. Thus, Lu Daxiao and I took turns accompanying Zhuge Qingfeng in the hospital. He had long since awakened, albeit looking a bit dull and lacking his former vigor. Gaimian had her own secret medicinal concoction, and due to her youth, her wounds began to heal after a few days. But the excessive blood loss had drained her strength, necessitating a slow recovery. On the day of discharge, the sun shone brightly. Lu Daxiao initially intended to bind Gaimian, but I declined, recalling that I had unknowingly fallen asleep in the hospital room the previous night. Upon awakening, I found myself covered with a blanket, while Zhuge Qingfeng slept like a dead pig, and only Gaimian's eyelids fluttered slightly. "What if she escapes if we don't bind her?" I queried. Su Hanying scoffed. "On the streets? If you bind her, You might as well wait to be invited for tea by the authorities. Do you not realize how simple-minded you sound? Exactly, Lu Shifu. Have some walnuts to nourish your brain. Zhuge Qingfeng jested with the nurses as he left the hospital, amusing them to the point of laughter, and they happily gifted him a bag of walnuts, which he now offered to Lu Daxiao. Lu Daxiao grumbled as he trailed behind, silently munching on walnuts. Seizing the opportunity, I turned to Gaimian and warned, "We will not bind you, but do not think of escaping. Otherwise, I have 100 ways to ensure your demise." Gaimian cast me a sidelong glance, continuing forward as she muttered, "The individuals I brought out were inept. All perished at your hands. Returning empty-handed leaves me with no explanation, and that cursed faceless one still has an account to settle with me." Chapter 55. The Mei Family and the Jade Seal Sand. Part 1. At that moment, Zhuge Qingfeng leaned in and whispered to me, "You see? Women are inherently petty. Once offended, they become inescapable. Shut your mouth, lest your sister Su overhears and gives you a beating." Su Hanying had already procured tickets for the 10 o'clock train to Xi'an that evening. Taking advantage of the daytime, she accompanied Gaimian to buy a new outfit, replacing her tattered Southeast Asian attire. As everything was in order, evening fell. I tidied up Xianger's house and gently locked the door, suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep. "Let us go. It's not as though we won't return," Lu Daxiao consoled me. Upon turning back, I never anticipated that I would never return again in this lifetime. Zhuge Qingfeng, alongside the two girls, busied themselves in the supermarket, gathering an assortment of ham sausages, instant noodles, and biscuits. I was rendered speechless. "You seem to do nothing but eat every day. We've only been on this journey for 4 days and 3 nights. Can you possibly finish all that food?" "Nonsense. If I couldn't finish it, why would I buy it? It's not like I'm spending your money. Now that we've allied ourselves with a wealthy patron, we might as well indulge." After boarding the train, the 4 of us settled into a soft sleeper compartment. I cautiously surveyed the adjoining compartments, finding them devoid of passengers. After stowing my bag, Su Hanying spoke up, "Gaimian, is there truly no way to unravel your 9 Suns spirit-leaking formation?" "None whatsoever," I replied. The 9 Suns spirit-leaking formation is a variant of the Maoshan technique. Once the power is released, it dissipates entirely, akin to dandelion seeds scattered by the wind. Can they ever be gathered again? Damn it, you wretched practitioners of black magic. The Taoist priest should have exterminated you all in Thailand. You deserve your fate. And your accomplices deserve to perish. Enough with the chatter, Su Hanying interjected, noticing Zhuge Qingfeng's escalating agitation. Fuming, Zhuge Qingfeng chose to sulk in silence. At that moment, Gaimian applied a fresh bandage to himself and calmly stated, "I was never a practitioner of black magic. I am a Miao healer, a tradition passed down through my family for generations. However, when a plague struck our village, many perished. The fortunate survivors claimed my father had brought the disease back from his travels to treat the sick, and they burned him alive in the village point one night. My mother also set herself ablaze at the very spot where they had killed my father. Afterward, I delved into the art of black magic. The first thing I did was turn every single person from the village of my birth into a corpse." This chilling confession sent shivers down our spines. Zhuge Qingfeng sprang up, pointing an accusatory finger at Gaimian. "Those were the lives of an entire village. You beast! Did they consider my father's life when they set him ablaze? Our family has saved countless lives in that village over generations. Did they think of that when they raised their torches?" "Calm down, Gaimian. Lower your hand." To prevent Gaimian from employing black magic, I had already bound her vital points with my soul energy. Any movement on her part would trigger a flash of energy, allowing us to restrain her immediately. Currently, several of her vital points were flickering simultaneously as Lu Daxiao approached, prepared to seize her throat. Yet she silently returned to her seat, not uttering a word. Following the argument, the atmosphere in the compartment grew exceedingly tense. I stepped to the corridor to catch a breeze when Su Hanying approached and remarked, "In truth, Gaimian is a pitiable child, orphaned at such a tender age. Spare me your sanctimonious rhetoric. If you wish to be a saint, do so on your own. Do not preach to me, I'll tell you this. Take your words to those whom she has harmed and transformed into her black magic puppets. If they can comprehend, then so can I. Enough with the hostility, let us talk business. After we arrive in Xi'an, we must transfer to find Berlin Temple. It would be prudent for you not to reveal your abilities too readily. Especially you." "Why?" Xi'an is an ancient capital of 13 dynasties. Haven't you heard that saying? In Xi'an, one could dig and unearth artifacts with a single shovel. The place is a melting pot of diverse cultures and talents. And there are extraordinary individuals skilled in feng shui. People like you would hardly stand out. Moreover, it is a stronghold of the faceless ones, which necessitates even greater discretion on your part. Do you understand? Su Hanying's concerns were not unfounded, and I had no rebuttal. We traveled in silence until the eve of our journey's conclusion, when Su Hanying produced a photograph, stating, "The Berlin Temple we are headed to is situated atop Taibai Mountain. Located southeast of Meixian, the highest peak in the Qinling Range, standing at 3,767 meters. The path is perilous and seldom traversed, so upon arriving in Xi'an, we must first seek out a seal maker named Mei Yike. He is the only one who has been to the summit of Taibai Mountain and can guide us to the Berlin Temple." Are you implying that you have never been there? Su Hanying nodded, providing a response to Zhuge Qingfeng. She then detailed our itinerary in Xi'an and introduced us to Mei Yike. According to her arrangements, we would first seek out Mei Yike upon our arrival in Xi'an. This elusive figure, as Su Hanying described, is a descendant of a family that has supplied seal paste, jade seal powder, to the imperial court since the time of King Wu of Zhou. The Mei family has maintained an exceedingly low profile, surviving through wars and dynastic changes, consistently serving as the royal seal paste supplier. With the abdication of the last emperor, the feudal dynasty came to an end, and the Mei family vanished into obscurity. Now, in the hands of Mei Yike, it was said that he roamed the streets on a bicycle, selling his handmade seal paste to make a living. The reason for his ascent to Taibai Mountain, as Su Hanying explained, lay in the necessity of a material called phoenix stone, found only on the hillside behind the Berlin Temple at the mountain's peak. The Mei family's legacy encompasses both the craft of producing jade seal powder and the secret passage to Taibai Mountain. After a rather uneventful evening, the buildings outside the train window began to multiply. The landscape transitioned from humble dwellings to towering structures, as if traversing a century. With a resounding whistle, the train came to a halt at Xi'an Railway Station. Established in 1934, the station features a grand roof in the style of ancient palatial architecture, reflecting the rich cultural heritage of Xi'an. Wow, so this is Xi'an. I've heard there's a ghost market here. Is that true, Master Lu? I never pegged you for having such an interest. What interest? Cultural relics are akin to our martial arts. Before you witness them, you remain skeptical, but once you do, belief comes easily. Upon hearing Lu Daxiao's words, I realized he had arrived in this cultural capital, eager to flaunt his newfound knowledge, and was about to say more when Su Hanying, having gathered her belongings, took Gaimian by the arm and said, "Let us go. We should settle in first before heading to the ghost market tonight." Xi'an, renowned as the ancient capital of 13 dynasties, among them the Western Zhou, Qin, Han, and the Sui and Tang, has long been celebrated for its cultural prosperity, housing countless treasures. From the vast terracotta army to the still sleeping tomb of the first emperor, or the Huaqing pool frequented by the beautiful Yonggui Fei. Each site whispers tales of history. How delightful! Zhuge Qingfeng exclaimed, rushing to a stall, practically drooling. The vendor of cold noodles and oil-splashed noodles beamed benevolently at Zhuge Qingfeng, speaking in a warm Shaanxi dialect. "Would you like to try some noodles? Little fellow, how about a bowl?" I smacked my forehead, nearly forgetting that Xi'an is also a gastronomic paradise, renowned for its myriad of delicacies. The local cuisine alone has evolved into an art form. The variety of noodle dishes crafted by the people of this ancient city is astonishing. From oil-splashed noodles and belt noodles to minced meat noodles, cold noodles, honey cakes, and meat-stuffed buns. Each dish is enough to tantalize the taste buds and leave one yearning for more. Little Zhuge is undeniably a true foodie, and he has certainly come to the right place. Reluctantly, we found ourselves yielding to his cravings as we journeyed toward the hotel, stopping to sample every dish along the way. By the time we reached the hotel, he was already stuffed to the brim, still shoving the last piece of meat bun into his mouth. "All right, everyone, let us return to our rooms to freshen up. We'll eat first, as the ghost market opens only at night." It wasn't until around 7 o'clock that Su Hanying finished her preparations and emerged looking radiant. Gaimian's leg injury had healed considerably, yet it appeared she had no intention of running. As we made our way to Huimin Street for dinner, I curiously inquired, "Gaimian, what is it that you truly desire?" Gaimian replied coldly, "Revenge." "Against me?" Upon hearing this, Gaimian halted, casting a sidelong glance at me, the corners of her mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smile. "Fear not, it's not you. Otherwise, you would have died hundreds of times by now." "What do you mean, then? To lose to you would merely reflect my lack of skill, but that faceless one has betrayed his trust and harmed his friends. I must seek vengeance. Otherwise, I would not be Gaimian." "Is Xiang'er your friend?" For some reason, when Gaimian uttered the word friend, my thoughts immediately turned to Xiang'er. Upon hearing this, Gaimian fell silent, no longer speaking. "Boss, 5 bowls of lamb soup and 30 steamed buns. Pleased? We'll tear them apart ourselves." The vendor, taken aback by Zhuge Qingfeng's order, stammered, 30? My goodness. It's not that I doubt your ability to pay, but these are hefty buns. You little one wouldn't be able to finish them. "Let me try one," he offered, "if it's not enough. We can always order more," Zhuge Qingfeng retorted indignantly. "You underestimate me. This afternoon alone, I devoured 3 bowls of cold noodles, 1 oil-splashed noodle, and 5 meat buns. Hurry up and make sure to add plenty of chili. And find us a quiet corner table." "All right then," the vendor sighed. Today's youth seemed to lack any sense of moderation. Seeing the customer so insistent, the vendor had no choice but to comply, grumbling under his breath about how today's youth fail to appreciate food. "Yes, we tore apart the buns," Lu Dashao inquired. "Miss Su, you seem well versed in the ghost market. Care to enlighten us?" Su Hanying, while assisting Xiao Zhuge in tearing apart the steamed bread, remarked. According to official accounts, the history of this ghost market can be traced back to the late Qing dynasty, where the remnants of the once noble families, those fallen aristocrats who relied on the ancestral estate's ironclad crops, came to exchange their family heirlooms for cash. Their possessions, often priceless and bestowed by the emperor, could not be openly sold without risking execution. Thus, under the cover of night, a select few would gather discreetly in this very place to engage in trade, giving rise to what is now known as the ghost market. The market typically opens at 11 in the evening and remains active until 3 in the morning, a time when only spirits are said to wander, hence its name. Official accounts, you say? Is there perhaps a folk version? Perhaps it was the walnuts we consumed along the way that sparked a sudden clarity in Lu Dashao's mind, who adeptly grasped the crux of the matter. Su Hanying nodded in agreement and whispered, "Actually, the folk tale suggests that the ghost market has existed since the Western Zhou dynasty, when the capital was established in Haojing, what is now Xi'an, the Western Zhou again. It seems that whenever trouble arises, one can safely attribute it to the head of your Wu Wang." Alas, Su Hanying then stuffed a handful of steamed bread into Xiao Zhuge's mouth and continued. "In the early days of the Western Zhou, to maintain political stability, the common folk were forbidden from possessing bronze vessels or any shamanistic medical supplies without permission. Punishments were severe, often involving collective liability among neighbors if any infractions were discovered. However, each household was permitted to possess merely 1 jar, 1 vessel, and 1 pot, while sharp cutting tools were strictly prohibited, forcing the populace to rely on rudimentary stone knives. But what of the medical supplies? In an era lacking advanced scientific knowledge, shamans and physicians were, at that time, indistinguishable. The rulers were particularly wary of sorcery, especially following the demise of Wu Wang at the hands of his own kin, leading the subsequent sovereign to impose stringent precautions. Externally, they dispatched agents to hunt down faceless assassins, while internally, they restricted shamanic practices to the inner court, with local medical officials assigned to care for the health of the ruling elite. Yet how could a single medical official possibly attend to the ailments of countless commoners? Moreover, these officials primarily focused on the health of feudal lords and the ruling class. Hence, when the common folk fell ill, they either relied on oral traditions and improvised remedies or awaited their inevitable demise. In this context, some benevolent medical officials began to exploit loopholes in the regulations, widely recruiting apprentices to whom they imparted medical knowledge. Under the guise of strengthening the inner court's medical staff, in truth, they would secretly treat the sick and impoverished in discreet locations during the night. Initially, the court attempted to suppress these activities, but as the Zhou dynasty crumbled and conflict erupted across the land, this underground medical practice went unchecked, paving the way for the trade of prohibited items such as bronze vessels, cutting tools, and even weapons. Such wildness. Even if the Zhou emperor could not exert control, why did the various lords allow this to flourish? The answer is simple. They too required these individuals to procure weapons and armor. It is evident that although Gaimian remained silent, quietly consuming his food, he was attentively listening to our discourse. Astutely, they chose to ignore these developments, thereby facilitating the emergence of a market where anything could be bought. If one desired something unavailable in the regular market, the ghost market could surely provide it. Chapter 57. The Ghost Market Amidst the Mist. Part 1. Lu Dashao suddenly slammed his hand on the table, startling us. I sincerely apologize for my excitement. But what purpose does the market serve then? I propose that the common folk should simply shop at the ghost market. The ghost market? The ghost market? One might wonder, is this a place for the average person? The long-established rule of the ghost market dictates that the time and place of each trading session are determined by the Ghost King using the 6-line divination methods. Subsequently, his underlings distribute slips inscribed with the Ghost King's incantations at frequented locations. Even if one is well acquainted with the ghostly beings, without the ability to decipher the incantation, entry to the ghost market remains impossible. After this, Suhanian glanced at the clock and urged us to eat quickly, for the time to test the incantation was approaching. After our meal, we arrived at a small tea house named Sanzuo-tu. On the stage, someone was performing Jian Gu Wenling. As we settled in, the singer reached the line about the Tang Emperor in the Jian Gu, while outside, a continuous jingling sound echoed. Curious, we inquired. What is that noise outside? Gao Lisha replied. The sound of raindrops in the forest and the jingling of golden bells beneath the eaves. The audience erupted in applause, and during this moment, the waiter served towels and a program to each table. If anyone wished to request another song, they could do so by referring to the program. I picked up the program, glanced at it, and was about to set it aside when a wisp of green smoke suddenly wafted up from beneath it. What is this? I exclaimed. The others turned to look at me, and Zhuge Qingfeng, munching on seeds, remarked, "What is wrong with you? You're making a fuss over a mere program. It's not just a program. Look at the bottom. Why is there smoke coming from it?" I pointed to the section for Wulong Diao. But the others exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unable to see what I saw. Lu Dashao quietly speculated. Could this be the ghost market's incantation? Su Haining shook her head. I don't know. I only understand the rules and locations. But the specific operations remain beyond my grasp. In a way, Zhuge Qingfeng jumped up. Are you really this unreliable? The audience below was visibly displeased with such disruptive behavior, casting disapproving glances our way. After I apologized, I pulled Zhuge Qingfeng aside and admonished. Can you please change this annoying habit of yours? You're acting just like Lu Dashao now. Lu Dashao, who had been innocently cracking walnuts, looked at me in bewilderment. I concluded that the secret must lie within Wulong Diao. Suggesting we request that song to see what unfolds, I called over the waiter and requested Wulong Diao. In this Sanzuo-tu tea house, the performers of the Jingyun Daegu, apart from the lead singer, wore masks representing the characters from the lyrics. It seemed no one was requesting other songs. Once Jian Gu Wenling concluded, the band retreated backstage to don the masks of Zhou, Zhuge Liang, and Chao Chao. I focused intently on the stage, anxious not to miss any details. Just as the performance began, the performer wearing Zhou Yu's mask scanned the audience and, after a few lingering glances, fixed his gaze on me. An overwhelming pressure enveloped me, causing my heart to race. Struggling to maintain my composure, I braced myself against the table, fighting against the immense force. It was only when the performance commenced that I felt a sense of relief, only to discover my back and palms drenched in sweat. Had I held on any longer, the blood energy within me might have surged uncontrollably. Alas, the great hero met with an untimely end, leaving only his glorious name to echo through the ages. I weep for Zhuge Liang, whose heart aches in sorrow, and for you, Gong Jin. All that remains is a voiceless lament. Questioning the heavens, sighing for the elegance that once captivated Zhou Lang, a flash of insight struck me as I absorbed the lyrics, and suddenly a divination symbol appeared in my mind. I understand. I proclaimed to the others, Zhuge Qingfeng, you can interpret the 6-line divination, correct? Zhuge Qingfeng, with his mouth full of peanuts, nodded blankly. Come, let me share a divination symbol with you. The original symbol is water over earth, and the changing symbol is mountain over thunder. Zhuge Qingfeng took a sip of water, glanced at it, and said, simple enough. Water rests upon the earth, indicating harmony. This is an auspicious sign. The original symbol is a superior one, suggesting a time of prosperity and progress. The changing symbol, mountain over thunder, is also auspicious, implying the need for caution and moderation, a time for recuperation. What of it? I responded. This divination symbol aligns with the lyrics I just heard. Lyrics? Heard? Why didn't we hear anything? I shook my head. I don't know. I sensed that among the performers, there was someone of equal strength to me. The performer with the three-stringed instrument, after locking eyes with me for a moment, exerted an extraordinary force that left me powerless to resist. Su Hanying whispered. That must be it. Do not forget, this divination symbol closely mirrors our current predicament. Go find Mei Yike. We must trace his jade seal sand back to the ghost market. Only by locating the jade seal sand can we devise a plan to find him. By the way, is there any additional information? Perhaps an incantation or something similar? I closed my eyes, concentrating, but heard nothing once the song concluded. Could it be my imagination? Just then, the waiter approached us, inquiring, Sir, are you satisfied with your experience? I nodded, very satisfied. Then please, he presented a tray holding a square piece of yellow silk cloth. Understanding, I realized this was a signal for a tip. I rummaged through my pocket and found 10 coins, just as I was about to place them on the tray when the waiter shook his head. You misunderstand? Please keep this silk scarf. We will be expecting your esteemed presence the night after tomorrow. Who is we? Where will you be expecting us? The waiter ignored my questions and turned to assist other patrons. I examined the scarf, turning it over in my hands. It seemed unremarkable, but if I were to guess, it likely originated from the performer with the three-stringed instrument. Could he be the Ghost King who governs the order of the entire ghost market? Exiting the Sanzuo tea house, it was already past 10 o'clock. Having endured a long journey, we were all thoroughly exhausted. On the way back, Lu Dashao suddenly surveyed his surroundings and exclaimed, Wait, where's Gaimian? We jumped in alarm. How had this fellow slipped away so stealthily, seizing an opportunity to vanish? As we were preparing to return in search, Gaimian sauntered over from behind, casting a provocative glance at us and disdainfully remarked, If I truly wished to flee, would I have to wait until now? You fools, while you were busy dozing off, a tail followed you without your notice. Enough, I've escorted you. Don't mention it, I'm off to sleep now. With that, Gaimian placed one end of the rope into my hand and walked away without looking back. The other end of the rope was tied to a gaunt figure, who was now trembling all over. His beady eyes darting restlessly. What is your name? Why were you following us? The man stammered. My name is In Fuguwei. I'm the third in line. They all call me In San. Chapter 58. The Ghost Market Shrouded in Mist. Part 2. Lu Dashao had an innate aversion to such individuals. He approached and slapped the man's face, flexing his bicep in intimidation. Why were you trailing us? Speak up, or I shall. Terrified, In San, overwhelmed by the imposing figure before him, fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. Please don't hit me, I'll talk. It was somewhat amusing. This In San was a notorious ne'er-do-well in Xi'an, perpetually chasing after petty schemes, idling his days away. When funds ran low, he resorted to deceit and theft, only to squander his earnings at nightclubs, billiard halls, and bars. Yesterday, at a tea house, upon noticing me preparing to tip with a 10-yuan bill and hearing my foreign accent, he assumed we were affluent and decided to follow us to the hotel, intending to seize an opportunity in our absence. Unfortunately for him, Gaimian, a practitioner of voodoo from the southwestern Miao region, had been dealing with the venomous creatures of the woods since childhood. Nothing escaped her keen perception. After tailing us covertly, he was caught red-handed by Gaimian, and under her intimidation, he nearly divulged the whereabouts of his family's household registration book. All right, let him go. We don't need unnecessary complications. Upon hearing my words, Lu Dashao flung In San away, scolding, Scram! Don't follow us, or I'll break your legs. After dealing with In San, we succumbed to drowsiness and fell asleep as soon as we returned to the hotel. The next morning, while having breakfast, Su Hanying suggested we take out the yellow silk cloth for examination. For security reasons, Lu Dashao had kept it in his possession the previous night. As he rummaged through his pockets, his expression grew increasingly troubled, and he nearly stripped down in the breakfast shop in search of it. I distinctly placed it in my pocket. Lu Dashao exclaimed, smacking his forehead, Oh no! That damned In San must have stolen it. What, brother, have you lost your marbles? How could you let someone steal such an important item? Enough of your chatter. I silenced Xiao Zhuge, who was increasingly resembling an old sage, his words becoming increasingly acerbic. If this continued, I feared Lu Dashao might twist his head off to use as a chamber pot. Though Lu Daxiao had previously expressed such intentions on multiple occasions, we should have stripped him last night. What now? We're done for. Lu Daxiao looked at me with a pleading expression. I shrugged. Based on my experience, I have no idea how to handle such matters. If you sent me two malevolent spirits, I do know what to do, but a thief, that's beyond my training. Su Hanying. What do you suggest? Yesterday, the divination that appeared in your mind is generally referred to as synesthesia. It is said that some geomancers, such as Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng from the Tang dynasty, along with the descendants of Li Chunfeng who mastered the true secrets of residential feng shui, could inexplicably sense divination, thus predicting fortunes and misfortunes. This is known as synesthesia. Her words seemed unrelated to the topic at hand, yet among us, she was the most astute, so we patiently awaited her conclusion. Are you done rambling? The yellow silk cloth is missing. Can you hear me? Su Hanying cast a sidelong glance at Zhuge Qingfeng, who was already fuming, and disdainfully remarked, Your anger is too overwhelming. How do you expect to master the Taoist arts? All right, enough teasing. Xi'an is vast. With alleys and streets, we are strangers here. How do we search? If you venture out in any direction, you might get lost yourself. Yesterday, Shen Rufing's divination indicated that our journey would be smooth, but we must act in unity. Speak cautiously and practice moderation. Therefore, my suggestion is to eat first. Perhaps after the meal, we will have some breakthroughs. The 6 lines divination originates from the 8 trigrams of Fuxi, with each hexagram divided into 6 lines, used to precisely reflect the developmental laws of events, already embodying the early notions of modern philosophy that all things are in constant flux. Thus, in feng shui divination, the 6 lines divination is far more precise than either the Fuxi or Wenwang hexagrams. In our moment of urgency, we had forgotten about the divination from the previous night. Su Hanying made a valid point. We could only focus on having our meal first. After finishing our meal, just as we were about to return to our room, I caught Lu Daxiao's attention. Master Lu, look, I see that Yin San. Behind us, the scrawny figure of Yin San was flirting with a young lady at the front desk. Upon seeing him, Lu Daxiao wasted no time, rolling up his sleeves and striding towards Yin San. Sensing an ominous chill behind him, as soon as Yin San turned around, he was seized by Lu Daxiao's formidable grip. Lifted like a child. Big brother. Let us talk this over. We can discuss things. Yin San spoke with a quavering voice, pleading desperately. I stepped in front of Lu Daxiao. After all, we were not in Luoqing, and if trouble arose, no one would come to our aid. The young lady who had been flirting with Yin San appeared to be quite accustomed to such scenes, teasing him. Yin San, who have you stolen from this time? What terrible luck to walk right into a trap. Without waiting for Yin San to respond, Lu Daxiao dragged him to the other side of the lobby and pressed him onto a sofa. Glaring menacingly, Where is my stuff? Yin San's eyes darted around rapidly, trembling as he asked, What stuff? Whatever you want, I would plunge into fire and water for you. Less nonsense. Where is the yellow silk cloth from last night? Yellow Dado? That piece of yellow cloth, it's in my pocket. I'm sorry. I took it without thinking. Brother, please keep it safe and let me go. Lu Daxiao took the yellow cloth Yin San handed over and inspected it thoroughly before allowing him to leave. I whispered to Lu Daxiao, I suspect this cloth has been sealed with profound sorcery. Let us return and see if we can unravel it. Just as we entered the elevator, Yin San unexpectedly followed us in. Speaking mysteriously, I just overheard you two mention sealing and such. You're into feng shui and supernatural matters, right? I know a top-notch feng shui master in Xi'an, quite impressive. How about I take you to meet him? Get lost. Just seeing you annoys me. Lu Daxiao shoved Yin San out. Yet, upon feeling his pocket, he discovered a business card. Yin Asset Management Company, Yin Fuguwei. This little rascal was remarkably swift. Upon returning to the room, I summoned everyone and began brainstorming regarding the yellow silk cloth. Lu Daxiao suggested placing the cloth over a fire, as he had seen in a television drama where agents exchanged information this way, and the words would appear as they heated it. The others dismissed his suggestion, with Xiao Zhuge delivering a barrage of ridicule. Seeing Lu Daxiao still bewildered, he simply tossed him a bag of walnuts to bolster his brain. I held the yellow silk cloth and said, I want to try using blood magic to see if I can extract the mechanism embedded in this cloth. Given how eerie the tea house was, I suspect this cloth is no exception, in a way. What if you fall into madness again? None of us could handle you. It's fine. If I do fall into madness, I'll just use voodoo to eliminate myself and turn me into a puppet. Gaimian, perhaps influenced by our company, surprisingly cracked a joke. Chapter 59. Entering the Ghost Market. Part 1. I had already made calculations in my mind and stated, "No worries, Miss Su. If you notice any signs of me falling into madness, just use the wolf teeth to restrain me, and don't forget, I still have your blood, Guanyin." With that, I focused my mind, controlling the blood magic to flow gradually from my fingertips. A continuous stream of crimson energy soon enveloped the entire yellow silk cloth. I felt like a dam under immense pressure. Once a breach occurred, the blood magic would attempt to burst forth entirely. Thus, I exerted all my strength to control it, fearing another descent into madness. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely, and just as I felt my body growing numb, on the verge of collapse, the yellow silk cloth finally reacted. Zhuge Qingfeng hastily placed a calming talisman on my back to help me reclaim the blood magic. The others quickly gathered around to watch. I wiped the beads of sweat off my forehead and saw a line of small characters emerge on the cloth. The lotus has no intention. The one who knocks has a heart. At midnight, the great immortal presides. What does this mean? We all turned to Su Hanying in unison. Isn't it obvious? You don't know. This refers to the Lianxin Temple in the northern suburbs of Xi'an. Haven't you heard of it? Su Hanying looked at us with a mix of exasperation and disappointment. I told you to read more books instead of just focusing on eating and munching on walnuts. This means we should go to Lianxin Temple tomorrow night at 11. But where does it mention the time? In response to Zhuge Qingfeng's question, Su Hanying sighed in resignation. At midnight refers to the time between 11 and 1 in the ancient times. We'll be fine if we arrive early. As for the great immortal presiding, we'll only be able to verify that when we get there. Thus, we spent an uneventful day in the hotel until the following evening. After packing our belongings, we hailed a cab to the Luohua Mountain in the northern suburbs of Xi'an. Luohua Mountain is a branch of the Qinling Mountains, relatively low in elevation, and compared to the towering Qinling, it could only be likened to a small earthworm. Upon reaching the base of Luohua Mountain, the taxi driver flatly refused to drive any further up. Su Hanying produced a 50-yuan note, stating, "All right, how about a little extra?" Little did the taxi driver know, when faced with such a substantial sum of money, he repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. "You folks must be from out of town. What brings you here in the dead of night?" Any true local in Xi'an knows that this Luhuashan is essentially a mass grave. Throughout history, countless souls have perished here due to wars, plagues, or even as vagrants, all buried beneath the surface. With a single shovel, one could unearth the bones of dozens. This place is cursed, and I will not venture there. Seeing that the driver was adamant in his refusal, we had no choice but to proceed on foot. Fortunately, the distance from Luhuashan to Lianxin Temple was only a little over 100 meters in elevation, and we arrived after a short walk. The weather today was unexpectedly pleasant, and the flickering lights from the woods on either side confirmed the driver's words. Zhuge Qingfeng sighed. The scientific explanation for those ghostly lights is the combustion of phosphorus, but who can truly say that they are not the vengeful spirits of the wronged, striving to breach the barrier between the realms of the living and the dead? Their sparks igniting in their desperate attempts. Before long, we reached the entrance of Lianxin Temple, which had deteriorated beyond mere lack of visitors. Within the crumbling walls stood the dilapidated Daxiong Baodian, trembling in its frailty. Lianxin Temple had been in disrepair for quite some time, making it a fitting location for the ghost market, indeed well hidden. Su Hanying surveyed the surroundings and boldly stepped inside, prompting us to follow in a single-file line into the main hall. The golden statue of the Buddha had suffered extensive damage, and our thorough search yielded no results. I expressed my confusion. How strange. What could be the reason for this? Miss Su, could it be that you have miscalculated? Su Hanying appeared equally perplexed. It shouldn't be this difficult. We are about to use magic to unveil the mystery. The riddle beneath shouldn't be so hard to decipher. Lianxin Temple. It is the most plausible explanation. The lotus is indifferent, yet the one who knocks has intent. At the witching hour, the great immortal sits in session. The great immortal sits in session? Yes. You all, search for a shadow around here. A shadow? Indeed, a shadow resembling the golden statue of the Huangxian in a northeastern temple. Quickly. Although we were uncertain of her intentions, we began to search within the Daxiong Baodian. The entire hall was nearly turned upside down by our efforts. Yet not a trace of the Huangxian shadow could be found. It was baffling. Su Hanying sat on a cushion, deep in thought. The great immortal sits in session. Sits in session. As she spoke, Su Hanying circled the Buddha statue. At which point I noticed a peculiar shadow on the shadow wall behind the statue. The moonlight filtering through the surrounding walls cast a square shape, and most importantly, within that square, the branches of a tree, illuminated by the moonlight, resembled a slender weasel, proudly raising its body, creating an image akin to the Huangxian in the temple. This is it. Following the shadow on the wall, I located the tree where the branches were situated. As I approached the tree, I felt something unusual beneath my feet. Gently stepping down, I discovered that the ground seemed hollow. Let me try. Lu Dashao also noticed the anomaly, stepping forward to clear away the dirt, revealing a steel plate with an iron ring on top. After considerable effort to lift the plate, we were greeted by a descending staircase leading into a seemingly bottomless tunnel. It appeared that the ghost market lay beneath us. We must proceed. Among us, I, possessing blood and malice, took the lead, while Lu Dashao brought up the rear. Following the dim light of the electric lamps along the walls, we descended the staircase into the tunnel. The tunnel was narrow enough for only two to walk side by side, with electric lamps positioned every few meters. Some walls even bore embedded white bones. Everyone, be cautious. Once we enter the ghost market, refrain from speaking carelessly. Remember the divination phrases, speak cautiously, and be mindful of your diet, especially you, young Zhuge. This place is rife with danger. Should anything go awry, we may not be able to save you. Zhuge Qingfeng nodded impatiently. After 5 or 6 minutes, we finally arrived at an old-fashioned air raid shelter door. Just as I was about to knock, a small window on the door opened, and a voice called out, "To enter the ghost market, you must first go through the skin examination." I looked around and finally spotted an open compartment beside the door, which contained 5 wicked-looking masks with green faces and sharp fangs. After donning the masks, we knocked once more, and the voice from the window echoed. Once in the ghost market, you must shed your true identity. Otherwise, you will be inscribed on the death ledger with no way back. Nodding, I turned to the others and said, "The rules here are strict. We cannot use our real names. From now on, let us assign each other nicknames. Ada, Aer, Asan." Lu Dashao became Ada. I was Aer, Su Hanying was Asan, Zhuge Qingfeng was a Si, and Gai Mian was a Yao. With everything settled, we entered the gate with trepidation. As we stepped into the ghost market, we were immediately struck by its vastness, a hidden paradise. Unlike the dim, damp tunnel we had traversed, this place was brightly lit, filled with lingering fragrances. Surrounding us were numerous stalls, bustling yet orderly. I glanced around, taking in everything from engraved steels to Buddhist beads and tea sets, everything one could desire. Lu Dashao was in awe, exclaiming, "Goodness, the items here are truly remarkable. A glance reveals no fakes. Everything is fresh." "Oh, you can even discern these? How about we barter for a few items?" Su Hanying and Lu Dashao wandered from stall to stall, lamenting the lack of extra eyes. Meanwhile, I was solely focused on finding the jade printing sand. "Sir, would you like to examine the goods?" A stall owner wearing a spotted dog mask caught my attention. Unable to resist, I paused, and the vendor, noticing my interest, became more eager. "Good sir, take a look. I specialize in all kinds of precious stones and jade artifacts, all top quality. Feel free to browse." Precious stones and jade, my interest piqued. If I couldn't find someone selling printing ink, then this seller of seals might have some information. "Boss, I won't peruse the items on display. Could you bring me 2 pieces from below to inspect?" The vendor's eyes brightened at my words. "Ah, a connoisseur. Please wait a moment." He retrieved a wooden box from beneath the counter. "Aha, a sandalwood box. This vendor is quite generous. As the saying goes, a fine horse deserves a fine saddle," which suggested that the contents within were likely extraordinary. "As a connoisseur, please take a look and choose wisely." The vendor carefully opened the box and presented it before me. "Western Zhou Ancient Jade?" The vendor's eyes sparkled with excitement. "You have a discerning eye. This is a Western Zhou cloud and thunder pattern carved white jade disc. A true treasure. Once you leave the ghost market, you won't find anything like it outside. If you're genuinely interested, I'll give you a discount, a significant one. That's quite the jest. Even if we bundled all 5 of us together, it wouldn't cover the cost." I cautiously inquired, "Do you have any printing ink?" "Printing ink?" The vendor's demeanor shifted instantly, hastily withdrawing the ancient jade and waving his hand dismissively. "No, No, what a stroke of bad luck. Not buying, yet still wanting to look at my goods. Do you take me for a fool? Hurry and leave. Please, don't be hasty. I was merely inquiring. If you don't have it, I'll seek out another vendor. No, no. You can find that sort of thing in a supermarket. 10 boxes for $1. I grasped the vendor's hand as he attempted to pack up, leaning in to whisper. The printing ink I seek is Jade Printing Sand. Jade Printing Sand? How do you know of it? That's not your concern. Tell me, do you have it or not? The vendor's reaction was quite peculiar. He quickly seized my arm and said, How could I possibly have that? Only the Ghost King possesses it. Not even the May family, who produce Jade Printing Sand, would have it. Why not? The May family can create it themselves. And how is that done? I've heard that the essential ingredient, the Phoenix Stone, is monopolized by the Ghost King, and even the May family lacks access to it. As I continued to converse with the vendor, a loud gong echoed through the market. The Ghost King has arrived. Extinguish the lights. With the command, all the surrounding lights were extinguished in an instant. On a distant platform, a lean man ascended, proclaiming, The Ghost Market is reopened. I urge everyone to listen attentively, refrain from anger, deceit, arrogance, and counterfeit goods. Violators shall be met with no mercy. Su Haniying's voice rang in my ear. The Ghost King possesses such a magnetic voice. However, what does no mercy for violators mean? The vendor whispered. In the Ghost Market, there are no counterfeit goods. Being able to trade here means living without worry. If one is caught violating the 4 prohibitions, the Ghost King will expel you from the Ghost Market. Expulsion? What is so frightening about that? Once we made enough money, we can just leave. What do you know? Throughout history, those expelled from the Ghost Market have met untimely and horrific death. It's said that before they die, they claw their own faces to shreds. This chilling revelation sent shivers down our spines. In this Ghost Market, all items were authentic treasures, but the reckless disregard for human life reminded me strangely of faceless beings and sorcerers. Today in the Ghost Market, there is another matter. Since time immemorial, the Ghost Market has been governed by my family, and as of now, there is no successor. Therefore, starting today, I will consider a successor to take over the Ghost Market and all properties under my name. At this point, he paused, seemingly casting a glance in our direction before continuing. Including Jade Printing Sand and the essential ingredient, the Phoenix Stone. What was this Ghost King up to? What was happening? This was all too sudden. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a masked ghostly figure stepped forward to announce the Ghost King's so-called selection plan for a successor. Listening to the plan, it became evident that 99 of those present would no longer dare to dream of controlling this underground empire. The first round of the selection plan required all participants to submit a demon-slaying artifact within 10 days. Subsequently, to evaluate the effectiveness of the artifact, the Ghost King would conduct tests in unforeseen ways. Ultimately, 3 winners would be selected to endure the final trial. Everyone present could sign up for the first round, but prior to registration, they must sign a death contract. Originally filled with enthusiasm and eager to participate, upon seeing the death contract, the crowd promptly withdrew. Zhuge Qingfeng, naturally drawn to the spectacle and unperturbed by the chaos, stepped forward to inscribe his illustrious name. To my astonishment, Su Haniying and Gai Mian also affixed their signatures. Lu Dashao hesitated for a considerable time, glancing at me before ultimately relinquishing the idea. However, when it was my turn, the ghostly envoy came to a halt. Observing my reluctance to put pen to paper, the Ghost King emerged from the crowd, addressing me. Young brother, with such a commanding presence and striking demeanor. Why do you hesitate to take a chance? I was willing to try, yet the life and death contract was rather intimidating. After a moment of silence, the Ghost King suddenly inquired, What, young brother, do you have no interest in the Jade Seal Sand? How do you know? Who are you? I retorted warily, determined not to show any sign of complacency. Yet, the Ghost King exhibited no wariness as he sauntered past me, leaving behind the cryptic remark, I possess what you seek, a debtor of life. Now, that white jade sewn with the western Zhou cloud and thunder pattern shall be my gift to you, so do not be modest. The Ghost King truly lived up to his title, with insight that seemed to penetrate our very essence. Reluctantly, I inscribed my name, willing to gamble my life. The vendor had already packaged the sandalwood box and presented it with newfound enthusiasm. Your item is ready. I failed to recognize your connection to the Ghost King. Please forgive my ignorance. We shall not take this, I declared, slapping Zhuge Qingfeng's drooling head as I prepared to turn away. The vendor hastily obstructed our path. Oh? Esteemed guests, do not jest with me. In the ghost market, how many long to converse with the Ghost King? They plead and beseech, yet it may not even bear fruit. Today, the Ghost King has engaged with you warmly. You are revered guests of the ghost market. It is an honor to conduct business with you, rest assured. The payment has already been settled by the ghostly envoy. Chapter 61. Lunghu Mountain and the Zhuyu Sect, Part 1. I waved my hand dismissively. Thank you for your kind intentions. But consider this item a gift from me to you. Keep it for your own enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qingfeng nearly bit me, while Lu Daxiao grimaced in disbelief. Su Hanying leaned closer, her alluring fragrance wafting towards me. What are you playing at? I shook my head and attempted to leave once more. The vendor dropped to his knees before me, pleading, Esteemed sir, please do not jest. The Ghost King specifically sent you this gift. How could I dare accept it? If you refuse, I cannot survive in this ghost market. I beg of you. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face as he bowed repeatedly, witnessing the growing crowd. I reluctantly helped the vendor to his feet. Fine. I shall hold on to it for now. Please do not act this way. The vendor instantly brightened. Thank you. Thank you. Clutching the valuable agarwood box, I felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Subsequently, we wandered aimlessly through the ghost market, while Lu Daxiao and Zhuge Qingfeng dragged Su Hanying, the cash cow, to shop. The entire ghost market, energized by my exchange with the Ghost King, showered us with unusual fervor. Yet, this very enthusiasm stirred a sense of unease within me. I was unaccustomed to being so exposed. Gai Mian approached, her tone as frosty as iron. Gai Mian, does killing truly bring you joy? The question unexpectedly crossed my mind. Previously, I studied medicine under Granny Bu Yun, saving countless lives. Later, as a practitioner of curses, I took many lives. Which path do you believe brings me joy? Saving lives? No, taking lives? Neither. Gazing at Gai Mian, her perspective on the world piqued my curiosity. Neither saving nor taking lives could grant me happiness. Rather, it was to instill dependence or fear in others, to become the indispensable center of their existence, that truly pleased me. After hearing Gai Mian's words, I understood her relentless desire to accompany us, seeking an opportunity for vengeance against the old Taoist. The brutal demise of her subordinates left her unable to provide an explanation, further tarnishing her reputation as the foremost practitioner of curses. The old Taoist had betrayed her, abandoning her to face death alone. A disgraceful treachery indeed. As for those who betrayed her, the villagers who had served her family for generations were all mercilessly killed through her curses, transformed into goo. What will you do once you have avenged yourself? I inquired. Upon hearing my question, Gai Mian halted, her gaze filled with astonishment. After a long moment of eye contact, she slowly replied, Leave it to fate. Our conversation was abruptly interrupted by the ghostly envoy. One of them approached me, saying, Brave souls who have signed the life and death contract, the Ghost King requests your presence. Gai Mian and I followed the ghostly envoy through the hollowed-out Mount Luohua, traversing a winding cave until we reached an unremarkable stone door. Please enter. The Ghost King awaits you. Upon entering the room, I found Zhuge Qingfeng and the others had been waiting for some time. Noticing Gai Mian and me arriving late, the young Taoist couldn't help but express his discontent. That moment, the Ghost King emerged from the inner chamber proclaiming, You are all brave souls who have signed the life and death contract. Until now, aside from myself, no one knows your true identities or names. The ghost market has existed for 3,000 years, from the time of King Wu of the Western Zhou until today. Throughout these 3 millennia, dynasties have risen and fallen, histories have ebbed and flowed, all of which are irrelevant to me. The ghost market forever dwells in darkness, serving darkness. My family has been part of this legacy for countless generations. And I have no heirs or brothers. Yet, the ghost market cannot be without a Ghost King. The Ghost King is the core of the ghost market's operations. Thus, I have summoned you today to select the new Ghost King. Who shall take charge of the entire ghost market? Enough with the rambling. When it comes to exorcising demons, I, Su Biao of Lunghu Mountain, claim second place. Who dares to claim first? A burly man donned in a black bear mask. His physique imposing, could no longer contain himself and began to shout. Beside him stood a man of similar height and build, wearing a mask resembling the fortune child. Upon hearing Su Biao's words, the masked man couldn't help but sneer. You Longhu Mountain practitioners are truly something. Have you foolishly trained in the pure Yang Wuji technique, thinking your meager skills can ascend to the heavens? What did you say? The man's words infuriated Su Biao. He tore off his mask and brandished a short staff, charging at the fortune child without hesitation. Witnessing the imminent clash, we retreated to the doorway. Glancing at the Ghost King, who appeared unfazed, calmly seated beside a stone table, savoring his tea, Su Biao recited an incantation, and the short staff glimmered with purple lightning, tracing an arc as it surged toward the fortune child. Oh no, that is the Jinwu demon subduing staff from Longhu Mountain. Is it formidable? Zhuge Qingfeng inquired, nodding. Longhu Mountain practices a fiercely domineering pure yang demon subduing technique. While it's termed subduing demons, it is more akin to extermination. The methods are ruthless and brutal, yet effective against evil spirits. The Jinwu demon subduing staff channels its wielder's power into purple lightning, enveloping the staff crafted from the locust tree, making it a deadly weapon against malevolent entities. While we conversed, Su Biao had already closed in on the fortune child. We gasped in anticipation. The fortune child suddenly parried the short staff with his folding fan, revealing that its ribs were made of metal. Before Su Biao could react, the fortune child used his left hand to block the staff and unleashed several silver needles with his right. The immortal bone purification technique? Is that from the Zhu Yu sect of Jiangsu and Zhujiang? Zhuge Qingfeng mentioned names I had never encountered before, but the silver needles before us were undeniably lethal. According to his explanation, the silver needles used in the immortal bone purification technique were crafted from a unique stone found at the bottom of Taihu Lake. Legend has it that when Yuhua traveled to the southern waters, she wept upon seeing the lack of lakes in the area, and her tears formed Taihu Lake, the soft wind stone produced from the lake's bottom. Once refined and tempered, could be fashioned into silver needles. The Jiangsu and Zhujiang regions have been prosperous since ancient times, allowing the Zhu Yu sect to utilize these silver needles for healing, while also mastering the immortal bone purification technique, where the needles resemble the bones of immortals, targeting and neutralizing all evils with precision. A true talisman against malevolence. Seeing this, Su Biao did not evade. Instead, he smiled and braced himself, allowing the needles to pierce his left shoulder. Initially, he believed his robust physique would enable him to deal with the fortune child before addressing the needles, but as soon as the needles made contact with his skin, they seemed to possess a life of their own, burrowing into his flesh. At first, Su Biao paid no heed, but as the two engaged, he gradually became sluggish and fatigued. Ultimately, he collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth and motionless. Chapter 62. Longhu Mountain and the Zhu Yu sect, Part 2. Well, truly worthy of the unfathomable young master of the Zhu Yu sect from Jiangnan. However, this incident may bring me trouble, the Ghost King remarked, seemingly applauding while subtly defusing the situation. Consequently, the unfathomable young master stepped forward, placing his palm on Su Biao's back, and with a firm motion. Several silver needles, now stained with blood, flew into his hand. Su Biao gasped for air, as if released from a chokehold. All right, Mr. Su, you have lost. If it weren't for the unfathomable young master's mercy, you would likely be dead by now. Su Biao rose, begrudgingly retreating. Now that Longhu Mountain and the Zhu Yu sect have presented their treasures, what about you? The Ghost King turned his gaze toward our group. Zhuge Qingfeng whispered, these two possess unfathomable strength. It seems this challenge is not merely about presenting treasures, but rather a test of skill. Presently, only the head of the cursed practitioners and Shan Rufeng possess any magical power. I do not trust this head of the cursed practitioners. Perhaps we should withdraw. As we engaged in hushed whispers, the Ghost King cleared his throat and said, very well. I had initially intended to grant you a few days' time. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, both Longhu Mountain and the Zhu Yu sect have revealed their treasures. Therefore, it is now your turn to present your treasures. Upon hearing this, Zhuge Qingfeng stepped forward and replied, Great Ghost King, after some deliberation, we have concluded that both parties are acting independently. It would be rather inappropriate for us to join forces. Thus, we shall forfeit and leave this individual present. This way, it remains a fair one-on-one encounter. Don't you agree? You little rascal, I have been shielding you. Before I could retort, the Ghost King nodded in agreement. Young brother, please proceed. I am in a predicament where retreat was not an option. a spark of inspiration struck me, and I thought of that peculiar artifact. Although its appearance was rather odd, it should serve well in dispelling evil. Turning around, I instructed little Zhuge, "Please cover for me. I shall return shortly." With that, I detached my spirit and arrived at the Guandi Temple. "Seventh Master, Eighth Master, I urgently require your assistance. Before long," Bai Wuchang. Yawning and without even donning his money-making hat, casually let his hair down and said, "Young Master Shin, may I ask a favor of you? We are on the night shift, and I would appreciate it if you could allow us some rest during the day." I pulled him down to sit, saying, "You're a ghost. What difference does it make between day and night?" Upon hearing my words, Bai Wuchang clearly looked displeased. Realizing my gaffe, I quickly added, all right, I'll come seek you at night next time. Wait. But it is night now. Enough of this chatter. May I borrow your soul-hitting rod? The soul-hitting rod? The one you stole last time. You haven't returned it yet." My head buzzed as I suddenly remembered that the rod had been left with the wandering corpse. Likely incinerated by the old Taoist priest. Young Master Shun, since we are discussing the soul-hitting rod, shouldn't you have returned it to me by now? Seeing me at a loss for words, Bai Wuchang burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha! The soul-hitting rod is an office supply granted to us by the King of Hell. It belongs to the public. Did you think it would be so easily lost? I anticipated your unreliability, so I secretly retrieved it. Here, use it, but remember to return it this time." I was taken aback by Bai Wuchang's seemingly kind demeanor, not realizing he was playing tricks on me. Grabbing the soul-hitting rod from the table, I hurriedly returned to my spirit's realm. In the realm of the living and the dead, time flows differently. A year in the underworld is but a fleeting moment in the mortal realm. Thus, from the perspective of the living, my absence was merely a blink of an eye. Once I regained my senses, I examined the soul-hitting rod. Despite its resemblance to a feather duster, I could feel the rod thrumming with ghostly energy. An undercurrent of lethal intent emanating from it. When I presented the rod, Su Biao grinned widely. "A little brat thinks he can pick up treasures with a feather duster? Hurry home before your mother discovers you've stolen it and punishes you." "Are you blind? This is not a feather duster." Zhuge Qingfeng, irritable, was about to reprimand Su Biao for his unrefined remarks. Su Biao, having been humiliated by Wei was eager to retaliate and said defiantly, "Oh? You are bringing a half-grown boy as your bodyguard? It seems you are not faring any better." Though I typically maintained a gentle demeanor and avoided conflict, Su Biao's imposing figure and insolence were infuriating. I cast a scornful glance his way, feeling the bloodthirst within me stir. "Very well, since you three are prepared, let us conclude this for today. I shall inform you of the specific time later." Su Biao and Wei took their leave. And as I was about to exit, the Ghost King called out, "At the 3 tea houses, 3 days hence, Wulong Diao Shao will commence." As the Ghost King finished speaking, realization dawned upon me. "You are de Sancian? Ha ha, until we meet again." The ghostly emissaries escorted us out of the ghost market, and it was already past midnight. I clutched the sandalwood box, having stowed the soul-hitting rod within my spirit's illusion. It was particularly difficult to hail a taxi at this hour, so we had no choice but to walk leisurely down from Luohua Mountain. "What do you plan to do with the Jade Song?" "Jade Song? How would I know?" Lu Dashao's words left me once again troubled. Such artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties could only be found in museums in the present world. Tio put it plainly. Private possession would lead to imprisonment if discovered. Hence, within the industry, such items were referred to as head-severing goods. Generally speaking, these were priceless treasures, not merely because their worth was difficult to assess, but because no one dared to assign a value to them. Thus, the Jade Song was destined to remain in my possession. Ist that akin to starving in front of a mountain of gold. Little Zhuge, the avaricious one, appeared thoroughly disheartened. Upon reaching the highway at the mountain's base, we exerted great effort to flag down a vehicle. After returning to the hotel, we quickly drifted into slumber. In the middle of the night, I suddenly found myself in an unfamiliar dream, walking along the edge of a cliff lined with lava. The air filled with screams and wails. My legs moved of their own accord, seemingly aware of their destination. At the bottom of the cliff, the path concluded at a towering wooden door, 5 stories high, with a small door for a person at its base. Driven by curiosity, I approached to examine it closely, discovering that the grand door appeared to be shrouded in some sort of seal. "You have finally arrived. Yes, I can smell a familiar scent. An ancient voice emanated from within the door. Peering through a gap wide enough for my hand, I saw an elderly man with hair and beard as red as fire sitting inside. Enough looking, it's you. I have finally met you. Who are you? Am I dreaming, or is this real? Fool, this is nothing. This is the deepest part of hell, and you are my key. Key? What nonsense are you spouting? Oh, I see something in you. The soul-hitting rod. A toy you carry with you. Listen closely, Shun Rufeng. Your bloodthirst is my power, a mere fraction of my strength. By using my power, you have signed a contract. Your life, your soul, belongs to me. Ha! In the past, such words would have left me agape, but now I found myself wanting to laugh. Dio, you know how many people have told me this very line. My soul is not my own. It is one of the 3 souls of King Wu. Thus, my life is not mine to command. Now you claim my soul is yours? You have truly sought the wrong person. The old man was evidently taken aback by my retort. In a fit of rage, he revealed his true form, resembling the demonic visage I had taken on when possessed by bloodthirst. Your soul can only belong to me. I am indifferent. What? The demon was utterly speechless. That I shrugged. I can only live until 27. When I die at that age, it won't even be my decision. So, feel free to skip over me and negotiate directly with others. Whoever strikes a deal gets to take me. How did I end up with such a nuisance? The demon muttered to himself before sitting down in frustration. I too sat down outside the door, inexplicably beginning to vent my frustrations. You know, I have a countdown running in my head, my death date already set. What meaning is there in living? The demon tilted his head and sighed. How would I know? I have been trapped here for thousands of years, and I no longer discern the difference between life and death. You mortals are truly fragile, living a mere few decades. It's pitiful. You speak of you mortals? So you have encountered other mortals? The demon scoffed, adjusting his 2 ghostly horns, and replied proudly, of course. Since the first generation of mortals, each successive generation has had one that I successfully lured. However, if it weren't for that old meddler Jiangxia disrupting my plans, I would have long since borrowed a corpse to return to the world and escape this wretched prison. Well, it seems you drew the short straw by selecting me. Not to worry, in less than 10 years, I will be dead, and then you can continue to wreak havoc on others. The demon waved his hand dismissively, no longer paying me any mind. After sitting in silence for a while, I decided to rise and leave, when suddenly a thought struck me. Can you return my power to me? The demon scrutinized me for a long moment before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. His mirth caused the entire valley of lava to boil. A wave of fear surged within me, and I instinctively reached for my waist. The Qing Tian talisman was still there, providing a glimmer of comfort. The demon glanced at me with disdain and said coldly, Your power? That so-called soul power bestowed upon you by Nuwa? Wake up. Have you not realized how weak mortals are? Do you truly believe that mortals are righteous beings, always standing against injustice? I have witnessed the tides of time for millennia and have come to understand one thing. Whether mortals or faceless specters, whether Nuwa or Jiangxia, they are all merely puppeteers manipulating their own interests. The only difference is that the so-called righteous ones cloak themselves in the guise of justice to mask their wicked schemes underneath. Abandon your unrealistic fantasies and accept my power, lest you perish in vain. And what of you? Are you not also seeking to borrow a corpse to return to the world and cause chaos? Ha ha ha. I have never claimed to be a good person. Ha ha ha. I simply dare to act on my intentions. I was about to argue when a cloud of dust from the valley obscured my vision, and the ground beneath me trembled. Losing my footing, I fell off the cliff, and in a moment of peril, I opened my eyes to find myself back in my hotel bed. Having lingered too long in the fiery depths of hell, I felt parched that I reached for a cup of water and gulped down 3 large cups before feeling somewhat better. So I drew back the curtains. The outside world remained enveloped in darkness, save for a faint glimmer of milky light at the horizon. Glancing up at the wall clock, I noted that it was 4 in the morning. Perhaps I could steal a few more moments of slumber. Just as I reclined on the bed, a cacophony of clinking and clattering arose from outside. Immediately following, I heard a distinct click as the locked window was flung open from the outside. A thief. I swiftly concealed myself beneath the bed, holding my breath in silence. A pair of feet, clad in cloth shoes, leapt through the window with practiced ease. It could only be one person, Ian San. He was intently focused on opening the safe, and I emerged from my hiding place, perching on the edge of the bed, keenly observing him. Ian San was indeed diligent, armed with a stethoscope and lock-picking tools. Wholly engrossed in his task, TOT's him, I extended a glass of water. Here, take a moment to hydrate. Ian San, oblivious to the danger, accepted the drink and took a sip. Thank you. Suddenly realizing the absurdity of his situation, he whipped around, only to find me grinning mischievously at him, trembling like a leaf. Keep at it. Show me what you've got. Big brother, please, I didn't mean to intrude. Why aren't you asleep at this hour? Ian San stammered, visibly rattled. Oh, Ian San, you never learn, do you? Now, enlighten me. What were you planning to steal this time? Sweating profusely as he sat on the floor, he fervently explained. Big brother, I truly had no idea this was your room. Why on earth would I target you? That big oaf. No, I mean that brother of yours. He's too formidable for me to provoke. This was purely a coincidence. Please spare me this time. I promise to be your loyal servant from now on. My amusement stemmed from the fact that I had already devised a plan. Su Hanying was right. As outsiders in this unfamiliar land, we could easily find ourselves in precarious situations. If we could employ Ian San, it would prove beneficial for us in Xi'an, whether we were seeking someone or pursuing other endeavors. The crux of the matter was that a street thug like Ian San needed to feel securely tethered by leverage before he would wholeheartedly commit to our cause. With a glint of mischief in my eyes, I remarked, All right, I shall let this slide for now. But should I catch you engaging in your old habits again, I'll be sure to hand you over to that big oaf. And after he has done with you, you can count on the sorcerer to turn you into a puppet. Yes, thank you, big brother. Whatever you need, just command me, I won't hesitate. Ian San had honed a keen sense of perception from his years on the streets. Therefore, I decided to be forthright. I require your assistance in gathering information on a few individuals. Point 1 is Mei Yike, a local artisan specializing in seal paste. The second is Su Biao, a man even larger than your friend, a Taoist from Lunghu Mountain. Lastly, there is a person of similar stature to mine, known as Wu Yagongzi. Aside from Mei Yike, I need you to ascertain the backgrounds of the other two. As for Mei Yike, it is imperative that you discover his whereabouts. Of course. Not to boast, but from the Drum Tower to the Terracotta Army, as long as they are in Xi'an, whether living or deceased, I can certainly track them down. Upon finishing my request, as if to showcase his abilities before me, he picked up the phone in my room and made an external call, directing his associates with a casual air. After hanging up, he turned to me with a flattering demeanor. All set, big brother. The other two will have their addresses and backgrounds for you within a day. As for Mei Yike, I have a brother who may have seen him recently. However, he wanders the streets without a fixed abode, so locating him might take some time. What do you think? Enough chatter. I expect results within 3 days. Come to the hotel and find me then. Having released Ian San, dawn broke. After breakfast, Zhuge Qingfeng dragged Su Hanying, this financial resource, to continue their exploration of Xi'an. It was understandable. Being a girl, her curiosity was piqued, having spent considerable time in Southeast Asia without visiting the mainland. Thus, she accompanied Zhuge Qingfeng outside. Lu Daxiao and I returned to our room, where I recounted the events of the previous night's dream to him. Lu Daxiao furrowed his brow thoughtfully and remarked, Could it be that this is merely a dream of yours? I shook my head, stating that ever since I had entered the realm of the debt-bound, I could no longer distinguish between dreams and reality. I felt certain that the malevolent spirit, the Azura, was not a figment of my imagination. The sensation of hell was all too tangible. He continued, From the inception of the debt-bound, each generation has been haunted by a being seduced by their powers, seeking to usurp their bodies and return to life. Yet, every time, Jiang Zia intervenes to thwart them. Is this true? Lu Daxiao took a deep drag from his cigarette, nodding. What you describe is familiar to me. I recall hearing as a child about a debt-bound individual from the Shanjianmen who experienced a similar fate. However, it was not attributed to this so-called Azura. The debt-bound referred to it as Shadu, meaning the poison of blood calamity that manifests after the Sha erupts. Prior to this, blood calamity was seen as a mutation of spirit energy, immensely powerful yet exceedingly perilous. With the frequent use of blood calamity, one's sanity gradually erodes, culminating in the emergence of the Sha poison, reducing the individual to a mere shell. Sha poison, I mused, realizing the Azura had not deceived me. However, the mention of Sha poison sparked an idea for a remedy. What remedy? After I departed the debt-bound life and entered the Shaolin Temple, I came across accounts in the scripture repository of a debt-bound individual seeking a cure for blood calamity at Shaolin. The eminent monk, Master Yu Chan, utilized the Da Xian Shan Fa incantation to counteract the Sha poison. Do you know this incantation? Of course not. This is a closely guarded secret of Shaolin. I am merely an outer disciple and have not studied the heart techniques, so it would be impossible for me to possess such skills. Then we must hope for assistance from the Baolin Temple. In the ensuing days, Zhuge Qingfeng took Gaimian and Su Hanying out for culinary adventures, while Lu Daxiao and I frequented the tea houses at Sanzuotu, listening to music. Yet, we never heard the performance of Wulong Diao Xiao again. I requested it several times, but each time, the performer failed to embody the spirit of the Ghost King. On the following night, Lu Daxiao and I had our fill of tea at Sanzuotu and were humming a tune as we arrived at the hotel lobby. There, we found Yin San waiting for us. Upon seeing me return, he reluctantly concluded his animated conversation with the young lady at the front desk and approached. Big brother, I have news. Lu Daxiao glared at Yin San with suspicion, and I recounted the previous night's events where Yin San had been caught in the act of thievery but subsequently agreed to assist me. Once Lu Daxiao relaxed his guard, Yin San bravely spoke that Su Biao from Longhu Mountain resides outside the city at Chaotian Temple. He never leaves his doorstep, engrossed in bizarre research. The brothers I sent dared not approach, claiming the place reeked so foul that it made one nauseous. As for that Wu Yagongzi, he hails from Jiangnan and stays at the Jiangnan Chamber of Commerce's guest house. He is quite active, dining with various leaders and executives in Xi'an, reputed to be a favored guest, and Mei Yike. I am most concerned about his whereabouts. Why was something belonging to the Mei family so easily claimed by the Ghost King? It defies all logic, Yin San whispered. My associates say Mei Yike passed away a few years ago under mysterious circumstances. Dead? Indeed, his demise was rather gruesome. They say his face was completely torn apart. Yin San elaborated animatedly. This manner of death struck me as eerily familiar. The vendor at the ghost market who sold me the Western Zhou cloud-patterned jade song had mentioned that anyone who dared defy the rules of the ghost market would meet an untimely demise, often leaving their faces in tatters before death. Could it be that Mei Yike met his end for violating the ghost market's regulations? If that were the case, it would make sense that the Phoenix Stone fell into the hands of the Ghost King. Where is Mei Yike buried? At Changsongling Cemetery outside the city. Here, take a look. My men captured a photograph. Yin San produced a photograph taken by his associate, revealing Mei Yike's gravestone, which bore only the name Mei Yike. It appeared that Mei Yike had indeed remained solitary, for there was no indication of a gravestone caretaker. All right, I understand. Yin San, I have a task for you. Complete it, and I shall reward you handsomely. Fail, and you need not worry about my involvement. Someone else will take care of your future. Yin San, sensing the gravity of the situation, cautiously inquired, Big brother, what is the task? I retrieved the Western Zhou cloud-patterned jade song, placing it in Yin San's hands as Lu Daxiao looked on in astonishment. He, unfamiliar with artifacts, examined it closely and asked, Big brother, what does this mean? Is it a gift for me? A gift? How naive. This is a relic from the Western Zhou dynasty. To put it bluntly, if it is exposed, it could lead to your execution. Do you understand? Keep it safe for me. I fear it might get damaged if I carry it with me. When I return, I will make sure you are generously compensated. Remember, do not let it see the light of day. Western Zhou? My heavens, I cannot accept this, such a deadly item. My petty thievery is merely to make ends meet, not to invite a bullet to my head. Noticing his inclination to return it, I quickly retreated, warning him. You must hold onto it carefully. If it gets damaged, you'd be serving time in prison. Rest assured, once my business is concluded, I will reward you doubly, ensuring your life is filled with wealth and prosperity. Having said this, I did not allow him time to reconsider and pulled Lu Daxiao back to our room. The moment we stepped into the elevator, Lu Daxiao began to complain. This is utterly reckless. Entrusting something to a thief is akin to letting a cat nap on a salted fish. Not so. I chuckled. If we were to guard it meticulously, he would inevitably steal it in due time. Even if he refrained from thievery, any damage would result in us suffering in silence. Handing it over shifts the burden onto him. Whether lost or damaged, he will bear the responsibility. Do you understand? Oh, Lu Dashao chuckled meaningfully. Who would have thought? You little rascal are quite the sly one yourself. Chapter 65. The Great Escape from Fengdu Ghost City, Part 1. All right, enough with the foolish laughter. Tonight, we shall split into two groups. You and I will continue to the tea house to enjoy the opera, while Zhuge Qingfeng and his companions will pay a visit to Mei Yike's grave at Changsongling Cemetery. Zhuge Qingfeng and his companions returned in a daze after indulging until past 6. Upon hearing about the task I had arranged for him, he readily agreed, saying, I've been worried about having nothing to do lately, fearing my skills might atrophy. What's a grave visit? That's my forte, ladies. Let's go. Checking the time, it was nearly time for the show to begin, so Lu Dashao and I tidied up briefly and made our way to the Sanzuoda tea house. Server, upon my arrival, the attendant approached me with a tune sheet, saying, Hello, back to support us again. Today, we have something you might enjoy. Pointing to the morning of the Wulong, I inquired, Oh? Is the Sanxian playing to perfection? The server whispered, Indeed, it is. The same performer as your last visit. Surely, the Ghost King had returned. I ordered the morning of the Wulong and patiently awaited their appearance. Indeed, the Sanxian still wore a mask. Once the performance concluded, the server invited us backstage. Su Biao and young Master Ye had been waiting there for quite some time. After Lu Dashao and I arrived, only I was permitted to enter, leaving Lu Dashao to wait at the door. Everyone, since we're all here, I shall announce the proceedings. Given that only 3 have shown up for the first round of testing, the initial battle shall also be the final battle. Tonight marks both the first and last round. The victor shall claim the entirety of the ghost market. Su Biao rubbed his fists together, eager for the ghost market, revealing no trace of a practitioner's simplicity. In contrast, young Master Ye appeared as a detached, carefree youth. Yet if he truly sought nothing, why partake in this contest? Moreover, according to Yin San, young Master Ye had become a distinguished guest among the various bosses since arriving in Xi'an, suggesting he was quite worldly after all. Both individuals harbored secrets. Before you lies the reversal array, which took me 3 days to complete. This formation can reverse yin and yang, transporting you into the Yellow Springs on your path to Fengdu Ghost City. Your task is merely to survive until only one remains. The jade tokens I distributed earlier serve as indicators and your teleportation devices. When the final victor emerges, this jade token will emit light. At that moment, a drop of your blood placed upon it will allow your return. Wait, are you suggesting we engage in a battle royale in Fengdu? The Ghost King nodded. Precisely. Does that not imply only one person can survive? Of course. As for this life and death struggle, I held little interest. Attempting to withdraw was now futile. The reversal array confined me at its center, rendering me immobile. The Ghost King continued, You are only permitted to carry the magical artifacts you demonstrated last time. And remember, the laws of the living do not apply in the underworld. Therefore, for the sake of the ghost market, you must eliminate the other 2 competitors without leaving a single one alive. Good luck. As the words good luck left his lips, I felt dizzy, as if my soul were being drawn into a great vortex, helplessly struggling. I had intended to hold on, but at some point, I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, I found myself lying in a patch of grass. I recalled this was a trial of survival, and the other 2 might be nearby. Hastily, I drew out my soul-striking rod and remained vigilant. The sky was dim, shrouded in fog that felt oppressive, and the air was thick with the scent of decay. This was indeed Fengdu? After confirming my safety, I surveyed the area and discovered a narrow path overgrown with weeds. Following the path for an unknown length of time, the number of lost souls increased. This person is alive. This person is alive. We can escape. These wild spirits, rejected by the living world and unwanted in the underworld, could only feast on the desolate grass of Fengdu. Upon seeing me, a living person, they sought to claim my body to return to life. Who dares to be audacious? I brandished my soul-striking rod at the wild spirits. The soul-striking rod, that belongs to the Lord of Impermanence. Most of the wild spirits fell to their knees, for in the underworld, the black and white impermanents, as the soul-reaping agents, maintained order in Fengdu. And their weapons were well-known. To thrive in Fengdu, one must flatter the leaders. Yet, some spirits, perhaps having been driven mad from their prolonged existence on withered grass, decided to gamble their lives and charged at me recklessly. I had no desire to take their lives, but if I did not strike them, they would seize my body. Reluctantly, I executed a sweeping strike, reducing the wild spirits to ashes. I was baffled by the Ghost King's intentions in orchestrating this battle royale. Judging by Su Biao and young Master Y's demeanor, they were determined to succeed. I resolved to take things one step at a time. If a life-and-death struggle was inevitable, I would face it head-on. It appeared I was on the outskirts of Fengdu, surrounded by withered grass and trees, with lost souls peering from behind. After wandering along the narrow path for an unknown duration, I suddenly came upon a clearing, where expressionless spirits clad in various garments were being escorted by Oxhead and Horseface into a small room. At the back of the room lay a strange passageway, its entrance resembling a gaping maw. Hiding aside, I sensed with the little remaining spiritual energy I had that within the open mouth lurked a consuming black hole, where all souls vanished the moment they came into contact with it. That was the underworld abyss. Turning around, I saw young Master Ya speaking. Rest assured, I have no interest in the Ghost King's tricks. Point one does not need to kill for wealth, and I can see you and I are of like mind, which is why I did not ambush you. What do you mean? Young Master Ya folded his fan and replied. That Su Biao from Lunghu Mountain, on the surface, practices the righteous path of the Lunghu sect, but secretly concocts deadly poisons for soul reaping. Look at how he is so desperate for the ghost market. In a fair fight, neither of us would stand a chance against him. To survive and find a way back to the living world, we must join forces. Join forces? Us too. Did you not hear the Ghost King say that only one person can remain? This jade pendant will not return us. Upon hearing this, young Master Ya tossed the jade pendant aside. Nonsense. Does the Ghost King alone dictate matters of yin and yang? Without him, how could these lost souls and the Oxhead and Horseface traverse the realms? Chapter 66. The Great Escape from Fengdu Ghost City, Part 2. I realized he was implying something deeper. What do you mean? The path to the Yellow Springs is indeed a path, but to illustrate with common knowledge, for the average dead soul, it is a one-way street. For the Oxhead and Horseface, however, it is a two-way street. The key lies in that passage permit. In emissary's passage permit, could it be that I gazed at the soul-striking rod in a daze? Young Master Ya smiled. You guessed correctly. The soul-striking rod in your hand is our means of return. And what about Su Biao? If he wishes to live, it is best he does not trouble us. He can join us on our way back. But if he insists on going his own way, he will meet his demise here in Fengdu. It seemed I had misjudged young Master Ya earlier. His words enlightened me. Together, we navigated along the walls of Fengdu, making our way to the southern gate. This gate was grander and more imposing than the others we had passed. The large characters spelling Fengdu loomed over the cycle of life and death. This path is the way to the Yellow Springs. Let us proceed. Young Master Ya led the way down the path, but after just a few steps, we heard Su Biao's voice behind us. I guessed you two cowards would band together. This saves me the trouble of searching for you one by one. So, what will it be? A fair fight or a group brawl? I'll give you a choice. Su Biao, this conflict is meaningless. Is it worth it to take lives for the sake of a ghost market? I sheathed my soul-striking rod, attempting to reason with him. However, I had overestimated his moral compass and underestimated his ambition and prowess. Seizing the moment, Su Biao lunged forward, his Zhenwu demon-subduing rod concealed behind him, striking with force. Boom! The sound reverberated, leaving me dazed and bloodied from my ears. Fortunately, young Master Ya pulled me aside just in time. Where I had stood moments ago, a 2-meter-wide, half-person deep pit had formed. Across from me, Su Biao was enveloped in purple lightning, wielding the Zhenwu rod, his shirt scorched, revealing bulging muscles. I stood trembling on the opposite side of the pit, panting, cursing Su Biao for his foolishness, rivaling even Lu Dashao's stupidity. Young Master Ya coldly stepped forward, retracting his iron fan to point at Su Biao, scolding him. How disgraceful! You claim to be of the righteous path, yet your actions are sneaky and underhanded, willing to employ any means to achieve your goals. Instead of being angered by young Master Ya's tirade, Su Biao merely laughed, sitting cross-legged and grinning. I was taken to Lunghu Mountain at the age of 5. And after 30 years of cultivation, what have I achieved? I have learned only one truth. One must rely on oneself to survive. Young Master Ya, as the leader of the Jiangnan Juyu sect, you must be aware of the situation at Lunghu Mountain, right? Long ago, more than a decade past, Lunghu Mountain bore witness to death and escape. leaving but a solitary figure, myself. All of this, the mischief of the one standing behind you. Who? Me, brother, over a decade ago. Are you certain? I am but 17 this year. A decade ago, I could scarcely walk. Have you lost your senses? Confounded, I turned to look at Wayagongzi. His brow was furrowed, hinting at a secret burden. Su Biao, seizing the moment, grew ever more audacious, sitting cross-legged, gathering energy, his body crackling with purple lightning, as if thunder brewed above his head. You, the Life Debt people, have, since records began, committed countless atrocities in pursuit of your own interests, leaving destruction in your wake, with the number of ruined feng shui and mystical sects beyond reckoning. Yet, I must thank you. You have imparted a vital truth. In life, one must think of oneself. All notions of justice and ideals are mere folly. Life is fleeting, and only wealth and power hold any true substance. Life Debt people. What does that mean? Upon hearing my query, Wayagongzi bowed his head in silence. No matter, soon you shall meet your ancestors. Perhaps then you can pose your questions to them. Suddenly, beneath Su Biao, an eerie talisman, 5 meters in diameter, lit up. Quick, get back. Just as Wayagongzi and I leapt aside, a bolt of lightning struck down, igniting a furious blaze. Fire God, clear the path. I hurled 2 fire god talismans into the air. And in an instant, 2 fire gods surged towards Su Biao. This maneuver disrupted his momentum. Intending to pursue us, he was forced to divide his attention to contend with the 2 fire gods. He meant to bury us both here. Now is our chance. We must hurry out. After Wayagongzi blocked a bolt of lightning with his iron fan, his right sleeve was torn by a violent current. Smoke billowing from his arm. Already having dashed beyond the lightning array, I could not forsake him in his time of need. Thus, I retrieved 2 more talismans, waiting for the opportune moment to throw them at Su Biao. Having just dealt with the fire god clearing the path, he found himself entangled with the 2 fire gods. Seizing the opportunity, I formed the great lion seal with my right hand, striking him squarely at the 4th rib of his chest. The impact sent a jolt through my arm, and upon glancing at Su Biao, I saw blood seeping from his mouth and nose, yet he remained standing. It appeared his muscles were not for naught. Get back, Wayagongzi suddenly warned from behind me. His words. I swiftly dodged as 5 silvery needles pierced through the air, embedding themselves in Su Biao's heart. Celestial Bone Purity Technique. 5 needles. I concentrated my soul power in my eyes, witnessing the needles dance around Su Biao's heart as if alive. A living being subjected to such turmoil would surely face death. It seemed Wayagongzi's intentions were lethal this time. I sighed in relief, only to hear a thud as Su Biao fell backward. Wayagongzi approached, and I inquired with concern, "Are you all right?" "Your arm." He shook his head, fortuitously. "We are in the underworld, where the force of this thunder is considerably lessened. Otherwise, that last strike would have surely scattered my soul." He then kicked the motionless Su Biao, snorting disdainfully, a cultivator daring to commit murder. He deserves this fate. As I rubbed my aching fist, Wayagongzi knelt down, placing his hand over Su Biao's now cold heart. Noticing my confusion, he smiled wryly. Alas, these silver needles crafted from soft wind stone are far too precious. I cannot leave them behind. Just as he uttered these words, the now darkened Su Biao suddenly raised his left hand, grasping Wayagongzi by the throat. This unexpected turn took everyone by surprise. Wayagongzi was hoisted into the air, his fan falling to the ground. I rushed to retrieve it, only to have Su Biao crush it beneath his foot. Had he not perished? My mind raced. Upon closer inspection, I discerned that his heavenly soul and human soul had vanished without a trace, leaving only the gray earth soul ablaze on his shoulder. Had he risen from the dead? I had no time to ponder. I needed to rescue Wayagongzi. Chapter 67. The Path to the Yellow Springs, Part 1. I affixed an explosive talisman to Su Biao's arm, gesturing with my fingers, yet the talisman, potent enough to sever iron chains, failed to harm him in the slightest. Witnessing Wayagongzi's eyes roll back and his cheeks darken, I realized he had mere seconds before suffocation claimed him. In a moment of desperation, I unleashed my chi, flooding my body with a searing bloodthirsty power. As the bloodthirst surged, a tempest swirled around me. Seizing the moment when Su Biao's vision was obscured, I drove my bloodthirsty dagger into his left wrist, twisting fiercely, dislocating his entire left hand. As anticipated, a plume of purple-black smoke erupted and countless worms oozed forth, coalescing into a new left hand. Simultaneously, I observed that Su Biao felt no pain. In fact, he seemed entirely devoid of sensation. This is the Gu technique from Yaojiang. Wei Gongzi called out to me, clearly having realized this truth as well. Knowing it was Gu, it became easier to confront. Wei Gongzi, keep your distance. Allow me to vanquish this beast and attain enlightenment. For the first time, I threw caution to the wind, liberating all my bloodthirsty energy without reservation. Inexplicably, in Fengdu, I felt no trepidation. A crimson aura of bloodthirst surged into the heavens, painting the sky in vivid red, while dark clouds churned as if boiling in a fiery cauldron, threatening to burst forth at any moment. At last, you comprehend. The voice of the Shura, imprisoned in the depths of hell, echoed in my mind. Enough with the chatter. We are in Fengdu. If you can assist, do so. If not, I shall perish here, and you will never return to the realm of the living. You? The Shura was infuriated by my words, and his voice faded away. I thought him too enraged to continue aiding me, yet as my bloodthirst intensified, it became clear he merely chose to ignore me. The zombie Su Biao leaped before me, and I was now convinced he had indeed perished. The figure before me was likely a life seed from the Gu technique, akin to the flower life seed that emerged from Azali before his demise. However, this Su Biao's life seed was even more formidable, capable of controlling his body's movements. With my bloodthirst surging, I engaged in fierce combat with the zombie Su Biao, the struggle dragging on without resolution. His attacks growing increasingly ruthless. Frustrated by my inability to gain the upper hand, I resolved to strike at his vital points with the long sword formed from my bloodthirsty energy. Initially, I hesitated, wishing to leave him intact, but since he had embraced the path of evil and aimed to take my life with every blow, I could not allow mercy to prevail. Finally, seizing an opening, I thrust my sword through his throat, and with a fierce motion, I cleaved his head clean off. Who would have thought, Shun Rufeng, you possess quite the ruthless streak. Together, we shall be invincible. The Shura's words fell on deaf ears as I turned to leave, only to find myself unable to move. Hey, you've slain far too few. Now is not the time to hesitate. What if you are ambushed? I shan't come to your aid. Strangely, the Shura's words brought me a flicker of joy, prompting me to turn back and scan the area. Indeed, I noticed clusters of worms crawling from the heart of the zombie Su Biao, slowly gathering towards his head. The sight sent chills down my spine. Those suffering from a fear of clusters would likely faint on the spot. This Gu technique is quite something. It seems the human realm still harbors intriguing wonders. Watch closely. Unbeknownst to me, my body was momentarily controlled by the Shura, who used my blood to inscribe a peculiar triangular mark on Su Biao's heart. Once completed, ancient incantations flooded my mind. Break the hell path. I pressed my right hand's ring and index fingers together, uttering the incantation. Instantly, blue flames engulfed the zombie Su Biao. Simultaneously, the bloodthirsty energy within me began to recede. Wei Gongzi, dragging his injured form, approached and inquired, "What just occurred?" I could only manage a wry smile. I know not, perhaps it was merely an ailment. We stood by the flames until Su Biao's body turned to ash before resuming our journey. The commotion we had caused surely alerted the officials of Fengdu, for not long after we departed, I sensed eyes watching us from the shadows. This is the path to the Yellow Springs, Wei Gongzi remarked, gesturing towards a barely visible road. For people wide, peeking through the yellow sands, blinded by the dust, I squinted to see, then could not help but complain. What is this? Fengdu's environmental policies are truly lacking. Wei Gongzi chuckled softly. Just take a look behind you. Squinting as I shielded my eyes with my hand and turned back, I was astonished to find the road flanked by a profusion of blooming flowers and fragrant grasses. The faint sound of birdsong echoed in the distance. Could it be an illusion? I glanced once more in the direction I had just come from, where fierce winds howled and sandstorms raged. In response to my bewilderment, Wei Gongzi remarked, according to the records of the Nine Nether map, this path to the Yellow Springs is one where fragrant grasses bid farewell to those departing, yet offers no return for those who look back. To traverse against the flow of the Yellow Springs means we must endure the tempest of wind and sand, making every step a challenge. If one is among the deceased traversing this path to Fengdu, they would find it lush with verdant grasses and melodious birdsong. Yet, we can still find our way. I attempted to move forward. Despite the difficulty posed by the swirling sands, I managed to make progress. That is because you possess this, he said, gesturing to the soul strike rod. This is the very item of the ghost messengers. Am I mistaken? I nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. The Path to the Yellow Springs. Part 2. This rod serves as a pass, allowing free passage along the Yellow Springs Road. Does this mean that I can come and go as I please? In that case, isn't this realm akin to a public restroom for me? Wyatt Gongzi responded with a hint of exasperation. If you wish, you may remain here indefinitely. After our harrowing encounter with death, our relationship had grown considerably closer, now resembling that of friends. However, the relentless winds and sands forced us to cover our mouths and noses as we pressed onward. Time passed unmeasured until Wyatt Gongzi halted my steps, declaring, "We've arrived." Arrived where? I queried, bewildered as I surveyed my surroundings. He pointed to the ground, and when I looked down, I was confronted by a massive well opening. Instinctively, I stepped back, my heart racing. Fear not, this is merely the entrance to the Yellow Springs. Water flows forth from this well. There is nothing to be alarmed about. Very well, let us proceed, I began, only to realize that the soul strike rod at my waist had vanished. Why soul strike rod? I frantically searched, only to discover it in Wyatt Gongzi's grasp. Then quickly cast a spell and let us return. Upon hearing my plea, a sly smile crept across Wyatt Gongzi's face, one that blurred the lines of good and evil. How could one simply leave the Yellow Springs? Only with this soul strike rod can we depart. However, I neglected to inform you that it can only escort one individual away. Thus, it appears you must remain in this underworld. You deceive me. I attempted to muster my strength, only to find my limbs unresponsive. He, Shen Rufeng, the one who lends life. During our journey here, I secretly implanted 13 needles into you. Now, you cannot even muster your powers, let alone move. The 13 ghost needles? Was this your premeditated scheme? I collapsed to the ground, my body completely under my captor's control. Wyatt Gongzi squatted before me, observing me with amusement, saying, "Have you heard the saying? The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind? Unfortunately, you are too easily fooled. However, as a token of gratitude, I shall leave you with these 13 invaluable Gentle Breeze silver needles, as a memento of your generous offer at the ghost market." With those words, he leapt into the air, the glimmer of golden light from the well enveloping him, leaving me utterly stranded in the underworld. That moment, I was rendered speechless. It became clear that life and death do not necessarily forge profound friendships. Wyatt Gongzi had been scheming against me from the very beginning, collaborating only to eliminate Su Biao, cleverly disarming my defenses to steal my soul strike rod and abandon me in the realm of the dead. I felt a mixture of sorrow and mirth. In the few months since leaving the high school gates, my worldview, values, and outlook on life had been shattered by the likes of Su Shiwu, Lao Dao, Azali, Zhuang Xianlong, and now this Wyatt Gongzi, forcing me to accept a new perspective, doubt everything and trust no one. Yet, individuals like Xiang'er, Lu Daxiao, Xiao Zhuge, Su Haining, and even Gai Mian had instilled in me a flicker of hope for humanity. This overwhelming turmoil left me utterly exhausted. Amidst the swirling sands, I succumbed to slumber. In a hazy state, I turned over, facing the resplendent path of the Yellow Springs. For a fleeting moment, I contemplated surrendering completely, thinking it might be better to simply die here. Just as this thought crossed my mind, 2 male voices erupted. "Oh my, Li Chengfeng, come see. There's a wild ghost here. How about I practice my skills and capture him?" Do not be foolish, he does not appear to be a wild ghost. His 3 souls remain intact. He's a living person, a living person. Could it be a Yuan Jinhui? Then this plump fellow cannot afford to hesitate. Enough with the chatter. Would a Yuan Jinhui lie here waiting for death? Quickly, see if he can be saved. My consciousness wavered. I opened my eyes to find my body covered in talismans. A rotund face loomed before me, spitting as he affixed talismans to my visage. Ugh! I shoved him away, brushing off the talismans with caution, declaring, "Which wandering soul dares to toy with the living? Bind water order." 2 spheres of water burst forth from the talismans, aimed to ensnare the individual before me. The slender figure swiftly yanked the rotund one back, his expression calm as he suddenly raised his head, revealing a flowing black robe behind him. This robe bore a striking resemblance to Su Shiwu's soul attire, except his was composed of malevolent spirits, and he seemed unaffected by any backlash as the soul attire materialized. He clasped his hands together, summoning a fierce wind that scattered the water spheres. Soul attire? You are a life-lending individual? The tall man elegantly waved his hands, causing the soul attire to dissipate. The rotund man exclaimed, "What life-lending individual? I am the owner of the Longdao Pavilion, Zhou Yuanrang, nicknamed Zhou Fatty. This is my little brother, Li Chengfeng, the proprietor of Wanshunzhai, the esteemed son-in-law of the Fan family group of Nanping." This was my first encounter with Li Chengfeng and Zhou Fatty, so familiar yet so foreign. "How did you come to this underworld?" I cautiously relaxed, though still wary. Li Chengfeng replied nonchalantly, "We naturally have our reasons for being here. But my friend, what is your predicament? You are not a wandering soul. Why do you lie here by the spring of the Yellow Springs?" After much hesitation, I observed that both possessed their 3 souls and 7 spirits and did not seem to be fabricating tales. Therefore, I recounted how Waya Gongzi had stolen my soul strike rod and left me trapped by the spring of the Yellow Springs. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fatty patted his chest, unconcerned. "Ah, is that all? It is merely a matter of returning to the realm of the living. Follow me, and you need not worry about food and drink." Li Chengfeng, what do you say? Shall we escort him back? Li Chengfeng seemed to ignore Zhou Fatty's suggestion, instead stepping closer to scrutinize me. His intense gaze made me uneasy, and just as I was about to retreat, he spoke. "Your 3 souls are unbalanced. The earth soul is unstable, the human soul is entirely lost, yet the heavenly soul is extraordinarily strong. This is not a typical sign of a living person, yet you bear no ghostly aura. Clearly, you are alive. What could this mean?" I scratched my head, realizing that explaining this would take days and nights. Sensing my dilemma, Li Chengfeng ceased pressing the matter. A gust of wind swept through, and his soul attire transformed into 2 immense gray wings. "You two, come here and take shelter beneath my soul attire. I shall escort you back." Before he finished speaking, my feet lifted off the ground and I plummeted into the spring of the Yellow Springs, enduring an indeterminate spinning sensation. I landed face down with a thud. As I attempted to lift my head, a warm trickle flowed from my nose. Looking down, I discovered blood streaming forth. After hastily wiping it away, I realized I had returned to the back hall of the 3-headed tea house.